Upon awakening, I found myself transformed into a Siberian husky. The fusion of human intellect and the body of a husky has birthed the most chaotic reincarnation duo in history. Destruction is instinctual, cuteness is a profession, yet this husky aspires to elevate canine existence to new heights, unraveling conspiracies with a spirit of demolition and bewildering foes with a comically foolish demeanor. While other reincarnators engage in cultivation and spiritual practice, this husky is staging a hilariously unconventional comeback in the most purebred manner. Chapter 1. I didn't teleport him. At 2 in the morning, on the 4th floor of a 6-story residential building, the darkened bedroom was still aglow from the computer screen. A young man sat at his desk, taking a deep breath as his fingers danced swiftly over the keyboard, leaving trails of motion in their wake. The keyboard emitted a rhythmic series of clicks. Who told you to teleport down? Teleport down to what? Huh? Do you even know how to play? Did I ask you to TP? Haha, it was the dog that made you TP. Fong Lin scoffed, having merely clicked a few times to prepare for the teleportation. Besides, Fong Lin, a seasoned presence in the online realm, had a tongue as resilient as titanium. After an intense battle, he stretched, observing the explosion at the base, and shook his leg in preparation for a sip of water. Bang! A flurry of electric sparks erupted, and Fong Lin's vision darkened as he lost consciousness. Water on the keyboard can kill? This was the last perplexing thought in his mind. As if raindrops fell into the ocean or a torch plummeted into the abyss, time stirred slightly, and the fabric of space rippled. In a haze, Fong Lin felt a semblance of consciousness return. Yet, akin to a soul submerged in the deep sea, he could see sunlight filtering through the tranquil, cerulean waters onto his face, yet remained suspended, unable to move. Eventually, he slowly shut his eyes. Suddenly, a splash erupted. Fong Lin opened his eyes to find a blue-eyed, white-faced, black-headed puppy repeatedly licking him. Wasn't this a husky? Where did this dog come from? The moist tongue of the husky tickled Fong Lin, prompting him to push it away. However, in doing so, he noticed that his hand had transformed into a fluffy, white paw. Startled, he leapt up, alarming the playful husky pup beside him. Oh, woo! The husky whined plaintively. Fong Lin was astonished. He realized he could comprehend its feelings, which seemed to express a grievance for being startled. Moreover, he discerned that this was a female husky, her appearance remarkably pleasing. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, Fong Lin hurriedly surveyed his surroundings. 10 minutes later, he lay languidly on a soft mat at the edge of a dog enclosure, his head drooping over his forepaws. Good heavens, I have truly become a dog. I never intended for him to teleport. Fong Lin rolled over in disbelief, tumbling off the soft mat onto the wooden floor. However, lying on the wooden floor was less comfortable than on the mat, so he crawled back to the soft mat. Indeed, Fong Lin has truly transformed into a dog. However, he feels that something is amiss. The world before him remains vividly colorful, and his vision is quite sharp. He can discern even the smallest letters on the poster affixed to the wall at the end of the corridor. He is uncertain whether ordinary dogs can perceive such a multitude of colors, yet he certainly can. Moreover, this place appears to be a pet shop. Fong Lin currently finds himself in the husky enclosure, which houses 3 adorable husky pups. He can also see, further ahead, enclosures for golden retrievers and Samoyeds. To his surprise, the Samoyed enclosure even features a small slide. The 3 enclosures are arranged in a rectangular space, with the husky enclosure positioned against the wall at the far end, while the golden retriever enclosure lies at the outermost edge of the corridor, requiring a right turn to exit. Although Fong Lin cannot see outside, he could detect the scent of numerous cats, suggesting that this establishment likely sells felines as well. The crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling dazzles him, and the overall decor of the pet shop exudes an air of elegance and luxury. He cannot help but marvel at the establishment, which he instinctively associates with high-end prestige. Is it merely the decor? No, it is because he notices a sign standing beside the enclosure. Show quality huskies, starting at $99.99. Fong Lin has encountered huskies before. A former colleague once purchased one for around 2,000 yuan. To encounter a starting price of 9,999 for show-quality dogs right off the bat indicates that this is indeed a high-end pet shop. Can an average person afford such a price? Nevertheless, this thought brings a smile to his face. After all, he has now become a husky. His posture is remarkably natural. Drawing from his past experiences of reading novels, Fong Lin concludes that this indicates a perfect fusion of his essence with the soul of a dog under some extraordinary influence. Thus, He should now exist as a pet dog endowed with the memories of his former life. What is paramount for a pet dog? Naturally, it is sustenance. Being adopted by an ordinary family versus a wealthy one would lead to vastly different futures for a dog's life. He often encountered pet videos on Douyin, showcasing pets feasting on meals superior to his own, complete with a balanced diet and even fruits for dessert. Fortunately, he now possesses a remarkable lineage. Being a purebred show-quality husky, the individual who purchases him should ideally be someone of affluence. As he indulges in such fantasies, a tinge of worry creeps into his mind. A show-quality husky, a purebred Siberian husky, no less carries with it a notorious reputation for mischief. Would a wealthy individual even consider him? What if he fails to meet their expectations? Could he become an unsellable commodity? With a heavy heart, he sighs. After much contemplation, Fong Lin decides to observe his competitors. He rises from his mat, propping himself up on his forelegs to gaze around. These golden retrievers pose no threat. They appear rather goofy. It must be said that the appearance of juvenile huskies is indeed strikingly exceptional. Fong Lin turns his head to glance at the husky that had licked him earlier. Its canine visage is stunning, and its sapphire-like eyes are particularly dazzling. Surely, he must also possess a charming countenance, embodying a certain elegance and allure. However, these Samoyeds, well, some of them have crossed the line. The charming smile of an angel may captivate those adorable girls, whether they are single or in relationships. One might assume that purchasing one would attract a handsome bachelor. Yet, alas, I yearn for a female owner. Wait, no, I mean a female caretaker. After careful observation, Fong Lin felt it would be quite challenging to find a buyer in the near future, so he shook his head and lay back down. At that moment, the female husky that had been nearby suddenly squatted on the floor and, to Fong Lin's astonishment, relieved herself in plain view. Then, as if nothing had happened, she merrily resumed her frolicking within the confines of the dog enclosure. Could it be? Did she really just relieve herself wherever she pleased? Doesn't an upscale pet store provide a litter box for dogs? A pungent aroma wafted through the air, prompting Fong Lin to wrinkle his nose and instinctively cover it with his paw. Having a keen sense of smell is not always a blessing. Hey, look, that husky is actually covering its nose. Quick, take a picture. Two female attendants chatting by the dog enclosure exclaimed excitedly. Startled, Fong Lin quickly dropped his paw and turned to look at the two attendants. Oh no, he put his paw down, we missed the shot. All right, you clean up the mess, I'll try to see if I can get him to do it again. One of the attendants entered the enclosure, spraying a fragrant liquid on the floor before cleaning it up. The other attendant squatted down in front of Fong Lin and gently patted his head. Both attendants were dressed in sleek black uniforms as Fong Lin lay there. He caught a glimpse of their mysterious domain and quickly sat up, adhering to the principle of see no evil, hear no evil. Follow my lead like this. Raise both hands and cover your nose. Come on, mimic me, good boy. The young female attendant demonstrated by placing her hands on her nose while attempting to guide Fong Lin's paws to his own nose. Fong Lin looked at the attendant with a sense of resignation, as if she were playing with a child. Uninterested in this game, he seized a moment when she lowered her hands to swiftly rise and scamper away. Ah, the attendant sighed, standing up in disappointment. Suddenly, as Fong Lin ran off, a thought struck him the two might be responsible for the nearby enclosure. What if they took offense and decided to play tricks on him later? In a rush, he hurried back, nudging her calf with his head, then leaping up to place his paws on her thigh. He successfully captured her attention once more. Seeing that he had piqued her interest, Fong Lin sat upright in front of her. The attendant hesitated for a moment before again placing her hands on her nose to demonstrate. This time, Fong Lin obediently raised his front paws and feigned covering his nose, mimicking the action. Haha, Sasha, look. Oh, I see it. Hurry, take a picture. Chapter 2. Howl. Howl. After a playful interlude, the two female attendants snapped numerous photographs before contentedly departing from the dog enclosure. Meanwhile, Fong Lin, who had concluded his business for the day, languidly reclined on the soft cushion, lost in thought. He resided in a parallel world strikingly similar to Earth. In his previous life, shortly after entering university, his parents tragically perished in a car accident, leaving him with two properties, each spanning 140 square meters and 300,000 in savings. Subsequently, the insurance company compensated him with over $1 million. At the tender age of 18, amidst the consolation of friends and relatives, Fong Lin silently managed the affairs following his parents' demise. After enduring 4 tranquil years at university, he returned to his hometown. The blow from his parents' passing was profoundly overwhelming, and he struggled to emerge from the shadows of grief. Thus, he meticulously organized meaningful possessions from the two homes before renting out the residences that bore the imprints of his past life. Given their advantageous locations and pleasant neighborhood, the properties yielded a monthly rental income of $6,000. With a budget of $120,000, he purchased a modest 60-square-meter second-hand apartment in a reputable school district. The smaller abode provided him with a semblance of security. Having attended a normal university and obtained his teaching qualification, Fong Lin typically dedicated 2 hours a day to private tutoring before enjoying leisure time. Days passed in a monotonous rhythm until he unexpectedly transformed into a Siberian Husky. In truth, Fong Lin had long harbored a desire to own a dog, yet he feared the heartache of parting again in a decade. Therefore, he never made the purchase. Well, there is little to lament if he was destined to become a dog. So be it. He kicked away the female husky that attempted to nuzzle against him, then carried his soft cushion to the edge of the dog enclosure, near the two female attendants, where he laid down in contemplation while eavesdropping on their gossip. Now that he had become a purebred husky, he resolved to adopt a laid-back approach for the next decade of his canine existence. His sole anticipation was who might take him home, allowing him to experience what could be a blissful and happy life before meeting his eventual end. Regrettably, as the day wore on, few people came to inquire about the dogs. Only 2 couples lingered momentarily by the Samoyed enclosure. What was even more disheartening was the casual remark made by passers-by as they glanced at the husky enclosure. "Look, a husky. Haha." Indeed, it seemed that the joy of owning a husky was best experienced vicariously through others. In his boredom, Fong Lin began to familiarize himself with his various faculties. He could perceive and sense the presence of numerous individuals, yet they remained in areas beyond his line of sight, focusing on purchasing cats. This led Fong Lin to question whether this was, in fact, a cat pet store, with dogs merely a supplementary offering to optimize the use of extra space. For he detected the sense of at least dozens of different cats. What a wretched feline odor. How can anyone possibly enjoy the company of cats? Fong Lin thought indignantly. Nevertheless, his canine sense of smell was astonishingly acute. As time passed in his ennui, he discovered his mastery over his nose becoming increasingly proficient. Fong Lin had been residing in this body for a considerable period, becoming accustomed to various scents. Yet he remained unaware of their origins. Upon his arrival, as his soul fused with his corporeal form, he swiftly began to discern the significance of each aroma. For instance, he could identify the distinct odors of different dogs and cats, the lingering fragrance of perfume in the air, even the remnants of waste that the shop staff had hastily cleaned, and the peculiar scent associated with a female attendant watching handsome men on her device. Initially, however, he was unable to quantify these scents. They mingled like clusters of cotton candy. He could recognize their presence, but not their quantities. Yet, after a day of experimentation, he gradually realized he could indeed delineate the sources of each aroma, such as the 43 distinct feline scents he could detect. Wait, now it was down to 40. Oh, damn it, 2 had just been sold. What would it be the turn of the huskies? Do they not deserve attention? These cat buyers seemed unwilling even to glance towards the dog enclosure. As evening fell, Fong Lin finished his portion of chicken-flavored dog food, still craving more. He glanced at the bowls of the 2 huskies, who were relishing their meals, feeling a twinge of desire. They had already eaten. Perhaps their saliva still lingered. Fong Lin was now approximately 40 centimeters in length, and while he was uncertain of his exact age, he presumed he was merely 2 or 3 months old in age, ripe for growth. Thus, Fong Lin sat beside the dog enclosure with his stainless steel dish, observing the 2 female attendants. After all, he had sacrificed so much today, indulging a bit more seemed reasonable. The attendants were engrossed in conversation and failed to notice Fong Lin, prompting him to place his dish down and begin to whine. "Oh, when the attendants finally acknowledged him, he nudged his bowl, signaling his desire for more. "Oh, he's so clever. He's learned to ask for food. Should we give him a bit more milk cake? It should be fine, right? Let's give him a little more milk cake. Is nutritious and easily digestible. A small amount won't upset him. All right." After their discussion, the attendant who had been taking pictures that day retrieved a bag of dog food and entered to fill his bowl. Seizing the opportunity as she poured, Fong Lin suddenly nudged the bag, causing a cascade of food to fill his bowl. "Hey!" Ignoring the attendant's exclamation, he eagerly thrust his head into the bowl and began to devour the food. He understood that the attendants were concerned about overfeeding a small puppy, but within this body resided the soul of a 22-year-old adult. Surely, he knew his own limits. After that bountiful serving, he felt only a slight fullness in his belly. The female attendant attempted to nudge him away from the bowl, but Fong Lin, munching away, playfully pushed the bowl and ran, ultimately causing the attendant to relent. What a little glutton. Sha, I so want to adopt him. Haha, don't be silly. Lele, this one, regardless of pedigree or appearance, is worth 20,000. That's more than our combined salaries for 2 months. I know, but fine. So, the girl's name was Lele, Fong Lin mused as he continued to eat. Soon, the bowl was emptied, and Fong Lin felt he had only eaten to about 80% of his capacity. Noticing that Lele and Sha seemed incapable of providing him with any more food, he ambled over to the vicinity of another male husky's mat and relieved himself. He returned his own soft cushion and lay down. It wasn't that he wished to relieve himself indiscriminately, rather. The pet enclosure was devoid of any restroom facilities, with the 2 attendants responsible for cleaning up at their discretion. As he lay down, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, prompting him to close his eyes. When Fong Lin awoke, it was already night. The pet store was deserted, and the lights had been extinguished. However, this did not impede Fong Lin's nocturnal vision. His sapphire-like eyes sparkled in the darkness, allowing him to see various objects clearly. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed that the female husky had snuggled up beside him while he slept, and the other dogs were resting quietly. With no lingering sleepiness, Fong Lin extricated his feet from beneath her and lay quietly. The pet store in darkness held a unique ambience, one that Fong Lin had never experienced as a human, where he could see so clearly in the absence of light. He silently observed the entire corridor. Suddenly, he perceived a faint blue light floating before him. Startled, he propped himself up on his front legs. Upon closer inspection, he indeed saw a pale blue point of light drifting towards him. Compelled by some unseen force, he instinctively snapped his jaws at it, then closed his mouth and gazed around. Yet, the light passed through his body and continued to float away, gradually vanishing from sight. What could this be? Fong Lin pondered, feeling that this entity was not corporeal. Could it be a soul? It is said that dogs can perceive peculiar phenomena. Yet, how could a soul manifest as a mere point of light? Fong Lin scratched his head with his paw, feeling somewhat vexed. The pet store remained utterly silent in the dark, a profound stillness enveloping him as he contemplated the direction in which the light had disappeared. After a prolonged period of reflection, he grew indifferent to the mystery. He tilted his head back and howled, "Aroo! Woof, woof, woof! Woof, woof!" Instantly, the 3-dog enclosures erupted in a cacophony of barks, and from unseen corners, the sounds of meowing cats echoed in response. The husky resting on Fong Lin's soft mat blinked sleepily at him before resuming its slumber. Fong Lin gazed at the lively golden retriever and Samoyed, whose raucous barks filled the air, and a smile spread across his canine face. Let them make noise tonight, they can rest soundly when the guests arrive in the day, he thought with a chuckle. With a swift paw, he knocked over another husky that had been roused and wished to join him for sleep, then settled back down, closing his ears to the commotion and drifting off once more into slumber. Chapter 3. Terribly frightened at 9 o'clock the following morning, the pet shop finally opened its doors. As Lele appeared around the corner clad in her uniform, the entire dog enclosure erupted in excitement. Woof, 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 Aroo. Golden retrievers, Samoyeds, and Siberian husky puppies all rushed to the edge of their pens, voicing their complaints to her. Why did you arrive so late? Fong Lin also joined in, howling at Lele. Logically, as a soul inhabiting an adult body, he shouldn't be howling along with a pack of puppies over the issue of food. However, he was simply too famished. Fong Lin suspected there must be something amiss, for his hunger was insatiable. Or perhaps he digested far too quickly. By 6 in the morning, his hunger had become unbearable. Initially, he managed to remain calm on the mat, knowing that the pet shop was not yet open and that his cries would be futile. But soon, the puppies began to awaken one by one, gradually joining in the cacophony of howls. Some were genuinely hungry, while others merely joined in for the sake of camaraderie. Amidst the chorus of whimpering puppies, he sat in silence until past 8 o'clock, when the scent of their waste began to permeate the air. By this time, the puppies were indeed hungry, their yelps rising and falling like a haunting melody. The torment of hunger, combined with auditory and olfactory stimuli, rendered him utterly miserable. In this state of suffering, he made a startling observation. He had not heard any cats meowing in hunger, only the occasional mocking meow. He boldly surmised that the pet shop must have reserved cat food for the felines. Indeed, were the dogs merely an afterthought? This realization shattered his composure entirely. And when Lei finally appeared, He could no longer maintain his stoic demeanor. As Lei began dispensing dog food into each bowl, Sha arrived on the scene. Wow, are they this hungry? Lei struggled to push through the throng of eager puppies, filling various bowls with dog food, while remarking, automatic feeders for the puppies often lead them to overeat, so I had to leave a little extra in their bowls yesterday. I didn't expect them to be this ravenous. Fong Lin, who was currently munching on his food, was taken aback. Did you really leave some yesterday? Sha nodded in affirmation, saying, that works well. When dogs move to a new home, having their own bowls helps them adapt. By the way, how much did you leave yesterday? Should I consider leaving a little more today? Lei turned her head, her eyes widening in surprise. What? Weren't you supposed to stay and replenish their food yesterday? Sha rolled her eyes. Now I understand why they're so starved. Perhaps I misremembered. Lei scratched her head. She gently stroked a golden retriever who had buried its head in the food bowl, saying, oh dear, I'm so sorry. Are you starving? Having finished his bowl, Fong Lin felt only half satisfied. Thus, he resorted to his previous tactic, once again carrying his bowl and squatting by the dog enclosure, gazing at the two employees. Hey, Lei, it seems he still isn't full. What should we do? Are we brave enough to feed him again? Yesterday, I fed him an extra bowl, and it seemed there were no issues. Perhaps he indeed gets hungry quickly. I'll give him a bit more to see, as individual differences are quite normal. Thus, Sasha once again squatted before Fong Lin, holding the bag of dog food. She adjusted her skirt and gently patted Fong Lin's head, saying, you can't eat any more after this bowl. She then scratched his chin. Fong Lin, feeling her delicate hands caressing him, experienced a profound sense of comfort deep within his soul, prompting him to wag his tail. Afterward, he snapped back to reality, suddenly feeling somewhat embarrassed. What is happening? Is it because my soul has merged with that of this dog, causing me to adopt certain human traits? Or perhaps he actually enjoyed being petted before, and now, after the fusion, he enjoys it even more? Reflecting on it, since his parents passed away the year he was accepted into university, no one had patted his head since. Time indeed has a way of healing wounds. He now recalls these memories with less sadness. Once the food bowl was filled with dog food, Fong Lin devoured the milk cake voraciously, while Lei watched him eat, gently stroking his back. Wow, Sasha. He really eats so deliciously and therapeutically that I'm starting to feel hungry myself. Lei's eyes sparkled with joy as she watched Fong Lin feast. As he chewed on the milk cake dog food, Fong Lin glanced up. Due to his angle, he caught a glimpse of a mysterious area beneath her black stockings. However, after swallowing the food, he continued to eat with an unwavering focus. Fong Lin perceived this as one of the transformations following the fusion. Having merged with the dog's soul, he found that his admiration for youthful women's bodies was purely aesthetic, devoid of any impulsive desires. It was akin to how humans feel when they see beautiful cats or dogs. They simply wish to pet and cuddle them, without harboring any ulterior motives. Contemplating this, Fong Lin turned to observe the little female dog beside him, and to his surprise, he felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart. No way. I, Fong Lin, could never engage in a relationship with a dog, even if I remained single for life. As he lost himself in these thoughts, he finished the bowl, feeling about 90% full. After eating, he licked his lips and glanced at Lei, who was still petting him. Have you finished? No more food for you, she cautioned. She couldn't afford any issues with a 20,000 yuan dog, had she not seen Fong Lin consume 2 bowls yesterday without any problems. She wouldn't have fed him so generously today. All right, I'm leaving now, she said, picking up the bag. Before departing, she reached out to pat Fong Lin's head once more. After a couple of strokes, Fong Lin tilted his head and licked her palm. Haha, Sasha. He licked me. Lei exclaimed joyfully as she exited the dog pen. I really want to keep him. Stop dreaming. If you truly want a pet, just buy a cheap one to play with. However, that was not him. Sigh. Enough of this. The guest will arrive shortly. The morning passed swiftly. At 2 in the afternoon, a woman, clad in a mask and sunglasses, entered the pet shop, accompanied by an assistant. Her high heels clicked assertively against the floor. Upon entering, she made a beeline for the dog enclosure and, addressing Lei, expressed her desire to purchase a Siberian Husky. One can surmise she had done her research, perhaps having encountered amusing videos online, which piqued her interest in acquiring one for herself. Fong Lin observed this star-like woman with some hesitation, having heard that the lives of celebrities tend to be rather stable. Yet, during his middle and high school years, he had never been one to idolize stars. And throughout university, he had steered clear of such distractions, rendering him unfamiliar with the woman before him. Initially, the celebrity seemed somewhat intrigued by Fong Lin, who sat quietly in a trance, his handsome and serene visage distinctly different from the other 2 dogs nearby. However, Lei fervently recommended another male husky. extolling its virtues as if it were a celestial being, assuring that a video featuring it would undoubtedly garner attention. Noticing her indecision, Lele discreetly informed her that Fong Lin had certain personality quirks. Ultimately, the celebrity decided to purchase the male husky. Lele, after the celebrity departed, Shasha anxiously whispered to her, "How could you suggest that our dog has issues?" Lele pouted, replying, "I simply didn't want her to take that one. Why not? I usually keep an eye on the entertainment industry, yet I couldn't even recognize her, which indicates she isn't particularly famous. The lives of minor celebrities are incredibly unstable. What if she just has a fleeting whim to adopt a pet and later abandons it?" Fong Lin, who had been eavesdropping, was taken aback by this revelation. "Lele, oh Lele, your brother's affections for you were not in vain. Next time, I shall shower you with more kindness." Although Fong Lin did not closely follow the entertainment scene, he was aware that the lives of minor celebrities were indeed precarious. Furthermore, they might not view pets as family, but rather as props for display, easily discarded at their convenience. Reflecting on the stray dogs he had seen in videos, suffering from skin ailments and in pitiful states, he felt a pang of dread. Chapter 4. Grant me a pooper scooper. Upon hearing this, Shasha crossed her arms and rested her head on her hand with a sigh. "I truly cannot comprehend you." "Very well." She then leaned closer to Lele, whispering softly, "You must not do this again. What if he informs the manager that you claimed the dog has issues? Will you still have a job?" Lele, bewildered, inquired. "Why would he tell the manager that?" Shasha, adopting a high-pitched voice, responded, "What is wrong with your shop? You sell pets that have problems?" As she spoke, she mimicked a commanding demeanor, her fingers delicately poised. With a chuckle, Lele soon found herself unable to laugh any longer. "All right, I shall refrain from such comments in the future." After the celebrity left, there were no other customers with a clear intent to purchase a dog. Fong Lin pondered the notion that, as a mere seasoning in the upscale pet cat market, he was still priced exorbitantly, leaving his audience regrettably sparse. He found himself uncertain of when he might be claimed by a new owner. Just yesterday, as he was reborn as a husky, he felt a flicker of trepidation, unsure of how to present himself to the person who would take him home. Should he adopt an aloof demeanor, or perhaps a more subservient approach? Should he exude warmth and enthusiasm, or maintain a cool and dashing presence? While he felt an uncontrollable urge to wag his tail in the presence of friendly individuals, he was nonetheless burdened by the wisdom of a 20-something soul, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. However, the monotony of kennel life had begun to wear on him. In this confined space, he found himself eating, sleeping, and repeating the cycle, an existence utterly intolerable for an intelligent husky. He resolved to regard the person who would adopt him as family, eagerly longing for a reliable companion to whisk him away. As he observed a carefree female husky frolicking nearby, he couldn't help but shake his head in silent disapproval. Such blissful ignorance, he mused, would never allow her to comprehend the burdens of wisdom. In the solitude of the afternoon, he had entertained himself by devising elaborate scenarios in his mind, envisioning a kingdom ruled by a king and queen within the confines of the kennel. Beyond that, he had also taken to examining his own physique. He sensed a slight increase in his physical strength compared to the day before, a subtle yet undeniable growth, likely a result of his double rations at mealtime. As a reincarnate, he believed he must possess some unique abilities despite his canine form. He pondered whether his voracious appetite counted as one, and the awareness of his own burgeoning strength surely qualified as a special skill. His senses, too, had undergone a transformation. Having attended a teacher training university, he occasionally indulged in scientific literature, hoping to enrich his future lessons should he ever become a teacher. He recalled reading somewhere that dogs were supposed to be red-green colorblind. Yet, he not only discerned various colors, but also boasted remarkably keen eyesight. His sense of smell was even more astonishing. After a day of experimentation, he discovered he could identify the number of distinct scents in the air. At merely a few months old, he anticipated that, as he matured, he would eventually master a three-dimensional olfactory map, capable of distinguishing both quantity and spatial orientation. He felt an instinctive confidence in this regard. As for his hearing, he had stumbled upon a peculiar ability while inadvertently waking the other dogs. He found he could filter out unwanted noise, akin to wearing earplugs, allowing him to enjoy restful slumber. The blue light he had glimpsed the previous night lingered in his subconscious as something of utmost significance, though he had not encountered it again throughout the day. At this moment, the female husky approached him, her striking blue eyes mirroring his own, constantly panting and inviting him to play. Fong Lin, eager to test his own strength, noted that this female husky appeared to be of a similar size to him, making her an ideal benchmark. Thus, he rose from his mat. Upon seeing him stand, the female husky, interpreting his action as an invitation to play. Joyfully yipped and bounced around him. She circled Fong Lin twice, tongue lolling, inquiring playfully what he wished to engage in. Fong Lin lifted a front paw and, with a slight leap, assumed a playful pouncing posture. The female husky quickly understood his intent and excitedly raised her paw to leap towards him. In that instant, Fong Lin's paw landed on her shoulder, sending her tumbling to the ground. Momentarily stunned, she quickly regained her footing and resumed her exuberant assault on Fong Lin. This time, he remained still, keenly assessing her strength as she hopped around him. Uncertain of the force animals exert during play, he had initially used only 30% of his strength. A woo, Fong Lin signaled for her to exert more power. The female husky paused, appearing perplexed. A woo, seeing her confusion, Fong Lin repeated his request with a hint of exasperation. It seemed that the intelligence of a dog of her size was still somewhat limited. Finally, the female husky grasped a fraction of his meaning and, with a renewed vigor, charged at him once more. Fong Lin perceived that her strength had indeed increased slightly, yet it remained modest. If this were to be measured at 70% of her capability, then his strength must now exceed hers by more than threefold. Despite the inherent differences between the sexes, he sensed that his rebirth had altered certain attributes, such as his inherent strength. Surely, a few meals could not account for such a significant disparity. As the female husky continued to pounce, Fong Lin, feeling somewhat irritated by his contemplations, decided to exert a bit more force, sending her tumbling once again. This time, she lay sprawled on her back for a while before rising, obediently settling down beside Fong Lin's mat like a chastised pup. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded in the husky enclosure. Unlike the other dogs that frolicked and barked energetically, one strikingly handsome husky lay with all four limbs on the soft mat, its head poised and gazing forward, exuding an air of melancholy detachment. Although Fong Lin was merely lost in thought, the essence of temperament often draws from one's appearance. For instance, a handsome man daydreaming might exude an aura of endearing innocence or wistful sorrow based on his features. Should he possess a roguishly charming demeanor, a hint of a smile might make him irresistibly alluring. Fong Lin found himself in such a scenario. Nearby, another husky lay with its head resting on its front paws, its eyes innocently darting around, occasionally glancing at Fong Lin. "Mom, look at the husky." A lively little boy, dressed in a lettered t-shirt and cargo pants with sneakers, dashed over, grasping the railing and pointing at Fong Lin. Upon hearing his excited call, 3 individuals approached. Fong Lin, too, was drawn to their presence. Among them was a woman clad in a black dress, her fair and delicate skin accentuated by the garment that aptly highlighted her alluring curves. Adorned with exquisite jewelry around her neck and ears, she wore a dainty watch that sparkled under the light on her wrist. This must be the boy's mother. Beside her, a man dressed far more casually in leisure wear, donned a pair of rimless black glasses and wore a smile. One hand holding his daughter while the other carried a petite black handbag, exuding the charm of a scholarly gentleman. The daughter appeared slightly older than the boy, quiet and composed, mirroring her father's casual attire and sporting white sneakers. "Why does she look so tranquil?" the woman inquired with a hint of curiosity. The man adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing Fong Lin, who was also observing them, and remarked with a smile, "There is a certain reserved quality about her, quite serene. Is this a husky?" The daughter then released her grip on her father's hand and crouched by the dog enclosure, fixating her gaze on Fong Lin, her big, dark eyes glistening with a luminous sheen. Fong Lin noticed this enchanting little girl and met her gaze with his sapphire-like eyes. Chapter 5. I am quite all right. His eyes are truly captivating, the girl remarked softly in a pure, ethereal voice, prompting the man to gently pat her head. Lei Lei and Sha Sha approached, enthusiastically detailing Fong Lin's lineage and appearance, babbling about rating systems. They even produced a rating manual, illustrating the ideal distances between eyes and brows, as well as the proportions of body length, to show the family. In summary, Fong Lin was a 3-month-old, healthy, purebred husky, with a price tag of $19,999. The man engaged in a thoughtful discussion with the attendant about these rating criteria, nodding frequently, while the woman maintained her composure, showing no visible reaction upon hearing the price. She gracefully squatted down to converse with the 2 children, asking, "Shall we look at other dogs?" The little girl remained silently transfixed on Fong Lin, her hands gripping the railing tightly. Meanwhile, the boy exclaimed, "I just want to buy him." The woman, acknowledging the children's reactions, nodded and patted the boy, saying, "Yes. We will bring him home. Do you understand? He will be part of our family, your little brother, and you must take good care of him." "Yes. I will take good care of my brother," the boy nodded earnestly. The man then proceeded with Lei Lei to the front desk to complete the payment. Fong Lin sensed that he was about to be adopted and stood up, moving closer to the enclosure to observe this family intently. He had overheard the woman's words, and as a dog, he felt a certain resonance with them. He believed that his future days would not be too bleak, especially since she had mentioned treating him as family. Family, a term that felt distant. The little boy clapped his hands in delight, striving to stretch his hands through the bars to pet Fong Lin. Observing the boy's endearing clumsiness, Fong Lin felt a wave of disdain. How could someone like him possibly protect me? He couldn't help but shake his head internally, then moved closer to the girl, who beamed at him with an innocent, sweet smile, reaching out to stroke his head. Fong Lin bowed his head to provide her with a more convenient angle, and in that moment, he licked the girl's palm. The little girl, startled yet thrilled by the unexpected lick, bit her lip in excitement, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Fong Lin. Meanwhile, the little boy, wide-eyed and pouting, eagerly exclaimed, "Sister, sister, let me touch him too. I want to pet my little brother." Reluctantly, the girl gave Fong Lin one last pat before making space for the boy. The boy, overjoyed, rushed to the spot the girl had just vacated and petted Fong Lin's head. Although Fong Lin preferred interacting with the girl, he understood that as a pet, he could not avoid the boy. What if this immature human child began to wail, "My brother doesn't like me"? Who could say whether their mother would still consider him family then? Truth be told, he observed that this family seemed to possess a solid economic foundation and cultural refinement, making them an excellent choice. Not wanting to miss out, and feeling weary of the confines of the kennel, Fong Lin resolved to be a bit kinder to the boy for the time being. At that moment, Sasha approached with a harness-style leash, opening the kennel. Fong Lin willingly placed his front legs into it, resembling a small vest, with the leash fastening at the back. He knew that as a pet dog, being led on a leash was inevitable, but he was relieved it wasn't a collar. He always felt that might choke him. Sasha led Fong Lin out and handed the leash to the little boy. Observing him closely, Fong Lin noted that the boy was rather adorable. The family's genes seemed quite promising. The boy took the leash eagerly, gently stroking Fong Lin's head and back. Quite nice, indeed, the pressure was just right. Not the rough antics of a mischievous child. Fong Lin let out a satisfied sneeze, suddenly noticing a female husky in the kennel watching him intently. The female husky timidly peeked at Fong Lin from the edge of the enclosure and let out a couple of soft howls. "Are you leaving?" He thought he heard her say. "Woof, woof, yes, goodbye. Woof, goodbye." The girl silently observed the exchange between Fong Lin and the husky, then pointed to the latter and asked Sasha, "Are they friends?" Sasha smiled and replied, "Yes, that one inside is a girl. She should be considered his sister." Fong Lin paused, realizing that the attendant's implication was that she was younger than him, as he had not felt any sense of blood relation. The girl and the young boy gently touched Fong Lin, glancing at the Siberian husky that remained squatted by the dog enclosure, their minds swiftly conjuring a poignant scenario of siblings forcibly separated. The girl suddenly reached out and lightly tapped the boy, winking at him with a knowing glance. The boy looked at his sister, bewildered, struggling to comprehend her intent. With a sigh of exasperation, the girl observed their mother engaged in conversation with a store clerk and leaned closer to the boy's ear to share a whisper. Fong Lin, feeling somewhat incredulous, could hear their hushed tones distinctly, despite the cacophony of the bustling pet shop. While such whispers might be discernible in the serene quiet of night, the clamor of daytime rendered them inaudible to ordinary human ears. Yet, Fong Lin was able to extract their intentions clearly. These two were conspiring to find him a companion. He did not entirely object to the idea, for the husky aligned perfectly with his aesthetic preferences. However, the thought of an intimate encounter with a dog sent a shiver down his spine. His current situation was quite extraordinary, having been reborn. He possessed unique abilities that set him apart from other dogs, yet he felt no impulsive attraction towards human females, only an appreciation for their beauty. Nonetheless, remnants of canine instincts lingered within him, such as the instinctive wagging of his tail upon seeing someone he favored or feeling drawn to an attractive female dog. Some of these instincts he could accept, while others clashed with the rationality he had maintained from his previous human life. He believed that as he matured, he would gradually learn to control these primal urges. At that moment, the two human children finalized their scheme. The boys suddenly tugged at their mother, insisting, "I want another one." Two dogs would make great companions. Their mother, engrossed in lively conversation with the clerk, furrowed her brow at his request. "No, one is already sufficient." The boy hesitated, momentarily deflated, but upon seeing his sister's encouraging gaze, he persisted. "But isn't he a brother? He'll be lonely all by himself. We should get him a sister." Their mother replied, "He will have a sister, but it will be a kitten. I never intended to buy a dog." You were the one who insisted, weren't you? Yes. And you agreed with me, didn't you? Yes. Well, I have always wanted to have a kitten. So we must get the kitten, right? Yes. If we get another dog, there will be 5 little troublemakers at home, and that would be quite exhausting for me. Wouldn't he it? Yes. Very good, obedient boy. The boy felt the weight of his mother's hand on his head intensify, and he nodded earnestly. Satisfied. Their mother resumed her cheerful chat with the clerk. The boy cast a resigned glance at his sister, who sighed inwardly. She pondered how heart-wrenching it would be to be separated from her brother. Thus, she knelt down, affectionately stroking Fong Lin, her eyes filled with compassion and concern. Fong Lin gazed at the girl who sought solace, sensing that he ought to express some semblance of sorrow in response. Thus, he nestled his head into her embrace. Seeking comfort. Chapter 6. The Ragdoll. After a brief while, the store manager approached with a beaming smile, trailing behind a man while engaging in conversation. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for choosing our pet paradise. We offer not only the finest pets, but also unparalleled service. Fong Lin observed the man, dressed casually, yet exuding an amiable demeanor. While the pet store manager maintained a constant smile at his side, perhaps this was the allure of the man. For now, only his surname, Lin, was known, so he would be referred to as Lin Dad for the time being. Lin Dad waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No rush, let us talk as we walk. We still need to select a cat." He then turned to the woman with a smile. "All right, Qian, why don't you go choose a kitten?" The manager's face lit up at this, having noticed that despite Lin Dad's casual attire, it bore the mark of luxury brands. Not to mention the expensive watch barely visible beneath the cuff of his shirt. He had tried to catch a glimpse several times, but couldn't quite make it out. On the other hand, the woman's attire was unmistakable, a black Chanel dress adorned with various pieces of jewelry, including a diamond-encrusted watch. She was indeed a walking embodiment of wealth. Such a woman would likely spend $19,999 on a dog. Would she not opt for a more expensive cat? Wouldn't he suggesting a $49,999 pet reflect poorly on his sales prowess? The manager quickly interjected. "May I ask how to address you?" After bidding farewell to the staff, the woman replied, "My surname is Yang." "Very well, Ms. Yang. You wish to select a pet cat, correct?" "Indeed. Did you have a particular breed in mind before your arrival? Please, follow me." The manager enthusiastically introduced various options to Ms. Yang, while Lin Dad trailed behind, rubbing his waist and carrying the bag. He had grown accustomed to this dynamic. Whenever they went shopping, it was usually the staff and Ms. Yang engaging in discussions while he simply followed along, handling the payments. The boy held tightly to the leash, walking side by side with the girl at the end of the line. Fong Lin had initially thought he would be the sole cherished pet in the household, but it seemed he would soon have a feline companion as well. He hoped that this cat would be wise enough to recognize its place. As Ms. Yang and the manager led the way, Lin Dad chatted with the 2 children, occasionally pausing for Ms. Yang to solicit their opinions. After a circuitous tour, Fong Lin gleaned some information. Firstly, the girl's nickname was Qin Qing, and her surname was Lin. He remained unsure whether her full name was Lin Qing or something else. The boy was nicknamed Xiao Jia. Ms. Yang was a homemaker who had recently taken to browsing Douyin, wishing to acquire a cat for companionship at home. Meanwhile, Qin Qing and Xiao Jia strongly advocated for the purchase of a dog, leading to the decision to acquire both a dog and a cat. Upon hearing this, Fong Lin felt a burgeoning fondness for both Xiao Jia and Qin Qing. Meanwhile, Ms. Yang finally chose a 4-month-old ragdoll cat, fully vaccinated. From among the options of ragdolls and British Shorthairs, the store manager generously presented a cat carrier along with some cat food, while meticulously advising on various precautions. Finally, he produced a manual detailing all the common issues that may arise once the cat arrives home. He also engaged in a lengthy conversation with Yang Ma about the complimentary annual health checkup and cleaning package available for 3 consecutive years. Meanwhile, Lin Ba continued to engage in idle chatter with the 2 children until he heard about the pet parent group, which would organize events based on votes from group members. His interest piqued. He insisted on joining Yang Ma in the group. Yang Ma merely smiled at Lin Ba, offering him a knowing glance that urged him to interpret her expression. Fong Lin, on the other hand, was peering through the transparent section of the cat carrier, observing the fluffy little creature within. This small being was only 4 months old. Wasn't it supposed to be a sister? Ultimately, the store manager reminded Yang Ma that, given the high pedigree and value of the 2 pets, she should carefully consider the decision regarding spaying. If she opted for it, they had a fully qualified veterinary clinic that could ensure a safe and painless procedure. Fong Lin felt a chill run down his spine. Although he had no intention of engaging with a female dog, that did not mean he was willing to undergo such a procedure. Spaying was out of the question. Once everything was in order, the store manager escorted the family of 6 out the door. Fong Lin finally caught a glimpse of the world beyond the pet shop. Stepping out into a lavish commercial district filled with luxury boutiques, little Jia clutched the dog leash tightly in his right hand, unwilling to let go, while his left hand held a small bag containing Fong Lin's food bowl. The adorable little boy, dressed in trendy attire, was walking alongside a strikingly handsome and charismatic husky, drawing many admiring glances. Noticing the attention from passers-by, little Jia tried to maintain a composed demeanor, though a broad smile was already spreading across his face. At that moment, he noticed his sister on his right attempting to seize the leash, prompting him to discreetly switch the leash to his left hand, earning him a roll of the eyes from Ching Ching. Meanwhile, Linma initially carried the cat carrier, but after a short distance, she found it too heavy and handed it over to Lin Ba to carry, playfully teasing the ragdoll cat as she walked behind him. As Fong Lin kept pace with the two little ones, he pondered over the dynamics at play. It appeared that Lin Ma wielded more influence in decisions, yet she seemed to favor the ragdoll cat more. How could he win her favor and ensure a more comfortable life for himself in the days to come? This was a subject that required prolonged contemplation. Upon exiting the shopping mall, Fong Lin was met with a wave of heat. The air conditioning inside had been so pleasant, and the pet shop maintained a comfortable temperature around the clock. Fortunately, it was already late afternoon, and the peak heat of the day had passed. As Fong Lin stepped onto the outdoor cement surface for the first time with his paw, the sensation was peculiar, akin to wearing air-cushioned shoes. Albeit with a slightly hot surface, he resolved that in the future, no one would be able to persuade him to venture outside during the sweltering midday heat. That ground would surely scorch his paws. The perspective of the pet dog is indeed peculiar. He stands at the height of an adult's calf, requiring him to tilt his head to catch a glimpse of human faces. Navigating through crowded areas feels akin to traversing a maze of moving columns. And if an ordinary pet were to wander unrestrained, it would be all too easy to become lost amidst the throng. The family accompanied Fong Lin to the underground parking lot, preparing to drive home. Fong Lin relished the cool and comfortable temperature of the parking garage, feeling as though his cognitive faculties diminished in the heat. Under such pleasant conditions, he trotted along with renewed diligence, his forepaws following closely behind. He felt akin to a novice in a game, unfamiliar with the path and intently focused on trailing the experienced ones, fearful of making a misstep. As he proceeded, Fong Lin noticed the 4 individuals halting before a large wheel. He looked up to discover it was a Mercedes SUV. In his previous life, he had not paid much attention to car brands, recognizing only the emblem of Mercedes, but was oblivious to the significance of the number 63 affixed to it. Yet, it seemed reasonable to assume that a Mercedes 63 would not come cheaply, perhaps costing several $100,000. Evidently, his future meals would not be lacking. Ever since he realized his prodigious appetite, he had been somewhat apprehensive that his future owner might find his voracious consumption overwhelming, especially considering that Huskies are already large breeds known for their substantial dietary needs. As the family began to board the vehicle, Yang Ma pulled out her phone, chatting and filming simultaneously. "Today, we have 2 new members in our family," she exclaimed, directing the camera towards Fong Lin, who was preparing to enter ahead of Xiao Jia. Suddenly finding the lens trained on him, Fong Lin felt a surge of anxiety. Since the passing of his parents, he had become rather withdrawn. Although his rebirth had alleviated much of his emotional turmoil, he still grappled with a degree of social anxiety. Unsure whether to leap into the car or remain still for the camera, he hesitated for merely a second before springing onto the vehicle. However, he miscalculated his leap, losing his balance and landing on his knees inside the car. "Ha!" Yang Ma chuckled as she entered the passenger seat, capturing a shot of the cat carrier that Lin Ba had handed her, before turning the camera towards the 2 small ones in the back seat, their feet dangling above the floor. "What shall we name them?" Both children had grown accustomed to Lin Ma's camera, and after adjusting to a comfortable position in the rear, Xiao Jie raised his hand and declared, "Let us name the cat Xiao Bai. It has all white fur." "Oh, let us discuss it further when we return home." Chapter 7. Levels of intimacy. The rear seat of the Mercedes offered ample space, with a considerable gap between the 2 children. Fong Lin leapt onto the back seat, even though he noticed a bit of dust adhering to his paw pads. If one wishes to achieve a goal, it is imperative to set a higher target. Fong Lin resolved that upon returning home, he would insist on securing a sofa bed immediately. After all, it pertained to the quality of life. Initially, he might be a tad demanding, but he believed that over time, his family's tolerance would increase, provided he did not exceed reasonable bounds. After Fong Lin leaped onto the back seat, he settled comfortably, resting his head on Qingqing's lap, observing the family. Yang Ma had already put away her phone, ceasing her recording, as she engaged in light conversation with Lin Ba. Qingqing placed her hand on his head, leaning back against the seat, lost in thought as she gazed out at the passing scenery. Meanwhile, Xiao Jie's attention was entirely captivated by him, reaching out to grasp his tail in playful curiosity. As soon as Xiao Jie's fingers wrapped around it, Fang Lin swiftly flicked his tail to the other side, prompting Xiao Jie to stretch out his hand again. Fortunately, the boy demonstrated a modicum of restraint, not squeezing too hard, allowing Fang Lin to indulge in the playful interaction. Throughout the journey, Fang Lin contemplated how to approach this family. To be honest, Yang Ma's earlier sentiments about family had somewhat touched him. Yet, upon reflection, a subtle awkwardness lingered. After all, the notion of family and protection seemed to evoke a certain childlike innocence reminiscent of Disney, which felt somewhat overwhelming for his 20-something soul. He believed that a family should embody a simple, unadorned existence, characterized by mutual care without the need for overt expressions of love. Actions should speak volumes, akin to his relationship with his own parents in the past. Moreover, he was not inclined to accept the role of the youngest son right off the bat. He mused that if he were to merge the soul of a cat with his own, he would likely regard this family as mere caretakers, akin to servants. Thus, Fang Lin resolved to establish a personal intimacy rating system in his mind, setting the maximum score at 100. Those who could earn a perfect score would be regarded as family in the truest sense, individuals with whom he could share profound bonds. He had a peculiar premonition that his life would not unfold in an ordinary manner. As for Yang Ma, with her elegant and voluptuous figure, she seemed to wield considerable influence in daily matters. Given her earlier remarks, he decided to grant her a score of 20 for now, ensuring she did not become overly self-important. If she consistently provided him with delightful treats, he might consider increasing her score over time. Should there be occasional offerings of meat that were not dog food, her rating could rise even further. Fang Lin smiled to himself at the thought. Lin Ba, sporting small glasses, appeared to be a rational individual. Fang Lin harbored a slight apprehension that he might uncover some of his unusual behaviors, perhaps recognizing his atypical canine intellect. Yet, he recalled seeing numerous pets on social media that had participated in college entrance examinations, with many netizens claiming to have encountered them during their own exams, sitting alongside them at adjacent desks. Surely, no rational person would genuinely believe he was a human in canine form. Thus, he assigned Lin Ba a modest intimacy score of 10. Fang Lin then glanced up at the young girl, gently stroking his head. With her sleek black hair, fair complexion, and a pair of soulful, large eyes calmly observing the outside world, she reminded him of a serene girl akin to Bing Bing, always speaking in soft whispers. Such a girl, in her childhood, would likely be subjected to bullying by the mischievous boys in her class. Fang Lin resolved to retaliate against each one he encountered. As for Qingqing, she deserved a mere 20 points, akin to Yang Ma, for her delicate demeanor evoked a protective instinct within Fang Lin. Regarding Xiao Jie, Fang Lin held a fondness for this cheerful little boy who delighted in even the slightest touch of his tail. From their brief interactions, it was evident that Xiao Jie was the most thrilled by Fang Lin's presence, easily satisfied, and would beam with joy from just a few gentle strokes. Resembling a devoted little follower. Since genuine affection is often fleeting, while cunning schemes win hearts, Fang Lin decided to award him 5 points in recognition of his charm. After contemplating these matters, Fang Lin felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. The day had been tumultuous, beginning with the near occurrence of being whisked away by a celebrity into an uncertain future and culminating in being taken home by Lin Ba and Yang Ma, leaving him with a surreal sensation. Having not closed his eyes all day, his developing body could hardly endure the strain, and under Qingqing's gentle caresses, he gradually succumbed to slumber. When Fang Lin next opened his eyes, he found himself being carried out of a vehicle. Before he could ascertain who it was, he experienced a disorienting sensation of weightlessness, his paws flailing as he nearly tumbled headfirst onto the ground. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Xiao Jie, the little rascal, who, seeing him asleep, had attempted to carry him but had not managed to hold on securely. Fang Lin felt a mix of exasperation and caution, silently deducting a point from Xiao Jie for his clumsiness. Yet, he was also wary, pondering why he had been so deeply asleep. After all, he was now a dog with heightened senses. How could he have slept through the vehicle's stop and the others disembarking? Had he truly found a sense of safety he had long missed? Once this minor incident passed, the family gathered their belongings and exited the underground garage together. Fang Lin looked up at the verdant canopy above. Just a short walk ahead lay a charming gazebo. This community was expansive, its greenery overwhelming in its abundance. Comprising only 4 tall buildings, the architectural design was refreshingly novel, seemingly offering each household a spacious outdoor balcony, with only 2 residences per floor. As Fong Lin's paws trod upon the shaded ground, he gazed at this luxurious neighborhood, marveling at the wonders of the world. Previously, during his life as a human, he had never encountered such a residence, yet now, as a dog, he found himself residing in one. In the past, even a simple barbecue outing required the entire family to embark on a picnic. Living in such a place meant he could simply roast food on his own balcony at will. The extent of greenery and the unique layout of the community could indeed be described as priceless. Through the license plate, he discerned that he was now in Sioux City. Yet he had no clear understanding of the property prices in other cities, nor did he wish to concern himself with such matters. Even now, he found little interest in the world of real estate. As long as he had food and a stable source of sustenance, what did it matter? Knowing his family was affluent wouldn't necessarily grant him a luxury car to drive around. As they progressed, Fong Lin encountered few homeowners, only spotting a couple of security guards seemingly on patrol. He followed the family into the building and ascended to the 6th floor via the elevator. As the elevator gradually rose, a sense of anticipation gripped Fong Lin. He was on the verge of seeing his future home and was curious about its appearance. Chapter 8, Cockading. With a gentle chime, the elevator door slid open. Fong Lin trailed the family to the door on the right. After Lin's father unlocked it with a fingerprint, they were greeted by a closed foyer adorned with several pull-out cabinets. Despite the presence of these cabinets, the foyer was spacious enough to accommodate 4 people and a dog comfortably. Observing as the others removed their shoes to don slippers, Fong Lin raised his own paw for inspection. There was a bit of dust on his pads. Did he need to change shoes? Yang Ma noticed his gesture and chuckled softly. It seems our little dog wants to change shoes too. No need for that. Come here, I'll help you wash them. With that, she scooped him up and opened the door, revealing his future home at last. It was grand and lofty. This was Fong Lin's initial impression. Before him lay an expansive living room adorned with floor-to-ceiling windows, a row of dark sofas, and a colossal screen across from them. Nearby stood a neatly arranged dining table and an open kitchen, while a vast outdoor balcony could almost be considered a garden. What astonished Fong Lin the most was the presence of a 2nd floor, accessible via a staircase with transparent railings, a feature he had only seen in videos before. As Yang Ma cradled him, Fong Lin curiously peered around, taking in the furnishings while feeling the soft touch against his back as he was carried to the bathroom on the 1st floor. As a newly arrived puppy, Fong Lin was determined not to appear overly clever, nor to give the impression that he knew everything. He understood the importance of learning, ideally through the guidance of family members, succeeding after a failure. This strategy would not only provide them with a sense of accomplishment in their teaching, but also showcase his intelligence, an utterly perfect scenario. Thus, while Yang Ma held him and rinsed his paws, Fong Lin deliberately stretched his head to sniff here and lick there. Who could resist the charm of an exceptionally adorable husky pup, gracefully indulging in curiosity? It was akin to when your lovely girlfriend playfully acts cute. It melts your heart and compels you to shower her with gifts. However, if such behavior were incessant and overwhelming, it would merely become a nuisance. Consequently, as Yang Ma's touch grew increasingly gentle on Fong Lin's paws, she only gave him a light tap when she noticed him leaning toward the faucet to drink from the tap. No drinking from the tap. It's not healthy, you know. We have a water dispenser just for you. She retrieved a new towel from the sink cabinet to wipe his paws before placing him on the ground. Follow me. As she strolled towards the balcony's garden, she emitted playful sounds to entice Fong Lin, fearing he might not follow her. Fong Lin obediently accompanied her to the open-air garden on the balcony, which spanned at least 40 square meters, adorned with numerous green plants, 2 lounge chairs, and a table. The 6-meter-high rooftop provided shelter from the wind and rain, ensuring that only a torrential downpour at an angle would pose any significant disruption. Yang Ma led him to a corner, pointing at a white machine and saying, "From now on, you'll drink the water from here, understood?" As she spoke, she tapped her foot beside the machine. Fong Lin leaned in to inspect it, discovering a transparent basin resting atop a gravity-sensing water purifier. When the water in the basin was consumed, it would automatically refill. Quite intelligent, he mused, wondering if it was specifically designed for dogs. He dipped his head into the basin and took a sip, experiencing the refreshing purity of the water, devoid of the peculiar taste associated with tap water. The basin contained only a shallow layer of water, and after drinking, he felt a lingering desire for more, puzzled as to why the machine had not replenished it. As he withdrew his head, he glanced back at the purifier, questioning if it were malfunctioning. To his surprise, the moment he pulled away, the machine emitted a gentle sound, and the outlet began to refill the basin. How remarkable, he thought. realizing it even had infrared sensing capabilities to avoid drenching pets. A truly sophisticated invention. Fong Lin speculated that this device likely cost more than the water dispenser he had previously purchased for himself, estimating it must be worth several hundred yuan. After finishing another layer of water, he turned to discover that Yang Ma had, at some point, raised her phone to capture his antics, with Yang Ba observing nearby. Yang Ma proudly remarked to Yang Ba, "How did I do? Isn't he clever?" He learned to drink from the water dispenser in just one go. Yang Ba pondered for a moment, refraining from correcting her that it was the two children who had chosen it, and instead concurred, "Indeed, quite clever. I noticed it when you brought him from the bathroom to the balcony." Yang Ma, intrigued, inquired, "What did you notice?" "He followed you closely for that short distance. His gaze never straying from you, always advancing alongside you." Yang Ma raised an eyebrow and replied, "Lin Wenxiao, could you please finish your thoughts without leaving us in suspense?" Seeing Yang Ma becoming slightly impatient, Yang Ba quickly added, "What I mean is, he is very focused and not easily distracted. Even while Xiao Jia was causing a ruckus nearby, he didn't look around. For a 3-month-old puppy, that's quite remarkable. This either indicates he adores you and doesn't wish to leave your sight, or that he is exceptionally attentive and intelligent." Yang Ma seized upon the latter statement, her face lighting up as she joyfully exclaimed, "Could it not be that he both likes me and is clever?" Yang Ba affectionately nodded in agreement. Fong Lin, observing the exchange, felt entertained. Indeed, it was evident that a man of wealth possessed an extraordinary knack for charming women, as a few words had transformed Yang Ma's face into a radiant glow. Alas, he lamented, being a dog, he could not seek advice on such matters. As Qingqing and the lively little Jia approached, Jia exclaimed, "Why don't we give him a name?" Consequently, the family turned their gaze towards Lin Wenxiao, as it was typically Lin's father who engaged in such cerebral endeavors. With arms crossed and stroking his chin thoughtfully, Lin's father adjusted his glasses and declared, "Let us name the cat Snowball and the dog Kaka." Upon hearing his father's words, the three nodded in agreement. After all, with Jia's delightful name for his little white pet as a benchmark, these two names sounded quite pleasant. Most importantly, they found themselves unable to conceive of names that were more melodious. Thus, Fong Lin happily acquired an additional name, Kaka, which he repeated to himself a few times, finding it quite agreeable. The associations he made with Kaka, be it Kakashi or the football star Kak, were all favorable in his mind. "All right, I'll go remove these accessories. They are quite bothersome," he remarked. "Weren't you the one who insisted on wearing them?" came the retort. "Welcoming a new family member should be a momentous occasion, replete with ceremony. I must hasten to prepare for tonight's welcome feast. You all go play and do not trouble your mother." "Okay, MHM," responded Jia and Qingqing, while Lin's father quietly slipped away. Chapter 9. Snowball. Fong Lin was touched by Yang Ma's words. Despite their apparent inconvenience, she still dressed elaborately for his arrival. Although such sentiments might seem ostentatious to outsiders, Fong Lin felt no discomfort when the one expressing the hassle was family. Furthermore, Yang Ma mentioned a special welcome dinner that evening, promising that as the guest of honor, Fong Lin would certainly enjoy a feast. While the dog food from the pet shop was meticulously selected to suit his current developmental needs, it remained rather monotonous. One could only commend Yang Ma. Yang Ma's intimacy rating increased by 5 points. With determined strides, Fong Lin entered the room, immediately spotting Lin's father, Qingqing, and Jia gathered on the sofa around Snowball, who had just emerged from the cat carrier. To his surprise, Jia was also cautiously leaning in, gazing at the newcomer with curiosity. Witnessing this scene, Fong Lin couldn't help but marvel at the truth in the saying that to a dog, one is a servant, but to thousands, a king. At the very least, he observed Jia, who was now attentively treating Snowball with care, stirring a flicker of emotion within him. What is so special about a cat? Is it really necessary? Fong Lin pondered as he ambled over to see what they were up to. Snowball, perhaps feeling timid in this new environment, nestled in a corner of the sofa, wide-eyed and motionless, glancing nervously at the assembled company. Jia, perched on the sofa, was also watching intently. Fong Lin approached, letting out a playful growl. Jia turned to pat his head before returning his full attention to Snowball. How did he suddenly become so enamored? Is your warm-heartedness shifting targets a tad too swiftly? Lin's father cleared his throat while holding a pamphlet from the pet store and began to read aloud. He advised against frequently playing with the newly brought home kitten due to its cuteness and novelty, cautioning about potential emergency reactions. Upon finishing this sentence, Qingqing playfully swatted at Xiao Jia's pouting backside, urging him to keep a distance from the little Snowball. Xiao Jia scrunched up his face and shuffled backward. He continued with the pamphlet, warning against regularly changing cat food, as the differing ingredients could lead to gastrointestinal discomfort. Furthermore, He cautioned against bathing the cat immediately upon bringing it home, as this could provoke a stress response, which in severe cases could be life-threatening. Hearing this, Ching-Ching's face paled slightly in fear. Is it really that serious? She asked. Lin's father reassured her, saying, cats generally groom themselves. We needn't bathe the snowball. It will be fine. At that moment, Xiao Jie remembered Kaka. What about Kaka? He inquired. Lin's father pondered for a moment, then replied. The store clerk informed me that Kaka had just been vaccinated and shouldn't be bathed for 7 days. After that, if he gets dirty or smelly, we can wipe him down with warm water. Xiao Jie leaned closer to Fong Lin and sniffed, prompting Fong Lin to disdainfully pull away. Not smelly at all. He retorted. Of course, I'm not smelly, Fong Lin thought, rolling his eyes internally. He could feel that he was completely clean. The rumored lice were but a myth. Likely one of the perks of his rebirth. The clerk also mentioned that Kaka has a larger appetite than the average dog. So we can feed him a bit more to aid in his growth. Whose appetite is large? Yang's mother emerged from the kitchen with a pair of scissors, joining the conversation. Kaka, Xiao Jie exclaimed, raising his hand. Oh, with that, Yang's mother hurried back into the kitchen. Dad, it seems Snowball is trembling. Ching-Ching suddenly expressed her concern. Fong Lin turned to look, and saw that Snowball appeared especially relaxed and soft, resembling a plush toy. Its deep blue eyes and paws, which seemed to wear white gloves, were undeniably adorable. Yet, this little cutie was now curled up, shivering in fear. Lin's father quickly flipped through the manual, in search of a solution. This might be due to the fear of a new environment. Let me see what I can do, he murmured. What's wrong? What is happening? Yang's mother rushed out from the kitchen upon hearing the commotion. Snowball continued to tremble, and Fong Lin's heart tightened with concern. He suddenly realized that this kitten was akin to a younger sister at home. Gentle, quiet, and timid, while the dog was like a boisterous child, sturdy and resilient. As the elder brother, it was only natural that he should treat his sister with care. Thus, Fong Lin slowly approached, resting his head on the sofa and gently inching closer to the curled-up Snowball. Don't be afraid, he softly called in a soothing tone. Uncertain if it would help, he then leaned a little closer to Snowball. A miraculous moment unfolded as Snowball ceased its trembling, and its little head cautiously peeked out from the curled-up body, making eye contact with Fong Lin's azure gaze. Time seemed to stretch, perhaps for just a fleeting instant. The Snowball gradually poked its head out, its delicate pink nose gently touching the canine snout of Fong Lin. The living room was enveloped in a serene atmosphere. Yang Ma, with a look of excitement, quietly held her phone, capturing the moment between the dog and the cat. Mom, keep it down, little Jia protested, as Yang Ma playfully tapped his forehead. With a sigh, he obediently crawled down, realizing that Yang Ma had leaned on him for stability. Upon hearing the sound, the Snowball curled back into a quiet corner of the sofa, appearing much calmer now, its eyes occasionally wandering about. My, how adorable. Fong Lin finally comprehended why so many people were devoted to cats. After the movie concluded, Yang Ma sighed, putting away her phone, standing up from the now trembling little Jia, and affectionately ruffled Fong Lin's fur. Kaka performed well. You shall receive extra treats tonight. I wonder if a 3-month-old puppy can eat meat? Fong Lin silently roared in his mind, convinced that his current digestive abilities could easily handle chicken breast or the like. Alas, he had no way to convey this to Yang Ma. At 7 in the evening, the sky gradually darkened, the summer nights always arriving slowly. Fong Lin lay on the soft mat by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the scenery. This spot had been specially arranged by Lin Ba, who noticed Fong Lin's fondness for lounging by the window. Across the way, it appeared a couple on the 4th floor was embroiled in a quarrel, cushions flying about. Fong Lin watched with great interest. Suddenly, he was greeted by the sight of blue orbs of light, numerous in number, seemingly both distant and near. A glance back revealed that similar blue orbs floated within the house, undulating like jellyfish in slow motion. The sky was adorned with the hues of sunset, the sun descending as the moon ascended. Fong Lin gazed at these orbs, pondering their nature. Surely they were not physical objects. As Lin Ba and the 2 children showed no reaction whatsoever. Why could he see them? Could he choose not to see them? Reflecting on some novels he had previously read, he slowly contemplated, not visible, attempting to dismiss the phenomenon. Indeed, the blue orbs gradually faded from view. Startled, he feared they might vanish forever and hastily concentrated on those lights, employing every effort to sense them. The blue orbs gradually reappeared. Chapter 10 Through continuous exploration. Fong Lin finally gained the ability to control his perception of these blue orbs. A hypothesis formed in his mind. Could they be akin to the spiritual energies or elements depicted in novels? Might they be something he could cultivate upon absorbing? If successful, Would he not become a superpowered dog? Yet, why had he only seen a solitary blue orb the previous night, while now there were so many? Fong Lin gazed out at the dissipating twilight and the encroaching night, contemplating the likelihood that the blue lights might become exceptionally vibrant in the evening. After all, it would be difficult to explain why he had only perceived these luminous points during the night, never in the daylight. Perhaps today, as heightened visibility was due to an amplified ability within himself to sense these ethereal blue lights, akin to an upgrade of spiritual roots in a fantasy novel. He shook his head, attempting to dispel such distractions from his mind. Why ponder so much? He could simply attempt to absorb them and see what transpired. He felt an inexplicable affinity for these lights, leading him to believe that nothing untoward would occur, just as he recalled several methods. He had yet to embark on his experimentation when Aunt Yang called the family to dinner. Upon hearing her voice, Fong Lin suddenly became aware of his own stomach rumbling in response. He glanced at the wall clock. It was already 8 o'clock. Perhaps it was best to eat first. There was no rush at this moment. Rising swiftly from his cushion, he dashed towards the dining table, his excitement mirroring that of pets he had seen eagerly responding to meal times. He felt as though he had transformed into a superpowered dog and resolved to maintain a semblance of normalcy. Aunt Yang placed a platter of succulent lobster on the table, chuckling as she watched Fong Lin wagging his tail in eager anticipation. Is someone excited for dinner? She teased. Look at you all. Hasn't anyone else heard me call for dinner? You're all less obedient than Fong Lin. She then turned to scold the 3 family members who were still lounging on the sofa. Fong Lin's father shrugged as he switched off the projector, while Xiao Jie let out a dramatic wail. My Neza. However, his lamentations bore no fruit, and he, along with Ching Ching, eventually made their way to the dining table. Before long, the table was laden with an array of delectable dishes: salt-baked lobster, steamed hairy crabs, spicy boiled fish, grilled steak, and fragrant vegetable soup. The aroma wafted through the air, driving Fong Lin nearly to the brink of madness with hunger. Ever since Aunt Yang had summoned him to dinner, his stomach had been protesting fiercely, and now the mouth-watering scents enveloping the room had incited a rebellious stir within him. What about Snowball? Ching Ching inquired. Glancing toward Aunt Yang, Fong Lin's father interjected, I'll put her back in the cat carrier and leave some of her usual cat food there. She might feel more comfortable there. She's quite skittish right now, but she'll settle down in a couple of days. Soon, after ensuring Snowball was comfortably situated, he returned with a freshly washed bowl for Fong Lin. Noticing the urgency of Fong Lin's hunger, Aunt Yang poured some dog food and milk cake into his bowl. Is this really it? He thought, slightly dismayed. However, much to his relief, Aunt Yang soon reappeared from the kitchen, placing a piece of steak atop the dog food. Quite splendid, Fong Lin mused, eyeing the steak adorned with delicate marbling. His appetite surged. Yet now a dilemma presented itself. Should he begin feasting immediately, or wait for the family to join him? Squatting before his filled bowl, he observed the family pouring drinks, with Aunt Yang serving herself a small glass of red wine, clearly preparing for a toast. Should he dive into his meal, or hold off until everyone dined together? Sighing deeply, Fong Lin found himself struggling to fully embrace his canine identity. Ordinarily, he would have begun to eat the dog food the moment Yang Ma poured it. Yet he did not. When Yang Ma brought over a steak to place in his bowl, he should have started eating, but he still refrained. Fong Lin noticed Lin Ba's gaze shifting towards him, and he thought it best to forego his meal. Having already displayed his peculiarities, he decided to amplify them. He would wait until they prompted him to eat, for even dogs could exhibit restraint against their primal instincts. Mom and Dad, look. Kaka is sitting there watching us. Why isn't he eating? At first, Yang Ma had not noticed, but upon seeing it, she exclaimed in delight. Could it be that he is waiting for us to tell him to start? She hurried off to grab her phone. Fong Lin was at a loss for words. He felt his mouth watering, wondering why Yang Ma was taking the time to fetch her phone. Fortunately, she was quick, worried that he might succumb to temptation and eat beforehand. She swiftly began recording, capturing the delectable spread on the table and the family. Then turned the camera towards Fong Lin and began to explain. Today, our family is fortunate to welcome 2 new members, the dashing Kaka and the adorable Shueqiu. However, Shueqiu is quite shy and will not be making an appearance for now. Let us give them a warm welcome. Little Jia was the first to excitedly clap his hands, almost leaping from his seat, truly embodying the spirit of celebration. Lin Ba and Ching Ching also smiled and joined in the applause, synchronizing with Yang Ma. Fong Lin's emotions were a tumultuous blend of feelings. The family's life was imbued with such a sense of ritual, as if they were living within a film. With Yang Ma, the whimsical cook full of childlike wonder, always adorned with a smile, and Lin Ba, who endeavored to support her. Alongside the 2 children whose kindness was evident, he felt a pang of envy for their familial dynamic. He envied Qingqing and Little Jie the most, for they thrived in a nurturing environment, bolstered by Yang Ma's ability to craft their lives into a fairy tale. What must it be like for children raised in such a household? It had been a long time since he had experienced the warmth of home. He began to waver in his previous convictions, which held that life should be mundane and family life should be the same. Yet, perhaps this was also quite splendid. If he were to integrate into their world, surely there would be a unique joy to be found. Excellent. I declare Kaka and Shueqiu as official members of our family. Let us raise our glasses. With Yang Ma's rising tone, the family lifted their drinks and began to toast. Ah! Little Jie exclaimed in delight after sipping the chilled Sprite. Let us eat. Yang Ma directed the camera towards Fong Lin as she uttered these words, seeing them begin to use their chopsticks. Fong Lin lowered his head to start eating as well, though his heart still raced with excitement. To be honest, when he heard the toast, he had been swept up in the moment, nearly overcoming his inner sense of embarrassment, almost giving a joyful howl. However, this posed a considerable hurdle for his somewhat socially anxious heart. Never mind, life stretches ahead, does it not, dear family? With this thought, Fong Lin raised his gaze once more to the few individuals around him, savoring their meal, and a grin spread across his face. At that moment, he was suddenly enveloped by a sensation of exquisite delight emanating from the depths of his soul, a pleasure that escalated from a gentle wave to an all-consuming tide, compelling him to close his eyes and let out a howl of exhilaration. Following this ecstasy was an unparalleled sense of relief. As if he had shed several pounds of weight, Fong Lin exhaled deeply, opened his eyes, and was taken aback by the scene before him. A myriad of blue specks of light danced in his vision, reminiscent of an entire galaxy cascading down from the heavens to surround him. He could sense these luminous points rejoicing and frolicking, an inexplicable intuition blossoming within his heart. So it is thus. Fong Lin smiled. Chapter 11. The Celestial Convergence. The original body, S. Husky, much like the female husky, had once gazed enviously from behind the kennel as it witnessed another dog being taken away, thus planting a seed of longing in its not-so-bright mind. Now, having truly become a part of this family, Fong Lin had fulfilled a wish of his predecessor, and his spirit fully embraced this new vessel. This resulted in a significant enhancement of Fong Lin's innate abilities, allowing him to perceive the boundless blue specks of light. Fong Lin willed the luminous points to fade from his sight. Although they vanished as before, he could still feel their presence surrounding him, omnipresent within the room. An irresistible urge to absorb these points began to swell within him. He devoured the remaining dog food and steak, took a sip of water from the balcony, and then lay down on the soft cushion by the floor-to-ceiling window. In all the novels he had read, characters would close their eyes and guide ethereal energies. So Fong Lin too shut his eyes, envisioning a black hole within him, slowly rotating and drawing in all forms of matter. He cautiously began to direct this black hole to absorb the blue specks of light. Indeed, it worked. The blue luminescence around him gradually flowed into his body. Realizing his thoughts had succeeded without any adverse reactions, Fong Lin continued to absorb. However, in his excitement, he failed to notice the unusual movements of the surrounding blue specks. Surely everyone has seen an hourglass or observed the moment when a sink filled with water has its plug pulled. At that moment, the densely packed blue points in the space around him resembled water being released from a blocked drain, the opening gradually widening and the suction intensifying. By the time Fong Lin sensed something amiss, he had lost control of the situation. He saw the surrounding light points swirling into his body as if caught in a colossal vortex, which expanded to encompass the entire neighborhood. From above, it appeared as though the nearby area's luminous points were being inexorably drawn into the whirlpool. The sudden occurrence startled Fong Lin, yet upon closer inspection, he realized that he did not feel any sensation of being overwhelmed. Instead, he experienced an escalating wave of stimulation, akin to the gradual ascent one feels before reaching a climax. A resounding boom echoed within his soul, rendering his mind momentarily blank as 9 radiant orbs of blue starlight materialized within him. These luminous spheres began to intertwine, culminating in the ethereal manifestation of a silver wolf, which let out a piercing howl towards the heavens. The roar jolted Fong Lin from his stupor, and as he regained his composure, the starlight and the wolf's apparition faded, leaving behind 9 empty slots intricately embedded within his being. These slots did not physically exist within his flesh, much like the dantians in novels. With careful attunement, Fong Lin could sense their presence. As the 9 slots emerged, the swirling vortex above the neighborhood gradually subsided. When he attempted to absorb the energy once more, he found that the blue specks were slowly being drawn into the first slot, albeit at a significantly reduced pace compared to before. This evident phenomenon led Fong Lin to understand that his future path lay in filling these 9 slots one by one. Had he embarked upon the path of cultivation? Indeed, it was a delightful realization. In a technologically advanced base in the southern province, officials were inquiring about the recent surge of spiritual energy. What was that fluctuation? Have we pinpointed the exact location? The time frame was too brief. We only have a general area. No reports of related incidents have come in, ruling out the possibility of a new passage opening. Damn it. Can the research department's energy detection system even function? Let me see. Such a vast range? Well then, dispatch a task force to Sioux City. Remember to inform the local authorities to maintain order and prioritize stability. Understood. Meanwhile, Fong Lin, having closed his eyes to absorb the energy for a while, assessed the progress of the first slot. To his dismay, he could barely perceive any filling, akin to a progress bar that had not moved after an hour of downloading. How long would this take? Rising to stretch and relax, certainly not slacking off. As balance between work and rest was essential, he noted that his strength had noticeably increased due to the earlier incident. However, it felt more like an optimization deep within his body, reminiscent of genetic evolution. His actual power had not escalated dramatically, though his senses had sharpened significantly. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If he could perceive the blue specks, surely others in this world could as well, particularly the government of the Dragon Federation. For how else could they maintain such a peaceful and stable existence? Would he be discovered? If they realized he could sense and absorb these blue specks, would they not treat him like a military asset? That would be unbearable. His delightful life had only just begun, and he had yet to savor the exquisite snowflake steak. As soon as a flicker of doubt arose within him, the surrounding blue orbs conveyed a message. It turned out that when he formed 9 empty slots, he acquired the ability to cloak any fluctuations he wished. What was this situation? Why did it feel as if these luminous points were akin to companions? So considerate and friendly? It seemed he was likely a genius, at least in terms of his camaraderie with these glowing entities. Aside from a lingering concern that he wouldn't be conscripted as a police dog, Fong Lin exhaled in relief and began to survey his territory. Ah, Kak has awakened. Little Jia, sprawled on the sofa watching cartoons, noticed that Fong Lin was no longer napping but was now active. He sat up, eager to cuddle with Fong Lin while watching. Fong Lin deftly maneuvered past him, playfully swiping his tail against little Jia's rear. What's so captivating about the legend of Neza? I've seen it all before, it's rather dull. Li Jing, quickly surrender Neza. Thunder rumbled as Fong Lin turned his gaze to the giant screen, which projected scenes of the flood engulfing Chintang Pass. The Dragon King of the Four Seas loomed above, amidst flashes of lightning and torrential rain. It was this episode. The classic moment was imminent, where Neza, determined not to implicate the people of Chintang Pass, resolutely took his own life before the Dragon King. Unbeknownst to him, Fong Lin leapt onto the sofa, lying down as little Jia and Qingqing dared not blink. Utterly engrossed in the unfolding narrative, the deluge caused by the Dragon King submerged villages and farmland, leaving countless citizens homeless. Torn between his subjects and his son, Li Jing stripped off his shirt and knelt before the Dragon King, willing to sacrifice his own life to seek forgiveness. Neza, unwilling to allow his father such humiliation, rushed forward and seized Li Jing's sword, ending his own life at the cliff's edge. The little dragon girl was a moment too late. Upon witnessing Neza's demise, tears brimming in her eyes, she cried out to the Dragon King, "Father!" The dragon pearl was not stolen by Neza. Little Jia could no longer hold back his tears, exclaiming, "The Dragon King of the Four Seas is so wicked." Qingqing's large eyes were also filled with tears. Fong Lin observed the children's reactions and shook his head. Ultimately, it was a matter of power in the animation. The Dragon King unjustly attributed the lost dragon pearl to Neza. If Neza had the capability to flay the Dragon King alive, would they dare to seek retribution? Suddenly, Fong Lin recalled that his current world was perhaps not as straightforward as it appeared. An inkling of urgency stirred within him. Although he trusted that the Dragon Kingdom could ensure safety within its borders, what if? What if there was a bandit who had also absorbed the luminous points? Fong Lin glanced at the 2 children, now sobbing uncontrollably, and resolved to watch one more episode before resuming his cultivation. Chapter 12. Could it be that someone truly engages in morning exercises at 6 o'clock? It's 10 o'clock. Time to sleep. The voice of Yang Ma resonated from the second-floor bedroom. However, Xiao Jia and Qingqing chose to feign deafness, engrossed in the legend of Neza, pretending to be oblivious. After a moment of silence, noticing the absence of a response from her children, Yang Ma's voice escalated. "Lin Jia, Lin Yuqing, it's time for bed. Do not make me call for you a third time." Upon hearing his mother's ultimatum, Lin Jia sighed. The pressures of life weighed heavily upon this young elementary student, and he reluctantly reached for the remote to turn off the projector. Yet, just as his finger hovered over the button, the screen displayed a particularly captivating scene of Nez's reincarnation, causing Lin Zhijie to pause once more. A click echoed as the door from the second floor creaked open. Both Lin Zhijie and Lin Yuqing jolted in alarm, swiftly shutting off the projector and darting to the bathroom to wash up. Fong Lin observed the hasty retreat of the two children, alongside the imposing figure of Yang Ma, who stood overlooking the living room from the second floor, and he couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that no child, regardless of their background, could escape the age-old game of wits with their mother. Lin Yuqing, what a lovely name, he mused. On a rainy morning, Fong Lin watched Lin Yuqing, who was pretentiously calm, yet visibly anxious as she washed up, and felt that her name suited her essence perfectly. As for Lin Zhijie, it was clear that his parents had put considerable thought into his name. Henceforth, he would continue to refer to him as Xiao Jie. Dressed in pink pajamas adorned with a Winnie the Pooh design, Lin Yuqing, after completing her morning routine, turned to Yang Ma, who was still on the second floor, and voiced a request. Mom, could Kakaka sleep with me tonight? No, there's a bed for him beside the sofa, came the reply. Indeed. Beside the large window was a soft mat, and next to the sofa stood a sizable basket-like object filled with plush cushions, which Yang Ma had specially prepared for Fong Lin. However, Fong Lin preferred to lounge on the sofa while watching television. But you promised me, Mom, Lin Yuqing pouted, her delicate face displaying a hint of disappointment, her large eyes seemingly reflecting her emotions as their corners drooped. Kakaka just received his vaccination less than a week ago. He can't bathe for 3 days. We'll discuss it once he has his bath. But Kakaka isn't dirty. Fong Lin was indeed clean. Following the recent spirit storm, the official term in this world, his fur had become luxuriously smooth and glossy. Whether it was the dark hair on his back or the white fur on his belly, all appearing as if meticulously cared for. He also emanated a subtle fragrance, detectable only upon close proximity. Yang Ma glanced at Fong Lin under the soft light, and indeed he appeared quite clean. Then, she looked at the pouting Lin Yuqing, and, considering that Kakaka had already been vaccinated, she reluctantly conceded. All right, but he is not allowed on your bed. He will sleep on the floor, and you are not to touch him before bed. Okay, Mom. Yang Ma observed Lin Yuqing's eager compliance, and shook her head as she returned to the bedroom, muttering under her breath, All right, Mom. Humph, I hardly believe you. And indeed, the reality proved her words to be true. In Lin Yuqing's princess-like room, Fong Lin had already been invited to climb onto the bed. As Xiao Jie entered the room to join the lively atmosphere, he gazed enviously at his sister. He dared not voice such requests to their mother, having learned from past experiences that it would lead to trouble. Fong Lin, too, was aware that after being blessed by the azure light, he felt cleaner than Lin Yuqing, which was why he had the courage to climb up. Moreover, he continuously absorbed the glowing points, perhaps even benefiting Lin Yuqing in some way. Sister, could you please talk to Mom about letting Kaka sleep in my room tomorrow? You're in the 3rd grade now. Why do you still need someone to sleep with you? But you're about to start middle school. Hey, are you arguing with me? I'm a girl. Can you compare yourself to me? All right, fine. Throughout their childhood, whenever he and Lin Yuqing had even the slightest disagreement, both Lin Dad and Yang Mom would scold him without hesitation, gradually instilling in him a reluctance to anger his sister. Nevertheless, their sibling bond remained strong. Okay, enough of that. It's late. You shouldn't be in a girl's room any longer. Lin Yuqing gently ushered the reluctant Xiao Jie back to his own room, then happily climbed into bed, affectionately ruffling Fong Lin's hair before settling under the covers. Since the 1st grade, Yang Mom had firmly insisted that she sleep in her own room, forbidding any shared slumber regardless of circumstances. Although Lin Yuqing had grown accustomed to sleeping alone, having Fong Lin's company brought her great joy. Fong Lin lay down at her feet. Good night, Kaka. Lin Yuqing bid Fong Lin good night, reached out to turn off the bedside lamp, and quickly nestled back under the covers. In the darkness, Fong Lin watched Lin Yuqing, snugly wrapped in her air-conditioned blanket, and silently returned her good-night wish. Perhaps it was due to their financial comfort. But Fong Lin felt that every corner of the house, except for the balcony, was pleasantly maintained at a temperature of around 20 degrees Celsius, with the central air conditioning running 24 hours a day as long as someone was home. Though it was just past 10, Fong Lin wasn't particularly tired. Lin Yuqing had already drifted off to sleep, and he found himself lying at the foot of the bed with little to occupy his time. Despite this being his first time in a girl's bedroom, he felt quite at ease. Might as well practice a bit. In the darkness, where the ordinary eye could not see, spiritual energy began to gradually converge within Fong Lin's body. He mused that calling them blue light points was insufficient. He He decided to name them spiritual energy. This name came to him instinctively. However, why was the spiritual energy so scattered? In the novels he had read, it seemed to flow as smoothly as air or water. After pondering this trivial question for a while, Fong Lin resolved to abandon the thought. The spiritual energy was vividly present before him, exhibiting both light and particulate qualities. As for those authors he had read, did they truly understand the art of cultivation? Beneath the moonlight, the spiritual energy appeared to form a gently rotating nebula, gradually filling the first cavity within Fong Lin's body, slow yet steadfast. Unbeknownst to him, he eventually fell asleep. Time passed, and suddenly, with a soft click, the door creaked open. Fong Lin sharply opened his eyes. The curtains veiling the window allowed only a few faint rays of light to seep through, casting the room into profound darkness. Yet, this obscurity did not hinder Fong Lin nor the person who had just entered. "I knew it," the newcomer murmured, stealthily approaching and embracing Fong Lin while issuing a gentle shushing sound. Fong Lin, not inclined to resist, was initially captivated by the unique fragrance emanating from Yang Ma, surrendering to her embrace as he leaned against the soft cushion. However, did this shushing truly have an effect on dogs? After leading Fong Lin outside, Yang Ma closed the door behind them. As they descended the stairs, Fong Lin glanced at the wall clock in the living room. It was 6 in the morning. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the sun was just breaking on the horizon, painting the sky with rosy hues. "Why am I being taken out so early?" Fong Lin questioned. His gaze fixed on Yang Ma. Clad in athletic wear, she replied while walking, "Come on, I'm taking you for a morning workout." Without expecting a response from Fong Lin, she reached the entrance, changed her shoes, and retrieved his leash to put it on him. Shocked, Fong Lin instinctively complied with her actions. It was only after the leash was fastened that he regained his senses. "Are we being serious? Morning exercise at 6? Can we skip it? I went to bed rather late last night. A 3-month-old needs ample sleep for development," Fong Lin protested, pouting and leaning back to resist Yang Ma's gentle tug, attempting to defy this alluring woman. Chapter 13. Shall I wash another dish? Yang Ma opened the door and tugged on the leash, finding it unyielding. Turning back, she saw Fong Lin pouting in a defiant manner, and she playfully smacked his rear as she returned. "Hurry up. Early risers must exercise, or else there will be no meat to eat." "Ah, how annoying. Who threatens a dog with meat?" Cornered, Fong Lin reluctantly followed Yang Ma out the door. It was inhumane to take him out for a walk without breakfast at such an early hour. Though Fong Lin was not entirely averse to a stroll, having not played outdoors in days, he secretly longed for it. This did not mean he wished to be awakened at 6 in the morning. Observing Yang Ma in her fitted athletic attire and sneakers, it was evident she was a habitual early riser. Would he be subjected to this daily morning run? However, Fong Lin's internal conflict dissipated the moment they exited the hallway. The luxurious community had evidently invested thought into its landscaping. The fresh morning air invigorated Fong Lin both physically and mentally, awakening his senses. He had not witnessed the sunrise at 6 in the morning in quite some time, nor had he inhaled the crisp morning air. Many things, such as rising early to exercise, are not inherently unpleasant. On the contrary, one knows they are beneficial. Yet often one is simply too lazy or unwilling to engage. When someone encourages you to partake, the initial annoyance can quickly fade. However, once you savor the benefits he brings, you will begin to rejoice and express gratitude to those who have inspired your transformation. Yang Ma performed a few preparatory stretches in place, loosening her muscles, before leading Fong Lin down the shaded pathways of the community for a run. The pace was indeed brisk, and given Fong Lin's shorter legs compared to Yang Ma's, he had to run with all 4 feet in a high-frequency rhythm to keep up with her speed. Nonetheless, dogs naturally possess remarkable endurance when it comes to running. And after the surge of energy from the previous day's event, Fong Lin's body began to undergo subtle transformations. After 5 minutes, Fong Lin gradually adjusted to the most suitable stride and rhythm, relishing the act of running with each breath he took. After 10 minutes, his entire being began to awaken, as if some latent potential within him had been stirred. 20 minutes later, Yang Ma's speed began to slow. While Fong Lin felt as though every pore in his body had opened up, he discovered that even during the day, there were particles of energy present, albeit less abundant and less active than at night. Previously, Fong Lin had been unable to perceive them due to his undeveloped aptitude. Now, he realized that he could gradually absorb these particles during exercise, and astonishingly, the rate at which he absorbed them during the day was nearly comparable to that of the night, even when the quantity was insufficient. 30 minutes, 40 minutes passed. Yang Ma gradually came to a halt, transitioning to a leisurely walk to relax. After the workout, she exuded an even more feminine charm. her fair and rosy skin radiating a healthy glow, with a faint blush gracing her cheeks and her bright eyes reflecting the depth of autumn waters. As she regulated her breathing, Fong Lin too came to a stop, unwinding his body. After a morning of exercise, he felt invigorated, even looking forward to tomorrow's morning practice. The only downside was that his stomach had begun to grumble. He required ample energy to support his growth. As a 3-month-old, he already needed a large bowl of dog food and a substantial steak, and it was likely that his appetite would increase several-fold as he matured. He wondered if Yang Ma would feel distressed by this in the future. Contemplating this, Fong Lin cast a furtive glance at Yang Ma, feeling a pang of guilt. For he was merely a dog without any means to contribute, simply consuming without working. After relaxing, Yang Ma led Fong Lin homeward. It was 6:40, and she still had to prepare breakfast for the family. As she walked, she praised Fong Lin, saying, "Well done, Kaka." However, running with a leash is quite uncomfortable. Yang Ma gazed at Fong Lin, who sat upright under her scrutiny, fidgeting restlessly until she suddenly burst into laughter, seemingly lost in thought, and guided him back home. "Time to eat, you lazy ones," Yang Ma called out as she brought breakfast to the dining table, shouting up the stairs. "Oh well." Fong Lin squatted beside the table, barking at his bowl, urging Yang Ma to hurry and serve him, as he was already feeling ravenous. "What are you hurrying for? Could you please call them up? Can't you see how busy I am? Do they truly consider themselves to be dogs?" Fong Lin hesitated, contemplating whether to summon them. If he complied, it would reveal that he understood human speech and could open doors. He felt it was necessary to spend some time acclimating, allowing himself a period for learning. Thus, Fong Lin persisted in nudging the food bowl, howling a woo. "Oh well, all right, enough already. How annoying." Yang Ma wiped her hands on her apron, filled a bowl with milk cake for Fong Lin, and then went to the kitchen to fetch him a boiled chicken leg. "Go on, eat your food. Stop your incessant barking." Since becoming a dog, Fong Lin's palate had indeed become somewhat bland, but he was aware that his digestive capabilities surpassed those of an ordinary pet. Most pets have delicate stomachs. Despite the imposing stature of breeds like Alaskan Malamutes or Huskies, a slight deviation from their preferred diet could lead to dire consequences. However, it mattered little. He now found the unsalted chicken leg quite palatable, perhaps one of the joys of being a dog. Crunch, crunch. The long-boiled chicken bone was no longer so tough. It was quickly crushed and swallowed by Fong Lin. "Goodness, have you only been fed chicken legs at 3 months old? Can you even handle the bones?" At that moment, Lin Ba descended the stairs, noticing Fong Lin gnawing on the chicken leg, and then took a seat at the dining table. "You talk too much. Can't you see how much Kaka is enjoying his meal? Hurry up and eat your food." Calling him won't bring him down. Lin Ba shrugged, wisely refraining from engaging further, and picked up his chopsticks to take a bite of the sweet and sour shredded potatoes. When a woman is busy with household chores, it is best to heed her words without resistance. This is a lesson Lin Ba had learned over the years. Yet, avoiding trouble does not mean it won't find you. "Are you going to eat directly? Could you please call your 2 children to the table? They learn to sleep in every day from you." As Yang Ma brought out the soup for all 4, she remarked. Lin Ba set down his chopsticks and raised his hand. "At your service, my lady. I shall go at once." Humph. Fong Lin listened to the domestic theater beside him while savoring his meal. As a dog, he was beyond Yang Ma's reprimands, allowing him to be a perfect spectator. Quite content. After finishing the last morsel of dog food, Lin Ba descended with Xiao Jie and Lin Yuqing. Sated, Fong Lin prepared to return to his nest for a nap. Having exercised and feasted, he felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Am I to simply toss the bowl aside then? Fong Lin's movements suddenly froze. What else would you do? Should I wash the bowl? Fong Lin turned to see Yang Ma's displeased expression. Lacking confidence, his ears drooped as he slowly made his way back to his nest. Why are you angry with Kaka? I'll wash the dishes shortly. Eat your meal. What are you eating? Have you fed Shueqiu? Go give him a bit more. All right, I shall do so right away. At last, the once boisterous household fell into a tranquil state, as everyone began to partake in breakfast. Chapter 14. Lu Jing next door tomorrow is August 25th. You should be reporting now, right? Yang Ma inquired, rolling a tea egg about, deftly peeling its shell while glancing up at Lin Yuqing. Lin Yuqing's response revealed a hint of anxiety. There has been no news regarding the class assignments from the 9th middle school. How did you fare in the placement exams? Ching. Are you confident about entering the key class? Mom, you've asked this question numerous times already. Humph, if you're annoyed. Just wait until tomorrow, and we can discuss it then if you're not accepted. Lin Yuqing cast a forlorn glance at Lin Ba, who, upon receiving the cue, cleared his throat and said, Oh dear, as long as the child is happy, that is what matters. Before Lin Yuqing could revel in this sentiment, Yang Ma shot Lin Ba a sidelong glance and retorted, "For girls, it is of utmost importance to possess intellect. Otherwise, one may find themselves ensnared by mere flattery." Oblivious to the deception, Lin Ba fell silent, unable to counter Yang Ma's assertion. After having quelled him, Yang Ma turned to Lin Yuqing and continued, "My expectations are not exorbitant. Both your father and I graduated from a prestigious institution. At the very least, aim for an ordinary 985 or 211 would suffice. If you can enter the key class at the 9th middle school, there remains a glimmer of hope. Otherwise," while Lin Yuqing buried her head in her bowl, remaining mute. She felt equally helpless. Not everyone possesses a knack for academia. She had struggled with the placement exam's challenging questions, barely comprehending them. Xiao Jie, still in primary school, perhaps due to genetic advantages, could easily score 100 despite his penchant for play. Particularly, elementary mathematics posed no challenge for him, allowing him to remain blissfully indifferent during such discussions. In the corner of the living room, a cat carrier contained Xueqiu, who peeked out to survey the family. Feng Lin, lounging on a mat, sensed her presence and turned to her, playfully sticking out his tongue in a gesture of camaraderie. After a brief exchange of glances, Xueqiu retreated to consume her cat food. Feng Lin continued to eavesdrop on the breakfast conversation until drowsiness overcame him, prompting him to close his eyes and slumber. When Feng Lin next opened his eyes, it was already past 9 o'clock. He yawned, crawling out of his dog bed, stretching languidly and reveling in the delightful shiver that coursed through him. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed Yang Ma laying out a yoga mat in the living room, clad in yoga attire as she practiced, with a phone holder positioned nearby. It appeared she was recording a video, as the wall displayed a scene from Empresses in the Palace rather than a live stream. "Here, you should open your hands and stretch as far as possible." The voice instructed in what seemed to be a genuine instructional video. Feng Lin squatted nearby, observing for a while, and found the explanations to be quite thorough. However, as he gazed at Yang Ma's curvaceous figure, he speculated that there must be no shortage of men interested in practicing yoga. Sundays in the household tended to be rather serene, with Lin Ba, Lin Yuqing, and Xiao Jie each engrossed in their own activities within their respective rooms. Meanwhile, Xueqiu finally emerged from her carrier, cautiously surveying her surroundings before swiftly darting to the cat litter box nearby, attending to her business before scampering back. Why is this snowball sister so timid? Feng Lin leaped onto the couch, preparing to practice for a while, but soon became engrossed in the unfolding drama on the screen, which was unexpectedly depicting a scene of blood testing for familial ties. Yang Ma also paused her recording, settling beside Feng Lin and using him as a cushion while watching. Alas, how unfortunate for Dr. Wan. Why did he resort to self-castration? Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Feng Lin glanced towards the entrance, his enhanced senses kicking into gear after his transformation. Soon, an image of a woman, approximately 159 meters tall and weighing around 110 pounds, enveloped in a fragrance reminiscent of plum blossoms, materialized in his mind. Perceiving no threat from Yang Ma, Feng Lin decided to ignore it and continued to relish the television show. However, just as he stood up, Yang Ma paused the drama, prompting an exasperated sigh from Feng Lin as he followed her down from the couch. As the family pet, it was customary to greet guests, for even dogs exhibit a certain excitement when company arrives. Upon opening the door, a perfectly plump woman with a youthful visage, clad in yoga attire, stood at the threshold. Upon seeing the door ajar, she joyfully stepped inside. "Oh dear, Lu Jing, don't forget to change your shoes." "Oh right, I forgot, hee hee." The woman, referred to as Lu Jing by Yang Ma, had a round face that exuded a naive charm. "Ah, this must be Kaka. Come here for a hug, auntie." Feng Lin, now 3 months old, fit perfectly in her embrace, as Lu Jing scooped him up and affectionately ruffled his hair. Feng Lin felt somewhat helpless. Why was she so exuberant? Nevertheless, Lu Jing's warmth was even more comforting than Yang Ma's. If Yang Ma maintained a perfect figure, slender where it should be and fuller where it ought to be, Lu Jing had a delightful roundness that was pleasing in all the right places. Reflecting on his past human aesthetic preferences, Feng Lin found himself drawn to Lu Jing's physique. Suddenly feeling a twinge of guilt, he furtively glanced at Yang Ma. As soon as Yang Ma and Lu Jing entered, they began chattering away about trivial matters, and soon the trio, 2 women and 1 dog, settled onto the couch. "Oh, is this the blood testing for familial ties? Please continue." Watching the 2 yoga-clad women happily seated on the sofa, engrossed in the conversation about Zhen Huanzhuan, Feng Lin reminisced about the days spent in front of the computer, immersed in calculus and gaming. As he watched the drama unfold, he gleaned that Lu Jing lived directly across from Feng Lin's family and was also a homemaker. However, it seemed her husband was quite strict with her. Even when he was away, she had to inform him of her whereabouts. Today, she had taken a 2-hour leave to visit Yang Ma. How can it be like that? He watches you from the surveillance while he is at work? Oh, he simply cares for me. Lu Jing's optimistic round face betrayed no hint of discontent regarding her husband. But your husband, Mr. Lin, is truly wonderful. He is already a CEO and still enjoys weekends off. Oh, what a boss. Just a stubborn technician. He has finally found his footing now. But you cannot imagine the struggle he endured when he started his venture. Even at 8 or 9 in the evening, he would forget to eat. By the way, how is your family faring these days? Upon hearing this, a hint of worry appeared on Lu Jing's face. It should not be going well. The physical supermarket he operates is not thriving. He does not discuss the specifics with me, but his mood has been rather dismal lately. What do you mean? Is he giving you the cold shoulder when he returns home? Such behavior is appalling. How can one not distinguish between personal and professional matters, bringing a foul temper home? After all, it was his request for you to stay at home. It's all right. I understand he is under immense pressure. You. Why not join me in creating some content on Douyin? I share snippets of my daily life and conduct yoga tutorials, and I've amassed hundreds of thousands of followers. The earnings may not be substantial, but it certainly helps pass the time. Lu Jing seemed somewhat tempted as she glanced at the phone propped up in front of the yoga mat. Yet she ultimately shook her head and replied, forget it. He doesn't like me being in the spotlight, and besides, I wouldn't know how to edit videos. You can always learn. You cannot just become a housewife and stagnate. What if he were to abandon you someday, and you find yourself lacking in skills? Lu Jing's expression darkened slightly. Qianjia, please don't say that. I have faith in him. All right. Whenever you are ready, I'll teach you. By the way, when do you both plan to have children? You're nearly 30, aren't you? A faint blush appeared on Lu Jing's fair face. I'm 29. He is under too much pressure at the moment. Let us wait until this phase passes. It's about time to consider it. I had Ching right after graduating from university at 21. Waiting too long may not bode well for you. Chapter 15. Yes, that is the conclusion. Fong Lin, initially sprawled in Lu Jing's embrace, comfortably leaned against the soft cushion while watching television, suddenly perked up, his mind racing with calculations. Lin Yuqing must have graduated elementary school at the age of 12, so Yang Ma is now 33. However, if she graduated university at 21, that means Yang Ma entered university at 17? Did she skip grades? If she indeed skipped grades, then it is understandable why Lin Yuqing seems so unperturbed when reprimanded. If one's parents never attended university and constantly press you to excel in studies while blaming you for not performing well, how can you argue against their own lack of diligence during their youth? Poor Qing. Lu Jing was too soft after a while of lying there. Fong Lin felt uncomfortable and shifted to the sofa between them. He attempted to watch television while cultivating. If he succeeded, even a slight decrease in efficiency would be acceptable. After all, he could spend the entire day alternating between watching and practicing. Fong Lin was astonished by his own brilliant idea, reminiscent of his past attempts to do homework while watching television. However, unlike his previous habit of setting his pen down shortly after starting, Fong Lin quickly found his rhythm after a few initial failures. He discovered that he could easily allocate a sliver of his attention to maintain the absorption of spiritual energy particles, which would automatically fill the first vacant slot. Ordinary individuals, if they wish to occasionally divert a fragment of their attention to another matter, can achieve this for a brief period. For instance, one might engage in watching a live broadcast while simultaneously perusing a novel, or perhaps enjoy an action film while operating 2 video players concurrently. However, to sustain such attention over an extended duration may require not only diligent practice, but also a touch of innate talent. Presently, aside from the initial captivating plot of the television drama that momentarily caused Fong Lin to lose focus and interrupt his training, he has found the process increasingly fluid. It appears to be genuinely feasible. Unbeknownst to him, 2 hours have elapsed. Fong Lin has been skillfully guiding his spiritual energy while enjoying the drama for a full 2 hours, and he can finally observe a slight progress in filling the empty slot. This arduous endeavor has allowed Fong Lin to adeptly maintain his guidance, enabling him to continue even amidst the most intricate and scheming scenes. Moving forward, Fong Lin intends to perpetuate this guidance throughout his daytime activities. Given that heaven has bestowed upon him such an ability, it is only logical to utilize it judiciously. If he were to transform this guidance into muscle memory, becoming instinctual, perhaps he could even cultivate while sleeping. The prospect of growing stronger during slumber is nothing short of a boon for the lethargic. In pursuit of this envisioned life, an inexhaustible motivation suddenly welled up within Fong Lin. It has been over 2 hours. I must return. Alas, he is not home. Is he truly that sensitive? Let us have lunch at my place, then. The hesitance and excitement were palpable on Lu Jing's face. Why do you sound as if you're asking my little Jia to visit a friend's house? Can't I just call your husband to inform him? Hand me the phone. Lu Jing, reluctant to spend the afternoon alone at home, half-heartedly dialed Yang Ma's number, awaiting with a hint of anticipation. The call connected. Hello? A deep male voice resonated from the other end. It's Yang Yinxian. Oh, hello? How come it's Jingjing's number? She is currently at my house. And we're having hot pot for lunch. I invited her to join, but she insisted on notifying you to avoid any worry. All right, I understand. You may let her come. I approve. Upon hearing the word approve, Yang Ma subtly rolled her eyes. Fine, I shall hang up now. Yang Ma returned the phone to Lu Jing, observing her elation. Did you hear that? He agreed. Yes. I must ask, why are you so obedient? You need his permission just to have a meal out? Oh, never mind. I'll go chop the meat and prepare the vegetables. Let us have hot pot for lunch. Hee, I'll help you. Fong Lin observed Lu Jing, who cheerfully followed Yang Ma into the kitchen, and couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity. Despite being 29 years old, she seemed to harbor an innocent heart, appearing somewhat overly naive and fragile. Yet, every family possesses its unique way of life. As one drinks water, one knows the temperature of it. Before any events transpire, Fong Lin refrains from conjuring any negative outcomes. However, in this regard, he holds a deeper admiration for Yang Ma, though she, too, is a homemaker. She manages her life and family with remarkable order. Rising early for morning exercises does not impede her ability to prepare meals for her family. Lin Ba adores him, and Qingqing and Xiao Jia are quite obedient. Their domestic life is often imbued with unique rituals that allow each family member to feel the warmth of home. Moreover, she finds time to cultivate her own interests or ventures, as Yang Ma often mentions her substantial following of several 100,000 fans. Contrarily, he can only wish Lu Jing well in her naive reliance on her husband's moral compass, hoping that kind-hearted individuals are rewarded with favorable outcomes. Indeed, the comforting presence of Aunt Lu Jing undoubtedly signifies her benevolence. At that moment, Lin Ba opened the bedroom door and poked his head out from the second floor, calling out, I finished editing your video. Can I go fishing this afternoon? Yang Ma, who was merrily chatting with Lu Jing while preparing dishes, promptly removed her apron and beckoned Lu Jing to ascend the stairs with her. Don't rush. I haven't added the conclusion yet. They took the opportunity to summon Fong Lin as well. Lu Jing is here. I didn't even notice. Haha. Lin Ba, upon recognizing Lu Jing, greeted her with a smile that, while casual, radiated sincerity, making one feel genuinely welcomed. Fong Lin, somewhat perplexed, followed along, unsure of his connection to the unfolding events. The three of them, along with a dog, gathered around the computer, with Lin Ba seated in a chair, showcasing the edited video to the two women. Fong Lin leaned in to observe. It was footage from the previous day, starting with their entrance into the pet store. The opulence of the establishment and the prices of some pets flashed by, leading to the scenes of Fong Lin and Xueqiu's acquisition. The next cut revealed the parking lot, where Fong Lin clumsily jumped into the car, landing in a rather undignified manner, accompanied by the subtitle "Ha ha." Ignoring Fong Lin's exasperation, the video continued to play. It soon transitioned to the moment Fong Lin sat before a bountiful bowl of food, only beginning to eat after Yang Ma concluded her line and prompted a toast. The video wrapped up shortly thereafter. This brief glimpse revealed the pet store's luxury and the high cost of the animals, while also showcasing Fong Lin's family's advantageous living conditions through their mode of transportation and residence. Ultimately, it highlighted the charm of the two children, Fong Lin's impeccable appearance and good manners, painting a picture of a harmonious family atmosphere. It epitomized the standard of sharing the beauty of another's life on Douyin. Yang Ma nodded in satisfaction after viewing it. What else do you wish to add? Lin Ba inquired. You should record a video of Kaka squatting and howling at the sky as the conclusion for this video. Do you understand what I mean? Something akin to that lion's head from Tom and Jerry. Lin Ba pondered for a moment before continuing. In a playful manner, the scene closes with a circular TikTok icon. After a cheerful bark from Kaka, the follow button below is activated, signifying a gentle nudge to gain attention. Yes, indeed, that is the sentiment. Take your time. Lu Jing and I will prepare dinner. With that, she pulled Lu Jing along and descended. In the bedroom, Fong Lin sat on the floor, exchanging silent glances with Lin Dad, both lost in contemplation. Chapter 16. The lazy supporting the lazy. Come here, Kaka. Lin Dad beckoned from his chair. Fong Lin hesitated but eventually approached. It felt peculiar to be alone with a man in the bedroom, especially when he was being summoned. Indeed, Lin Dad's appearance was striking. Lin Dad ruffled Fong Lin's hair, indulging in the moment before continuing, Come on, let us film. Afterward, I'll take you to the reservoir for some fishing. The mention of fishing brought a smile to Lin Dad's face, and Fong Lin felt a flicker of excitement. He too harbored a desire for adventure, reminiscent of the invigorating morning run that had set his body ablaze with energy. Thus, Fong Lin positioned himself accordingly before the camera, playfully howling as he looked up. Perfect, Lin Dad exclaimed, turning his chair to manipulate the computer. He dialed a number, and soon a youthful voice responded. Hello, boss, what's up? Xiaowang. Your sister-in-law has added an ending. I've sent you the requirements and video. Please attach it to the previous edit. Boss, do you expect me to edit videos for your sister-in-law every day? Lin Dad chuckled at the response, retorting, what nonsense. Am I supposed to do it myself? Fine. I'll send it to the newcomer, Xiao Lu. Let him handle it. Make sure it's ready before noon. It's already 11:40, boss. Make it 11:50. After hanging up, Fong Lin stared at Lin Dad, astonished by the dealings. Was this work all outsourced? Leaning back in his chair, Lin Dad turned to Fong Lin. If we finish this before lunch, your mother will surely let us go fishing in the afternoon, right? You have no idea how delightful fresh catch grilled on the spot can be. With a spirited howl of agreement, Fong Lin lingered for a moment before slipping out through the door. Spending too much time with an older man was becoming tedious. Realizing mealtime was approaching, Fong Lin decided to head downstairs to the kitchen, eager to see what Yang Ma and Lu Jing were preparing. Go on, go wait elsewhere and don't be a nuisance, Yang Ma said, pretending to shoo him away as he approached. The kitchen was open and not very spacious, with Yang Ma and Lu Jing busy washing vegetables, slicing meat, and arranging dishes. Fong Lin felt somewhat in the way, so he obediently stepped outside the kitchen, observing Yang Ma preparing a considerable amount of meat, likely beef or lamb. But what about him? Had anything been prepared for his enjoyment? A low growl echoed as Fong Lin squatted nearby, engaging in his noisy antics. Yang Ma understood his intentions, for it was not difficult to surmise. At mealtime, a child lingering near the kitchen was undoubtedly yearning for a taste. I've prepared your meal, so cease your clamoring. Do you see this plate? It is all for you. I shall cook it shortly, so you can eat while you play, Yang Ma instructed, gesturing towards a plate brimming with meat. Fong Lin glanced at the generous serving and, satisfied, departed. He now comprehended the sentiments expressed by those who remarked that some lives were less enviable than that of a mere dog. His mornings were a delightful routine, a bit of exercise, a hearty breakfast, followed by slumber until 9. Upon awakening, he would nestle in the warm, fragrant embrace of Lu Jing, indulging in 2 hours of television. Before he knew it, lunchtime approached, and there was no need for cooking. He could simply await the enjoyment of hot pot. Such was the bliss of his existence. With no pressing matters at hand, Fong Lin maintained the guidance of his spiritual particles while crawling onto the mat by the floor-to-ceiling window to relish the view. The midday sun of summer blazed fiercely, filling the shaded community with the continuous chorus of cicadas, passionately announcing the season. The sweltering heat outside suddenly dampened his desire to venture to the reservoir. The comfort of his home, separated from the outside world by glass, was inviting, with the sun's warmth enveloping him pleasantly. Why endure the discomfort of the outdoors on such a hot day? Fishing seemed an unappealing pursuit, especially with the likelihood of mosquitoes. Fong Lin recalled a notion he had encountered, that men inherently prefer tranquility, particularly as they reach middle age, often finding solace in sitting or lying down. For instance, lying down while using a mobile device or sitting to play video games may appear as exertion, yet it serves as a form of rest. Conversely, women are often thought to possess an innate inclination for activity, engaging in shopping or socializing, which may seem like constant motion but is, in fact, a means of relaxation. As they age, women become increasingly restless, frequently found indulging in shopping or participating in dance. Thus, activities such as fishing, which involve sitting for an entire afternoon, are particularly favored by men, while women seldom partake. Reflecting on this notion, Fong Lin found a semblance of truth in it. He stifled a yawn and continued to gaze down at the community. His attention was captured by a young woman walking by with a Samoyed. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a male dog. Quickly, he diverted his gaze. Distinguishing between male and female dogs by appearance alone is often a challenge for humans, unless one examines their underbelly. However, for Fong Lin, it was a simple amalgamation of visual and olfactory cues, akin to the difference between long and short hair, or the presence of perfume, instantly perceptible. Perhaps the sun's warmth lulled him into a sense of comfort, for Fong Lin reclined, closing his eyes for a brief respite. However, he was suddenly stirred by an instinctive awareness, raising his head to look behind him. To his surprise, Snowball had stealthily emerged from the cat carrier. It seemed she had grown accustomed to her surroundings and no longer perceived any threat. Was it typical for a cat to exhibit such timidity? Snowball glanced around and spotted Fong Lin basking in the sun by the floor-to-ceiling window. With a slow yet graceful stride, she approached him and settled onto the soft cushion in his embrace. Meow. Snowball's fluffy tail flicked, brushing against Fong Lin's nose. Humph. Fong Lin felt a slight itch and exhaled, nudging her gently off the cushion with his foot. Meow. Snowball, puzzled by her sudden descent, turned and climbed back onto the cushion, nestling into Fong Lin's arms once more. Was this cat truly socially anxious? However, this time, her tail did not sweep across Fong Lin's head, prompting him to disregard her antics as he lowered his head to continue basking in the sunlight. Dinner time. Yang Ma's call interrupted the moment, and upon seeing Snowball reclining in Fong Lin's lap, she hurried to grab her phone and capture the scene. Oh, and there's a ragdoll cat. Don't approach her. She's too timid. She has only just begun to venture out. Let us eat and ignore her. Fong Lin, accustomed to Yang Ma's photography, remained sprawled out, reluctant to move. Yet, upon hearing the words dinner, he sprang up, unceremoniously displacing Snowball from his lap. Meow? Snowball protested. Ignoring her, Fong Lin eagerly followed Yang Ma to the dining table. Chapter 17. He actually has a spinning top racing plate. Once Fong Lin reached his bowl at the table, he obediently sat down, awaiting the rest of the family to take their places. Seeing Fong Lin depart, Snowball hesitated momentarily before stealthily following him, crouching behind him. Little Jie descended the stairs and exclaimed, "Wow, Snowball is out." He attempted to approach Fong Lin to pet her. Upon hearing the commotion, Snowball endeavored to conceal herself behind Fong Lin, but being a large ragdoll cat, and with Fong Lin still only 3 months old, her tail remained visible. Lin Jijia, don't cause trouble. Hurry and wash your hands for dinner. Yang Ma admonished, capturing the moment with her phone and intercepting little Jie's advance. Oh, just then, Lin Ba and Lin Yuqing also came downstairs. Snowball peeked out from behind Fong Lin to observe her family. Lin Ba remarked, in a couple of days, she will be just fine. Snowball is quite adorable, albeit a bit shy. Then, recalling something, he turned to Yang Ma and said, I've already edited the video. I can. Before he could finish, Yang Ma interjected, hold on, there's another video about Snowball. I recorded some footage of her trembling on the sofa yesterday. And Kaka comforting her. Along with the snapshots I just took, you need to edit that into a final product for me. Lin Ba sat down, a look of resignation on his face. Lu Jing brought the hot pot to the table, beginning to heat it, and an array of meats and vegetables was already prepared. Once the family settled down, Lu Jing turned to Yang Ma, saying, what video? Let me see it first. Thus, Yang Ma beside her started to play the footage from yesterday. A charming little kitten cowered in the corner of the sofa, trembling and struggling to breathe. At that moment, a dashing husky sauntered by, howling as if attempting to communicate with the kitten. Subsequently, the dog and cat engaged in a historic nose-to-nose encounter, and the kitten gradually calmed down. Wow, is Kaka really that capable? I thought to myself, feeling a sudden desire to adopt a pet. Kaka is a recent addition to your family, isn't it? Is it already this intelligent? Upon hearing Lu Jing praise Fong Lin, Yang Ma, her eyes narrowing into slits of delight, chimed in, yes, it's from that pet shop. The staff mentioned that Kaka is quite special, eats a lot. And perhaps that's what makes it clever. Why not get one for yourself? Lu Jing hesitated, shaking her head. Never mind, my husband isn't particularly fond of pets. And he's under a lot of stress lately. It wouldn't be ideal if the noise kept him awake at night. At this point, Lu Jing rolled her eyes and suggested, I could come over more often, which would be like having a pet for me. All right, then you can be its godmother, Fong Lin replied. Just like that. I suddenly have a godmother, Fong Lin mused, a bit taken aback by Yang Ma's casualness in not consulting him first. Just then, the pot began to boil, and Lu Jing eagerly took on the responsibility of feeding Fong Lin. She placed his portion of beef into the clear broth, and after a brief immersion, retrieved it to fill Fong Lin's bowl, followed by a generous serving of dog food. While pouring the dog food, she noticed that Fong Lin did not immediately devour the beef as she had anticipated, which puzzled her. After inquiring with Yang Ma, she learned that Fong Lin only began to eat when he heard Yang Ma announce mealtime, prompting her to give him enthusiastic praise. Fong Lin, glancing at the submerged beef, felt a twinge of sadness. However, saving the best for last was not an unwise choice. When Xueqiu caught a whiff of the delicious aroma, she emerged from behind Fong Lin, sniffing at his bowl. Fong Lin, accustomed to her antics, swatted her away. Meow, Xueqiu called out pitifully to Fong Lin. Upon seeing this, Yang Ma instructed Fong Lin to start eating, and then asked Lin Ba to take Xueqiu to her cat carrier for her meal. Fong Lin, anxious that the beef beneath might cool, quickly devoured the milk cake on top and, at last, relished the still warm beef, feeling quite content. After finishing his meal, Fong Lin returned to his nest for a rest. Meanwhile, the family and Lu Jing chatted and dined together, their lunch stretching over an hour. Lu Jing insisted on helping with the dishes before retreating for a nap, while Lin Ba hurried back to the bedroom to edit videos. Fong Lin surmised that Lu's Sunday holiday had once again been thwarted. However, Yang Ma opposed Lin Ba's plan to take Fong Lin to the reservoir, as he had just received his vaccination and could not bathe. The thought of playing outside all day without a wash was unacceptable to Yang Ma. The sweltering weather, bothersome mosquitoes, and the enticing prospect of fishing at the reservoir weighed heavily on Fong Lin's mind. Ultimately, Yang Ma made the decision for him. After assigning tasks, Lin Ba engaged in a brief discussion with Yang Ma before heading out, his face alight with excitement. Change the car, don't drive that one with the fishy smell. All right. Understood. Fong Lin watched as Lin Ba left, and Yang Ma returned to her bedroom. The living room on the first floor was once again left to him and Xueqiu. This mother cat had taken to curling up in her nest, seemingly unwilling to leave his side. Initially, he had contemplated a midday nap, but decided instead to ascend to the second floor to see what the two children were up to. As he rose from his resting place and stepped outside, Fong Lin glanced back, knowing that Xueqiu was likely too frightened to follow him upstairs. Sure enough, she had intended to accompany him, but hesitated midway upon realizing his destination was the upper floor, appearing quite conflicted. Fong Lin paid her no mind and cheerfully bounded up the stairs. To his surprise, Xueqiu eventually decided to follow, seemingly resolved to remain at his side. Could it be that his charm was simply irresistible? Was he attracting her across species? He first approached Lin Yuqing's door to listen, but there was no noise, likely indicating she was napping, a common trait among girls, who often slumber through the afternoon. He chose not to disturb her and continued to the entrance of Xiao Jia's bedroom. To his astonishment, the door was ajar, suggesting that Yang Ma and Lin Ba respected his privacy and did not intrude easily. Otherwise, a boy of his age would likely keep his door firmly shut. After squeezing through the gap, Xueqiu followed him inside, surveying the surroundings. Xiao Jia's room was spacious, filled with various toys, and he was playing with a spinning top beside an oval plastic arena. Upon seeing Fong Lin and Xueqiu enter, he was filled with joy, rushing over to greet Fong Lin and then leading him to the spinning top arena to showcase his toy. Xiao Jia picked up a launcher, secured a top onto it, and with a vigorous pull, sent it whirling at high speed across the arena. He quickly grabbed another launcher, igniting a second top, and the two began to collide, even producing sparks. Xueqiu, startled, hid behind Fong Lin, watching the tops clash, while Fong Lin felt a wave of curiosity wash over him. He had adored such toys in his childhood, yet they carried a degree of danger, did they not? Were Yang Ba and Lin Ma truly so unconcerned? As Xueqiu observed the rapidly colliding tops, her curiosity piqued. She approached the edge of the arena, tentatively reaching out her snowy paw to touch the spinning tops. Hey, don't touch that, Xiao Jia exclaimed, catching sight of the unfolding scene, rising in alarm to intervene. However, Xueqiu was positioned directly opposite him, leaving him unable to act swiftly. Fong Lin, engrossed in the energetic duel of the tops, reminisced. He too had relished playing with them in his youth. Although it had always been on the streets with friends, the tops would rarely spin for long, especially on uneven ground, often failing to collide despite being in close proximity, akin to an insurmountable chasm separating them. Upon being called out by Xiao Jia, he finally witnessed the scene and instinctively extended his claw in a swift motion to swat at the snowball. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly tempered his strength. Yet the snowball was still sent tumbling away by the force of his swipe. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Xiao Jia's spinning top was a valuable professional model, one he had seen in action, shattering an apple during its demonstration. It was only after he had repeatedly assured safety and achieved a perfect score in his mathematics exam that Yang Ma decided to purchase it for him. As the snowball approached the sharp, rotating blade of the top, Xiao Jia felt his heart leap into his throat, but fortunately, Kakaka swiftly sent it flying away. Fong Lin, uncertain of his own strength, hurried over to check on the snowball. Thankfully, it stood up wobbly but unharmed. Ow! Ow woof! Meow! Ow ow woof! Meow! Ow! With a hint of guilt, Fong Lin took the initiative to assert from his advantageous position, advising the snowball not to touch things recklessly, asserting that it could only do so upon his permission. The snowball obediently approached and licked Fong Lin, signaling its understanding. Fong Lin sighed in relief, finding the snowball to be both foolish and innocent, and resolved to treat it better in the future, vowing to cease kicking it with his feet. Even if it stole his sleeping spot, he would no longer kick it. After all, kicking it would not make it a dog. Xiao Jia also came over to check on the snowball, giving it a gentle stroke. Still somewhat dazed from being knocked over and scolded by Fong Lin, the snowball did not resist Xiao Jie. Thus, Xiao Jie became the first in the household to spend an extended time petting the cat. Though soon the snowball darted behind Fong Lin, Xiao Jie paid no mind, and once the two tops came to a halt, he carefully put them away, deciding not to play further. Come on, Kakaka. After stowing the tops, Xiao Jie dashed to the bed, selecting a game controller to power on the monitor hanging on the wall. However, Fong Lin's attention had already been captivated by the toys scattered across the floor. On the wall shelf were numerous model cars and figurines, while on the ground lay an excavator, alongside a partially completed racing car made of Lego. Fong Lin scrutinized the Lego excavator, which was predominantly black and white, featuring a track-based bottom, with numerous wires protruding from the shovel. Could it truly be electrified and functional for excavation? Do Lego toys even come with electrical components? Fong Lin felt a pang of envy. No boy could resist an excavator. He had adored them in his childhood, often bringing his own little plastic version to play in sand piles, which paled in comparison to the quality of this excavator, especially considering it might have been assembled by Xiao Jie following a blueprint. Oh, what joy! As Fong Lin gazed at it for a moment, he suddenly heard a familiar rhythmic sound and turned to find Xiao Jie already engrossed on the bed, playing Pokemon Sword and Shield with the controller. It appeared as though they were immersed in a narrative, as Fong Lin was drawn to the bed, where he lay beside his companion. Shueqiu followed suit, nestling next to Fong Lin. Thus, the trio, a boy, a dog, and a cat, arranged themselves quietly on the bed, their gaze fixated on the screen, with only the echoes of the game's sound effects reverberating through the room. The moments spent gaming were invariably joyous yet fleeting. Outside, the once mighty sun, suspended high in the sky, gradually descended into its twilight years, while the resplendent hues of the sunset sang a melancholic tune of time slipping away, never to return. With a click, the door swung open. The trio on the bed simultaneously turned their heads towards the entrance. Yang Ma, holding her phone aloft to illuminate the room, chuckled and remarked, I wondered why no one responded at mealtime. It seems you all have been hiding here playing games. It's dark outside, and yet you haven't turned on the lights. Do you not value your eyesight? Xiao Jie and Fong Lin glanced out at the now dim sky, realizing how quickly the day had faded. Xiao Jie scratched his head and said, I didn't notice, Mama. Is it time for dinner? I'm quite hungry. Oh, so you do feel hunger. Dinner is ready. Come down quickly, you three troublesome ones, Yang Ma replied, gently ruffling Xiao Jie's hair. In truth, she had hesitated to interrupt the harmonious scene before her. The boy, cat, and dog were so engrossed in their shared experience, each exuding an adorable charm. She pondered how such moments would be rare once the children grew older, a twinge of sadness unexpectedly tugging at her heart. Lin Yuqing accompanied Yang Ma upstairs. When Yang Ma called for dinner, she was the only one to descend, finding Xiao Jie, Fong Lin, and Shueqiu absent. Curious, she followed Yang Ma back upstairs. How come Kakaka and Shueqiu are on your bed? She inquired. Xiao Jie, feeling a surge of joy, replied, We're all playing games together. Lin Yuqing fell silent, a hint of envy creeping in. She pinched her fingers and resolved to join Kakaka and Shueqiu for a variety show the following day. What? School starts tomorrow? At this thought, Lin Yuqing felt the world dim around her. Fong Lin, meanwhile, rose with a stretch, elegantly leaping off the bed. He relished the current atmosphere, where everyone seemed content, each engaged in their passions, caring for one another. Yang Ma and Lin Yuqing earned 5 points in his book. He glanced at Xiao Jie's excavator and thought, Xiao Jie receives 4 points. Dinner, as usual, consisted of the monotonous snowflake steak and dog food, with Yang Ma adding a sprinkle of what appeared to be vitamin tablets. After dinner, Fong Lin waited eagerly on Xiao Jie's bed, resuming his watch of the Pokemon game as soon as Xiao Jie returned. At 9 o'clock, Lin Ba quietly entered, offering an awkward smile to Yang Ma, who had been patiently waiting in the living room. After a quick shower, the two retreated to their bedroom. At 10 o'clock, Lin Yuqing burst into the room and, under Xiao Jie's discontented gaze, forcibly took Fong Lin away. The snowball naturally followed suit, and now she noticed that the family had ceased to hide. They only recognized Fong Lin, following him in all his endeavors, even accompanying him to the balcony for the dog's toilet needs. With an additional companion in the form of a snowball, Lin Yuqing happily turned off the lights, allowing Fong Lin and the snowball to nestle at the foot of her bed, keeping her company through the night. Fong Lin attempted to guide the particles of spiritual energy while drifting into slumber, and after an indeterminate period, he gradually succumbed to sleep. Chapter 19. Discovering suspicious individuals. The summer sun always seems to hover closely above us. At 5:30 in the morning, The sky had fully brightened, and the cicadas, disturbed by the sudden illumination, fervently expressed their discontent. Why must I commence work at 5:30 in the morning? Why? At the entrance of Fong Lin's residential complex, a young man clad in white work attire and trousers, with bangs obscuring his brows and hair disheveled, complained to a young woman beside him. The young woman, sporting a stylish short haircut and exuding vitality, cast a glance at the man before responding, "Yongjun, can you muster some enthusiasm?" This is a significant fluctuation of spiritual energy. A moment's inattention could lead to substantial issues. The man, referred to as Yongjun, impatiently retorted, "If it were as dire as you claim, would they have sent us? Ife, ask yourself, have you reached that level?" You, seemingly struck at a sensitive point. Ife turned her head in silence. Sensing that his words may have crossed a line, Yongjun scratched his head and attempted to clarify, "Such a considerable fluctuation. Yet we have not received any notification of an open passage, which leaves us with two possibilities. Either it is merely the result of interference between our realm and the spirit world at night, a precedent we have witnessed before, or someone of extraordinary talent, like you, has awakened. After our prolonged investigation, the former is most likely." He punctuated his statement by poking Ife, waiting for her to turn back and wink at her. Ife, exasperated yet amused, replied, "Yongjun, you great fool, if you truly cannot articulate yourself, would you kindly keep your mouth shut? You don't genuinely believe that statement was a compliment, do you?" Yongjun feigned innocence, raising his hands in surrender. Ife shook her head and urged, "Let us swiftly complete the final inspection of Yunting community. Just you wait. When we return, I shall report you to the captain." "No, I was wrong. Is that not enough? I truly regret it. Please don't inform the captain. Ife, I warn you, if you dare report me to the captain, I will not let this go. Miss, please spare me. I'm merely groggy and spoke without thinking." Upon reaching the entrance of the security guard's booth, Ife finally spoke. "All right, we've arrived. Yunting is an upscale residential area, so act normally and do not create any disturbances." "Oh," spotting two unfamiliar faces, the security guard stepped forward to inquire, "Who are you?" Ife retrieved an identification card from her pocket, stating, "We are from the nearby police station. Our superiors instructed us to conduct a safety inspection in Yunting today. The Owners Committee of Yunting often extends its goodwill to the nearby federal police station during festive seasons, bringing along fruits and other tokens of respect for the public servants. Consequently, the federal police station maintains a keen interest in Yunting." The security guard glanced at the identification, found no issues, and allowed entry, greeting them with, "You've arrived quite early. Very responsible of you." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ife and Yongjun smoothly entered the community. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Yang's mother promptly awakened Fong Lin. The dog, Shuiqiu, groggily opened its eyes for a moment before curling up to continue its slumber. Upon exiting the bedroom, Fong Lin stretched and yawned, feeling invigorated and brimming with energy. He sensed that his strength was growing daily. Although the progress in his empty slots was slow, it was indeed improving. The experience of feeling daily advancements was simply delightful. Following Yang's mother to the entrance, Fong Lin noticed that she did not bring a dog leash this time. Instead, she produced a muzzle, which appeared somewhat peculiar. "I purchased this yesterday for a little extra money. Your father casually brought it back. Here, let us see how it fits." Yang's mother mused as she placed the muzzle on Fong Lin's head. He shook it off, feeling no discomfort since the muzzle was hollow, allowing for easy breathing, and its soft material did not irritate his face. "Perfect. Stay close to me," she said. Once downstairs, Yang's mother warmed up her body and began to jog with Fong Lin. Thus, a husky wearing a muzzle trotted closely beside the beautiful woman exercising, creating a picturesque scene. "What are you staring at? Your eyes are practically popping out." Ife chided Yongjun with a playful slap. Following his gaze, she understood, "Oh, so you're looking at her. You're trying to harass a law-abiding citizen during work hours? I'll report you when I get back." Yongjun, flustered, retorted, "What are you talking about? How could your mind be so filthy? I was looking at that dog. What is wrong with that dog?" Ife replied, "You wouldn't understand if I told you." "Huh, you're actually eyeing that woman, thinking she has a nice figure. Hey, I was training dogs in the army before I awakened. That dog has a sleek coat, shiny color, and perfectly toned muscles. Its proportions are impressive. It's clearly a great specimen." While running, Fong Lin had already noticed the two individuals and instinctively tightened his defenses upon hearing this conversation. Quickly checking to ensure he was successfully concealing his energy fluctuations, it was rather alarming. He surmised that perhaps the commotion he caused the day before had drawn their attention, and they might be here to investigate. Observing the spiritual particles around them, he realized they were subtly attracted. indicating that the pair was not as diligent in their training as he was. Have any of your military dogs awakened? Yifei inquired curiously. Yang Jun gazed at her as if she were a fool, saying, how is that possible? I heard from the captain that the interference between the two worlds has not yet reached the threshold. Only those with a strong affinity for spiritual energy, the true geniuses, can sense it. All right, I understand now. They are coming. Enough said. Yang's mother and Feng Lin gradually approached the two. Yang's mother glanced at Yang Jun and noticed that he had been staring at her dog, Kaka, with a foolish grin, whispering to the woman beside him. Now that they were closer, he nodded and forced a smile at her, his demeanor suggesting he was of dubious character. Frowning, Yang's mother halted nearby and inquired, what are you two doing? Yang Jun donned what he believed to be a friendly smile and replied, we are from the nearby Federal Police Department, here to patrol the community and eliminate safety hazards. When did you get assigned here? You look quite young. Are you capable? I'm an old officer, don't worry. Haha. Oh. Yang's mother did not linger but continued to lead Feng Lin away. Upon reaching a corner, they spotted two patrolling security guards. The security personnel in Yunting were all retired soldiers, openly recruited by the Homeowners Association, with no interference from property management. Based on their abilities, they earn no less than 10,000 a month, and for those with distinguished military service, salaries started at 20,000. Thus, the guards were quite diligent. The team leader, a former squad leader, had implemented a rotating patrol schedule, ensuring accountability for how often each area was monitored. Yang Jia. Hello, Yang Jia. The two guards greeted Yang's mother proactively. Instead of returning the greeting, she reported the two individuals she had just seen. Over there, a man and a woman are impersonating police officers. I went to the police station as a representative during the Dragon Boat Festival to deliver gifts. And I have seen most of the staff. That man hasn't even cut his hair and has a shady demeanor, and he was staring at my dog. I suspect he might be a dog thief. You must check it out quickly. The guards instantly became serious, saying, rest assured, Yang Jia, keep your distance. We will inquire into the situation right away. One of the guards grabbed his walkie-talkie while walking, stating, suspicious individuals detected near the building. I repeat, suspicious individuals detected near the building. Chapter 20. The cup from the sky. Yang Jun noticed the two guards approaching him and calmly greeted them. Out patrolling so early. Quite responsible of you. Heh, you two must be those officers, right? Quite diligent indeed. Of course, it's our duty to serve the people. Indeed. Coming out for reconnaissance this early must be exhausting. The guards exchanged half-smirks, and at that moment, several more guards arrived, surrounding the two. I believe there must be some misunderstanding. Yang Jun awkwardly scratched his head. What misunderstanding? Your identification looks quite authentic. The guard who had initially let them in at the entrance spoke up, his face a mask of anger. On the road earlier, he had been roundly scolded by the captain. In truth, he felt quite disheartened. Who could have imagined that there existed such audacious individuals daring to impersonate police officers? Has the audacity of dog thieves escalated to such heights? Sighing, Yang Jun straightened his posture, brushing aside the bangs that obscured his brow, and incisively remarked, I presume you are veterans? In fact, I am an active duty member of a specialized department, and my identity must remain confidential. The security guards were momentarily taken aback, seemingly struck by the sudden intensity of his presence. This kid is quite the pretender, they chuckled. But one could not deny that he was rather convincing in his performance. The security guards continued to observe Yang Jun with amused expressions, as if eagerly anticipating what trick he might conjure next. Unable to endure the scene any longer, Yifei interjected, we ought to call the police. The directives for coordinated action should have been disseminated to the local department heads by now. A simple inquiry would suffice. The guards sensed that the woman spoke with an unusual tone, exchanging glances amongst themselves. The captain of the security team pondered for a moment before responding, yes. We had already notified the authorities upon our arrival. Please accompany me to the security office for the time being. Meanwhile, Yang's mother had already returned home with Feng Lin, as she needed to prepare dinner and take care of the household. It was Monday, and Lin's father had to go to work, while she needed to escort Lin Yuqing to report to Jiuzhong. Little Jia remained at home, as his summer vacation was not yet over. In all of Sioux City, only the first year of middle school commenced at this time, due to a week-long military training that preceded the unified school opening on September 1st. Thus, Lin Yuqing awoke early, wearing a sullen expression, not only dreading the premature end of her summer holiday and the impending military training, but also facing the anxiety of class divisions. Jiuzhong is one of the 3 major middle schools in Sioux City, sharing the region's top students with experimental middle school and foreign language middle school. Jiuzhong further filtered its intake, creating 6 key classes based on a test conducted at the end of July. Every student who applied to Jiuzhong participated in this examination, which assessed their proficiency in Chinese, mathematics, and English. Essentially, those who entered the key classes were secured in an academic vault, with a high likelihood of gaining admission to the finest high schools in Sioux City and subsequently, their desired universities. Lin's father held a nonchalant attitude towards this matter. In his view, as long as his daughter was happy, that sufficed. He earned enough to ensure that Lin Yuqing could live a carefree life. However, Yang's mother vehemently criticized this perspective, believing that a girl's foremost requirement was to possess a sharp intellect. What, then, constitutes a sharp intellect? In her eyes, the baseline was admission to a 985 university. At the very least, she expected her child to secure a place in a 211 institution. She could not fathom the notion of her child being incapable of attending a prestigious university, as even the most substantial inheritance would not guarantee future success. Within their household, Yang's mother predominantly wielded authority. Thus, Lin Yuqing's hopes of relying on her father to oppose her mother's authoritarian reign had long since withered. At this moment, Lin Yuqing sat at the dining table, ostensibly peeling a hard-boiled egg for herself. Yet her mind was preoccupied with the uncertainty of whether she could be admitted to the advanced class. Oh, it seemed she had carelessly addressed a major question during the exam. After all, it was summer vacation, and she had not taken it too seriously. This morning, Yang Ma had prepared breakfast consisting of poached eggs, tea eggs, toasted bread spread with fruit jam, and milk. Lost in her thoughts, Lin Yuqing accidentally knocked over the glass of milk, which splashed right next to Fong Lin, who was deeply engrossed in his work. The glass shattered with a loud crash, startling Fong Lin, who jumped up in fright, only to find himself splattered with milk. In truth, Fong Lin, with his heightened senses, could have perceived the impending disaster. Yet the aroma of the breakfast was too enticing. Yang Ma had simmered lamb chops for an extended period, paired with a novel flavor of dog food. The family was taken aback by the commotion, and Lin Yuqing hurriedly crouched down to check on Fong Lin, ensuring he was unharmed. Yang Ma, displeased, approached with a broom and said, "Stop making a mess. Be more careful. First, check if you're hurt. Look at how scared Kako is. He's flown off." Lin Ba also assisted in cleaning the table, and this little incident soon faded, allowing the family to continue their breakfast in peace. Fong Lin, however, had slipped away to the living room, having already finished his meal. Yang Ma had just used a warm towel to give him a quick wipe. The dampness of his fur brought a slight discomfort, and he lay in his dog bed, gazing at Lin Yuqing. He pondered what had gotten into the girl so early in the morning. She usually did not seem so restless. Could it be a lack of confidence regarding her exam results? As a dog with experience from a teacher's college, Fong Lin felt he had seen through Lin Yuqing's concerns and couldn't help but feel a twinge of schadenfreude. Logically, he didn't believe Lin Yuqing needed to be in the advanced class. Such an academic life could be excessively tense and stifling. Everyone only saw the admission rates and grades of the advanced class, overlooking the immense pressure the students bore. After all, isn't the purpose of diligent study to secure more choices in the future, to pursue one's passions? In Fong Lin's eyes, Lin Yuqing had already reached a destination that many would toil their entire lives to achieve. Happiness was what truly mattered. After finishing her breakfast, Xueqiu joined Fong Lin, meowing incessantly for attention, rubbing against him as she sought to play. Although Xueqiu was undeniably adorable, her clinginess was a bit much. Growing somewhat irritated by her persistent nudging, Fong Lin pinned her down and began to lick the fur on her back, tangling the once smooth strands into disarray. Meow? Xueqiu yelped as Fong Lin spat out a mouthful of cat hair and resumed his resting position. Meanwhile, Xueqiu scampered off to the side, slowly grooming her fur from head to tail. At last, Fong Lin found some peace. It seemed this method was indeed effective, as he had once seen in a video. In a quest for a fleeting moment of tranquility, the cat owner meticulously wiped the cat's fur with a warm towel. The feline, embracing its innate cleanliness, retreated to a corner to groom itself slowly. At last, Fong Lin could indulge in a much-needed slumber, comfortably closing his eyes. Lin's father, having finished breakfast, departed for work early, as it was Monday and his presence as a core member of the company was essential. After ensuring everyone had eaten and tidied up, Yang Ma carefully selected a lovely dress to wear. "Kaka, let us accompany Qing Qing to school," she announced, just as Fong Lin was drifting off. He felt a pang of annoyance. Chapter 21. The most formidable homeroom teacher Yang Ma, holding Lin Yuqing's hand while guiding the leashed Fong Lin, made their way to the underground garage. Spotting a sleek 63 model, Fong Lin began to approach, only to be pulled back by Yang Ma halfway there. Over here. Confused, he looked up to see Yang Ma standing beside a black sedan adorned with the BMW emblem. She handed the dog leash to Lin Yuqing before taking her seat in the driver's cabin. Lin Yuqing ushered Fong Lin into the back seat, where he seized the opportunity to glance at the rear, noting the number 12 inscribed there. What does this mean? Fong Lin mused, familiar only with numbers like 5. The car's imposing dual exhausts and overall aesthetic conveyed a sense of grandeur. It certainly did not seem inexpensive. Ah, is this the power of wealth? The affluent have several luxury cars at their disposal. He also observed a gleaming golden vehicle parked nearby, prompting the attractive Husky to ponder deeply. Today, Lin Yuqing wore her old elementary school uniform, a shirt paired with a skirt and petite leather shoes. She appeared serene and lovely, though her delicate face betrayed an unmistakable worry. After fastening her seatbelt, Yang Ma glanced at her through the rearview mirror and cheerfully remarked, "Now you're worried? Where was this concern before? If you're not in the advanced class later, both your phone and your privileges will be confiscated until the weekend." What? Lin Yuqing protested. But there was no room for negotiation. Feeling despondent, she pulled Fong Lin onto her lap, stroking his back silently. An eerie silence enveloped the BMW. Is this what a battle between women looks like? Fong Lin reveled in the soothing massage while observing the interactions between Yang Ma and Lin Yuqing. What transformed the charming and lovely young mother into a formidable figure? And what caused the obedient and serene teenage girl to become a frowning, beleaguered daughter? Such is the essence of life. After reflecting on the complexities of existence, Fong Lin succumbed to sleep, resting his head on the smooth thigh of the young girl. Sleep can be peculiar. One may feel profoundly fatigued after 2 hours of slumber. Yet a mere few minutes of napping during class can render the world remarkably clearer and invigorating. Fong Lin currently experiences a blend of excitement and anticipation. Yang Ma drove for less than 10 minutes before reaching the school, finding a suitable spot to park. With an invigorated spirit, Fong Lin leaped from the vehicle, shaking his fur with delight. The trio, 2 humans and 1 dog, emerged from the parking lot, with the entrance to Jiuzhong directly across the street. At this hour, 7:40 a.m., a considerable gathering of parents and students surrounded the school gates. It appeared that even on a Monday, many parents had taken time off work to accompany their children. As elementary and middle school education is compulsory, students are generally assigned schools based on their residential areas. Except for those who travel great distances to pay tuition for temporary enrollment, most students live nearby. Consequently, the school initially encouraged students to report alone, and indeed, several students arrived in pairs, seemingly friends from their nearby elementary schools. Just as Yang Ma, accompanied by Fong Lin and Lin Yuqing, reached the school gate, the large entrance swung open. Timing proved fortuitous. Yang Ma, holding Fong Lin's leash, blended seamlessly into the throng of people. The security guard, noticing Fong Lin's youthful appearance and the muzzle he wore, did not intervene as Yang Ma navigated through the crowd. Thus, Fong Lin successfully infiltrated the campus. Please do not attempt to bring dogs into schools in reality. Hey, Ching Ching. A girl donned in a white dress and carrying a pink backpack exclaimed joyfully upon spotting Lin Yuqing. Yaya. Lin Yuqing responded with equal glee. Hello, Aunt Yang. Yang Ma greeted with a warm smile. Yaya, did you come alone? Yes, since I live nearby, my mom let me come by myself. How brave. Yang Ma praised, eliciting a bashful nod from Yaya. Are you confident about entering the key class? Yang Ma inquired further. I believe I did reasonably well on the test, Yaya replied. Yaya. Lin Yuqing gently pinched Yaya's arm, exchanging a knowing glance. Yang Ma discreetly observed Lin Yuqing, but chose not to comment further as they proceeded toward the teaching building. Is this Kaka? So beautiful. Fong Lin, having caught Yaya's compliment, trotted over, wagging his tail and affectionately nudging her in response. Hee, so adorable. The 2 girls began to engage in hushed whispers. Upon entering the teaching building, they noticed a wall adorned with rows of large red papers, each densely inscribed with names, while a throng of parents and students stood beneath. That must be the class assignment list. Let's go take a look, Yang Ma suggested, leading the curious Yaya and the apprehensive Lin Yuqing toward the crimson sheets. As they approached the list, Lin Yuqing's heart raced with each step. By the time they stood beneath the red paper, her heart felt as though it might leap from her chest. She fervently prayed to the heavens, wishing that if she were granted admission into the key class, she would mend her ways, forsaking dramas and variety shows to focus diligently on her studies and strive for excellence. Considering the expected crowd, the school had affixed the papers at a height that allowed visibility even from a distance. Yang Ma, with her exquisite attire and makeup, complemented by the unique grace and poise of a mature woman, was accompanied by 2 adorable little girls and Fong Lin, who wore a mouthguard. The surrounding parents instinctively parted to create a path. Yang Ma did not push her way forward, but paused in a spot where she could glimpse the names. The first red paper revealed nothing. Lin Yuqing felt a chill of disappointment. The third name on the second red paper was Zhao Hanya. "Yaya, you're in class 2. Yang Ma exclaimed, sharing the joyous news with Zhao Hanya. Yet, Zhao Hanya remained engrossed in scanning the red papers, and suddenly, she leapt up, exclaiming, "Look, Lin Yuqing, Qing, you've been assigned to class 2 as well." Lin Yuqing hurriedly glanced at the red paper, and lo and behold, her name was the third from the bottom. Woohoo! Haha. There were a total of 16 red papers, with the first 6 corresponding to the key classes. Both Lin Yuqing and Zhao Hanya jumped for joy, elated not only to be in the key classes, but also to be placed in the same one. What a serendipitous twist of fate. Observing this scene, Yang Ma beamed with happiness, saying, "Very well, let us go. I'll take you to class 2 for registration." The first floor of the teaching building housed classes 1 through 6, and at the entrance of class 2 stood the homeroom teacher, a seemingly stern middle-aged woman, welcoming the students. Fong Lin, witnessing this, surmised that Lin Yuqing's middle school life might not be too easy. He had heard rumors that the most formidable homeroom teacher was a rather serious middle-aged woman, known for her strictness and her expectation that students adhere to discipline. Any minor infraction would be magnified tenfold in her eyes. Conversely, the most beloved teachers were typically young male instructors, who tended to be more approachable and relatable to the students. However, the true measure of quality in teaching would only be determined through performance. Chapter 22. Bathing. Hello. I am Su Xiaoyan, the homeroom teacher of class 2. The teacher, standing at the door, approached as Yang Ma and the 2 children walked towards her. "Greetings. I am Lin Yuqing's mother, here to register the children. Now, please introduce yourselves to the teacher," Yang Ma said with a warm smile. Stepping aside to give the spotlight to the kids, Zhao Hanya appeared to be a rather extroverted girl, confidently stating, "Hello, teacher. I am Zhao Hanya." Su Laosher's expression brightened upon hearing this, and she affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, saying, "Well done. You are third in the class. Keep up the good work." Fong Lin, overhearing this exchange, calculated in his mind that since Zhao Hanya was the third name on the red paper, it was reasonable to conclude that Lin Yuqing, being the third from the bottom, was indeed the lowest in class ranking. As a person of high caliber, Yang Ma effortlessly grasped this simple deduction. She, too, reached out to ruffle Lin Yuqing's hair, akin to a concerned parent with a simpleton child, her eyes betraying a hint of worry. Fong Lin was perplexed by Yang Ma's gaze, which seemed to blend tenderness with a hint of resoluteness. Was she determined to safeguard her foolish daughter for a lifetime? At that moment, Lin Yuqing, with her melodious voice, introduced herself to Teacher Su, saying, "My name is Lin Yuqing." Teacher Su responded with a smile, "Your name suits you. Your voice is equally delightful." Lin Yuqing, still basking in the joy of entering the elite class, beamed with happiness. Observing her pure smile, Teacher Su reflected on his earlier critique of Zhao Hanya, deeming it somewhat inappropriate. He gently patted Lin Yuqing on the head and encouraged her, "Keep it up, child. The future holds great promise." Lin Yuqing, somewhat bewildered, nodded and replied, "Thank you, teacher." Fong Lin resolved to award Lin Yuqing an additional 5 points, sensing she required some special attention. This morning was merely an orientation, with classes set to begin later. After all the children had arrived around 9 o'clock, Teacher Su delivered a speech, introducing himself, praising the students, and sharing visions for the future. He then announced that military training would commence promptly at 8 the following morning, advising everyone to prepare their military uniforms beforehand. For convenience, uniforms would be available for purchase at the school gate, but they could also be acquired independently. At this juncture, parents had largely organized themselves, gathering around the entrances of their respective classrooms, eagerly awaiting the students' emergence. As the children began to pour out, parents gravitated toward Teacher Su. "Teacher, how do we pay the tuition?" One parent inquired. "Yes, indeed," another echoed. Teacher Su called for silence and explained, "I have the contact information for 30 parents from our class. I will add you all on WeChat and create a group. Once school starts, you can send the red packets to me. It will be easier than having the children carry them, as they might misplace them." "Wonderful," the parents exclaimed, showering Teacher Su with praise and creating a harmonious atmosphere. At that moment, a robust voice broke through, belonging to a man who declared, "This society needs responsible teachers like Su. My child, Nyozhuo Fan, is a bit unruly. Feel free to discipline him, and if that doesn't suffice, I'm here." The crowd fell silent for a brief moment before erupting in chatter. "Teacher, my child is also here. Please feel free to address him as you see fit." Another parent chimed in. Fong Lin, amused, crouched beside Yang Ma, watching the eager parents trying to leave a favorable impression on the homeroom teacher. This novelty was understandable, yet it was clear that the children had already emerged. The chubby boy standing next to the man, wearing a look of utter disinterest, was likely Niu Fan, who had probably already gained notoriety among his peers. Even Lin Yuqing was curiously eyeing the boy named Niu. Upon spotting the two children, Yang Ma waved at them but chose not to join the commotion, remaining at a distance with Feng Lin. Zhao Hanya, ever observant, noticed Yang Ma and waved back, leading Lin Yuqing toward them while mimicking, "My child is named Niu Fan. Ha ha ha." Lin Yuqing tugged gently at her hand, exclaiming, "Yaya." In junior high, one can no longer bestow playful nicknames upon boys as freely as in the past. "Ah, I understand. It was merely for amusement. All right. Back in elementary school, there were always some mischievous boys in class, with Zhao Hanya being the most notorious, perpetually at the forefront of playful skirmishes. Whenever class ended, she would seize any opportunity to tease those boys. With her excellent academic performance and striking beauty, she often left teachers and parents in her favor. Consequently, those boys gravitated around her, and as a result, even Lin Yuqing found it difficult to engage with any boys. Zhao Hanya approached and crouched down, playfully ruffling Feng Lin's head. "Kaka, kaka, 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 kaka." Feng Lin, exasperated, extricated his head from her grasp and retreated to squat beside Yang Ma. This little girl was far too spirited. Upon noticing Feng Lin's retreat, Zhao Hanya stood up in disappointment. "Kaka simply prefers tranquility. He doesn't dislike you, right, Kaka?" Lin Yuqing consoled Zhao Hanya while also addressing Feng Lin. Feng Lin, squatting to the side, gazed up at Yang Ma and Lin Yuqing, along with Zhao Hanya's expectant expression, and could only let out a vocal response. "You see, he said he likes you. Wow, he can understand human speech. How clever. I've only seen this on Douyin before." Of course, some classmates passing by cast curious or envious glances. Yang Ma then spoke up, "So, is that it for today? I'm taking Kaka to the pet shop for a bath. Hanya, would you like to join us?" "Sure, with my parents at work. It would be rather dull to go home alone." "All right, then let us go." Thus, the group exited the school gates. At the entrance, Yang Ma casually purchased 2 sets of military training uniforms from a stall, giving one to Zhao Hanya to stow in her backpack, and then they proceeded to the parking lot. Initially, Feng Lin had intended to sit by the window to enjoy the scenery. With only 2 seats in the back, he and Lin Yuqing had perfectly occupied one on each side, but now he found himself squeezed between the 2 girls, inhaling their distinctly different fragrances. Upon arriving at the underground parking lot, Feng Lin recognized it, quickly recalling that this was the parking area beneath the pet home. It turned out Yang Ma had brought him back for a bath. The pet home also offered bathing services for pets, although it did not provide medical care. They had a dedicated partnership with a reputable veterinary hospital. As the store manager spotted Yang Ma, she approached warmly, greeting her, "Sister Yang, you're here." Yang Ma nodded and replied, "I'd like to have Kaka bathed." The manager paused for a moment, then, realizing, smiled and nodded, "Yes. Kaka should be able to bathe a week after his vaccinations. This way, please." The manager escorted them to a side pet bathing area, where a female staff member promptly took Feng Lin inside. Feng Lin glanced around, slightly disappointed not to see Shasha and Lele, but unlike them, who wore uniforms and black stockings, the staff member was dressed in a nurse's outfit with white stockings. "You're quite adorable and clean," the young staff member said with a smile as she lifted Feng Lin and placed him into a pristine, smooth bathtub. Chapter 23. New changes. Yang Ma was engrossed in animated conversation with the attending staff, while the 2 little girls settled onto a sofa to chat. Feng Lin was relishing the pampering he was receiving. The nurse gently removed Feng Lin's muzzle and leash, cradling him into the bathtub. Such a well-behaved dog. Why was he even wearing a muzzle? She spoke softly while testing the temperature of the shower, and upon finding the perfect warmth, she set it aside. Then, she donned a pair of lightweight, transparent gloves and rolled up her sleeves, taking the shower head to gently sprinkle water over Feng Lin. Crouched in the bathtub, Feng Lin felt the pleasantly warm water, and the nurse's gentle touch followed the flow, caressing him tenderly. Once he was thoroughly drenched, the nurse turned off the water and began to lather him with bubbles, meticulously massaging him. "Now lie down," she instructed, gently laying Feng Lin back and lifting his hind legs to rub his abdomen. Admittedly, the position felt somewhat embarrassing, but who would have thought that a belly rub could be so delightful? Having never had a girlfriend, Feng Lin mused that perhaps he should have experienced what it felt like to have a girlfriend caress his belly. Could it be as pleasurable as this? "Is it nice?" she teased, noticing Feng Lin's head tilt back in bliss, his eyes closing in contentment, prompting her to continue stroking his belly. "You haven't been neutered yet? Neutering is beneficial for your health." Instantly, Feng Lin sat up, glaring at the nurse. "Ow, ow, oh woo." The nurse, startled by his comprehension, attempted to soothe him. "No neutering. No neutering, calm down." She picked up the shower head and gently rinsed away the bubbles. Umph, I shall never be neutered in this lifetime. Fong Lin turned his head away, refusing to look at her, yet allowing her to rinse him off. The nurse, sensing his displeasure, refrained from further conversation, wrapping him in a fresh towel and gently drying him before leading him outside. Yang Ma stood outside, capturing the moment of Fong Lin's first bath on her phone. Upon seeing her, Fong Lin dashed to her side, casting an indignant glare back at the nurse. A woo, he whined, as if to report her actions. Yang Ma, sensing something amiss, shot a questioning glance at the staff, who also appeared somewhat perturbed. I was merely giving him a normal bath and chatting. He reacted this way when I mentioned neutering, the nurse explained, bewildered. Yang Ma, bemused yet amused, squatted down to pet Fong Lin, saying, we won't neuter you. Only then did Fong Lin settle down, ceasing his complaints. The staff, noticing his newfound silence, remarked, I didn't realize Kaka was so intelligent. I've only seen border collies that understand human speech. If it weren't for the matter concerning his anatomy, Fong Lin wouldn't have reacted so strongly. What if, after the bath, the nurse attempted to sell Yang Ma a neutering package? Moreover, no one would genuinely believe that Fong Lin possesses the intelligence akin to that of a human, always interpreting matters through his own perspective, such as claiming to have understood something by chance. In any case, after the farce, the group finally boarded the vehicle. Inside, Zhao Hanya, who had witnessed everything, fixed her keen gaze upon Fong Lin, then retrieved her keys and tossed them beneath the seat. In the midst of Lin Yuqing's astonished expression, she spoke up, saying, Kaka, I've dropped my keys. Could you help me pick them up? Fong Lin merely glanced at the keys on the floor and continued to ignore her. Kaka can truly understand, exclaimed Yaya. If you drop something, he will surely notice. However, the two girls engaged in a fervent debate regarding whether Fong Lin could genuinely comprehend human speech. Yang Ma, observing the animated discussion through the rearview mirror, interjected, the intelligence of dogs is generally comparable to that of a 3 to 4-year-old child. But there are certainly those who are more astute. It's perfectly normal for them to understand us after spending time together. By the way, it's past 10. Yeah. Would you like to come to Annie's house for lunch? I have something delicious prepared for you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hanya hesitated before replying. Well, we have a cook at home to prepare meals for me. No worries. Let her take a day off. I can just call your parents, Yang Ma replied. Ever since becoming a housewife, Yang Ma had taken a particular delight in inviting her friends or Lin Yuqing's friends over for a visit. All right then. Woohoo. After lunch, we can watch a movie in my room. You can stay until the evening, right? I'll have to ask my mom. If she agrees, then it's fine. Yang Ma, sensing the girl's intentions, took charge, saying, don't worry, I'll call your mother. You just enjoy yourself, and in the evening, your Uncle Lin will drive you home. Yay. The two girls immediately became excited, chattering away about which movie to watch or which variety show to follow, momentarily forgetting about Fong Lin. Sitting between them, Fong Lin sighed inwardly as he listened to the relentless auditory barrage on either side. Could two girls truly converse so effortlessly? He silently drooped his ears, temporarily shielding himself from their voices. The world fell into tranquility. Meow, Snowball complained, having waited at the door for quite some time, wondering why they had been gone so long. Fong Lin casually muted Snowball's voice and leisurely made his way to the doghouse to await his meal. Noticing his indifference, Snowball soon hopped onto the sofa to rest, having acclimatized to her surroundings. She recognized this as her new home and no longer clung to Fong Lin as though entering a haunted house. Fong Lin, reveling in the peace, lay in the doghouse, attuning himself to the movement of the spiritual energy particles within him. Today, he noticed some changes. The spiritual energy, which previously gathered solely in his first empty slot, was now accumulating at an accelerated pace, yet a portion of it was released back into his body, gradually enhancing his physical constitution. Fong Lin felt the ethereal energy dispersing evenly throughout his muscles after it entered his body. This should be a positive development. Drawing from his previous experiences, he concluded that he was not merely accumulating spiritual power, but also engaging in physical refinement. He pondered whether this phenomenon was universal or unique to beastkind. After all, in both novels and films, spiritual beasts are often depicted as possessing formidable strength and profound inner energy. Yet, to what extent must this enhancement continue? Following the principle of leading the affluent, Fong Lin resolved to focus on intensifying a specific area first. His progress in accumulating energy in the empty slots had entered a stable phase. Although he could not yet practice while sleeping at night, he could maintain a constant state of cultivation during the day. At his current rate, he expected the first empty slot to be filled within 2 months, and he found himself eagerly anticipating the changes that would accompany it. However, he no longer needed to worry about the empty slots, as he now had ample time to explore the direction of physical enhancement. Perhaps he could start with the heart, as he had seen in various cultivation novels. Chapter 24. Shattering Great Stones. However, the results of his attempts were somewhat unexpected. Despite his prolonged efforts to guide the ethereal energy, he observed no effect. He could not sense his own heart, even though it was pulsating robustly. His attempts to direct the energy towards the rhythm of its beating proved futile, as the energy merely melded slowly into his body. After some contemplation, he realized that he had yet to reach the introspective stage described in the novels. At the very least, he needed to be able to sense his organs before he could control the energy gathering. Since he could not perceive his organs, surely he could focus on his muscles? Fong Lin decided to begin by strengthening his two claws. As the ethereal energy began to concentrate in the muscles of his right claw, he distinctly felt a tingling sensation. It seemed this method was indeed viable, so he established a sequence for enhancement, starting with his claws, then his torso, and finally his head. The sensation of his body gradually growing stronger was intoxicating. Each small effort yielded tangible rewards, and this positive reinforcement drew him deeper into the process. During mealtimes, Fong Lin would quickly finish his food and then lie by the window, pretending to sleep. When people passed by the dog bed in the living room, they would often reach out to pet him. By sleeping next to the floor-to-ceiling window, he could avoid being disturbed by others. Two little girls spent the entire afternoon watching television in the bedroom and even lingered for an extra dinner before reluctantly leaving. Fong Lin's owner, Lin Ba, returned home from work on time to escort them back. Meanwhile, Fong Lin spent his days immersed in cultivation, with only meals interrupting his practice for 3 consecutive days. On the 4th day, he rose early at 5 o'clock and resumed his training. At that moment, he suddenly felt a swelling pain in his right claw. Upon careful examination, he discovered that the entire claw was suffused with blue particles of ethereal energy, flowing together along an intricate and arcane trajectory. After observing for a while without any significant findings, he activated his ability to conceal the fluctuations of energy emanating from his right claw. At 6 o'clock, Fong Lin, who was routinely taken by Yang Ma for exercise, seized the opportunity to slip into the woods. He struck the earth forcefully with his paw. The spiritual energy within his right claw surged to life, and Fong Lin felt an overwhelming power coursing through it. With a resounding thud, a large pit emerged in the soil, mud splattering everywhere. It was deep enough for Fong Lin to partially immerse himself. The soil resembled that of an ordinary garden, yet the force he exerted to create such a pit was beyond his understanding. As a typical man in his 20s, he certainly could not have achieved this feat, and he had not even exerted his full strength. After leveling the ground with his paw, he turned his attention to a nearby stone. It was a common white rock, roughly the size of a soccer ball and somewhat flat. Fong Lin glanced at his right paw, an inexplicable urge bubbling within him. He felt akin to someone who had just acquired a formidable hammer, eager to strike anything that crossed his path. Yet, hesitation crept in. After all, who would casually strike stones with their hands? Moreover, he was still a novice, with soft pads on his paws. However, the thought of not striking the stone felt like a missed opportunity. Summoning his resolve, Fong Lin felt a strange conviction that he could indeed shatter it. He channeled the spiritual energy within his right paw and delivered a forceful blow. The white stone shattered into countless pieces, as if it had been struck by a mighty hammer. Astonishingly, he felt no pain in his paw. Fong Lin then attempted to strike another stone without invoking his spiritual power. Thud. Indeed, the stone proved to be quite hard. From his experiences thus far, Fong Lin realized that without harnessing his inner energy, his physical strength alone was insufficient to break stones. Initially, he had only absorbed spiritual energy within his body, lacking the means to wield it. Now, having refined his right paw with spiritual energy, he had effectively acquired a weapon, a method to utilize his newfound power. Moreover, this process consumed very little energy, akin to wielding a weapon imbued with magical damage. It is worth noting that as a canine, Fong Lin excelled not merely in striking. One could only imagine the explosive power and endurance he would possess once his entire body was refined, as well as the ferocity of his scratching and biting. With these thoughts in mind, Fong Lin decided to cease his experiments, intending to await the completion of his full-body refinement before proceeding further. After all, the body operates as a cohesive whole. Relying solely on his right paw for running or prolonged striking could potentially lead to strains, despite his current lack of discomfort. As Fong Lin emerged from the greenery, Yang Ma was already waiting nearby. She had noticed his absence mid-run, but paid it no mind. The community's security was thorough, and she harbored no concerns for Fong Lin's safety. Additionally, With his muzzle on, he posed no threat to others. It was in a dog's nature to play independently. After finishing her run, she planned to return to find him. However, he noticed that the white fur on Fong Lin's abdomen was caked with dirt, causing his brow to furrow in concern. Following his gaze, Fong Lin glanced down and saw that indeed, he was covered in quite a bit of soil, likely remnants from his earlier efforts to clean the scene. With no other choice, Fong Lin feigned the demeanor of a child who had erred, cautiously treading. Yang Ma sighed and chose not to comment further, leading Fong Lin back home. Upon entering the house, she took him directly to the bathroom. It was Fong Lin's first time in this spacious sanctuary, which boasted not only a shower but also a large bathtub, accompanied by a machine for playing music, presumably for relaxing baths. This was the bathroom on the first floor. Yang Ma typically utilized the facilities on the second floor, which were likely more lavishly equipped. Yang Ma guided Fong Lin beneath the shower head, adjusting the water temperature before decisively wetting him down. From a cabinet filled with numerous packages, she selected a citrus-scented pet shampoo and began lathering him with bubbles. Fong Lin reclined on the floor, reveling in the gentle rubbing and pampering. After his belly and legs were thoroughly scrubbed, he turned over for her to wash his back. "You're quite the connoisseur of comfort, aren't you? It seems you've matured considerably," Yang Ma observed. Her impression was not unfounded. Over the past few days, Fong Lin felt as though he had grown significantly. Typically, a standard husky ceases to grow around 10 months, but at this rate, Fong Lin was uncertain of how large he might become. The largest dog he had encountered previously was a Caucasian shepherd featured in a video, weighing a staggering 150 pounds, capable of playfully pinning its owner beneath its bulk. Once the lathering was complete, Yang Ma rinsed him off. Post-bath, his fur was thoroughly soaked, making Fong Lin feel as though he had donned a heavy down jacket. Somewhat uncomfortable. "Stop that. No," he exclaimed, shaking himself vigorously like a tumble dryer, instantly feeling a sense of lightness wash over him. After his shake, he noticed Yang Ma quietly observing him. After all, he was in sportswear, and he would soon be rinsing off, right? Chapter 25. The girl's influence on learning. Fong Lin obediently squatted down, sticking out his tongue in a playful gesture to win Yang Ma's favor. He had forgotten that he should not shake water off in front of others, a lapse attributed to his inexperience. By the time he heard Yang Ma's admonition, it was too late. Yang Ma remained silent for a moment before smiling and crouching down beside him, producing a hairdryer to dry his fur. Once he was thoroughly dried, she gently pulled his ear closer and whispered, "Next time, it will be sterilization. How dare you threaten an extraordinary dog?" He mused, deciding to let it slide. After all, a companion of such high caliber was hard to come by, unless he wished to become a service dog or a military canine. The notion of prioritizing human welfare, even at the expense of a dog, is a long-standing tradition. One need only look at how renowned directors have sacrificed military dogs for cinematic effect, facing no repercussions while collecting awards aplenty. Moreover, Fong Lin had begun to feel a sense of belonging within this family. From the moment they had brought him home, they had treated him as one of their own, rather than merely a pet. After a period of varied culinary delights from Yang Ma, her intimacy with Fong Lin has increased to 55, especially in light of his emotional needs. Fong Lin turned his head and playfully licked Yang Ma's face. "Ah, don't lick me. Hurry and go play. I need to take a bath and prepare dinner." Today's breakfast consisted of delectable pancakes crafted by Yang Ma, filled with cucumber, finely cut steak, and perfectly fried eggs, all generously smeared with sauce. Fong Lin, with an insatiable appetite, requested 2 pancakes and even devoured a bowl of dog food, while Lin Ba only managed to eat 1 and had a glass of milk. The pancakes, though not thick, were quite substantial, and Lin Yuqing could not finish even half of hers. Fong Lin, ever resourceful, nibbled at her pant leg and dropped his bowl at her feet, indicating that she could share her leftovers. Yang Ma and Lin Ba exchanged amused glances, pondering how to manage Fong Lin's growing appetite. "What can we do? Just let him eat," Lin Ba remarked nonchalantly as he scrolled through messages on his phone. "What if he gets sick from overeating? Can't we focus on having a proper breakfast?" he added. Lin Ba adjusted his glasses, set his phone aside, and reassured, "Oh, it's fine. Fong Lin is clever. Once he is full, he won't eat anymore. He won't overindulge, so don't worry." Seizing the moment, Fong Lin finished the remaining half and scampered to the balcony's water purifier for a satisfying drink, then lay down in his cozy spot, motionless. "See, once he is full, he won't eat anymore. He is not a stray dog that is always hungry," Lin Ba reassured. At this moment, Xiao Jie chimed in, "Eat well to grow strong." Yang Ma chuckled, "Hurry and eat yours. You eat a lot, but I haven't seen you grow any taller." Fong Lin rested for a while until the family finished breakfast, then eagerly waited by the door. It was August 29th, and Lin Yuqing's military training was halfway through, while Xiao Jie had yet to start school. Every morning, after tidying the table, Yang Ma would take Feng Lin to escort Lin Yuqing to school, as per her request. Upon reaching the parking lot, she insisted on personally leading Feng Lin to the school gate before handing the leash back to Yang Ma. After all, who wouldn't want to showcase such a clever and handsome dog? It's akin to a girl wanting to flaunt her handsome boyfriend while shopping. It certainly adds an element of allure to their stroll. Today was no different, under the gaze of her classmates. The serene and charming young girl entrusted the striking Feng Lin to Yang Ma. Standing at the entrance, Yang Ma waved goodbye to Lin Yuqing, her elegant demeanor causing the eager young boys to feel somewhat disheartened. In all honesty, with her background, appearance, and personality, would any boy dare to pursue her? Especially with the stunning and academically gifted Zhao Hanya by her side? It would take immense confidence to approach her. Feng Lin envisioned a scene where, during class, Lin Yuqing, feeling bored, absent-mindedly played with an eraser, accidentally dropping it onto the floor. The young boy, lost in a daze as he gazed at her departing figure, noticed an eraser had fallen beside him. He hurriedly picked it up and returned it to Lin Yuqing. "Thank you," she said, her sweet smile and light voice causing his cheeks to flush and his heart to race. If only he could accidentally brush against Lin Yuqing's hand while returning the eraser. His dreams that night would surely be filled with sweetness. From that moment on, he found himself hoping every day in class for Lin Yuqing's eraser to fall to the ground. Chuckling at his own imagination, Feng Lin couldn't help but grin. It seemed the class beauty was indeed the source of distraction for the young minds. What was so amusing? Was he drooling? Feng Lin firmly asserted that no drool had escaped him. How could he tarnish his own reputation without cause? After escorting Lin Yuqing to school, Yang Ma returned home to embrace the blissful life of a housewife. Perhaps due to her family's circumstances, she regarded chores as a form of entertainment, dedicating only an hour each morning to cleaning, never more. At that time, Aunt Lu Jing from next door would often drop by for a visit, and the two would settle on the sofa, watching television while engaging in light-hearted conversation. Feng Lin first checked on Xiao Jie, only to emerge from his room shortly thereafter. This little rascal had inexplicably shifted from playing Pokemon to immersing himself in Call of Duty. On the easiest difficulty, he would stand in the middle of the street, taking aim for an eternity before shooting, only to frantically seek cover after being wounded to regain health. Feng Lin felt his blood pressure rising, finding it utterly uninteresting. Thus, he leaped onto the sofa, honing his left paw while maintaining the flow of spiritual energy, all the while listening to the two housewives chat. "Hey, Jingjing. My latest video has over 500,000 likes. Is that true? Let me see." Yang Ma, who had previously shared casual videos of her yoga practice, had amassed a following attracted by her lifestyle and physique. However, typically, her videos garnered only a few thousand likes. Yang Ma showcased the video to Lu Jing, and Feng Lin, intrigued, hopped into Lu Jing's lap to watch on her phone. The video was edited by Lin Ba, perhaps due to its abundance of elements. It depicted a lifestyle and sense of ritual that many envied, showcasing two adorable children and a clever pet, combined with the prior accumulation of fans, causing the video to go viral. As Yang Ma and Lu Jing scrolled through the comments, many praised Feng Lin for his cuteness and intelligence, even teasing him about his tumble in the car. One highly upvoted comment read, "This husky looks like it's only 3 months old. How is it trained so well? It's not quite like mine." This comment came from a humorous husky blogger, whose fans eagerly chimed in with likes and remarks. Who would have thought there was such a clever and obedient husky? Are you envious yet? Feng Lin noticed that Yang Ma merely liked the comment without responding. What a pity, such a splendid opportunity for interaction, and she chose not to reply. Feng Lin glanced again, astonished that not a single comment had received a reply. Was this not excessively aloof? Chapter 26. An upset woman. This was the life I had always envisioned. Goodness, 63. The marbling on this steak is simply exquisite. Is this really a 9? I feel as though I am faring worse than a dog. Douyin consistently reminds me of my own poverty through various details. Lu Jing, like an enthusiastic little girl, eagerly scrolled through the comments, laughing heartily at the amusing ones. "Qian, these netizens are truly entertaining. Why don't you respond to them?" she remarked. "I see those influencers replying to their fans." Yang Ma shrugged, reclining lazily against the sofa with her curvaceous figure, and replied, "I can't be bothered to respond. There are just too many comments. 78,000 followers already, nearly 100,000. Aren't you planning to offer some perks when you reach that milestone?" Lu Jing chimed in, her excitement palpable as she strategized beside her. Yang Ma appeared indifferent, stretching her limbs as she retrieved Feng Lin from Lu Jing's lap, playfully teasing. "Perhaps I'll select a couple of comments to reply to then?" Lu Jing, exasperated, replied, Oh, come on. That's far too perfunctory. Those who gain followers are constantly devising ways to engage with their fans, fostering a stronger bond. Your approach is far too laid back. They follow me out of their own choice. If they don't like it, they can unfollow, Yang Ma retorted nonchalantly. Lu Jing, her big eyes twinkling with mischief, suddenly giggled. Well, your detachment might actually be a selling point. The aloof, wealthy woman. I bet many would be drawn to you the more distant you seem. What nonsense are you spouting? Yang Ma playfully punched Lu Jing's arm, then continued, what about this weekend's camping trip? Are you planning to join us? Where are you headed? Lu Jing asked. A friend recommended a camping club by the riverside, boasting a large lawn where we can grill and cook outdoors. The surroundings are quite pleasant. As Yang Ma spoke, she pulled out her phone to show Lu Jing some photos. However, Lu Jing resembled a little girl apprehensive about her parents allowing her to go out with friends on the weekend. Noticing her hesitation, Yang Ma furrowed her brows. What are you worried about now? Lu Jing's face reflected uncertainty. Enough already. I truly don't understand what you find meaningful about staying at home doing nothing, cooking a meal and tidying up. Initially, it was you who asked your parents for money to invest in his business, and now he doesn't want you to be seen. You are so obedient. Staying at home, seeking his permission for everything. How frustrating is that? What if he decides he no longer wants you? Lu Jing grimaced. Qian, don't say that. He wouldn't. Perhaps I am underestimating him. I don't wish to see you in this naive state anymore. Come on, let us go. Yang Ma's chest heaved as she tossed Fong Lin onto the sofa and pulled Lu Jing to her feet. Let us go, let us go. Ignoring Lu Jing's innocent pout, Yang Ma pushed her out the door and closed it behind them, standing in the living room with her hands on her hips. I am utterly exasperated. There is not a single good man among them. Owl. Fong Lin lay sprawled on the sofa in agreement, understanding that a woman in a fit of anger requires soothing. Earlier, he had spotted something resembling abalone in the refrigerator, something he had yet to taste. What? Are you unconvinced? Yang Ma, noticing Fong Lin's casual demeanor as he called out to her, felt a surge of irritation. You are no better. Who knows how many innocent girls you will harm in the future? Fine, one cannot poke a tigress lair. If one cannot provoke, one must evade. Fong Lin leaped off the sofa and dashed to the floor-to-ceiling window, turning to glance at Yang Ma while wagging his fluffy tail. Humph. Yang Ma settled herself on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, uploading the second video that Lin Ba had edited for her. At 5:40 in the evening, after picking up Lin Yuqing in her BMW, Yang Ma sat silently on the sofa, brooding. The moment Lin Yuqing exited the school gates, she sensed her mother's foul mood. Feeling anxious and fearful of having done something wrong. Upon returning home, she hurried upstairs and knocked on Xiao Jie's door, inquiring about the situation. Why is Mom angry? Did you upset her? I have no idea. Xiao Jie replied, bewildered, having spent the day gaming in his room, oblivious to his sister's concerns. Consequently, the siblings descended from the second floor, intending to curry favor. Years of experience had taught them that Yang Ma rarely lost her temper, but when she did, it was a serious matter. No matter what one was doing, there was always the risk of being scolded, prompting the siblings to abandon their plans of watching shows or gaming. Upon reaching the living room, they discovered Yang Ma cradling Xueqiu in her arms while petting it, with Fong Lin squatting beside the dog bed. Both the dog and cat were obliged to accompany Yang Ma in watching Zhan Huanzhuan. Yang Ma sat upright, cradling Xueqiu, occasionally smirking coldly at the screen. Xiao Jie shivered and glanced at his sister, who returned him a knowing look. Gathering his courage, Xiao Jie approached the water dispenser to fetch a cup of hot water for Yang Ma. With the cup in hand, he stepped forward, displaying a silly grin as he offered it to her. Mom, drink some water. I want tea drink. Just leave it there. Please drink, Mom. Yang Ma stared at the steaming cup, exasperated. Is this boiling hot? Are you trying to harm me? Xiao Jie scratched his head, placing the cup on the coffee table. Lin Yuqing rolled her eyes at Xiao Jie, retrieving a semi-transparent white box containing strawberries that Yang Ma had brought her that morning. Mom, have a strawberry. Yang Ma glanced at it, dismissing it with, I want to eat it, it's unwashed. Lin Yuqing smiled apologetically, but you brought this for me this morning. Yang Ma nodded, her big, beautiful double eyelids revealing a glimmer of mischief. I know, I forgot to wash them this morning. Observing Lin Yuqing, who stood lost in thought while holding a box of strawberries, Yang Ma shook her head and said, I was merely teasing you. They have been washed. Then, addressing the two children, she added, this is none of your concern. Go about your business, and we shall discuss it upon your father's return. Lin Yuqing and Xiao Jie felt as though a weight had been lifted from their shoulders. It was their father who had caused the trouble, had they known earlier. Xiao Jie promptly retreated to his room, where he had spent the day immersed in the simple challenge of Call of Duty, Modern Warfare, nearing completion. Meanwhile, Lin Yuqing cradled Fong Lin in her arms and settled onto the sofa to accompany Yang Ma while she watched television. Fong Lin surmised that she was likely waiting to witness the amusing antics of Lin Ba, truly a thoughtful little companion. Lost in thought, he suddenly felt Lin Yuqing placing something into his mouth. Instinctively, he opened his mouth and swallowed, only to discover it was a strawberry, delightfully sweet and tangy. Thus, Lin Yuqing intermittently fed strawberries to both herself and Fong Lin as they awaited Lin Ba's return home. Chapter 27. Who truly possesses superpowers? I'm back, Lin Ba cheerfully announced as he opened the door, exchanged his shoes, and entered the living room. What delectable dish awaits us tonight? I'm rather craving some pasta. Yang Ma shot him a sidelong glance, sitting more elegantly with Snowball in her lap, and chose not to respond. Sensing something amiss, Lin Ba glanced towards the sofa and noticed Lin Yuqing pursing her lips, wearing an expression of anticipation, while Fong Lin nestled in her arms peered curiously at him. Lin Ba adjusted his glasses and took a seat beside Yang Ma, fixating on her profile in silence. Yang Ma, feeling the pressure, turned to look at Lin Ba, and before she could utter a word, he swiftly pressed a kiss on her lips as she turned. Yikes! How scandalous! Lin Yuqing exclaimed, wrinkling her nose as if she had seen something unseemly, and extended her delicate hand to cover Fong Lin's eyes. Why cover my eyes? I've seen plenty. Fong Lin protested, hastily swatting Lin Yuqing's hand away. A faint blush blossomed on Yang Ma's well-preserved face at the age of 33, and she playfully swatted Lin Ba. What are you doing? The children are right here. What shall we have for dinner? Lin Ba inquired with a grin, gazing at Yang Ma, with a hint of annoyance. Yang Ma tousled Snowball's fur and retorted, nothing is prepared. Lin Ba shrugged, pondering for a moment before saying, today is August 29th. Do you know what this day commemorates? What day is it? For pairs of eyes turned expectantly towards Lin Ba. During World War II, there was a nurse named Alice, renowned for her long, beautiful golden hair. She was exceptionally brave. When the German forces breached the hospital where she worked, she shielded the wounded with her own body. Ultimately, she made the ultimate sacrifice. Alice had once resided in a peaceful, serene town, and her favorite pastime was shopping. To honor her memory, the 29th of August has been designated as World Shopping Day. On this day, people take to the streets to express their appreciation for the hard-won peace they enjoy. After listening to this conversation, Yang Ma was momentarily taken aback and asked, is it true? Lin Ba, non-committal, stood up and suggested, let us have barbecue tonight. I'll bring out the electric grill. Slice some meat, and after we eat, we can go shopping. Still pondering the earlier story, Yang Ma absent-mindedly responded, oh. Lin Yuqing, with her pure and sparkling eyes, inquired, Mom, is this real? Alice is truly brave. Yang Ma gently patted Lin Yuqing's head and smiled without responding. She then set down the Snowball in her arms and said, go call Xiao Jie down for dinner. We don't need to prepare much for the barbecue. We can cut and grill it fresh. All right. Fong Lin admired Lin Ba a bit. The story was most likely concocted by him. However, Yang Ma was not truly a capricious woman. With Lin Ba steering the conversation away, Yang Ma naturally followed suit. After all, it was someone else's matter that had upset her. There was no reason to take it out on Lin Ba, who was already quite exhausted from idling in his separate office at work. At the dinner table, Lin Ba finally learned the reason for Yang Ma's anger. After placing a grilled chicken wing on Fong Lin's plate, he remarked, old Ren's behavior was indeed inappropriate. Just because he doesn't want Lu Jing to join him in business doesn't mean he should restrict her life this way. I think he has issues, psychological issues. His male chauvinism and need for control are excessive. He is not a good person. I warn you, Lin Wenxiao, keep your distance from him. Yang Ma said indignantly as she bit into a piece of grilled meat. Oh well. Fong Lin hopped around Lin Ba's feet, reminding him it was time to get some food for himself. For this barbecue, once Yang Ma had prepared the meat, she took a back seat, leaving the grilling to Lin Ba, who handled the cooking for the family. The Snowball only took a bite of beef before returning to its cat food. Lin Ba used a separate pair of chopsticks to pick up a piece of clean rib for Fong Lin, who made a few sounds in acknowledgement while glancing at the plate of cumin on the table. Lin Ba chuckled, all right. He dipped the meat in cumin and offered it to Fong Lin, who finally bit down and chewed it before swallowing. Grilled meat without cumin lacks soul, Fong Lin, now a discerning dog with a taste for quality living, could hardly settle for plain barbecue. The family enjoyed their meal for over an hour before Lin Ba drove them to an upscale shopping district. On the way, Fong Lin felt a twinge of regret, as he was certain the Rolls-Royce Phantom beside them belonged to their family, a car he had never ridden in. Lin Ba was too low-key, honestly. If he had a small golden car, he would undoubtedly drive it every day. This shopping district was a relatively high-end mall in Sioux City, filled with prestigious luxury brands. Unlike ordinary malls where stores line up next to each other, in this densely populated and valuable area, one had to walk some distance to reach another luxury boutique. The shopping mall was neither too crowded nor too empty, yet it exuded a serene atmosphere. The patrons here possessed a certain economic affluence, as even a casual purchase of a shirt could amount to several thousand. Ordinary folks would scarcely dare to venture inside. Although Fong Lin, wearing a mouth mask, could enter the mall, he was prohibited from entering the stores. Therefore, at each shop's entrance, he stood at the threshold, guided by Xiao Jia. Fortunately, there were benches positioned at regular intervals outside, preventing Xiao Jia's young heart from succumbing to despair. As they arrived at a store, Xiao Jia adeptly took out his handheld gaming device, while Fong Lin squatted beside him. After 10 minutes, when Lin Ba emerged, he carried a light green shopping bag. With a sense of ennui, Fong Lin observed the scene, discovering details he had previously overlooked. The shopping bags were indeed light green, while the Hermes bags were orange, and the Chanel bags were black. He noted that the staff were attired in suits and white gloves, and that customers were subtly bowed out as they exited. As Fong Lin gazed at the opulent luxury boutiques adorned with dazzling lights and exquisite displays under soft illumination, a subtle shift occurred within him. Who truly possesses the superpower? He pondered. He looked up at Lin Ba, whose face bore a warm smile. Yang Ma, exuding maturity and grace. Lin Yuqing, with her innocent gaze, and Xiao Jia, who occasionally lowered his head to operate his device, and he smiled faintly. Are we buying anything else? Lin Ba inquired, carrying several colorful shopping bags, turning to Yang Ma, who was linked to him. The children's evening gowns for this year have yet to be purchased, and with the year-end approaching, they will need attire for those various gatherings. Xiao Jia, perceptive as ever, caught this remark and grimaced, saying, Mom, I'd rather we save some money, all right? Yang Ma chuckled, replying, what's wrong? Just go wherever you want to eat, enjoy your meal, and play on your phone. Isn't that enough? Xiao Jia retorted, I do that. But there are always unfamiliar uncles who come over to pat my head, saying I've grown taller and more handsome. I never know what to say. Lin Ba gently reassured him, what's a little discomfort to overcome? If it becomes too much, you can just enjoy your meal with your sister and slip away afterward. I'll arrange for someone to take you home. Hooray. Upon hearing this, the eyes of both Xiao Jia and Lin Yuqing sparkled with excitement. Chapter 28. Ice cream human beings are inherently peculiar and capricious. In childhood, nestled beside their mothers, savoring lollipops while watching older children ride bicycles and frolic freely, one yearns to grow up and attain such liberty. Yet, when adulthood arrives, accompanied by the burdens that plague the mature, one often reminisces about the carefree days of youth. In childhood, attending family gatherings seemed a tedious affair, with thoughts of escape lingering in the mind. As one matures, at an indeterminate moment, the art of social maneuvering is mastered, and one finds themselves forging connections over clinking glasses at banquets. Nevertheless, each phase of life is invaluable and distinctive to every individual. Xiao Jia and Lin Yuqing now inhabit this blissful, carefree age, and Fong Lin finds himself envious of their innocence. Before graduating from university, he attempted to apply for a teaching internship at a modest secondary school. However, who could have anticipated that even a small school would be rife with intricate networks and alliances? The principal, vice principal, various department heads, and numerous evaluations of professional titles left Fong Lin, who had already experienced significant upheaval and was somewhat socially anxious, at a loss. Ultimately, he chose to become a landlord instead. In contrast, Xiao Jia and Lin Yuqing possessed an innate advantage, embodying a perpetual innocence and straightforwardness that required no appeasement of others. To this day, Fong Lin still holds admiration for Yang Ma and Lin Ba, as the term rich second-generation online has almost become synonymous with a plethora of bad habits. Indulgences in heavy drinking, instigating trouble, and reckless driving leading to incarceration are common tales. Yet, in Fong Lin's eyes, Xiao Jia and Lin Yuqing, who should be regarded as the epitome of the privileged class, still retain their kindness and purity. However, it is said that it takes only 3 days for one to learn bad habits, and the first influences often stem from detrimental friendships. Thus, Fong Lin resolved to oversee their growth personally, should they dare to stray into mischief. He would take it upon himself to restore order. The family once again visited the Chanel ready-to-wear exhibit, where Fong Lin was attended to by a store assistant clad in a suit and white gloves, patiently waiting outside. Chanel gowns are synonymous with feminine luxury and prestige, with the highest-tier custom dresses priced beyond imagination, sometimes reaching into the hundreds of thousands or even millions. Moreover, the clientele eligible to purchase such garments is exceedingly exclusive. Once a certain socialite acquires a design, it is no longer available to others. After much deliberation, Yang Ma selected a shimmering sky blue crystal dress for Lin Yuqing. Upon wearing it, Lin Yuqing delicately grasped the hem of her gown and twirled in front of the mirror, resembling a princess from a fairy tale. The family was thoroughly pleased. And after the resident tailor, an elderly gentleman with flowing white hair, took her measurements, Lin Ba made the purchase of 230,000 yuan for the dress, which would be air freighted back from abroad, arriving just before the new year. Similarly, a tailored suit worth 80,000 yuan was chosen for Xiao Jia. By this point, Yang Ma's earlier irritation had dissipated, and after completing their shopping spree, the family prepared to return home. As they descended to the first floor, Xiao Jia spotted an ice cream shop. He tugged at Yang Ma's arm with his left hand, raising his right hand, which held a handheld gaming device, to point toward the ice cream shop. "Mom, I want ice cream," he exclaimed. In good spirits, Yang Ma nodded in agreement, though she quickly added with a furrowed brow, "Xiao Jia, no playing with the game console while walking." Fong Lin followed closely behind them to the ice cream shop, glancing up at the sign that read, "What brand is this?" A cone costs 26 yuan. Lin Ba purchased one for each of them, Yang Ma, Lin Yuqing, Xiao Jia, and himself. Fong Lin was pleasantly surprised to find that he had also received a serving, as it had been quite some time since he last indulged in ice cream. Lin Ba was indeed a good person, someone with whom one could easily get along. Fong Lin instinctively wagged his tail in anticipation, waiting for Lin Ba to remove the covering from his mouth. With a swift lick, he devoured most of the ice cream, smacking his lips before swiftly swallowing the remainder along with the cone, tilting his head back while chewing and swallowing to prevent his egg roll from falling. He found the taste quite pleasant, refreshingly cool, with a rich creaminess. Desserts are known to evoke joy. Those who relish sweet treats often find it easier to ward off despair. On a summer night, the heat still lingered, and the group, having exited the shopping mall, felt no inclination to continue their escapade, opting instead to drive home and conclude this delightful shopping adventure. After experiencing the refreshing air conditioning in the car and the coolness of the underground garage, Fong Lin was eager to return home and bask in the comfort of his own air conditioning. He could not fathom why he harbored a certain aversion to the sweltering climate. His nose would invariably be dotted with delicate beads of perspiration, and he found himself incessantly sticking out his tongue to cool off, which made him feel rather foolish. In the novels he had read, accomplished practitioners could not only sustain themselves without food, but also endure extreme weather conditions. When would he be able to enjoy summer without sweating? As he approached the entrance of his apartment building, Fong Lin could hardly contain his eagerness to return home, dashing toward the elevator. "Hey, wait up, little Jia." Unable to hold back, Fong Lin found himself racing alongside him. Fong Lin maintained a pace that little Jia could keep up with, charging to the elevator, only to discover a man in a suit, his expression somewhat gloomy, standing nearby. "Phew, I'm exhausted," little Jia gasped as Fong Lin halted, finally catching his breath while leaning against his waist, his chest rising and falling. Fong Lin smirked inwardly. How could a young boy be so feeble? He recalled his own childhood, when he would leap and bound outside until 10 o'clock, only to be called home by his parents. However, now he could play as late as he wished without anyone beckoning him home. Noticing the man at the elevator, little Jia instinctively pulled Fong Lin closer and stood silently. The man, spotting little Jia, broke into a slight smile and remarked, "Did you just take your dog for a walk?" Before little Jia could respond, Lin Ba and Yang Ma, accompanied by Lin Yuqing, approached. Upon seeing the man, Yang Ma's eyes flickered with a hint of disdain, and she subtly took a half step back from Lin Ba. Lin Ba, positioning himself beside the man, initiated the conversation. "Aldrin, are you busy? Just getting off work?" Yang Ma, seizing the moment, stood next to Lin Ba, creating a distance between herself and the man as they faced the elevator. The man chuckled, "Not like you. The big boss, who clocks in and out on time every day. I have to keep an eye on things." He then turned to Yang Ma and inquired, "Did you go shopping?" Yang Ma, still ignoring him, pressed the elevator button and stepped inside, followed by little Jia, Fong Lin, and Lin Yuqing. Lin Ba cheerfully added, "She is sulking with me, just a little upset." "Ah, the dynamics of marriage. No need for such fuss," the man remarked as he entered the elevator with Lin Ba. After exchanging a few casual words, the elevator arrived at the 3rd floor, and everyone disembarked, returning to their respective homes. Once inside his apartment, the man's demeanor darkened once more. "You're back. Have you eaten? Shall I warm something up for you? You're quite late today." Lu Jing approached with a gentle smile, extending her hand to take the man's coat and hanging it on the rack by the door. "Have you eaten?" she inquired. The man replied with a nonchalant nod before making his way to the living room, where he settled onto the sofa, crossing his legs and lighting a cigarette. Lu Jing poured a cup of hot water and placed a plate of sliced cantaloupe on the coffee table before him. Are you feeling down? Is the supermarket still struggling? The man nodded slightly in response. In the 29th chapter, Lu Jing warmed up the dishes and brought them to the dining room, sitting down to ask, I made you chicken wings. Would you like some more? The man silently waved his hand in refusal. All right then, I shall eat first. I am quite hungry too. After taking a couple of bites, Lu Jing hesitated before speaking again. Do you want me to help you? I notice you come home feeling low every day, and it pains me to see you like this. Before she could finish her sentence, the man interrupted. Enough. I'm very tired right now and don't wish to discuss this topic. Oh, the room fell into a heavy silence. Lu Jing lowered her head and continued to eat, then spoke again. Qianqian's family is going on a picnic this weekend and invited me. Should I go? The man, growing impatient, replied, Why not just stay home? Why must you keep running around? With that, he stood and ascended the stairs. Alone at the dining table, Lu Jing quietly consumed her late dinner. Meanwhile, in a different household on the same floor, the atmosphere was quite different. After a long outing, Fong Lin felt exhausted, his body and mind weary, though he couldn't comprehend why. Logically, his physical condition should have allowed him to walk for 2 hours without issue. Yet shopping felt like a draining exercise, akin to rapid fatigue. He often recalled videos of women dragging their exhausted dogs, with golden retrievers collapsing on the ground, refusing to budge, while their owners desperately tried to coax them, eventually resorting to carrying them home in a taxi. The two children had finished their evening rituals early and returned to their rooms. Lin Dad was in the kitchen with Yang Mom, tidying up and preparing ingredients for breakfast while engaging in light conversation before heading to the staircase to rest. At that moment, Yang Mom glanced around, her expression slightly unusual as she looked at Lin Dad and said, Go take a shower. As she spoke, a faint blush crept onto her fair face. Lin Dad instantly understood, sneezing lightly before sitting down on the sofa and saying, It seems their essay game on tonight. I'll watch for a bit longer. Yang Mom, hands on her hips, glared at him after slamming the dough onto the counter. Sighing, Lin Dad dropped the remote he had just picked up and slowly made his way upstairs, as if resigned to his fate, his steps deliberate and mournful, his left hand subtly supporting his lower back. With a satisfied nod, Yang Mom lowered her head and quickly wrapped the dough in plastic before washing her hands and heading upstairs with a light and lively gait, tinged with excitement. Fong Lin shook his head, pondering the tribulations of middle-aged men. Kaka, it's time for bed. The door to Lin Yuqing's bedroom on the second floor swung open as she called out to Fong Lin, who was lounging in the living room. When Fong Lin ascended the stairs and expertly leapt onto the end of the bed, he discovered that Xueqiu had already settled in comfortably. She had fully adapted to her new life, spending her days napping in various corners of the room or playing on the cat tree that Yang Ma had purchased for her. In the evenings, she would eagerly await Lin Yuqing's return to bed. After Lin Yuqing lay down, Xueqiu nestled beside her on the pillow, mewed a soft good night to Fong Lin, and closed her eyes. Fong Lin flicked his tail, and, after Lin Yuqing caressed his head and turned off the light, he quietly refined his left paw with spiritual energy. The following morning at 9 o'clock, Lu Jing promptly knocked on the door. I'm here, she cheerfully announced as she plopped down on the sofa, affectionately petting the dog. Dressed in her yoga attire, she visited Yang Ma daily, though she had never once been seen practicing yoga. Instead, she settled onto the sofa, indulging in snacks from the coffee table while watching a show. Oh, is it a palace drama? Yang Ma sighed inwardly, observing Lu Jing's carefree demeanor and deciding not to mention the events of the previous day. I finished it yesterday. Let us revisit some others. For reasons unbeknownst to her, palace dramas were exceedingly popular among women, particularly among housewives in their 30s. After watching them numerous times, they became so familiar that one could chat while watching without fear of missing any crucial plot points. Suddenly, Lu Jing recalled something and exclaimed, By the way, the video you posted yesterday has gone viral. It garnered over 70,000 likes in just one day. She then affectionately kissed Fong Lin on the head and ruffled his fur, adding, I never expected Kaka to be so thoughtful, comforting his startled little sister. Really? Let me see, Yang Ma replied, pulling out her phone to open Douyin, while Fong Lin leaned in to catch a glimpse of the commotion. The video featured an extraordinarily adorable ragdoll cat, newly arrived at its home, trembling in fear as it curled up in the corner of the sofa. The worried expressions of two children were visible, while Lin Ba, with his wise demeanor, furrowed his brow in concern. Just as the cat's trembling intensified, raising fears of a fainting spell, a strikingly handsome husky made its entrance. Oh, meow. The sounds of their cross-lingual exchange calmed the cat. leading to the most heartwarming moment that sent netizens into a frenzy. The two enchanting creatures, each possessing gem-like eyes, silently gazed at one another before gently touching noses. A timeless connection forged in an instant. The video's shares skyrocketed to an astonishing 60,000, just shy of the like count. Countless comments flooded in, resonating with viewers' sentiments. With one particularly acclaimed comment reading, "I had a truly terrible day, so bad that I felt my entire life was shrouded in darkness and devoid of meaning. I returned to my rented apartment, flinging myself onto the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, questioning the heavens about the treatment I had endured. It was then that I stumbled upon a video that felt like a jolt of exhilaration. Indeed, the adorable antics of pets can truly dispel a day's worth of gloom. I resolved to acquire a husky to accompany me, hoping it might bestow upon me the strength that Kaka had once provided." Below the video, some offered their encouragement, while others quipped, "I believe it can indeed lend you strength to give it a good thrashing." A well-known content creator, famous for showcasing their mischievous husky, commented with a facepalm emoji, conveying everything without words. Fong Lin silently prayed for the girl to acquire a well-behaved husky, for returning home after a long day to chaos would be unbearable. Amidst the relatively mundane comments, the conversation predictably veered off course. "So, the languages of cats and dogs are mutually comprehensible, right?" This comment garnered an astonishing 107 likes, suggesting that notifications had been incessantly chiming since its posting. The online community divided sharply. One faction argued for the mutual understanding of animal languages, citing the instance where a cat, on the verge of losing its composure, was coaxed back by Fong Lin. Even a whimsical commenter suggested that all animal languages in the world are inherently interconnected, unbeknownst to humans. The opposing camp contended that there was no such communication. Rather, the cat merely sensed Fong Lin's emotions, finding solace in an unfamiliar environment. Fong Lin chuckled, his dog's mouth curling into a grin, bemused by the absurdity of the debates. What could one possibly think? Of course, it was plausible that animals could understand each other. In a world devoid of humans, all creatures could grasp one another's meanings. The variance in sounds merely stemmed from the anatomical differences in vocal cords among species, a parallel universe, not to be conflated with reality. Various science enthusiasts, pet aficionados, and humorists were tagged and drawn into this discourse. Fong Lin speculated that the video would garner at least 100,000 to 200,000 likes. He noticed numerous creators commenting that they would soon return to produce rebuttal videos, countering what they deemed the shallow ignorance of their adversaries. However, no scientific evidence currently substantiated this claim. It was all based on experiential observations from various experiments. Unless they too, like Fong Lin, transformed into dogs. Beyond this seemingly serious, yet comical scientific discussion, some speculated about the strong bond between Fong Lin and Snowball, beginning to ship them. Truly, they excelled at little else but shipping. Yang Ma and Lu Jing set their phones aside after a while, turning their attention to the television and engaging in conversation. Lu Jing wore loose-fitting sports shorts that fell just above her knees, her fair and ample thighs exposed. Outside, the temperature soared above 30 degrees, while indoors, the climate was comfortable, with the floor-to-ceiling windows allowing ample sunlight to pour in, warming the room with a cozy glow. Fong Lin rested his head upon Lu Jing's lap. The faint fragrance wafting around him lulled him into a serene slumber before long. The life of a pet dog is indeed simple and unadorned. However, such bliss is often fleeting. After indulging in a roasted pigeon for lunch to tantalize his taste buds, Fong Lin had barely dozed for 2 hours when he was roused by Yang Ma's call. Groggy, he glanced at the time. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. It is said that 2 o'clock in summer marks the peak of heat, when the sun's rays are most merciless, transforming the ground into a veritable oven. Yet, even at 3 o'clock, the oppressive heat lingered, the temperature akin to that of a relentless barbecue, still unbearable. Reluctant to venture outside, Fong Lin pondered the necessity of doing so, burying his head deeper into his nest in a bid to feign death. Yang Ma, having changed her shoes at the door, noticed his unwillingness to move and, without hesitation, entered wearing her shoes, grasping the dog leash. She lifted Fong Lin's head and placed it into the harness, urging him, "Hurry up, we forgot to go this morning. If we delay further, the seafood market will close." Seafood. He was suddenly invigorated by the thought of indulging in succulent lobster and crab. Was there a chance to savor the fabled king crab today? In an instant, Fong Lin sprang to his feet, following Yang Ma out the door. After a 40-minute drive, they finally arrived at the largest seafood market in Sioux City. Upon entering, Fong Lin was immediately enveloped by the robust scent of the ocean. the pungent aroma making him instinctively shield part of his sense of smell. Nevertheless, the air in the market felt relatively humid, imparting a refreshing sensation. Yang Ma led Fong Lin through the market, selecting items while he trailed behind, eyeing the various stalls. Unfortunately, due to his vantage point, many of the taller stalls were obscured from his view. However, he could still discern some offerings displayed at lower heights or in transparent tanks. Yang Ma paused at a particular shop, and Fong Lin, intrigued by a large squid clinging to the wall of a tank, leaned in for a closer inspection. The suction cups, upon closer examination, appeared rather unsettling. His gaze then shifted to a basket of crabs displayed lower down, which seemed rather lackluster, perhaps due to a long day of sales. Meanwhile, Yang Ma was inquiring about prices. "How much for the oysters?" she asked. "Per pound. Don't worry, our oysters are quite large and nourishing," replied a plump ant clad in black fabric with enthusiasm. "All right, I'll take 3 pounds." It dawned on Fong Lin then that the purchase was intended as a treat for Lin Ba, rather than for him to enjoy seafood. Ultimately, Yang Ma also procured a yellow croaker to take home, but regrettably, the lobster and crab that Fong Lin had eagerly anticipated remained elusive. Upon returning home, Yang Ma began humming a cheerful tune as she prepared the yellow croaker. Lin Ba, finishing work early, had picked up Lin Yuqing, who had just concluded her military training, and the two returned home together. Upon entering, Lin Yuqing promptly shed her military training jacket onto the floor and, appearing utterly fatigued, ascended the stairs to take a shower. It was evident that she was thoroughly exhausted. Lin's father hung up his coat and cheerfully inquired, "What delicious dishes are being prepared?" He then strolled into the kitchen. Yang's mother, like a proud exhibitor, presented Lin's father with 3 pounds of fresh oysters and a perfectly steamed yellow croaker. "Not yesterday's show," Yang's mother playfully interrupted him, casting a sly glance and saying, "I was a bit tired yesterday and not in the best state. Just look at this exquisite yellow croaker. It's quite expensive. And you've eaten these oysters already." Once dinner was ready, the family gathered around the dining table. In front of Lin's father lay a knife and a towering stack of oysters, with the yellow croaker placed beside it, accompanied by a small bowl of prepared sauce. Meanwhile, the others had a small bowl of rice each, alongside a dish of stir-fried meat and a plate of shredded potatoes. Fong Lin's dinner consisted of a generous portion of tender beef, imbued with a hint of fish flavor, likely from the steamed fish that had been cooked nearby. Oh, the husky remained silent, accepting the situation with resignation. After all, everything tasted delightful to him at the moment, even the unseasoned steamed beef. After finishing her cat food, Snowball circled the dining table, seemingly drawn to the aroma of the yellow croaker. "A woo meow?" Fong Lin warned her, "Don't get your hopes up. Be careful not to anger Yang's mother." Little Jia, puzzled as to why Lin's father had nothing but oysters in front of him, felt a pang of envy and reached out for one. Smack! Yang's mother swiftly tapped his hand with her chopsticks to deter him. She gazed at little Jia's innocent eyes and explained, "Daddy has been working very hard lately. He specifically requested oysters for dinner. I promise to make some for you next time, all right?" Lin's father, meeting Yang's mother's gaze, nodded with a smile. "Yes, I wanted to eat them." "All right then." Little Jia shifted his attention to the plate of steamed yellow croaker, its fragrant aroma mingling with a subtle hint of vinegar, making his appetite surge. Just as he was about to grab a piece of fish, Yang's mother interrupted again. "This fish is also part of Daddy's dinner. The 3 of us will share these 2 dishes." Little Jia glanced at the stir-fried meat and shredded potatoes, then suddenly appeared melancholic and asked, "Mom, has our family gone bankrupt?" After a day of rigorous military training, Lin Yuqing found little Jia's incessant chatter unbearable and replied, "Why are you so talkative today? Just eat what you're given and refrain from speaking." "Oh." At Lin Yuqing's admonition, little Jia ceased his complaints and obediently began to eat. Chapter 31. The seed appointment. It is unclear when it began, but time felt as though it had been set to fast forward, the days slipping by like water. Especially during leisure moments, time seemed to pass even more swiftly. As September arrived, summer was gradually drawing to a close. Yet it appeared to grow increasingly restless in its final days, as if to commemorate its past existence. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Yuqing and little Jia had already completed a week of school, while Fong Lin's forepaws and little legs had been thoroughly honed. He discovered that the speed of his tempering was gradually increasing, and the next step was to refine his torso. Initially, he felt somewhat unaccustomed after completing the tempering. But after engaging in morning runs each day, it became manageable as long as he refrained from frequently utilizing his spiritual energy. Once he successfully tempered the muscles throughout his entire body, he would truly embody the nascent form of the extraordinary. It is essential to recognize that the entire physical body operates as an organic whole, whether striking or grasping, It requires the coordinated exertion of the whole body. Given the current circumstances, his claws, empowered by spiritual energy, could shatter stones without any sensation of pain, suggesting that he might become impervious to blades and bullets. In the context of an ancient battlefield, this would equate to being clad in heavy armor, possessing both extreme agility and formidable lethality. However, he presumed that there remained a considerable distance before he could withstand bullets directly. He sensed that the tempering of his physical form had merely reached the limits of his current capabilities. Once he made progress in his cultivation of spiritual energy, further refinement of his body would likely be attainable. Even though he had yet to fully temper his physique, he found himself daydreaming of transcending to a saintly state and traversing the void, akin to characters in novels. Meanwhile, his daily life remained uneventful. Last weekend, Lin Yuqing's military training had just concluded, and as school approached, the family decided to enjoy a picnic together. Initially, they planned to visit a camping club by the river suggested by Yang Ma, where fishing was also an option, which Lin Dad wholeheartedly supported. However, due to reasons unknown to him that incited Yang Ma's ire, they ultimately opted to drive to a picturesque camping site in the suburbs. A vast lawn bordered by beautiful mountains and waters was bustling with numerous tents and lively crowds. Lu Jing, however, did not end up going, and Fong Lin felt a twinge of disdain towards her. Logically, Lu Jing was slightly younger than Yang Ma, and her exquisite figure had once been Fong Lin's ideal type, yet he found himself enveloped in an odd sentiment. It was akin to the frustration one feels towards a tragic heroine in a television drama, berating her for her foolishness and lamenting her lack of agency. He had perceived Lu Jing's character as exceedingly naive, resembling a perpetually immature girl. Fong Lin sensed that her heart harbored considerable negative energy, largely stemming from her domineering husband. Nevertheless, each time she visited Yang Ma, she wore a smile and radiated joy, never allowing her negative emotions to seep out and affect others. Fong Lin could not discern whether this trait was a virtue or a flaw. If only she could express her grievances and lament her misfortunes like a typical woman, he would not feel the irritation he currently experienced upon seeing her. He had come to understand why Yang Ma had been upset. She had initially invested a substantial amount of capital into the business, so why should she adopt such a subservient stance? Her unwavering trust in her husband and her obedient demeanor seemed utterly out of place in contemporary society. Most infuriating to Fong Lin was the realization that this enchanting, devoted woman, who supported and invested in her partner, had ended up with a man who was a true anomaly among men. The wife wishes to venture out freely, yet she is met with disapproval. Ever since Fong Lin effortlessly tore apart a beverage can with his right paw during a morning exercise a few days prior, it felt as though a spark had ignited within him. Armed with formidable prowess, a thirst for freedom emerged. What he yearns for most is the liberty to live joyfully and without restraint. Were he in ancient times, he might have stealthily infiltrated the night to eliminate that man. This television drama is exceedingly stifling. Simultaneously, Fong Lin's prominence on the internet is gradually ascending. Yang Ma has amassed over 170,000 followers, with her two previous viral videos garnering over 1 million likes each. Although they did not reach the 2 million mark as Fong Lin had hoped, the numbers are still impressive. In truth, Fong Lin, having never been a video blogger, underestimated the complexities of attracting viewers. After a week-long hiatus from editing due to her disinterest, Yang Ma recently compiled a video showcasing snippets of her life and camping scenes. She was reluctant to constantly burden Lin Ba, but felt it necessary to enlist his help that weekend when he was free. Nonetheless, Fong Lin believed that despite Yang Ma being an outstanding graduate from a prestigious institution, her video editing skills were somewhat lacking, both in terms of focus and transitions, as well as the selection of background music. The quality fell short compared to her earlier works. However, the essence of a video lies primarily in its content. And with Fong Lin and Xueqiu as the key draws, the video still amassed several 100,000 likes. In one memorable moment, Lin Ba grilled a fish for Xueqiu, who, in her naive excitement, took a bite and yelped in response to the heat, finishing it in tears while seeking solace from Lin Ba, nuzzling his legs and mewing for more. What embarrassed Fong Lin the most was that many campers on the lawn had brought their pets. Although he had grown considerably, he still did not possess the physique of the fully matured female dogs. Consequently, he found himself surrounded by a throng of various small female dogs, primarily due to his striking appearance post-transformation. His coat was glossy, with the dark areas deeply pigmented and the white regions glaringly pristine. His sapphire-like eyes became increasingly enchanting, captivating even Yang Ma at times, let alone the other female dogs of his kind. Samoyeds, golden retrievers, Labradors, Alaskans, Huskies, and more, each of varying qualities, encircled him, sniffing eagerly. Many male dogs also gathered nearby, intrigued to discover the identity of this remarkable beauty. If Fong Lin had reincarnated as a man of unparalleled charm, surrounded by a throng of elegantly adorned women seeking his WeChat, with a crowd of envious onlookers, it would indeed be the epitome of a perfect, ostentatious scene. However, the current situation is that numerous dogs have gathered here, and their owners, noticing the commotion, have come over to point and laugh at Fong Lin, capturing the moment with fervent photographs, making him feel akin to a monkey on display. With so many people around, and some dog owners present, he certainly cannot resort to using his powers to swat these female dogs away. How wonderful it would be if he could command the kind of spiritual pressure depicted in novels, scaring all these female dogs away with a mere display of his prowess. The owner of a female husky even sought out Lin's father, wishing to arrange a meeting to discuss Fong Lin's potential future offspring, leaving him utterly astonished. Chapter 32. A ball of fire. At that moment, Lin's father was momentarily taken aback, but then replied, "Let us see how they feel about each other when the time comes. They should be allowed to engage in free love, shouldn't they?" Indeed, Lin's father handled matters with a certain ease that was quite refreshing. If he were to agree, it would mean that Fong Lin might truly have to engage in. Well, one could only imagine. Although his body instinctively did not reject the notion, Fong Lin's heart was resolutely against it. Feeling a bit parched, Fong Lin concluded his reverie, lazily rising from his nest and stretching his body with an exaggerated yawn. Research has shown that stretching can bring about a sense of joy, and doing so frequently enhances one's happiness. He strolled slowly towards the balcony, quenched his thirst at his dedicated water purifier, and then meandered back into the room. It was now 9 o'clock on a Saturday morning, and the weather outside remained somewhat sultry. Fong Lin had no desire to linger outdoors. Who doesn't enjoy the comfort of an air-conditioned room? Since becoming a dog, he has developed an even greater affinity for it. If given the choice, he would happily remain indoors 24 hours a day. As a husky, his instincts urged him to run and wreak havoc, and after undergoing the cleansing of spiritual energy, he had been overwhelmed by a sense of restlessness during that period. Every morning during his jog, his entire body felt invigorated, resonating with a delightful energy. However, with the strengthening of his physique and the practice of spiritual energy, the first empty slot within him was now partially filled, allowing Fong Lin to gradually gain control over his instincts. He could embrace a state of leisurely tranquility, devoid of any other reaction. Yang Ma was outside on the balcony, hanging up laundry, and upon seeing Fong Lin saunter in like an elderly person to drink some water before leisurely departing the balcony, she couldn't help but tease. "If people hadn't said your husky lineage was pure, I might have thought you were some kind of mutant breed." Fong Lin turned his head to give Yang Ma an innocently bewildered look, wagging his tail as he ascended the stairs. He intended to find Xiao Jie and play for a while, curious to see if he was engaged in any new games. Fong Lin had traversed into this world due to his gaming obsession as a devoted homebody. It was not uncommon for him to lose track of time and find that dawn had arrived while immersed in his virtual adventures. Alas, now as a husky, he was unable to indulge in any games. Xiao Jie had also returned to school, with classes ending at 4:30 each day. However, Yang Ma typically kept him at school for an additional hour and a half to complete his homework, picking him up at 6 o'clock thereafter. The primary reason lies in the proximity of Xiao Jie's Yucai Primary School and Lin Yuqing's 9th Middle School, which are merely separated by a street. Both institutions are esteemed among primary and secondary schools. Admission is determined by geographical zones, and purchasing a residence within the vicinity of these schools guarantees enrollment, regardless of any mischief one might commit against the principal. Thus, the prices for real estate in this area are exorbitantly inflated. Yang Ma, disinclined to retrieve him at 4:30 and then again at 6 o'clock for Lin Yuqing, opted instead to have him complete his homework before returning home. To be fair, the volume of homework assigned in primary and middle school is not as overwhelming as it may seem. Many diligent students manage to finish their assignments during recess, while those who procrastinate until midnight are often just dawdling after returning home, taking their time to unpack their bags. Before they know it, dinner interrupts their studies, and after a leisurely meal and some smartphone distractions, they lose track of time, resulting in inefficient multitasking. In less than an hour, Xiao Jie managed to complete nearly all of his assignments, casually wandering around the classroom and visiting the teacher's office until Yang Ma arrived at 6 o'clock to take him home. Curiously, despite not enrolling Xiao Jie in any tutoring classes and merely ensuring he completed his homework promptly each day, his academic performance consistently ranked among the top of his class. However, with Xiao Jie away during the day, Fong Lin found himself with considerably less amusement. Today being Saturday, he decided to check in on what Xiao Jie was up to. Upon arriving at Xiao Jie's doorstep, Fong Lin discovered the door was closed. Judging the angle just right, he leaped and grasped the doorknob to open the door. He had to carefully manage his strength, ensuring he didn't T-jump too high or pull the knob off. Inside, Xiao Jie was not engrossed in video games, but was instead playing with a yo-yo in his room. Fong Lin couldn't help but exclaim internally. He too had played with such toys in his youth, inspired by the popular Firepower Youth King. However, back then, his pocket money was limited, and he could only purchase several inexpensive yo-yos that turned out to be of poor quality, unable to maintain a spin for more than 10 seconds, let alone perform tricks. In contrast, Xiao Jie's equipment appeared remarkably superior. He wore a sleek black glove, and the string was a vibrant fluorescent green, while the yo-yo itself bore a double diamond emblem. The entire yo-yo was silver, suggesting it was made from high-quality materials. Upon noticing Fong Lin's entrance, Xiao Jie approached in astonishment, peering outside and exclaiming, "Wow, Kaka, how did you get in?" Amused by his curiosity, Fong Lin kicked the door closed with his hind leg, then turned and leapt to open it. "You can open doors by yourself now. You jumped so high." Xiao Jie responded, "Of course. Now hurry and show me your yo-yo skills." After a brief touch on Fong Lin, Xiao Jie returned to a serious demeanor, focusing intently ahead. After a few seconds of stillness, he deftly released the yo-yo with a vigorous flick of his wrist. The yo-yo traced an elegant parabolic arc, spinning vertically, before Xiao Jie skillfully swung it to the left hand. The yo-yo's string elegantly encircled the finger of the left hand. As the toy came to rest between the two hands, taut and spinning, there's a modicum of skill involved. Fong Lin watched with anticipation as Xiao Jie prepared for his next move. Maintaining his pose for a few moments, Xiao Jie suddenly released the string and reeled the yo-yo back. He patted his forehead with his left hand, muttering to himself, "What was I supposed to do next? I've forgotten again." Xiao Jie dashed to his bedroom desk and played a video. A fire ignites within the heart, burning away the confusion. The blazing heat is energy, tempered by countless trials. A fire ignites within the heart, breaking through barriers without fear. Self-improvement is relentless. Growth must surpass limits. The years of youth are mine to command. Suddenly, the familiar melody burst forth from the speakers, igniting Fong Lin's enthusiasm. A glance at the monitor revealed that Xiao Jie was watching the Firepower Youth, where Li Fei was displaying impressive tricks. The dynamic movements, accompanied by stirring background music, transported Fong Lin back to his own youth. It was rather perplexing. Who learns skills from watching television dramas? How odd indeed. Engrossed in the video, Xiao Jie momentarily forgot his intent to practice. He pulled up an ergonomic chair and sat down to watch the footage in full screen. After a while, a series of notification sounds chimed, prompting Xiao Jie to open a message. Fong Lin noticed it was a video sent by a classmate, showcasing their prowess with the yo-yo. After watching, Xiao Jie's expression shifted, and without replying, he rewound the video to the beginning and finally began to practice earnestly. Chapter 33. Lin Yuqing's melancholy. As for why Xiao Jie and his friends suddenly became enamored with something from years past, Fong Lin was not at all surprised. In elementary school, the entire class resembled a small community. One day, a prominent figure in this group, perhaps someone lively, attractive, or academically gifted, might watch an animated show, play a game, or read a new book, and share it with their close friends. More often than not, these friends would eagerly hop on the bandwagon to experience it together. The bonds formed during elementary school were typically pure, devoid of the insular cliques that often develop later. Thus, through word of mouth, it was entirely likely that the entire class would begin to play a certain game, listen to a specific artist's music, or read a particular book. Fong Lin himself had experienced this phenomenon multiple times in elementary school. The first instance involved an adorable female classmate who acquired the complete set of the Diary of a Smiling Cat. Gradually, the entire class began to borrow her books and read them, with the sets circulating among them. The second instance was with those things in the Ming Dynasty, this time initiated by a studious male classmate. When the Chinese teacher noticed this book on his desk, he took it during reading class and spent the lesson engrossed in it. At the end of class, he fervently praised the book, and once again, the entire class began to borrow it. This book is generally divided into two halves. The first half delves into politics, while the latter focuses on military affairs. At that time, Fong Lin was quite young, and, being a boy, after finding the political section featuring the intriguing Zhang Jujing amusing, he hastily skipped over the remaining political content. He specifically sought out the sections detailing battles, and one particular scene has remained vividly etched in his memory. A certain general, while combating Japanese pirates, took refuge in an ironclad ship resembling a turtle shell, only to be struck down by an incoming arrow. Moreover, games like Mole Manor, which were widely circulated among students, are worth mentioning. Thus, Fong Lin speculated that he might be a classmate of Xiao Jia. Perhaps someone had shared a video of Firepower Youth King or something equally captivating, prompting them to jump on the bandwagon. Fong Lin observed Xiao Jia practicing for 2 hours, feeling fatigued from mere observation, while Xiao Jia remained enthusiastically engaged. It was indeed puzzling. Were children today so resilient? Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already 11:30, and his stomach began to rumble. Xiao Jia continued to watch the screen, where Li Fei was demonstrating a complex series of movements on a suspension bridge, and Xiao Jia was diligently practicing the more basic elements at the forefront. To his surprise, Xiao Jia was performing rather impressively. Although it appeared simple, it was commendable for a 4th grader to execute it so well. Suddenly, a notification sound echoed. Xiao Jia glanced at the message and slammed his fist onto the table, startling Fong Lin. Curiously, Fong Lin peered at the chat message, which was from the same individual with the Ultraman avatar, noted as Big Fat Pig. Lin Jijia, haven't you mastered it yet? I picked it up effortlessly. I'll perform it for Chunxin during the break on Monday, hehe. Fong Lin couldn't help but chuckle at the fierce competitiveness among these elementary school students. Xiao Jia referred to the other as Big Fat Pig, leading Fong Lin to imagine that this must be a chubby little boy. What intrigued Fong Lin even more was the identity of this Chunxin. Most likely, she was a little girl, which added a layer of complexity, with Xiao Jia vying for the attention of this chubby Ultraman. It seemed that the chubby boy had achieved a commendable level of skill. However, from Fong Lin's perspective, if the chubby boy was also practicing the same routine that Xiao Jia was observing, it was nearly impossible for him to have mastered it in such a short time. Yo-yos require a certain level of skill. They cannot simply be mastered without effort. Even though many students struggled to complete the basic moves due to the limitations of their yo-yos. Nevertheless, this also indicated that there was indeed some barrier to entry. A bold guess crossed Fong Lin's mind. Could it be that this chubby boy, with his exuberant personality, had ignited this fervor? He contemplated selecting a familiar course and drawing Xiao Jia into the spotlight before this girl named Chunxin. Fong Lin silently applauded this brilliant idea, his fluffy tail wagging with excitement. Alas, he would not witness the scene of the 2 boys competing for attention over a yo-yo on Monday. Fong Lin was quite curious about what kind of little girl could capture Xiao Jia's attention, with Lin Yuqing's gentle charm and the enchanting presence of Bing Bing as a precedent. How could he so easily be drawn to someone else? At 12:10, Aunt Yang personally ascended the stairs to pull Xiao Jia down for lunch. After calling for him several times with no response, Lin Wenxiao, look at your son, so engrossed in his yo-yo that he forgets to eat. I wonder if you'll continue buying him these toys. Suddenly interrupted, Lin's father could no longer feign ignorance. He turned to Xiao Jia with a stern expression, saying, Did you hear what your mother just said? If you don't eat properly, how will you have the strength to practice with your yo-yo? Oh, I understand. Xiao Jia replied glumly. Lin Yuqing, too, wore a pensive expression, idly pushing around the scant grains of rice in her bowl, neglecting the delectable dishes on the table. Aunt Yang had prepared roasted pork ribs for lunch, the plate brimming with crispy ribs accompanied by an assortment of stir-fried vegetables. Observing the 2 children lost in their thoughts, Lin's father and Aunt Yang hesitated to begin their meal. The room fell into a contemplative silence, broken only by Fong Lin's enthusiastic crunching of the ribs. These roasted ribs were simply divine. While stewed ribs sometimes turned out tough and unyielding, these were bursting with flavor, each long bone cloaked in tender, crispy meat. Fong Lin noticed Lin's father and Aunt Yang's scrutinizing gazes, yet he paid them no mind, continuing to make a racket as he relished his meal. Aunt Yang sighed. What is going on with you 2 today? Look at Kaka, enjoying his food, and then there's Shueqiu, who hasn't even lifted his head. Lin's father, with a look of concern, turned to Lin Yuqing. Sensing her presence was affecting them, she straightened up and simply stated, nothing, before resuming her meal. Meanwhile, Xiao Jia began to rant about a chubby boy, whom Fong Lin learned was named Lu Chao. He lamented how he had bet Lu Chao that they would compete with their yo-yos on Monday, yet he hadn't practiced enough. I don't understand why Lu Chao is improving so quickly, he complained. Fong Lin could only think of one thing to say. You haven't mentioned that Chunxin at all. 4th graders still possess a certain cunning. Lin Yuqing silently consumed half a rib, took a couple of bites of vegetables, and after finishing her small bowl of rice, announced, I'm done, and rose to leave. Xiao Jia, who had been talking incessantly, paused momentarily but resumed his chatter after his sister stood up. Fong Lin, along with Lin's father and Aunt Yang, exchanged contemplative glances, pondering Lin Yuqing's demeanor. However, one commendable aspect of Aunt Yang and Lin's father was their consistent provision of ample personal space for their children. When the children found themselves unable to resolve their issues and sought their assistance, they would step in to offer perfect solutions. To the children, most dilemmas appeared trivial in the eyes of Lin's father and Aunt Yang. Not to mention, even the challenges faced by adults seemed insignificant to Lin's father. In this world, 99% of problems could be resolved with money. Chapter 34. Can you solve equations? In this world, 99% of matters can be resolved with money, while the remaining 1% requires even more. When Lin Ba and Yang Ma saw Lin Yuqing ascend the stairs, they gave it little thought. If she could not resolve her issues, she would communicate with them as she had done for over a decade. Fong Lin finished the large rib that Yang Ma had given him and squatted beside Lin Yuqing's seat, calling out to Xiao Jie. Xiao Jie turned his head to observe, handing over the half rib that his sister had left behind. Kaka has grown again, Yang Ma remarked with a hint of admiration. Fong Lin was now significantly larger than before. Despite being just over 3 months old, he was already the size of a 4 or 5-month-old dog. Given that Siberian Huskies are classified as large breeds, it was uncertain how big he would ultimately become. After the family finished their meal, Fong Lin followed Xiao Jie upstairs. Xiao Jie grabbed the controller and sat cross-legged on the bed, playing Super Mario for a while to digest his food. In less than half an hour, he stood up, donned his gloves, and continued his diligent practice with the yo-yo, his gaze resolute as if guarding something of great importance. Fong Lin cast a glance of approval at Xiao Jie's dedicated practice. Good, very spirited. However, his attention soon drifted to the controller resting on the bed. The game monitor displayed the Super Mario preparation screen. As Fong Lin observed the controller, he suddenly felt a tingle of excitement. He stole a glance at Xiao Jie, who was diligently practicing. It should be fine if I press it quietly, right? Fong Lin jumped onto the bed and carefully approached the controller, glancing at Xiao Jie once more. No reaction. He then stealthily extended his right paw to rest on the controller, casting another quick look at Xiao Jie. Suddenly, he felt a bit foolish. Why was he even looking back? With his acute sense of smell and hearing, a vivid image of 3 moving figures formed in his mind. Satisfied, Fong Lin looked at the controller and pressed the start button. With a cheerful melody accompanying the press of the button, a lively tune began to play. Xiao Jie abruptly turned his head, seeing Fong Lin sprawled on the bed, his right paw on the controller and his left paw tucked into his chest. His innocent doggy face looking up at him while panting. Haha, Kaka, do you want to play a game? After saying this, he returned to practicing his yo-yo, not giving it much thought, believing Kaka had merely accidentally pressed a button on the controller. Besides, Kaka had always been well-behaved and had never developed a habit of chewing on things. His paws would not damage the controller, so why not let him play? Seeing that Xiao Jie had dismissed him, Fong Lin thought to himself how foolish he was for not realizing that the sound was still on, having overlooked the audio from the waiting screen. Yet, Xiao Jie paid no attention to the matter, emboldening Fong Lin further. How long had it been since he last played a game? Super Mario has an undeniable allure for dogs, prompting Fong Lin's right paw to press the buttons on the controller, maneuvering the character into action. However, the dog's paw was inherently clumsy, and with only the right paw engaged, the character soon plunged off a cliff to its demise. Xiao Jie, hearing the commotion, turned his head and burst into laughter. Indeed, Kaka was merely mashing buttons, utterly bewildered by the game. Sensing Xiao Jie's gaze returning to his own endeavors, Fong Lin extended his left paw from beneath his body, deftly controlling both sides. He focused intently on the character's movements while keeping an eye on Xiao Jie's positioning. Whenever Xiao Jie turned his head, Fong Lin would randomly press buttons, feigning the antics of a not-so-bright dog, merely intrigued by the controller. Gradually, Fong Lin became accustomed to the controller's operation, and with a touch of spiritual intervention, both of his paws began to move with surprising dexterity, albeit within a limited range. Nevertheless, it proved sufficient for their purposes. As they neared the final level, Xiao Jie sighed, set down his yo-yo, removed his gloves, and prepared to observe Fong Lin's chaotic button mashing. Sensing his impending approach, Fong Lin cursed under his breath and quickly maneuvered the character to jump off the cliff, aimlessly pressing buttons. Xiao Jie caught only the final moment of the character's leap, and though the game appeared to be at a later stage, he thought little of it. Hey, let me teach you. With renewed enthusiasm, Xiao Jie picked up Fong Lin and began manipulating his paws to control the game. While he pressed Fong Lin's paws, he still executed some buttons himself, rendering Fong Lin's contribution somewhat ornamental. Fong Lin stared at the fervent Xiao Jie, wondering why he wasn't practicing basketball. Chen Shun was waiting for him to guard. Turning his attention to the screen, he noticed the character was on the verge of another cliff due to a miscalculation. Hastily, Fong Lin pressed the correct buttons to avert disaster. Phew, that was close. Xiao Jia, having pressed buttons in a frenzy, mistakenly believed he had saved the game through his own unintentional skill. Did you see that? That's technical prowess. Ah, yes, you're absolutely right, Fong Lin replied, accompanying him in the game as they smoothly progressed through several levels. Xiao Jia was pleasantly surprised by their success, grinning widely. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Lin Yuqing opened the door and peeked in, discovering Xiao Jia cradling Fong Lin as they played. What is going on, sister? Xiao Jia asked, momentarily distracted. Lin Yuqing closed the door without a word and sat by the bed, watching the two engage in the game. Are you both playing Super Mario? Yes, Xiao Jia replied. After a moment, Lin Yuqing inquired, is it fun? It's all right. After a couple of attempts to initiate conversation, Lin Yuqing found herself at a loss for words, sitting quietly by the bed, her cheeks puffing out like a goldfish. As little Jack completed another level, he set down the controller and noticed Lin Yuqing still seated nearby, prompting him to inquire curiously, is something the matter? Suddenly recalling something, he added, I'm out of money, you know. I've already purchased that yo-yo and even borrowed a bit from my dad. Lin Yuqing, with her sparkling eyes, rolled them in exasperation and retorted, who is asking you to lend money? Rising to her feet, she crossed her arms and playfully kicked her delicate feet clad in Winnie the Pooh's slippers, stating, all right, I have a few questions for you. Both Little Jack and Fong Lin looked up at her in unison. What questions? Math questions. Not only Little Jack, but even Fong Lin felt as though he had misheard her. You, a first-year student, are asking a fourth grader for questions? Lin Yuqing, irritated by the expressions of the boy and his dog, snapped back. Can you solve equations? Little Jack paused for a moment before asking, what degree and how many variables? First degree with 1 variable and second degree with 2. Little Jack gazed at Lin Yuqing in astonishment. Feeling offended, Lin Yuqing stamped her foot and demanded, can you or can't you? I can, he replied. Then that is settled. Come over and teach me. After saying this, Lin Yuqing crossed her arms and retreated to her bedroom. Little Jack exchanged glances with Fong Lin for a moment, scratched his head, and then climbed off the bed. Chapter 35. Special Affairs Bureau. Was Lin Yuqing sulking during lunch because she couldn't solve equations? But it was only the first week of school. How could they already be discussing equations? Fong Lin had previously interned as a first-year math teacher, and it seemed they should have started with concepts like rational and irrational numbers. Students ought to grasp the fundamentals of mathematics, as it serves as the cornerstone of scientific development. Even in chemistry, structures like crystal lattices require mathematical calculations. Given the paramount importance of mathematics as a foundational discipline, its teaching permeates a student's entire educational journey. The challenge lies in presenting mathematics gradually to students, a task that has been the subject of countless discussions and research by experts and professors day and night. Mathematics, as a subject, is distinct from the straightforward applications encountered in daily life. It encompasses various concepts and terminologies. In elementary school, the journey begins with the equation 112, teaching children addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, alongside some quick calculation methods. However, how does one teach 112? This conundrum, which even the world's greatest mathematicians cannot conclusively prove, cannot be simplified into formulas presented before a group of innocent children. Instead, one must resort to relatable scenarios, such as, if you have 1 apple and I give you another apple, how many apples do you have now? This method introduces mathematical concepts through everyday problems. As students transition to middle school and have grasped the basics of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, the focus shifts back to the numbers themselves, exploring rational and irrational numbers and their classifications. The nomenclature of these terms has already been crafted to facilitate understanding and teaching. Only then does the concept of unknowns emerge, leading to the introduction of equations. However, it has only been a week since the school term began. Is this truly an advanced class? Fong Lin clicked his tongue and followed Xiao Jia into Lin Yuqing's bedroom. Upon entering the room, Fong Lin discovered that Xiao Jia had already been seated beside the desk. Lin Yuqing cleared her throat and pointed to a problem, asking, why do we set this as a variable to establish this equation? What does this equation signify? After pondering for a moment, Xiao Jia replied, it means that you designate the unknown as the quantity you seek, treating it as a known value. Then, using the information provided in the problem, you can establish a mathematical relationship. A look of confusion spread across Lin Yuqing's charming face. Xiao Jia sighed inwardly, realizing that this was no simple matter. After half an hour of struggling, Lin Yuqing finally succeeded in solving the set of problems. She then began to vent to Xiao Jia. Our math teacher teaches at lightning speed, and it seems like all the other students have already previewed the material. She propped her chin in her hands and continued. When the teacher asks if we understand, everyone shouts that they do. Then the teacher just moves on without waiting at all. Seeing his sister's distress, Xiao Jie scratched his head and offered a suggestion. You could also study ahead of time. Lin Yuqing gave him an annoyed look, saying, I haven't even grasped the current material. How can I study ahead? Remembering that Xiao Jie had mastered equations in 4th grade, she became even more frustrated and sent him away. After shutting the door, she flung herself onto her bed, making incoherent sounds of discontent. Fong Lin jumped onto the bed and affectionately licked her face, hoping to console her. In truth, students in advanced classes often experience significant academic pressure. The atmosphere of competition is quite intense, and teachers tend to focus their attention on the top-performing students. Lin Yuqing was already in a foul mood, who would lower themselves to ask their younger brother for help unless absolutely necessary. Thus, she picked up Fong Lin and, with a grimace, complained, the teacher speaks so quickly. It's not my fault if I don't understand, right? Why do they call me stupid? I'm not stupid at all. It infuriates me. After venting, she flung herself back onto the bed, and Fong Lin, sitting beside her, soon noticed that she had fallen asleep. Silently, he dragged the air conditioning blanket over her and slipped out, closing the door behind him. Ugh, here we go again. I feel like I'm at odds with this place. Yang Zhen grumbled to Yi Fei, who was seated in the passenger seat of a black SUV. After speaking, he took a long drag from his cigarette and tossed it out the window. Yi Fei rolled her eyes dramatically from behind her dark sunglasses. Sensing her irritation, Yang Zhen remarked, Did you just roll your eyes at me? Yi Fei flicked her bangs and retorted, Could you at least act somewhat decent? You were a caretaker. After all, as he started the car, Yang Zhen replied, What caretaker? I was a soldier, all right. Those sunglasses look pretty cool. I might get a pair too. You? A soldier? Isn't that a stretch for an old veteran? With a light chuckle, Yi Fei remarked, I didn't expect you to possess such self-awareness. Don't tell me you don't have sunglasses. Typically, soldiers are fond of them. It's practically a standard issue. My squad leader used to prohibit me from wearing them, claiming that donning sunglasses would make me forget who I am. Yang Zhen casually responded, only to recall something that irked him. He said to Yi Fei, Did you mention our detention to Old Deng? Otherwise, why would he send me to Sioux City? Yi Fei, somewhat impatient, retorted, I was detained too, you know? Why would I bring this up? Besides, if the captain wants to know something, it's hardly challenging for him. At this, she playfully crossed her arms and teased. You used to call him captain with such enthusiasm. Now he is just Old Deng? Yang Zhen discreetly glanced at Yi Fei's still flat chest, inwardly dismissive, ignoring her comment. He continued, I never imagined that a mere investigation into the fluctuations of spiritual energy would result in my being dispatched to this wretched Special Affairs Bureau. Couldn't they have sent a few more people? Just the two of us is hardly sufficient. With so few awakened individuals in Jinling, how could they possibly send more? The captain's assigned personnel for Fieldwork 1T arrive until tomorrow. Ultimately, the two arrived at the Archives Bureau in the Qingshui district of Sioux City. This government office, sparsely staffed, occupied a considerable area with many empty spaces. Following deliberations at the headquarters of Jiang Province's Special Affairs Bureau, they decided to seal the archives and take over the premises. Although the sign of the Archives Bureau remained, the interior had been thoroughly cleaned. Yang Zhen, delighted, placed an additional small table in his spacious office, adorned with a nameplate that read Secretary. He envisioned Yi Fei sitting across from him. However, Yi Fei was not amused. She preferred to avoid Yang Zhen altogether and settled into an office at the far end of the corridor. Yang Zhen shrugged and opened his computer to begin downloading files. Their assignment here stemmed from previous fluctuations in spiritual energy. Experts predicted that this could signify a deepening interference between Sioux City and the spirit realm. It was possible that a new portal would soon open in Sioux City, prompting the early dispatch of 2 individuals to familiarize themselves with the area. Nonetheless, the opening of such portals typically involves considerable lead time, and now that they had departed from the Jinling headquarters, they found themselves entirely unencumbered and free from oversight. With little else to occupy their time, Yang Zhen decided to indulge in a game, donning his headphones. Chapter 36, An outing on Sunday morning, right after breakfast. Fong Lin ascended early to the upper floor and entered Xiao Jie's room. Xiao Jie was seated at his computer, engrossed in a game called Pet Battle, challenging classmates one by one to level up. Fong Lin leaped onto the bed, locating the game controller beside his pillow, and took it, positioning himself at the foot of the bed. As Xiao Jie turned his head to notice him, Fong Lin pretended to be an ordinary dog, tapping the game controller's buttons and tilting his head to gaze at Xiao Jie. Do you understand my meaning? Pondering thoughtfully, Xiao Jie approached, activated the game console, and lingered on the game selection screen. Clearing his throat, he said, Feel free to choose whichever game you wish, Kaka. After speaking, he eagerly awaited Fong Lin's reaction. Are you really trying to pull my leg? Fong Lin was speechless, continuing to frantically press the controller. All right, I shall select for you. Xiao Jie took the controller, chose Super Mario, and tossed it in front of Fong Lin, muttering, I thought you could actually play games. Heh, I fear my prowess might startle you, little brother. While Xiao Jie was engrossed in the computer, Fong Lin indulged in the gameplay, his mind racing with a bold thought. If Xiao Jie were to come over daily before school and request him to turn on the game console, wouldn't that mean he could play to his heart's content? No, he could just turn it on himself. However, the console was on the table, and given his size and paws, he couldn't easily turn it off. If Yang Ma were to come looking for him, he might not be able to shut it down in time, and in a moment of panic, he could even damage the console. When would he acquire the capabilities akin to that of a mage's hand, making everything so convenient? Currently, he felt quite distant from the ability to channel spiritual energy outward. Fong Lin sensed that the empty slots within him were akin to energy cores. As the first empty slot filled up, he discovered he could harness the spiritual energy contained therein to enhance his actions. Moreover, his speed of absorbing spiritual energy and the efficiency of filling those slots were gradually increasing, far exceeding his initial expectations. In just another week, he should be able to fill the first empty slot. The thought of this filled Fong Lin with a hint of excitement, wondering what the situation would be like then. Yet, he also pondered that as a dog, even if he became invincible, what would it matter? It was not the chaotic times of old, and the security within the Dragon Kingdom Federation was so commendable. How dull. Fong Lin continued to tap away at the controller, occasionally playing the fool for Xiao Jie. After lunch, savoring the snowflake beef Yang Ma had prepared for him, Fong Lin lay by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the world outside. To be honest, he had previously led a rather laid-back existence. During the initial period of his rebirth, he truly was a rather zen dog. However, he now felt an inexplicable anticipation for the outside world. As his abilities grew stronger, the impulses within him seemed increasingly difficult to suppress. Perhaps deep down, he too yearned for a more vibrant and colorful life. Lin Yuqing, adorned in a blue and white floral dress, elegantly tied her hair back and descended the stairs, exclaiming, Shall we go out to play, Kaka? Fong Lin's ears perked up instantly as he sprang to his feet and dashed to Lin Yuqing's side. The sudden movement startled Lin Yuqing, who, clutching her skirt, squatted down to pat the dog's head, saying, All right, calm down, dear pup. Yang Ma, seated on the sofa, observed the scene with a tinge of envy, remarking, It's as if I never took you out for a stroll. I shall take you shopping for an entire day tomorrow. Fong Lin feigned ignorance, letting his ears droop and turning his back on Yang Ma. She continued, Have you gathered all your belongings? Lin Yuqing nodded, showcasing the white Apple Watch on her wrist before retrieving her white athletic bag slung over her shoulder. Inside were essentials like her phone, tissues, and a bottle of pepper spray. All right, off you go, and be safe. Sure. Fong Lin yawned, wishing he could articulate that there was no need for such concern. Even if a rogue clad in armor approached, there was no chance of them gaining the upper hand. He had now grown to the height of Yang Ma's thigh, around 50 centimeters, nearly the size of a fully grown dog. Fong Lin welcomed this physical transformation, being as large as an ordinary lion would be fine. It would be quite cool to carry Lin Yuqing out one day. Lin Yuqing pulled out an athletic tank top for Fong Lin to wear and tucked a bottle of mineral water into the side pocket of the vest. How convenient. Let us go. Without a muzzle for Fong Lin, she simply took hold of the leash and stepped outside. Zhao Hanya was already waiting at the entrance of the community. Dressed in a soft yellow long dress, her hair styled in a bun, yet a cascade of hair flowed down her back. Upon seeing Lin Yuqing and Fong Lin emerge, she hurried over, exclaiming, Hey, you finally made it. Hi, Kaka. Woof, Fong Lin responded. Lin Yuqing, surprised, asked, Why are you wearing a dress? In her memory, Zhao Hanya had always been rather tomboyish, seldom donning skirts. Lin Yuqing glanced at her hair and inquired, Did you even style your hair for this? Where are we headed? Blushing, Zhao Hanya replied, To Federal Park. Are we going to row boats? That works. Lin Yuqing nodded, casually stating, Shall we head straight there? Zhao Hanya glanced at her toes, fidgeting nervously, and said, First, we should gather at the nearby Wanda. Who else is joining? Li Rue. Lin Yuqing halted, pulling Fong Lin a bit further away, asking, What is going on? He invited me out, and I felt awkward going alone. Zhao Hanya, noticing Lin Yuqing's distressed expression, wrapped her arms around Lin Yuqing's and playfully shook her, pleading, Qingqing, my dear Qingqing, accompany me, and you can help me assess him. Growing irritated by her antics, Lin Yuqing responded, All right, But didn't we agree to be sisters and not engage in romance? You've only been desk mates for a week, and you two are already smitten? Zhao Hanya felt an overwhelming wave of shyness wash over her, her fair cheeks flushing a deep crimson as she lowered her gaze, fidgeting with the waistband of her dress. Lin Yuqing was taken aback by her bashful demeanor. When had this fierce lioness of the Hedong ever displayed such a side? Realizing her reaction, Zhao Hanya, slightly annoyed, stamped her foot and implored, "Will you accompany me or not?" Lin Yuqing sighed and replied, "All right, I'm going. It's not just being a third wheel, after all. I must ensure everything goes smoothly for you." Hee. I knew you would be the best, Qingqing. Of course. My mother and I have watched The Legend of Zhen Huan several times. I can see through this Li Rue at a glance. Impressive, impressive. Fong Lin swayed his head as he walked alongside the two girls, heading into the distance. Chapter 37. The Awakening of the Nation. In the office of the Sioux City Special Operations Bureau, a firm knock echoed. "Come in." Yi Fei entered, accompanied by three resolute individuals clad in black tactical uniforms. They were the special operatives dispatched from the Jinling headquarters. Lieutenant Lin Xiaohua, Second Lieutenant Feng Dong, Second Lieutenant Ma Shangwu, reporting for duty. The operatives in the Special Operations Bureau were all elite talents selected from various military districts, colloquially known as War Kings. Although a few might possess the sensitivity to perceive spiritual energy, such occurrences were exceedingly rare and insufficient for orthodox cultivation. When the Bureau initiated an operation, these operatives would assume roles such as securing locations and gathering intelligence, much like ordinary federal officers awaiting the arrival of federal SWAT or police units. Clack, clack, clack. Yang Zhen did not respond, continuing to immerse himself in his work with headphones on. Yi Fei and the three operatives stood quietly, awaiting his attention. The keyboard before Yang Zhen was nearly at a 90-degree angle, exuding an air of professionalism. Attack him! Attack him! After bellowing these commands in the game's voice chat, Yang Zhen removed his headphones, pushing off the ground with his feet to slide back slightly while casually crossing his legs. He surveyed the three upright operatives before him and turned to the highest ranking among them, Lin Xiaohua, inquiring, "How does it feel? Do you sense a lack of respect from me? Is there any urge to challenge me? I am more than willing to spar." The three men remained silent, standing resolutely. "Speak up." Lin Xiaohua finally raised his voice. "Report. We cannot win." Yang Zhen looked at the three with a hint of exasperation and rubbed his head. All three were seasoned veterans. Who among them did not understand the intricacies of military life? Would they truly be provoked into a fight without reason? Who had not endured a few beatings? "Report." Ma Shangwu shouted. Yang Zhen, finding the situation rather dull, replied, "Enough. I won't trick you. Just drop the formalities and speak freely." With admiration evident on his face, Ma Shangwu spoke. "Before we arrived, we were already aware of your status as a formidable expert. With your spiritual energy flowing, you are impervious to blades and bullets, emanating strength throughout your being. We all sense the spiritual energy, and Captain Deng sent us to learn from you." Upon hearing Ma Shangwu's compliments, Yang Zhen rose and turned his back, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle. After a brief pause, he spoke. "I awakened a year ago, influenced by the tides of spiritual energy, embarking on the arduous journey of cultivation. Through a year of relentless effort, I have successfully entered the ranks of the third level." He turned his head to inquire, "Do you know how many individuals of higher levels exist in the entire Jiang province?" The three remained silent, and Yi Fei, curious, glanced over. For such detailed information is typically accessible only to those who have advanced in rank. Yang Zhen, teasing their curiosity, continued, "You three are all recommended by old Deng, so it is permissible for me to share this with you. According to the Federation Combat Center's classifications, there are 8 individuals at level 8, 2 at level 6, and only old Deng at level 9 in the entire Jiang province. Level 8 awakeners can wield blades and swords without injury, under the manipulation of spiritual energy. They resemble ancient warlords, effortlessly claiming the heads of generals in the midst of a million soldiers. Level 9 awakeners can project their spiritual energy outward. Even firearms and artillery can barely harm them. Level 10 masters communicate with the heavens, akin to mythological beings capable of flight. And what about you? How far are you from reaching level 6? The trio exchanged glances, and Lin Xiaohua spoke up. "We lack the innate talent for spiritual energy, sensing very little. And the formation of our first energy core seems a distant prospect." Beside him, Yi Fei clenched her fists in silence. Although her spiritual talent was somewhat superior to the others, she too had been unable to fill her core after 2 years of awakening. What difference was there between this and having none at all? The path to filling the first core and advancing was barred by a threshold that obstructed even the most exceptional individuals. Their pride lay shattered. Observing the heavy expressions on the four faces, Yang Jun shook his head and said, "No, in truth, you four are all prodigies." Yi Fei, feeling impatient, directly questioned him. She had always been informal with Yang Jun, having guided him when he first arrived at the Special Affairs Bureau. Previously, she had maintained a respectful silence in front of the others, but now, with the topic veering towards cultivation, she could no longer hold back. "Stop with the riddles. Just tell us." All right. Before I came here, old Deng revealed a secret to me. 5 years ago, when the spirit realm began to interconnect with our world, resulting in the resurgence of spiritual energy, some individuals sensed this energy and became awakeners. Among them, there are 10 individuals worldwide who are particularly exceptional. Do you know who they are? Captain, Team Leader Deng. Yang Jun nodded. Indeed, they are the ones. Currently, there are 10 level 10s in the world, and our Longwa Federation accounts for 5 of them, with old Deng being one. He informed me that during his cultivation, he experienced a sensation akin to divine enlightenment, as if something had been influencing him all along, enabling him to progress swiftly into the realm of sensing the heavens. However, this assistance vanished once he reached level 10. The emergence of these particles of spiritual energy has broadened the hypotheses of our Federation scientists. They speculate that perhaps some form of will, concerned for their well-being amid the conflicts with the spirit realm, thus catalyzed the emergence of these 10 individuals. A year ago, the temporary passage at the Tianqing Plateau was likely familiar to all. Without a formidable level of combat power, we would be utterly unable to emerge unscathed from encounters with the otherworldly beasts of the spirit realm. Yi Fei furrowed her brows and remarked, "What does this have to do with your assertion that we are geniuses?" Yang Jun gestured for her to remain calm and continued, "Moreover, the interference between our world and the spirit realm has intensified of late, with fluctuations in spiritual energy becoming increasingly frequent. You should also be able to perceive the growing quantity of spiritual energy around you." The others nodded in agreement. The Federation predicts that the spiritual energy present in our world is merely a fraction that is leaked during the interference with the spirit realm. In the near future, a stable passage may be opened. At that juncture, the concentration of spiritual power worldwide will surge exponentially, potentially leading to a collective awakening. Those among you who can currently sense spiritual energy will be among the rare geniuses of that era. Presently, the number of awakened individuals is still quite limited, and we are merely in the exploratory phase, including the classification of the levels of awakened individuals. I have heard that the Federation is researching universal techniques. Perhaps when the day of widespread awakening arrives, everything we currently know will be overturned, and all will be redefined. Yang Jun reclined back in his chair, observing the four in stunned silence. This news had gradually circulated within the Special Affairs Bureau, and the Federation showed no intention of suppressing it. Given the current situation, if a collective awakening truly occurs, it would be impossible to conceal such information. It is better to inform the internal personnel, should that situation arise. Transparency is preferable to secrecy. We can publicly announce the relevant regulations currently being prepared to reassure the populace. Why is everyone silent? Yi Fei rubbed her forehead and said, "This is quite a lot to digest, but is this information permissible to share?" Yang Jun shrugged and replied, "Old Deng didn't tell me not to inform you." Yi Fei nodded in understanding. Indeed, if he shared this with you, he likely intended for it to be known. Chapter 38. There is one person, Lin Xiaohua, and the others watched as Yi Fei confronted Yang Jun, while they remained respectfully in place. It was acceptable for the secretary to flirt with the director, but it would be inappropriate for them to engage in such discourse. Even though the Special Affairs Bureau in Sioux City consisted of only 5 individuals, the relationship they shared with Yang Jun transcended mere hierarchy. It also encompassed a profound disparity in power. This disparity was what instilled the greatest awe. When a person can traverse the battlefield unscathed amidst a throng of adversaries. When an individual can reach the heavens with sheer physical prowess or traverse vast oceans with ease. When someone can achieve feats that only myths seem to suggest, can such a being truly be called human? Lin Xiaohua found himself unable to stand in the face of team leader Deng's overwhelming presence. The gulf between them felt greater than that between man and ant. The level at which Yang Jun operates represents the initial threshold of this extraordinary path, a goal he has fervently longed for over the years, yet remains tantalizingly out of reach. Lin Xiaohua and his companions gazed intently at Yang Jun, for it was this man who had just bestowed upon them a glimmer of hope. As Yang Jun concluded his interaction with Yi Fei, he suddenly felt the weight of 3 increasingly fervent stares directed towards him. Uncomfortably shifting in his seat, He slammed his palm on the table and exclaimed, "What are you all staring at me for? Look at your lack of ambition. Do you know what you should be doing right now? Go." The trio immediately straightened up, their chests puffed out in military posture. "Please give the order, Director." Not far away, the Huangmin chicken rice was quite appealing, and they had yet to eat. "Go fetch 5 portions." Yang Zhen observed their hesitation and inquired with confusion. "Why are you still standing there? Do you want me to go buy it? Hurry back. I shall share with you the secrets of guiding spiritual energy." "Yes." The 3 promptly exited the office. Yang Zhen dragged his chair closer to the table, twirling a pin from the pinholder in his hand, and remarked to Yifei, "Perhaps I should complain to old Deng about not sending a chef over. We have to order takeout every day." Meanwhile, at Wanda Commercial Street, a vibrant hub of dining, entertainment, and shopping that caters to a wide spectrum of consumer preferences, it is often regarded as a landmark for meetings due to its popularity. The sun, though past its zenith, still cast a warm glow, and while the oppressive heat of summer was absent, a light sheen of perspiration formed with each step. Fong Lin trailed behind 2 girls, panting and sticking out his tongue. The spiritual energy within his 4 paws flowed along an intricate path, remaining poised and ready to unleash a swift and lethal strike, while also allowing him to disregard the slightly heated ground beneath. Zhao Hanya suddenly halted, shaking her long skirt and discreetly whispering to Lin Yuqing, "Qing, I've discovered that wearing a skirt is quite refreshing." Lin Yuqing raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "What do you mean?" Zhao Hanya leaned in closer. "It's breezy underneath." Lin Yuqing blushed and playfully swatted her, admonishing her to behave. Then, glancing at the bustling crowd, she asked, "Is he here? Let me check." Zhao Hanya opened Lin Yuqing's waist bag, retrieving her phone to send a message. Not accustomed to wearing skirts, she had left without pockets and, upon noticing Lin Yuqing's bag, placed her phone inside. Fong Lin crouched on the ground, panting to cool down. If one were to observe closely, they would note that his rear was ever so slightly elevated above the ground, and he felt a twinge of pride for devising such a method. Is it common for middle school girls to be so uninhibited in private conversations nowadays? Fong Lin recalled having heard that girls often engage in candid chats, and now he was a witness to it. After crouching for a while, he realized that perhaps standing would have been a more sensible option. Fong Lin rose to his feet and surveyed his surroundings, his keen eyes spotting a renowned ice cream city bustling with visitors. Without hesitation, he tugged at the leash and sprinted toward the establishment. "Hey, Kaka, don't run off," Lin Yuqing exclaimed, hastily adjusting the position of her bag and gripping the leash tightly. However, the steady force at the other end was one she could not resist. Reluctantly, both she and the dog followed Fong Lin toward Ice Cream City. It didn't take long for Lin Yuqing to discern Fong Lin's intended destination as they halted in front of the charming ice cream shop. A few patrons were already queued ahead, prompting Fong Lin to squat down at the end of the line, tilting his head to Lin Yuqing with an adorable expression. Exasperated, she rubbed her forehead and sighed. "Are you really wanting ice cream?" "Oh well." Fong Lin's enthusiastic response brought her relief. Moments before, she had been startled by his sudden dash in a random direction. Unable to pull him back, she could only hold tightly to the leash, fearing that if she let go, he might vanish from sight. Zhao Hanya looked at Fong Lin in astonishment and tugged at Lin Yuqing, saying, "Has Kaka become sentient? Isn't it forbidden for them to gain intelligence since the establishment of the Federation? Perhaps he remembers the ice cream we bought him while shopping with my parents before? Impressive indeed. By the way, now that we're here, I'll let him have some ice cream," she added. After Lin Yuqing purchased a strawberry-flavored ice cream, she led Fong Lin to a discreet corner, mindful not to feed him in front of the store. Setting the cup down on the ground, Fong Lin eagerly leaned in to indulge. As the sweet, icy cream melted in his mouth, a profound sense of happiness enveloped him. Enjoying ice cream on a sweltering day was truly a delight, and he felt no fear of an upset stomach. He recalled that Yang Ma had stocked the freezer with more ice cream. Perhaps he could sneak some out next time. As long as he only took the ice cream and didn't create a mess, Yang Ma would likely remain unperturbed. After all, Xiao Jie was also enjoying some, right? At that moment, a young man approached, scanning the area. He wore slightly faded but pristine white shoes, paired with a white t-shirt and jeans, and sported glasses. Overall, he presented a neat, yet somewhat frail appearance. Zhao Hanya's eyes lit up upon spotting him, and she waved, calling out, "Li Rue, over here." Li Rue searched for the source of the voice and finally spotted the group approaching. Perhaps it was the sight of Zhao Hanya, transformed in a pale yellow dress with her hair elegantly styled, or perhaps it was the tranquil and graceful Lin Yuqing, carrying a watch. In that instant, a flicker of hesitation crossed Li Rue's gaze. Fong Lin, noticing the commotion, lifted his head to observe him, catching the fleeting moment of uncertainty. However, he deemed it inconsequential and rather normal. Li Rui's attire amounted to a mere 100 yuan or so. Perhaps due to his daily interactions with Zhao Hanya at the same table, he overlooked certain details. The familiarity born from sharing school uniforms inevitably fostered a sense of affection. And now, encountering them outside, all those overlooked nuances surged forth in an instant. The adage clothes make the man rang true. The two girls, when not clad in their uniforms, radiated an allure and elegance that was striking, further accentuated by the designer bags they casually carried, leaving him momentarily taken aback. Although he was unfamiliar with these brands, the impact of seeing these refined young women adorned in such finery made him acutely aware of their opulence. As Li Rui approached, he greeted the two girls with a hint of awkwardness. Ah, indeed, when confronted with quality individuals, one must be brave enough to take the initiative. How could one discern success without risking rejection? Just look at Li Rui, there seems to be potential here. Zhao Hanya, beaming with delight, playfully jabbed him and remarked, "Why do you look so nervous?" She twirled, clutching her skirt, and asked, "What do you think? Is it pretty?" Li Rui, grinning foolishly, replied, "It's beautiful." "This is Lin Yuqing, my dear friend and a classmate," Zhao Hanya introduced. "Oh, I see. Nice to meet you," Lin Yuqing responded with a smile and a nod. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense, prompting Li Rui to scratch his head and awkwardly attempt to initiate conversation. "It's quite hot today. I feel utterly exhausted from the journey." "Huh? What did you say?" "I'm not tired at all," Fong Lin chimed in, loudly slurping his ice cream. Zhao Hanya glanced at Fong Lin and burst into laughter. "Haha, he is definitely not tired. This is Lin Yuqing's dog, named Kaka. He is incredibly clever." "Oh, hello." Upon hearing this, the two girls and Fong Lin turned their attention to him, pondering why this boy seemed rather dim-witted. The cup of ice cream was quite deep, and Fong Lin had gotten it all over his mouth, with a bit left at the bottom that he couldn't be bothered to finish. He stopped and looked up. Lin Yuqing, stifling a laugh, took out a tissue from her bag to wipe Fong Lin's mouth, while Li Rui realized he had just made a foolish remark, scratching his head and standing there awkwardly. "Well then, Kaka has finished eating. Shall we head to the park?" Li Rui quickly interjected as if relieved. Federal Park is a free park, sprawling over a vast area with lakes, grassy fields, gazebos, wooded areas, and some amusement attractions like roller coasters. It is a comprehensive recreational area. During leisure time, many people frequent Federal Park to connect with nature and relieve their stress, and numerous individuals stroll their pets post-meal, making it quite popular among the local populace. However, Federal Park is a good 3 to 4 kilometers away from Wanda, and on such a hot day, none of them wished to walk. Li Rui asked, "Should we take the bus?" "Let's take a taxi. Federal Park's buses do not allow pets." Zhao Hanya expressed her concerns. "Will the taxi allow Kaka on board? Or should I ask my father to drive us?" Li Rui felt a sudden weakness in his legs upon hearing those words. Fortunately, Lin Yuqing promptly assured him that it was not an issue. In truth, it was indeed not a problem. The driver, who had initially refused to accept passengers under the pretext of shedding fur affecting other passengers, immediately opened the door upon hearing Lin Yuqing mention an increase in fare. Ultimately, Lin Yuqing paid 27 dragon coins for the ride along with a 100 coin cleaning fee. As for whether the driver would actually clean up the dog hair, that remained a matter of personal opinion. In the park, the group walked along a shaded path lined with trees. Lin Yuqing held Fong Lin's hand on her right side, with Zhao Hanya in the middle and Li Rui on the left. The park was somewhat quiet in the early afternoon. Dappled sunlight filtered through the lush leaves, casting playful patterns on the ground. Occasionally, a warm summer breeze would sweep through, gently ruffling Fong Lin's fur. Fong Lin reached out a paw, attempting to catch the specks of sunlight scattered across the ground, only for the light to swiftly dance onto the back of his paw. Zhao Hanya continued to chatter away, intermittently amusing herself with laughter. Lin Yuqing listened quietly throughout, occasionally glancing at the surrounding scenery, genuinely savoring the moment. The burdens of life's challenges seemed to dissipate, if only for a while. Suddenly, Fong Lin lifted his head. Ahead on the path, a man wearing a black round hat and a light trench coat approached. In an instant, Fong Lin's fur stood on end. A profound sense of threat surged within him, and adrenaline coursed through his veins, causing his heart to race. The sensation was akin to waking from a drowsy nap on a sunlit afternoon only to find a spider dangling above, its fine hairs and intricate patterns clearly visible. A powerful sixth sense warned Fong Lin that this was an adversary to be taken seriously. Perhaps risking everything in a desperate struggle could yield a life-or-death exchange. Fong Lin was taken aback, wondering why someone so laid back could harbor such a terrifying thought. Yet, This was indeed the first instinctive message that emerged from the depths of his being. The man lowered his head slightly, approaching them at a deliberate pace. Closer, closer still. Fong Lin's muscles tightened, his internal energy swirling rapidly as the first empty slot of his partially formed essence began to pump a steady stream of energy into his body, gradually creating a complex circuit throughout him. Zhao Hanya remained engrossed in recounting amusing incidents she had encountered. Li Rue continued to chuckle in support. Lin Yuqing gazed upward, seemingly trying to glimpse the azure sky through the gaps in the leaves. Fong Lin felt a surge of explosive power coursing through him, readying himself for an ambush. However, under the influence of his innate abilities, Fong Lin appeared to be just an ordinary husky. The faint scent of tobacco wafted into Fong Lin's nostrils, accompanied by a hint of gunpowder. He realized the man was armed. In broad daylight, within the confines of the Dragon Kingdom Federation, how could such a figure exist? The two parties continued to draw near, the man maintaining a slight bow of his head, strolling leisurely past Fong Lin. Ha ha ha, you looked utterly stunned back then. Zhao Hanya's laughter echoed in Fong Lin's ears as Li Rue scratched his head in a goofy response to her. Lin Yuqing, lost in thought, lowered her head and made a face at Fong Lin, pouting her lips. Fong Lin stuck out his tongue in return, his tense body gradually relaxing. What had transpired moments ago felt like nothing more than a routine encounter, as commonplace as events occurring within the confines of the Dragon Country Federation. Indeed, it was merely a fleeting moment. He did not know who I was, nor did I know who he was. Fong Lin exhaled, a sense of relief washing over him as he contemplated turning back to take a look. Slowly, he turned his head to glance behind him. In his line of sight, the man also turned back, his cold, piercing gaze emerging from beneath the black brim of his hat, locking onto Fong Lin. Chapter 39. I will end you. The man sensed the scrutiny and turned his head, only to be met by the sight of an adorably clueless husky wagging its tail. His lips twitched as he discreetly raised his right hand from the pocket of his lightweight coat to give a subtle middle finger. Suddenly, Fong Lin felt that the man's demeanor was no longer so menacing. What was this damned competitive spirit about? On the surface, Fong Lin remained unfazed, taking a deep breath and choosing not to look back at him. Just wait, I'll be the first to fill my empty slot, he thought. Thus, the two groups ambled off in their respective directions. As Fong Lin exited the shaded path, the landscape opened up before him, revealing a vast artificial lake. The summer's azure sky stretched infinitely above him, sunlight dancing upon the water's surface, casting shimmering reflections. In that moment, Fong Lin finally felt at ease, the man fading from the forefront of his thoughts. The once relentless surge of energy from the empty slot within him quieted, resembling an engine that had gradually come to a stop. Lin Yuqing and Zhao Hanya, feeling somewhat fatigued, found a pavilion by the lakeside to rest. Fong Lin sat in the pavilion, contemplating the brief encounter he had just experienced. Truth be told, he felt he had overreacted. Yet, it was not entirely his fault. Whether from over 20 years of experience or from his recent tumultuous life, he had always thrived in a tranquil and harmonious environment. He could be momentarily ambitious or openly indifferent, embodying a carefree spirit. Aside from himself, no one had ever imposed any pressure on him to survive. However, just moments ago, his sixth sense had been fervently warning him of a threatening presence. For the first time, he truly felt the weight of survival pressing down on him, emanating from that man as well as from his own restless spirit. Yet, he found himself puzzled. The aura of energy radiating from that individual seemed akin to that of the man he had encountered previously in his neighborhood. Why did I not sense any threat at that time? Was it solely because they were officials? How did my intuition discern that these officials would not genuinely harm me? Nevertheless, Fong Lin did not dwell on this question for long. It was perhaps a blessing in disguise. If he could detect every individual posing a potential threat, it would be akin to possessing a radar in a game, distinguishing allies from foes, green dots for friends and red dots for enemies. He could not afford to remain complacent. Recently, he had become somewhat negligent, as everything seemed to be progressing favorably. Both his personal cultivation and quality of life had improved, and he had adapted to this new family and its members. Lately, he had taken to sleeping soundly at night, neglecting to explore the subconscious guidance of spiritual energy during his dreams. The comfort of his life had led him to overlook potential dangers. Such ease was unacceptable. After reading so many novels, he knew that whenever the protagonist acquired extraordinary abilities, extraordinary events would inevitably unfold. He had previously encountered officials, yet had failed to consider the possibility of lurking adversaries. Had he truly clashed with that man for some reason? How could he have protected Lin Yuqing and made a safe escape? It was time for Fong Lin to buckle down. Resolutely, He squatted down and began to guide spiritual energy into his body. From this moment on, he would exert himself as he had during his college entrance examinations, reciting vocabulary while waiting in line for meals. No, he would absorb spiritual energy. Oh, a flicker of astonishment crossed Fong Lin's canine visage. As he mobilized his spiritual energy, he realized that his limbs and body had already established a cycle of spiritual energy refinement. Fong Lin, somewhat skeptical, attempted to continue channeling spiritual energy into his body. The slight sensation of swelling confirmed to him that he had indeed completed the refinement. The spiritual energy in the first empty slot had nearly dissipated, causing Fong Lin to hastily assess his condition before feeling reassured. The empty slot was akin to a plot of land. Regular cultivation could be compared to clearing the land, resulting in an increase in the upper limit of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy consumed during regular use would not affect this limit and could be swiftly replenished. Perhaps he had reacted too vigorously at that moment, and his body had sensed his will, resulting in a sudden surge of powerful spiritual energy entering him, completing the refinement that was initially expected to take another week. No wonder he had felt an overwhelming surge of strength, capable of easily flattening that purple yam spirit. Was this yet another instinctive response of his body? A built-in explosive power? Moreover, it seemed devoid of side effects, aside from a brief evaporation of spiritual energy. He felt only a slight fatigue of the spirit. Could others experience such explosive growth? Fong Lin currently had access to so little information. Even his cultivation relied heavily on instinct. He shifted his perspective, observing the surroundings as a vast array of blue light points cascaded from the horizon, resembling a celestial river, slowly being absorbed into his body to replenish the void of spiritual energy within. The empty reservoir of energy surged back at an astonishing pace, quickly reaching its limit and initiating a new cycle of cultivation. Suddenly, Fong Lin pondered a question. Could others perceive the conspicuous spiritual energy he was absorbing? Did that man earlier feel it? Instinctively, he ceased his cultivation, but soon a thought arose within his heart. It dawned on him that spiritual energy could be likened to air. Can you sense when others are breathing in oxygen? Unless a high-powered machine were to purify the air. What if that machine operated silently? You would only notice a gradual depletion of breathable air, leaving you unaware of the cause, prompting you to vacate the space. With his curiosity resolved, Fong Lin resumed his cultivation. The revelation that bubbled forth from his bloodline did not instill doubt, but rather felt intimately familiar. Perhaps this was akin to a bloodline inheritance from a mythical beast in a novel? Could it be that his body had awakened the bloodline of a husky king? Or was it a consequence of that initial event? Regardless of the reason, he felt invincible. Just wait. Once his reservoir is full, he would confront anyone who dared to insult him, and they would regret it. Fong Lin summarized his forthcoming tasks. First, he would continue refining the remaining parts of his head and tail. Additionally, the earlier experience sparked an idea. If he could replicate the explosive surge he had just experienced, perhaps he could expedite the refinement of his body. However, for now, he dared not attempt it, as he intended to begin refining the muscles of his head. What if a tempestuous influx of energy caused his head to explode? The earlier surge had indeed been quite intense, and the head was uniquely sensitive. Perhaps he could experiment with the tail later? Chapter 40. Overexertion. Secondly, he aimed to thoroughly internalize the guidance of spiritual energy, facilitating a milestone in his dream cultivation. Fong Lin had already achieved a level of subconscious control over the spiritual energy in his empty reservoir, requiring only a flicker of focus to maintain it. Yet, he had been stuck at the threshold of dream cultivation for quite some time. His sleep was profoundly deep. Once he lay down and closed his eyes, he quickly drifted into unconsciousness, awakening only to find it was the next day. He slept soundly, oblivious to everything around him, let alone the possibility of cultivating in his slumber. Alas, upon reflection, he realized he currently had little to occupy his time. Once he completed the refinement of his head and tail, he would find himself truly idle. At that point, he would not need to concern himself with the guidance of spiritual energy. The refined flesh within his body would automatically channel energy along a complex and mysterious pathway, unleashing formidable power. It would be as if he were playing on easy mode, with little left to cultivate. However, he pondered the mythical beasts he had encountered in novels, such as colossal dragons. It seemed that their existence revolved around the simple cycle of eating and sleeping, growing invincible as time passed. He yearned to delve into martial arts, to savor the gratifying experience of diligent study. How fulfilling it would be to cultivate a technique for a month and achieve a breakthrough. Unlike his current situation, where his Great Smash technique had reached its zenith without any effort on his part. Lin Yuqing and the two girls had rested enough, and gazing at the pedal boats gliding across the lake, felt an urge to drift upon the serene waters, accustomed as they were to the autumn moon and spring breeze. Meanwhile, Li Rue appeared devoid of any personal opinions, readily acquiescing to whatever Zhao Hanya proposed. Such a devoted admirer he was. Nonetheless, their personalities complemented each other well. Zhao Hanya was bold and assertive, while Li Rue was slender and gentle in demeanor. A little assertiveness wouldn't go amiss, after all. Don't girls secretly desire a dominant figure? The group selected a boat with a canopy, and with the assistance of the staff, donned life jackets before stepping onto the swaying deck. As soon as he boarded, Fong Lin was greeted by the unmistakable scent of the lake, an indescribable aroma that, while distinct, was not unpleasant. Li Rue was directed to the front seat, leaving the two girls in the back, tasked with looking beautiful while occasionally kicking their legs to experience the ride. Lin Yuqing propped her right hand against her brow, admiring the view. The shelter of the canopy and the surrounding humidity created an unexpectedly refreshing atmosphere, devoid of heat. As the boat rocked gently, the soothing sounds of water splashing added a touch of life to the picturesque scenery. Rowing is delightful. Li Rue, have you ever taken a girl out rowing before? Zhao Hanya suddenly inquired. No, I only went with my parents when I was younger, he replied. Zhao Hanya nodded with satisfaction and pulled out her phone from Lin Yuqing's bag to capture some photographs. The two girls posed for a picture, while Fong Lin dashed to the bow of the boat. The tranquil waters parted as the boat sliced through, and a gentle breeze washed over him, filling Fong Lin with a sense of exhilaration. There will be times when we conquer the winds and waves. Just as his ambitions were beginning to soar, the boat's speed gradually diminished. Hurry up and paddle. The speed is so slow that I can hardly feel the experience standing at the front, Fong Lin complained, eyeing the somewhat breathless Li Rue. Was he really so weak at such a young age? Li Rue seemed to sense Fong Lin's dissatisfaction and reached out, attempting to pat his head. Fong Lin was quick to evade, thinking, why would a guy touch me? Sioux City, Qing Shui District Archives. What is spiritual energy cultivation? It involves sensing spiritual energy, absorbing it, and controlling it to converge into a core of spiritual energy. There are three main challenges. First, how can one swiftly and accurately sense a greater amount of spiritual energy? Second, since spiritual energy is dynamic, how can one make it align with their intention for rapid absorption? Thirdly, the absorption of spiritual energy incurs a certain loss. How can one maximize the efficiency of filling the spiritual core with absorbed energy? Today, you have officially become members of the Sioux City Special Affairs Bureau's action team. Although the current concentration of spiritual energy prevents you from stepping into the next level, it remains imperative that you master the aforementioned issues. Only in this manner, when that future day arrives, can you swiftly evolve into effective combatants, safeguarding the interests of the citizens of the Dragon Nation Alliance from harm. In the activity room, Yang Zhen paced back and forth, hands clasped behind his back, reciting his thoughts. The three members of the action team stood in solemn military posture, their gazes fixed on Yang Zhen. Yi Fei sat nearby, observing as Yang Zhen addressed the trio. The first question is how to swiftly and accurately sense spiritual energy. This varies from person to person. Those endowed with greater talent possess a heightened affinity for spiritual energy and can naturally perceive more of it. I can sense the spiritual energy surrounding me, abundant as the throngs in a supermarket. It is said that during his prime, old Deng could even perceive the particles of spiritual energy shimmering densely, resembling the Milky Way in the sky. The three action team members gazed in awe, and Yi Fei could not help but be moved. What a magnificent sight it must be to behold spiritual energy particles akin to a galaxy. To them, these particles felt as distant as dim streetlights on a darkened road. Yet, we can still embrace tranquility and focus our minds to aid our cultivation. The group fell into silence. However, if achieving tranquility and focus held such profound efficacy, how could they have failed to break through after years of effort? The second question was, unsurprisingly, one of talent and aptitude. The third inquiry pertained to the cultivation methods developed by the scientists of the Dragon Nation Federation and the 5 Great Level Masters. Following specific pathways to channel spiritual energy can maximize its utilization. However, no matter how proficiently one practices these methods, they are akin to water without a source. High efficiency is futile without spiritual energy. After listening to these insights, a hint of bitterness surfaced in Yi Fei's eyes. Talent and aptitude, such harsh and stark realities. No matter how hard one strives, they cannot alter the innate gifts. Talent is like a vast chasm, obstructing her path forward. Yang Zhen observed the despondency of the group. Realizing that he had circled back to the theme of talent, rarely serious, he spoke earnestly. There will be hope. In the Federal Park, by the artificial lake, Fong Lin's small boat had been drifting on the water for quite some time. To enhance their experience, the group opted for a paddle boat instead of an electric one. Li Rui, already somewhat frail, found himself urged by Zhao Hanya from the back seat to explore this way and that. After exerting himself for 30 minutes, Li Rui was utterly exhausted, his legs feeling unresponsive. The atmosphere on the boat grew somewhat awkward. Li Rui, his face flushed, managed to say, "Let me rest a moment. I'll be ready soon." After that, it became increasingly difficult. Occasionally, they would pedal slowly for a couple of circles to signify their presence. Lin Yuqing found it somewhat amusing. For some reason, she suddenly thought of her father, Lin Ba, who had been excessively pampered with supplements by Yang Ma. How absurd. Why was she thinking of such trivial matters? In truth, she was not overly concerned. Li Rui had merely pedaled too vigorously and for too long. Both of them, being first-year middle school girls, were quite capable of pedaling with some effort. Floating along like this was rather pleasant. Lin Yuqing leaned back against the seat, allowing her body to relax. The sounds from the lake were extraordinarily pure, a natural melody that brought immense relaxation. Her long, dark hair was occasionally lifted by the breeze, and she could hardly be bothered to tidy it. Chapter 41. As long as you're happy, I think I need to use the restroom, Zhao Hanya said. Her face slightly flushed, hands pressed against her abdomen, her legs tightly crossed, subtly whispering to Lin Yuqing beside her. What? Lin Yuqing exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Hanya, flustered, instinctively reached for her mouth to stifle the sound, but the movement only intensified her urgency, prompting her to press her hands against her belly, as if that would alleviate the discomfort. Hearing the commotion, Li Rui turned his head, and Lin Yuqing, disregarding Zhao Hanya's pleading glance, indicated to him that Zhao Hanya was in urgent need of a restroom. I truly do not understand what is so difficult to articulate. It's merely a matter of needing to relieve oneself. Today's middle school students are so overly concerned with appearances. Fong Lin was perplexed. Would this truly be embarrassing? He found it rather endearing. Lin Yuqing recognized that Li Rui was somewhat fatigued, so she adjusted her skirt and took a seat on the rear step of the boat, preparing to assist him in pedaling. The boat's step was low enough to avoid any embarrassing incidents, yet it was indeed challenging to exert much effort. Fong Lin observed Zhao Hanya's face growing redder and silently wondered if this little girl was genuinely about to have an accident. While it is true that one has urgent needs, it could not be that dire. However, since Lin Yuqing was about to take on some labor, he did not wish for her to tire herself. Thus, as Lin Yuqing placed her feet on the step, Fong Lin also approached and placed his hand on the right side of the pedal. This pedal resembled that of a bicycle, albeit slightly larger. As Lin Yuqing exerted herself pedaling, Fong Lin supported the right pedal, pushing with vigor. Consequently, Li Rui felt an immediate sense of relief. The peculiar design of the boat meant that the pedals were interconnected, maintaining the same rotational speed. As Fong Lin pushed the pedal with determination, both Lin Yuqing and Li Rui felt as though the pedals were spinning effortlessly at a high frequency. Was it truly this easy to pedal together on this boat? Li Rui, enlightened by this revelation, could not help but exclaim in wonder. Lin Yuqing, observing Fong Lin's hand on the pedal as he joined in the rhythm, teased. Perhaps it is Kako assisting us. Zhao Hanya, feeling a surge of joy despite her pressing need, took out her phone to capture a brief video of Fong Lin aiding in pedaling the boat. However, few actually considered Fong Lin's actions to be anything more than mere folly. Indeed, you guessed correctly. I am indeed assisting you. Surprising, isn't it? Fong Lin cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yuqing, secretly reveling in his role. Could this be deemed as that of a puppet master? Oh, is that a golden retriever aboard that vessel? Fong Lin paused momentarily, assessing the situation. Oh, foolish male, it seems there is no cause for concern. He soon resumed exerting control over his strength, pushing onward. The public restrooms in Federal Park were quite numerous, and due to Fong Lin's efforts, the boat swiftly returned to the shore. Upon disembarking, Zhao Hanya staggered toward the nearest restroom, her gait resembling that of a duck. Lin Yuqing discreetly took out her phone, capturing the moment on video. Li Rui, standing nearby, pondered for a moment before feigning ignorance, thumping his thigh in mild frustration. This Li Rui seemed destined for mediocrity, alas. When will the stature of men rise? Fong Lin brooded over this, feeling a surge of indignation. But yes, I am already but a dog. After Zhao Hanya emerged from the restroom, the trio, along with their canine companion, continued their stroll along the lakeside. A short distance ahead lay the amusement park, with the sounds of laughter and shrieks already reaching their ears. Humans, by nature, are social creatures, easily influenced by the atmosphere surrounding them. For instance, in a solemn environment, it is challenging to feel joy. Conversely, in a place brimming with happiness, Like an amusement park or the happiest place on earth, Disneyland. It is nearly impossible to remain discontent unless one is burdened by profound sorrow that penetrates the very soul. At that moment, the trio and their dog distinctly felt the jubilant ambience of the amusement park. Their spirits lifted. Various attractions were scattered throughout, including carousels, roller coasters, and vertical drop rides. As it was Saturday, many parents brought their children to enjoy the festivities, alongside numerous sweet couples, each face adorned with smiles. Vendors selling popcorn, cotton candy, and other treats contributed to the lively atmosphere. Lin Yuqing and Zhao Hanya, having frequented this place since childhood, expertly guided Li Rui to the site of the pirate ship ride. The pirate ship was a swinging attraction, moderate in thrill, with gentle back-and-forth motions that did not involve the dizzying 360-degree spins characteristic of roller coasters. Thus, the two girls eagerly anticipated their turn. Upon reaching the ticket booth, a jovial man wearing a cap greeted them warmly. "Back for more fun, I see? Oh, you've got a dog now. What a beautiful husky. How much did you pay for it?" The man was robust, his skin darkened from years in the sun, yet his smile radiated warmth, making him approachable. "Sir, this is family. It cannot be measured in monetary terms." "Oh, quite right, my apologies. Ready for some fun? Shall I arrange your next ride?" Lin Yuqing and her companions exchanged glances at the imposing pirate ship that swayed vigorously, nodding in agreement. 20 for a ticket. Li Rui hesitated at the price. Recalling how Lin Yuqing had footed the bill for their previous boat ride and taxi fare, logically, it should have been his turn to pay this time. However, he truly lacked the funds, possessing only 20 yuan, which he had withdrawn from his savings. Fong Lin noticed the expression on Li Rui's face and surmised his predicament. How much pocket money could a first-year student possibly have? His memory was somewhat hazy, but he recalled that during his elementary school days, pocket money was only a few yuan at a time. Spending 50 cents on a packet of instant noodles or spicy snacks during recess was considered extravagant, often drawing a crowd eager to share. Li Rui's attire suggested he did not come from a well-off family. It seemed unlikely that the three of them could easily scrape together 60 yuan. Fong Lin suddenly felt a twinge in his stomach and squatted down to scratch it with his hind leg, reflecting on how one truly cannot pursue romance without a bit of financial backing. Look at these first-year students engaging in early relationships. They were starting at 60 yuan, while college students had their own expenses. What? Perhaps it would be better to rely on someone else like Li Rui did. That seemed quite sufficient. It seems that people naturally pay more attention to those they admire, making it easier to understand them. Zhao Hanya did not wait for Li Rui to speak before addressing the man in charge. "Three of us. I'll pay directly," she declared, swiftly pulling out her phone to complete the transaction. Lin Yuqing, on the other hand, was indifferent. Her mother had never been stingy with her pocket money, often bestowing her with substantial amounts for her New Year's gifts, which rendered her quite unfeeling towards money and devoid of any particular needs. To her, several thousand yuan was merely a container for her belongings, as her household was filled with such bags that she could use at her leisure. A formal gown costing over 200,000 yuan, purchased annually for a first-year girl, left little room for any significant financial perspective. Whoever paid was inconsequential. They were all out for enjoyment, and that was what truly mattered. In contrast, while Zhao Hanya, who frequently played with Lin Yuqing, may not have come from a family as affluent, she still belonged to a comfortably middle-class household. Otherwise, how could they afford such expensive properties in the school district? What about Li Rui? It is well known that properties in school districts vary considerably. A 60-square-meter apartment is not comparable to a 200 or 300-square-meter one. Furthermore, residing in a school district does not imply exclusivity to a single property. Should one attend high school elsewhere, securing a suitable high school district property would quickly follow, wouldn't it? Li Rui appeared somewhat uneasy, unsure of where to place his hands, fidgeting with his fingers in the pockets of his jeans. Fong Lin, observing these subtle details, felt a surge of excitement, unconsciously wagging his tail. Having just entered the first year, he was already acutely aware of the disparities in financial status. Would one feel compelled to strive for success or succumb to bitterness? As a dog, he primarily remained an observer, taking in the scene rather than participating in the dialogue. As the saying goes, those in authority are often blinded, while bystanders see clearly. Fong Lin felt that this perspective allowed him to observe many intricate details, some of which stirred a sense of excitement within him. It was akin to watching a drama, though instead of being seated before a television screen, he was akin to a dog following along beside it. "Kaka, do you want to play?" Lin Yuqing's voice pulled Fong Lin from his reverie. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze to the swaying pirate ship, listening to the screams echoing above. It seemed somewhat intriguing. Fong Lin's body had begun to secrete certain substances, igniting a burgeoning thrill within him. Woo, let us play. Huh, you want to take him up there? No, no, that is quite dangerous. What if he falls? The uncle waved his hand dismissively, refusing the suggestion without a second thought. No matter how familiar they were, such a venture was too risky. What if he fell and incurred costs? However, Lin Yuqing had indeed contemplated her question. The pirate ship was not particularly perilous. Rather, it resembled an introductory thrill ride, suited for those who dared not brave a roller coaster. There were no safety belts, only a bar that descended from above, and in some instances, the seats resembled those on a bus, where one could simply grasp the overhead handle. She and Zhao Hanya sat closely, each enclosing Fong Lin in their embrace. Fong Lin himself felt no sense of danger. From this height, he could easily jump down unharmed. Moreover, he was inexplicably enamored by this exhilarating sensation. Thus, he crouched down, lowering his head and feigning sorrow as he whimpered. Zhao Hanya, unable to withstand the display of youthful sentiment, squatted down, clutching her skirt as she embraced Fong Lin and caressed him, looking up at the uncle and saying, "It's fine. We will hold on to him. If anything happens, we'll take responsibility." The uncle appeared somewhat troubled. "Let us go play." Zhao Hanya stood, tugging at the uncle's arm with earnestness. The two girls had been coming here since childhood, back when their parents accompanied them. The uncle, who currently had no children of his own, found himself at a loss and quickly replied, all right, but do be cautious." Seeing the uncle relent, the group erupted in joyous laughter. The previous batch of riders soon disembarked from the pirate ship, and the uncle personally led the trio aboard. Each row consisted of a long bench, and the three nestled together, with Lin Yuqing seated on the far left. The uncle, already regretting his decision, felt compelled to ensure their safety. A large bar descended to their midsections, with Fong Lin nestled between the two girls, each holding onto the bar with one hand while the other supported him. After verifying the safety measures, the uncle descended, glancing back with trepidation. Who could have anticipated that he would one day worry about a dog falling from his apparatus? Ding, ding, ding. With a series of urgent bell rings, the pirate ship began to move slowly. The interior of the ship reverberated with a booming sound, gradually amplifying the intensity of its sway. The two girls were filled with excitement, clutching the handrails tightly, while one hand instinctively wrapped around Fong Lin from behind, akin to having two safety belts entwined around him. Li Rui's complexion paled, the marks of his clenched jaw evident on his face. The pirate ship's motion reached its zenith, each ascent and descent accompanied by a powerful sensation of weightlessness and a thrust against their backs. It resembled the exhilarating feeling one experiences while swinging high on a swing set. The air whooshed past their ears, accompanied by the crescendo of their screams. As the pirate ship plummeted at an almost 90-degree angle, the massive hull generated a gust of wind, eliciting a chorus of shrieks from the two girls. A mixture of tension, thrill, and fear. Fong Lin felt the thrill coursing through him, pondering when he might truly soar through the skies. He contemplated this while quietly channeling his internal energy to form a protective barrier around his abdomen. Zhao Hanya, in her exuberance, unconsciously tightened her grip on his arm, inadvertently pinching him. After channeling his energy, Fong Lin felt a notable relief. His waist was particularly sensitive, and a firm pinch there would indeed be painful. Once, Fong Lin had read a novel where the male protagonist, stymied at a critical threshold in his physical training, had his breakthrough triggered when the female lead pinched a bit of flesh at his waist. This thought suddenly sparked a desire in Fong Lin to experience something similar. So, as the pirate ship soared to its peak once more, he discreetly relaxed the energy surrounding his abdominal muscles. "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!" he exclaimed, his face paling as Zhao Hanya had indeed pinched him hard. The flesh around his waist was firmly caught between her fingers and palm, prompting him to promptly channel his energy in defense. Gradually, the pirate ship came to a halt, and both the uncle and Fong Lin exhaled in relief. As the railings lifted, Fong Lin swiftly leaped over Lin Yuqing, eager to distance himself from her. He glanced back and was startled to see a prominent red mark on Li Rui's left wrist. This was quite alarming. Li Rui gently rotated his wrist, his right hand brushing over the mark, an expression of helplessness crossing his face. Fong Lin found it amusing. This must be the price of being close to a wealthy heiress, he thought. Just wait until the next time they were on the tightrope ball. He would have a show to witness, considering he had let out a cry from the pinch moments ago. However, he wasn't genuinely upset with the girl, after all. How could he, a grown man, be so petty? "Ah, Hanya, you." Lin Yuqing also noticed the mark, staring at Zhao Hanya in astonishment. "Does it hurt?" "I'm so sorry. I instinctively used too much force without realizing it." Zhao Hanya felt a twinge of guilt as she gently reached out to caress the mark. Upon noticing her approach, Li Rue found himself in a state of paralysis, his arms suspended in midair, unable to move. His heart raced at the sensation of her delicate touch, and his face involuntarily flushed. Fong Lin rolled his eyes, thinking how unembarrassed Li Rue had been when he had pinched him moments ago. Chapter 43. Restlessness, it's nothing, Li Rue stammered in response. Zhao Hanya sensed the atmosphere had shifted. Her initial boldness faltered as she recognized the implications of their closeness upon witnessing Li Rue's blush. Though she had intended to withdraw, an unexpected thrill coursed through her. Was this what it felt like to tease someone, as depicted in novels? Despite being a first-year student, she had consumed countless stories filled with domineering protagonists, and now she found herself in a similar role. She cleared her throat and leaned in closer, teasingly murmuring, "What do you mean it's nothing? It's already red." Lin Yuqing, unable to endure the scene unfolding before her, tugged at Fong Lin's sleeve, saying, "Let us go, we should leave." "Unfortunately, I wanted to watch a bit longer. It's quite entertaining," Fong Lin replied reluctantly, following Lin Yuqing. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Zhao Hanya momentarily released Li Rue, grinning as she joined Lin Yuqing. Li Rue scratched his head in confusion before trailing behind them. The group had just experienced the pirate ship ride, but their enthusiasm waned. With skirts on, the thrill of more intense rides was lost, and they felt too mature for the carousel. After all, they were all first-year students. How could they still engage in childish amusements? Interestingly, girls often find themselves in a cyclical pattern every 12 years. For instance, a decade ago, they might have relished the carousel, but upon entering adolescence, they feel they've outgrown such things. Yet, after entering university or experiencing romantic relationships, they might once again embrace their inner child, reveling in the joys of the carousel. Presently, these two first-year girls felt they had matured, regarding the younger children playing with a condescending gaze. Thus, they opted not to engage in any more attractions, choosing instead to stroll through the amusement park, chatting and savoring the ambience. What do students discuss? With both boys and girls present, many intimate subjects amongst peers were off-limits, leading their conversation to drift back to school life. "Have you completed the math homework for the weekend?" one asked. "No, some problems pertain to the next chapter. I need to preview before I can tackle them." "I haven't finished my preview yet," came the reply. "Ms. Mieju is teaching too quickly. It's unbearable," Lin Yuqing remarked, noticing Zhao Hanya and Li Rue complaining about their math teacher. She felt compelled to ask, "Do you both agree that she speaks too fast?" Zhao Hanya nodded emphatically, exclaiming, "It's so fast. It's unprecedented. Previously, we would spend an entire week merely on one section of the textbook. But now we cover an entire unit in just a week." Li Rue nodded in agreement. Lin Yuqing seemed to have found her voice. "Exactly. Not only does she speak rapidly, but she constantly calls on me to answer questions during class." Hearing this, Zhao Hanya expressed her curiosity. "Indeed. Why does the math teacher always choose you to respond?" Lin Yuqing lamented, "Who knows? When she calls on me, I'm at a loss for words. And then my desk mate mocks my ignorance, which frustrates me so much that I can't focus for the rest of the class." Zhao Hanya furrowed her brow. "Is your desk mate named Wang Chaoyuan? The one who seems rather insufferable?" Lin Yuqing nodded, her lips pouting in indignation. Li Rue hesitated before saying, "How could this be? Just last Thursday during gym class, he was saying he thought you were quite pretty." Zhao Hanya was flabbergasted. How can such a peculiar person exist? Make way, make way." As they chatted, a sudden commotion broke out ahead. A young man, wearing his cap backward, glided along the pavement on a skateboard, careening recklessly and forcing pedestrians to scurry aside in dismay. Perhaps due to the clear path he received from the crowd, he continued to accelerate, reveling in the thrill of weaving through the throngs of people. "Make way, make way." The pedestrians in front parted, revealing the two girls, engrossed in their conversation. They were startled by the unfolding scene. Lin Yuqing hurriedly attempted to pull Fong Lin aside. Fong Lin frowned, feeling a surge of irritation. Who was this fool skating among so many people? A rush of blood surged within him, his well-honed physique and replenished energy beginning to stir restlessly. The irritation grew, and he felt increasingly agitated. "Damn, today, if I yield to you, I might as well be a dog." He had already been harboring frustration from the outing due to that man in the trench coat, and now, another oblivious individual had appeared. Moreover, given the current speed, it was evident that the two girls were somewhat startled and might not evade in time, risking a collision. With this added justification, Fong Lin stepped forward, resolutely positioning himself in the path ahead. With a sudden screech, Lin Yuqing, in a state of panic, attempted to pull Fong Lin away. The cap-wearing boy, seeing a dog blocking his path and unwilling to dodge, perhaps due to a lack of skill, did not slow down. As the skateboard hurtled toward Fong Lin, he leaped aside, executing a swift kick that sent the boy tumbling off his skateboard and crashing to the ground. Fong Lin had controlled his strength, but with his body already honed and his anger mixed with a hint of energy, the impact was substantial. The boy was propelled 2 meters away, rolling to dissipate the force, yet still ended up dazed, lying on his back with limbs sprawled. Struggling to sit up, he cursed, "Damn it! Where did this foolish dog come from?" Fong Lin felt an uncontrollable surge of anger rising within him. With a sudden exertion, he wrenched the rope from Lin Yuqing's grasp and approached the man in the hat step by step. It was as if something within his blood was boiling, releasing a thunderous roar. Yet, on the surface, Fong Lin remained as calm as a still lake, his eyes growing increasingly frigid. The man in the hat, attempting to prop himself up, found Fong Lin's foot pressing firmly against his chest. The unexpected force forced him back to the ground, his head striking the surface with a resounding thud, leaving him momentarily dazed. Just as he was about to curse, he felt a sharp object pressing against his neck, a tangible sensation akin to a needle piercing his skin, as though he was on the verge of bleeding out. The control exerted was exquisite. It seemed that at any moment, blood could erupt from his throat, yet paradoxically, nothing had transpired. It felt as if a razor-sharp dagger had merely grazed his skin, leaving an open wound. This sensation instilled within him an overwhelming terror, causing his body to tremble, yet he dared not move. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. This was the feeling of impending death. It rendered him wide-eyed, frozen in silence and motion. His fear-induced gaze fell upon a pair of cold, unfeeling eyes, as beautiful and deep as sapphires. His first instinct was an astonished acknowledgement that such exquisite eyes could exist in this world. However, the increasingly sharp sensation at his neck served as a reminder that he was being held by the owner of those mesmerizing eyes, who truly intended to kill him. The expressionless countenance of Fong Lin and the seemingly growing pressure enveloped him like a chilling abyss, as if at any moment he would hear the sound of a needle piercing through paper. He had never encountered such a situation before. His mind was blank. Kill him. A voice within Fong Lin screamed with fervor. How dare such a lowly person offend him? Such a wretch should not exist in this world. Kill him. Kaka. Lin Yuqing's urgent call pierced through Fong Lin's thoughts, her once light voice now laden with concern. This sound washed over him like a refreshing spring, sweeping away the inner turmoil and murderous intent. For a moment, he hesitated, retracting his claws and silently locking eyes with the man before retreating. As Fong Lin stepped back, Lin Yuqing enveloped him in her embrace, checking for any injuries. "Are you all right?" Zhao Hanya and Li Rui hurriedly gathered around, their expressions fraught with worry. They were unaware of the recent events. All they had witnessed was Fong Lin seemingly kicking the man off his skateboard at the last moment, before moving forward to place his claws upon the man's chest. They had no idea that the man's life had rested precariously within the grasp of those seemingly unassuming paws. Gradually, bystanders began to gather, murmuring among themselves. "The dog is remarkable. Well kicked." Indeed, on the main road, the reckless skateboarder had long provoked my ire. "Fear not, little girl," I assured her. "Should he trouble you, I shall stand by your side." The anxious expressions of the two innocent and delicate girls ignited a protective instinct in several older men nearby. They rallied enthusiastically, with one even releasing his hold on his son's hand. Their attention was solely fixated on Fong Lin toppling the man, oblivious to the ensuing scene. Was it merely a hand placed upon his chest? Their own pets often roused them from slumber in such a manner. The man in the hat lay on the ground, momentarily dazed, before suddenly feeling warmth beneath him. He had wet himself. Realizing his predicament, he scrambled to his feet, casting a terrified glance at Fong Lin before seizing his skateboard and fleeing, disregarding his damp trousers. "Haha, has this lad truly lost control?" Someone chuckled. "What audacity he possesses." "Little girl, is the dog unharmed?" Fong Lin queried as he observed Lin Yuqing's anxious demeanor, gently licking her palm. Upon realizing Fong Lin was unscathed, her taut heart began to relax. The recent events had indeed frightened her. In that fleeting moment, she had feared for Fong Lin's safety against the skateboard. Although he had only just come home, his nightly companionship had banished her childhood fears of darkness. With Fong Lin and the fluffy snowball by her side, she now slept soundly each night, having already come to regard him as a brother. The thought of something happening to him because of her made her heart ache. As her thoughts spiraled, shimmering tears began to pool in her bright eyes, accumulating more and more until they finally broke free, cascading down her fair cheeks. "Oh dear, why are you crying, little girl?" exclaimed a concerned onlooker. "Whose child is this, so deserving of care? How could a parent allow her to play out here alone?" Another chimed in. "Indeed, if she were my daughter, I would take her out to play every day." A plump woman squeezed through the crowd, retrieving tissues from her bag and crouching down to offer them to Lin Yuqing, showering her with gentle reassurances. Around them, voices continued to criticize the reckless skateboarder, with some even expanding their disdain to encompass all skateboarders. One man candidly declared that he would smash his own child's skateboard upon returning home. Lin Yuqing, clutching the tissues, sobbed softly, continually expressing her gratitude to the comforting adults. Zhao Hanya and Li Rui squatted nearby in solidarity. Fong Lin felt a sense of confusion. He was uncertain about what had transpired moments earlier. Before he could ponder further, he noticed Lin Yuqing in tears. Notably, her usually clear and melodious voice turned delicate when she cried, her soft sobs evoking a profound sense of empathy in those around her. As she crouched beside Fong Lin, embracing him, he instinctively extended his tongue to lick away her tears. A single drop fell, and it was licked clean. The young girl was amused. "Ah, Kaka, stop licking." Fong Lin, however, paid her no mind and continued. "Ha-ha-he, all right, I'm fine now." Lin Yuqing dabbed her face with a tissue and stood up. The onlookers, relieved to see she was unharmed, offered a few words of caution before gradually dispersing. A few insisted on leaving their phone numbers, stating that they could serve as witnesses if necessary. After expressing their thanks, they departed, leaving behind only a puddle of unclear liquid. Following such an incident, Lin Yuqing and her friends lost their enthusiasm for continuing their outing. Just then, her father called to inquire when she would be home and offered to pick her up. She instructed him to meet them at the southern entrance of the park. "Let us leave together. My father can drive you home." "Sure, that sounds great. No need to take a taxi," Zhao Hanya replied cheerfully. Li Rui, who had initially intended to decline, changed his mind and simply requested to be dropped off at Wanda before heading home. As they walked to the southern entrance of the park, Lin Dad arrived shortly thereafter, driving a black BMW 7 Series, a robust vehicle that quickly came to a halt before them. Upon opening the door, a strong fishy odor wafted out. Lin Yuqing wrinkled her nose in distaste, exclaiming, "Dad, why did you take this car?" "Good afternoon, Uncle." Zhao Hanya greeted him warmly, unconcerned about the smell. Lin Dad, beaming, welcomed them aboard, assigning Li Rui to the front seat while the two girls and Kaka settled in the back. Once everyone was inside, he began. "I went fishing this afternoon. I just wrapped up when your mother called to say you were at the park, so I came to pick you up. It might be a bit fragrant. Haha, bear with it. If it's too much, just roll down the windows. I think the scent is rather pleasant. It's the smell of good bait. Haha." It turned out that this was his usual fishing vehicle, often used to transport friends to fish and then return with their catch. The lingering scent of bait had become entrenched over time, and Yang Ma had suggested he use this car for fishing from now on. Lin Yuqing, puzzled, asked, "Why did you come back so early today? Usually, you fish until the sun sets, reluctant to return home when it gets dark." Lin Dad cleared his throat lightly. The fish weren't biting well today. "Did you catch nothing at all?" Lin Yuqing pondered for a moment before glancing back at the trunk. "Dad, you didn't bring back a barrel of water, did you?" Lin Dad chuckled awkwardly, seasoned with experience, replied, "No, your mother won't allow that. If it's left in the car for too long, it'll smell foul." "Hee. A fisherman never returns empty-handed. I understand," Zhao Hanya chimed in merrily. Meanwhile, Li Rui sat upright in the passenger seat, his feet planted firmly on the soft mat, cautious not to move too much. Noticing Li Rui's unease, Lin Dad took the initiative to strike up a conversation with him. "Where does your family reside? Which month are we in?" The young man appears quite handsome. His academic performance must be commendable, I presume. The gentle voice prompted Li Rui to inadvertently open up, gradually engaging in conversation with Lin's father. Before they knew it, they had arrived at Wanda. "I've arrived, goodbye." Li Rui opened the car door, waved farewell to the others, and exited, shutting the door behind him. "Be safe," Lin's father reminded as he rolled down the window before starting the vehicle. "This boy is quite decent, albeit a bit shy. Who invited him to join us?" Lin's father inquired, seeking information. Lin Yuqing promptly revealed her teammate. "It's Yaya." Zhao Hanya discreetly pinched Lin Yuqing from the back seat, prompting a yelp of pain from Lin Yuqing. Lin's father chuckled, saying, "You can invite them over frequently, to eat and play at our home." From the reactions of the two girls, Lin's father grasped the situation. Zhao Hanya could be considered someone Lin's father has watched grow up, due to the long-standing relationship between the two girls. Their families also enjoyed a good rapport and occasionally went on picnics together. Lin's father's implication was clear. He welcomed the idea of them coming over often to share meals and enjoy each other's company, and Yang's mother delighted in having guests. To Lin's father, early romance was not something to dread. In his youth, he and his peers experienced similar stirrings of affection, and it was even more so for today's youth. Thus, He believed that repressing such feelings was futile and could lead to adverse outcomes. In his view, the most vital role of parents was to guide their children, allowing them to develop freely within a watchful environment, thus avoiding significant turmoil and familial discord. As for how children chose to share their experiences with their parents while developing freely under their watch, this was a testament to Lin's father's educational philosophy. He never imposed restrictions on Lin Yuqing, allowing her to pursue whatever she desired, knowing he had the means to support her explorations. Whether it was a childhood interest, a playful pursuit, or even during her 6th grade phase of wanting to embark on an overseas tour alone, he accommodated her wishes. He personally enrolled her in a travel agency, selecting a trustworthy group of employees, both male and female, and granted them time off. He organized a travel group composed entirely of his associates, taking them on an adventure across several European countries. At the time, Lin Yuqing mistakenly believed that the warm and caring uncles and aunts were strangers, only to realize, upon boarding the plane, that she regretted her audacious decision. However, the plane had already taken off, leaving no room for retreat. Thus, Lin Yuqing spent a week abroad, crying nightly to Yang's mother about her longing for home. Each evening, an older girl from the travel group would come to play with her and share her bed. Upon returning from her travels, Lin Yuqing had experienced the freedom she once fantasized about, yet she came to understand how wonderful her home truly was. Despite the numerous caring strangers who looked after her along the way, she profoundly missed Lin's father and Yang's mother. From this moment on, she would share any outrageous thoughts with Lin's father and Yang's mother, knowing they would not chastise her, but engage in serious discussions about the feasibility of these ideas. What could be more absurd than allowing a 6th grade child to embark on a solo trip abroad? She now admires her past self for such audacity. This educational philosophy also influenced Zhao Hanya and her parents. Whenever the two families met, her mother frequently lamented why Lin's father hadn't taken Zhao Hanya along on those excursions. Throughout a child's development, they are bound to have numerous inexplicable and bizarre notions, which is entirely normal. Engaging with them in exploration and study fosters a virtuous cycle, effectively erasing the so-called generation gap. By the way, Yaya, your aunt mentioned she prepared a variety of delicious snacks for dinner. Would you like to join us? Lin's father extended the invitation to Zhao Hanya. Zhao Yuqing, somewhat puzzled, inquired, what kind of snacks? Things like chicken feet and char siu ribs, he replied. Ribs and chicken feet? Fong Lin perked up. Those delicacies are delightful. It sounded reminiscent of southern dim sum, and while he hailed from the north, he had tried such dishes at restaurants before. However, at home, the distinction between brunch and dinner was irrelevant. Zhao Hanya felt her appetite peaking. Sure, Uncle Lin, could you call my mom? Of course. The car fell into a brief silence as Fong Lin delved into contemplation about the earlier events in the park. It seemed that for some time, he had been suppressing the restlessness within, aspiring to be a serene, extraordinary being. The tranquil days had indeed unfolded as he anticipated, with the thunderous roar experienced during his initial absorption of spiritual energy now seeming like an illusion. Yet, after encountering that man in the trench coat today, everything felt uncontrollable. Following the body's warning, his spirit aligned, causing his entire being to mobilize. Although the outcome was positive, his body had been refined ahead of schedule, possibly uncovering a shortcut for future enhancement. The restlessness could no longer be contained. After being provoked by that man in the hat, a powerful desire surged within him, an urge to fight and tear him apart, even knowing he was merely an ordinary person. Fong Lin sensed this force akin to the instinctual will ingrained in his bloodline, enabling him to swiftly adapt to the harsh battleground, becoming the most ferocious entity within the meat grinder of conflict, reminiscent of the battle instincts of mythical beasts in stories. However, the dilemma remained. This was not a war-torn environment. Lives were not to be taken lightly. Within the confines of the Dragon Kingdom Federation, human life was of utmost importance. He needed to devise a method to rationally control this will, the relentless call urging him toward combat and struggle, keeping it concealed until it was necessary to unleash. Fong Lin had begun to formulate a sense of direction. Lin Yuqing's anxious call instantly cleared his mind. Had he perhaps already considered her a certain kind of bond in his heart? Can a warm family truly bind a restless spirit like a chain? This remains to be tested, and perhaps he also needs to devise a method to release his pent-up emotions. One cannot remain perpetually stifled, like a spring compressed too tightly. It may eventually spring back with unforeseen consequences. Let's take it slow, Fong Lin thought, feeling somewhat fatigued, as the dog lay with its head on Lin Yuqing's lap, sound asleep. Upon awakening once more, he was drawn by a captivating aroma. It was different from the sense of hot pot or barbecued meat. It was more akin to the delicate fragrance of the food itself, infused with spices and charcoal. Fong Lin opened his eyes to find himself reclining on the sofa. Lin Yuqing, Zhao Hanya, and Xiao Jia were sitting beside him, engrossed in an animated series. Was it Qin's moon? Kaka is awake, Yang Ma exclaimed, poking her head out from the kitchen with a smile. Looks like you've truly worn yourselves out. Tidy up a bit. It's time for dinner. Xiao Jia leaned over to pat Fong Lin and said, Sister told us you did great today. He then turned to Lin Yuqing, adding, I've always said Kaka jumps really high. He can open doors by himself. Fong Lin shot him a glance, leaped off the sofa, and stretched lazily. That nap had been wonderfully refreshing. He guessed it was Lin Dad who had carried him back, as he felt no memory of it. As Fong Lin strolled around the living room, he noticed Xiao Jia and Zhao Hanya bickering over which character was the strongest. While Lin Dad assisted Yang Ma in bringing out small steamers one after another, Xueqiu, too, was lured by the enticing aroma, wagging its tail as it trailed behind Yang Ma like a little shadow. Meow, Xueqiu greeted Fong Lin upon spotting him. Meow, there is something delicious today. Oh woo, got it. Fong Lin replied. After their exchange, Xueqiu resumed following Yang Ma. Eventually, after nearly stepping on her, Yang Ma set down a steamer filled with ribs for Xueqiu. The cat turned back, pride radiating from its demeanor, as it elegantly approached the ribs, ready to indulge in its well-earned feast. Fong Lin couldn't help but smile, his canine lips curling up. This atmosphere was undeniably relaxing for a dog. The vibrant spirit that had once surged within him now felt as if it had sunk into the depths of the sea. Come on, everyone. Dinner's ready, Yang Ma announced, having laid out an impressive spread on the table, with various small steamers piled high. Fong Lin and the three children took their places eagerly. Here are the crystal shrimp dumplings. This is the red rice noodle roll. These are the black gold molten buns. This is the steamed chicken wings with cordyceps flowers. These are the char siu buns. Here are the abalone sauce steamed chicken feet. This is the black bean spare ribs. This is the black pepper fatty beef. These are the crab roe buns. And finally, the egg tarts. Yang Ma introduced her culinary creations with the pride of a sovereign showcasing her realm, having spent the entire afternoon preparing such delights. In addition, there were turtle jelly and some congee. Fong Lin felt his mouth watering. With a soft howl, there was no need to rush. Everything had been prepared for him. Soon, an array of steaming baskets was laid before Fong Lin, requiring no additional adornments. Was this the famed crystal shrimp dumpling? Externally, it resembled a delicate bun, almost translucent. Upon taking a bite, he discovered 3 glistening shrimp nestled within the thin skin. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed it whole, savoring the delightful flavor. The shrimp was exceptionally fresh. Yang Ma presented him with a basket containing 3 of these dumplings, which he devoured one after another with great enthusiasm. His gaze then shifted to the chicken wings, which appeared quite unique. Not whole wings, but rather small sections, perhaps intended to enhance the flavor. On a small dish, there were fine strands resembling carrots. Could this be the so-called cordyceps flower? With a swift flick of his tongue, 2 pieces of chicken wing and some cordyceps flower found their way into his mouth. The crunch of the chicken bones echoed as he chewed. Though the cordyceps flower lacked any discernible taste, the wings were subtly sweet, delicately seasoned with a hint of soy sauce to elevate their flavor. Quite delightful indeed. Fong Lin continued to sample each dish, experiencing a sensation akin to that of nobles indulging in a grand banquet. He began with the ribs. The snow-white ribs were exquisitely flavorful, and the occasional crunch of the tender bones was a satisfying experience. Alongside the ribs, there was a soft, taro-like substance. Next, he sequentially tasted the abalone sauce, steamed chicken feet, black pepper beef, crab roe buns, and red rice rolls. He could not discern any distinct flavor of abalone in the chicken feet, merely a soy sauce-like essence enhancing the dish. The feet were exceptionally tender, easily chewed along with the bones. The black pepper beef was quite similar to what he was accustomed to, perhaps the only dish among all that was not sweet and mild. Fong Lin was particularly fond of Yang Ma's crab roe buns. Upon biting into one, the juices burst forth, filling his mouth with the rich flavor of crab roe and meat paste. The red rice rolls, encased in a red skin, had a crunchy texture that reminded him of chicken popcorn, which he swallowed almost without thought. Very good, very good. Your mother's culinary skills are improving splendidly, remarked Lin Ba, savoring the food. Being a southerner himself, he had grown up with such dim sum and found Yang Ma's rendition to be exceptionally authentic. With a cheerful smile, Yang Ma replied, of course. After dining at that restaurant, I made a point to learn how to prepare these dishes. However, the process is rather cumbersome. It's more convenient to dine at the restaurant for freshly made delicacies. Is it the exquisite Cantonese cuisine? I recall it was quite impressive, wasn't it? After all, I charged 50,000 on the card. They even gifted us a king crab. And tomorrow they mentioned a new one had arrived for tasting. I'll go with Lu Jing since you all will be at work. I want to eat too. Lin Ba suddenly felt that the char siu bun in his hand had lost its appeal. As long as one has had their fill, that suffices. The main issue lies in the restaurant's prohibition against pets, leaving Kaka unable to partake. I have prepared a special meal for him today. But tomorrow he shall remain at home alone. Yang Ma glanced at Lin Ba and remarked, "You are fortunate to have something to eat. Do enjoy your meal." What? King crab. The black gold lava bun in Fong Lin's mouth fell to the plate with a clatter. Lin Yuqing couldn't help but chuckle at Fong Lin's reaction, while Yang Ma sought to comfort him, saying, "No worries, I'll bring back a leg for you." Howl. Yang Ma, even a leg would suffice, at long last. I shall savor the legendary king crab. Lin Ba's expression darkened as he relentlessly fiddled with the ribs in the steamer, the chopsticks clattering against the plate. Observing Lin Ba's childish antics, Yang Ma retorted, "Would it be any less for you? Lu Jing and I will have some other snacks. And we'll save your share for you to take home, all right?" Lin Ba smiled in satisfaction. The children, accustomed to such exchanges, continued their conversations. While Xiao Jie devoured his meal with fervor, the adults playfully displaying their affection, much to the children's amusement. Chapter 45. The open bag. The meal concluded with merriment all around. Zhao Hanya reclined in her chair, patting her round belly and exclaiming that she could hardly move. Following dinner, she, Lin Yuqing, and Xiao Jie settled on the living room sofa to continue watching cartoons. Fong Lin found himself puzzled as to why Xiao Jie had yet to practice his yo-yo skills, especially with the impending challenge against that chubby Ultraman on Monday. However, seeing Xiao Jie so engrossed suggested he had succumbed to a state of complacency. If one can be carefree, then so can I. Upon returning home, Fong Lin sought solace in his nest, casually watching cartoons while allowing his meal to digest, soon succumbing to slumber as his ears drooped. Zhao Hanya played at Fong Lin's home until after 9 o'clock, when Lin Ba finally escorted her back. At 9:47 in the evening, next door at Fong Lin's residence, the sound of a door creaking open echoed. Lu Jing, languidly perched on the sofa, was scrolling through her phone while a variety show played in the background. The sound of the door surprised her, prompting her to rise and greet the arrival. "You're back?" Rinda, reeking of alcohol, entered, casually tossing his coat to Lu Jing and carelessly shedding his shoes before donning slippers and ascending the stairs. "Hey, have you eaten? I learned some snacks from Qian tonight. Would you like to try?" "No need. I've already eaten." Thud, thud, thud. The man ascended the stairs. A moment later, the bedroom door opened and then shut. Lu Jing sighed. "Going out to eat, yet no call to inform me," she muttered to herself, lightly tapping the fabric of her clothing. However, she soon hummed a cheerful tune as she tidied the scattered shoes on the floor. Noticing her clothes were somewhat wrinkled, she took them to the corner of the living room where the ironing board was set, preparing to press them for the man. Since Randa returned home, Lu Jing's mood has lightened somewhat, even though he still dined out frequently. Social engagements are to be expected, and Lu Jing feels she can comprehend this. She does not consider herself as humble as Yang Yinxian described. She simply acted in accordance with her own convictions. Is there any wrongdoing in that? If Renda prefers she stay away from public life and business dealings, then she shall content herself with fulfilling her role at home. "I wish to hold your hand forever. Love can surely be simple and devoid of harm. You lean on my shoulder, sleeping against my chest, in a life like this. I love you and you love me." Lu Jing hummed a song she adored in her youth, the melodious notes resonating in the tranquil room. The iron began to emit wisps of white steam as she gently swayed her body, pausing in satisfaction after reaching a small crescendo, her hand reaching into her pocket. Lu Jing pulled an open condom wrapper from Rinda's pocket. She halted her movements, staring blankly at the packet in her hand, her mind swirling with unformed thoughts. After a long moment, on her nearly 30-year-old face, still as beautiful and innocent as a girl's, a subtle smile curved her lips, followed by a light laugh. Lu Jing tucked away the wrapper and calmly resumed ironing the clothes. In the nocturnal city of Su, myriad lights twinkled, bustling and vibrant. Yet the cool, silvery moonlight always streamed into those equally cold and silent rooms. Fong Lin stirred awake with a soft murmur, feeling rejuvenated. Another beautiful day. The room remained rather dim. The early sun's rays were thoroughly blocked by the curtains. The cat, Shueqiu, nestled in Lin Yuqing's embrace, seemed to sense the movement, unconsciously rolling over and placing its snowy little paw on Lin Yuqing's face as she lay on her side. Lin Yuqing, in a deep slumber, felt the paw assaulting her mouth and nose, causing her to frown slightly. She reached out and gently pushed the paw away, reclaiming her face. Both human and cat settled back into a serene sleep. With a soft click, the door opened on time, and Fong Lin leapt from the bed, following Yang Ma out. Time for the routine morning exercise. Exiting the elevator, Fong Lin, filled with enthusiasm, suddenly spotted Lu Jing, also dressed in workout attire, waiting downstairs. You really got up? I thought you were joking last night. Yang Ma expressed her surprise. Lu Jing had mentioned wanting to join her for morning exercises before. Yet she often preferred to sleep in, truly rising much too early this time. To her astonishment, Lu Jing had indeed come down today. The morning sun, perhaps a mere figment of the mind, radiated an invigorating energy. Lu Jing's smiling face glowed with a distinct allure beneath the sunlight. Of course, I always keep my word. Hee hee. The trio swiftly set off along the path, jogging together. As Lu Jing ventured out for her first exercise session, Yang Ma took it upon herself to care for her, deliberately slowing her pace to ensure Lu could keep up. However, Fong Lin found this pace rather uncomfortable, feeling it was excessively slow. Morning exercises were his rare opportunity for freedom. He seldom felt inclined to venture out at other times. Thus, with a brief gesture towards Yang Ma, he took off running. Is everything all right? Perhaps he simply wishes to stretch his legs. We can continue at our own pace. Yang Ma mused. The exhilarating rush of wind filled the air. Thud, thud, thud. His heart echoed in rhythm with his strides. As his feet danced across the morning pavement, they stirred up a whisper of dust. Fong Lin felt the breeze whip past his ears, igniting the blood within him. Without Yang Ma leading the way, he found himself accelerating, his glossy fur glistening as it fluttered in the wind. The faster he ran, the more exhilarating it became. Fong Lin entered a state of pure exhilaration, the refined energy within his body awakening and coalescing into an enigmatic form. In a flash, his speed reached an unfathomable level, leaving behind afterimages in his wake. What just zipped past? A young security guard, stifling a yawn during his morning patrol, caught a glimpse of something racing by, followed by a refreshing gust of wind. Was that a husky? Could it truly run so swiftly? With his vision, he recognized Fong Lin as he slowed down and decided not to intervene further. The thrill of that lightning-fast sensation captivated Fong Lin deeply. Yet, he retained a sliver of rationality. After all, this was merely a residential community, not a secluded wilderness. Although he could push himself faster, he opted to maintain a more reasonable speed and continued his run. Wait, how are you running so fast? Lu Jing gasped, propping her hands on her hips as she caught up with him, breathless. Her athletic wear did little to conceal her vigorous exertion, beads of sweat cascading down to pool at her collarbone. Yang Ma, a seasoned runner herself, was somewhat astonished. This pace felt unusual, yet she didn't dwell on it. Turning to Lu Jing with a bemused expression. Jing, aren't you a bit out of shape? Do you not exercise regularly? Chapter 46. Unfettered flight in an abandoned home. Yang Ma observed Lu Jing, drenched in sweat, and shook her head disapprovingly. Lu Jing's hair clung to her cheeks, her complexion flushed from exertion. Although summer mornings were not overly hot, they provided ideal conditions for those unaccustomed to exercise to break a sweat. It was entirely normal for those less fit to sweat profusely after just a few strides. With persistence, they would soon shed pounds in such favorable weather. Every summer presented the perfect opportunity for weight loss and fitness. Catching her breath, Lu Jing reassured, I'm fine, let's continue. Yang Ma nodded and continued to lead the way, while Lu Jing made a concerted effort to keep closely behind her, striving to adapt to the pace set by Yang Ma, which felt as vast as the entire Pacific Ocean. Meanwhile, Fong Lin, still riding the high of his earlier exhilaration, circled around the two women like a restless spirit. It was akin to possessing a high-performance sports car capable of racing at 300 yards. After experiencing a surge of speed on the highway, one is suddenly gripped by the anxiety of potential repercussions for speeding, and thus is obliged to revert to a more mundane pace. Although this slower speed felt monotonous compared to the earlier thrill, Fong Lin endeavored to adjust his mindset, reassuring himself that future opportunities would arise, and he began to amuse himself at Lu Jing's expense. He alternated between sprinting ahead of the two women and bounding behind Lu Jing, barking out taunts like a playful dog. So slow, so slow. Even a dog could outrun you. Lu Jing, mistaking Fong Lin's jest for encouragement, gritted her teeth in determination but lacked the breath to respond, merely giving him a thumbs up. At last, after a half hour of morning exercise, Lu Jing gratefully came to a stop, leaning against her legs to catch her breath. Having seldom engaged in physical activity, she had managed to sustain a 30-minute run behind Yang Ma without a single pause. As she reached the conclusion of her run, a singular thought consumed her mind: to run without ceasing. Despite Yang Ma's vigilant monitoring and her continuous efforts to slow their pace, Lu Jing's perseverance was commendable. For someone unaccustomed to exercise, maintaining a steady run for 30 minutes is a formidable challenge. Many would likely succumb to fatigue after merely 10 minutes. Lu Jing felt as though her legs were no longer her own. Standing was uncomfortable, walking was unbearable, and even sitting on the ground brought distress. Yang Ma pulled her up and supported her for a few steps until she began to feel a semblance of relief. How do you feel? Yang Ma inquired with concern. Lu Jing pondered earnestly before replying. At first, it was truly tormenting. I kept telling myself I had to endure. By the end, however, there was a sense of accomplishment. And I felt quite at ease. I want to run again tomorrow. Yang Ma smiled knowingly. It's normal. Running can become quite addictive. The trio, consisting of 2 women and a dog, then returned home to shower. Breakfast consisted of some leftover pastries from the previous night, complemented by an added egg and milk for each person. Though their meals were identical, the moods and expressions of each individual were markedly different. As is well known, Monday is an exceptionally unique day. If Friday serves as a clarion call of exhilaration, then Monday resonates like a mournful tolling bell, particularly for students and workers alike. Lin Yuqing propped her head up with her left hand, staring vacantly at the glass of milk before her. How could it be that after a day of fun yesterday, she was now faced with the prospect of school? Most absurdly, the first class of the day was mathematics. The memory of her hastily completed homework from the night before made her face scrunch up in dismay. Xiao Jia bore a somewhat solemn and serious expression. He was unburdened by homework, having completed it before returning home each day, and the same applied to weekend assignments. However, today, during the lengthy recess following the second period, he was set to engage in a fierce battle with Lu Chao. The echoes of the young king of firepower seemed to resonate within him once more. Lin's father, on the other hand, wore an expression of ease and indifference. At his current position, the company was operating smoothly, leaving him little to worry about. A good leader is certainly not one who micromanages every detail. Consider Zhu Yuanzhang, who dismissed his chancellor, burdening himself with endless tasks, having once reviewed 660 memorials and handled 391 state affairs in a mere 8 days. Although he achieved considerable results, he ultimately succumbed to the toll of overexertion. Furthermore, the Longhua Federation is currently brimming with talent. The key lies in allowing the right individuals to undertake the appropriate tasks. Lin's father now arrives at work punctually each day, spending time in his private office, occasionally stepping out to encourage employees, and promptly leaving at the end of the day. He would only linger if an urgent project required late-night efforts, and even then, he would reluctantly keep his subordinates company for a while longer. Thus, it is difficult to discern any dissatisfaction with Monday from Lin's father's countenance. In contrast, Yang's mother was much more cheerful. After escorting the 2 children to school, she could meet Lu Jing for a meal. They would first meander about, then head to a restaurant at 10:30 for dim sum, chatting and eating until returning home around 1 for a nap. Perfectly delightful. Fong Lin pondered what he would do today, as he was the only one left at home. Such an opportunity was rare. After accompanying Yang's mother to drop off the children, he lingered at the doorway, watching with a twinge of reluctance as the exuberant Yang's mother took the weary Lu Jing by the arm and stepped out. With a soft click, the door closed. Woohoo! Fong Lin joyfully dashed around the living room, then contemplated going upstairs to Xiao Jia's bedroom. At the entrance of Fong Lin's residential complex, a black SUV idled. Wearing sunglasses, Yang Zhen pressed the electronic handbrake and turned to address the occupants of the vehicle. This mission is the first task assigned to our Sioux City Special Affairs Bureau by Old Deng, and we must execute it flawlessly. In the front passenger seat sat the cool and composed Yi Fei, also donning sunglasses, while the back seat was cramped with several others, including the similarly sunglass-clad Lin Xiaohua. Yang Zhen, sporting his newly acquired sunglasses, glanced at his companions, suddenly feeling that his recent purchase was less impressive. Yesterday, Old Deng had informed him of this mission, prompting him to rush to the mall for sunglasses, intending to appear stylish today, only to discover that everyone else had the same idea. However, he hesitated to suggest that they remove their sunglasses, nor could he do so himself. Not wearing them would only diminish his appeal. Yi Fei, noticing his thoughts, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Having mentored him for an entire year prior to Yang Zhen's breakthrough, she was well aware of his little whims. Upon seeing Yi Fei's amused reaction, Yang Zhen felt a tingle at the back of his teeth. The vast horizon is my love. His phone rang, and he answered the call, with a slightly rounded face. Feng Dong was momentarily taken aback by the sudden ringing of the phone. He couldn't help but let out a chuckle, quickly covering his mouth with his hand. Yang Zhen shot him a sharp glance before responding. Hey, it's Captain Deng. What are your instructions? The voice on the other end of the line vaguely conveyed. It's precisely because of you that I am concerned. Yang Jun discreetly adjusted the volume on his phone, lowering it. After the conversation concluded, Yang Jun hung up. Yifei leaned back in her seat, adjusting her sunglasses on the bridge of her nose, revealing a pair of somewhat languid eyes as she tilted her head and inquired. What did he say? Yang Jun recounted the details of their mission and mentioned that Captain Deng would be visiting Sioux City in the coming days. Lin Xiaohua quickly asked, Captain Deng is coming? His tone was tinged with excitement. Yes, Yang Jun affirmed, then turned off the engine and curiously asked, What's the matter? Nothing. Just a bit nervous about seeing Captain Deng, Lin Xiaohua replied. Hearing this, Yang Jun glanced at the other two excited subordinates and playfully scolded. Look at your level of enthusiasm. However, he understood their sentiments. While there could be countless directors of special affairs in the Southern Province, there was only one Captain Deng. This team was known as the Southern Province Special Affairs Rapid Response Team, comprising all officially recognized awakened individuals above a certain rank, with no unofficial awakened individuals present. Deng Jiefu served as the director of the Southern Province Special Affairs Bureau and concurrently held the position of team leader. Although Lin Xiaohua and his companions were dispatched from headquarters, they hardly ever had the opportunity to see Deng Jiefu. Director Yang, he is the sword of heaven. Yang Jun mused, picturing in his mind the awe-inspiring sword that seemed to descend from the heavens, its might so great that it appeared to rend the very sky asunder. He waved his hand at the group and said, There will be plenty of opportunities to meet in the future. Let's get out of the car. Thus, the 5 individuals donned in black sunglasses arrived at the entrance of Yunting Community. Yang Jun removed his sunglasses and greeted the security guard, the same one who had allowed them entry that morning. The guard cast a dissatisfied glance at Yang Jun. Although the federal police had ultimately verified their identities as members of a special department, it did not erase the memory of the scolding he had received from the security captain that day. Wasn't he just you all, the so-called federal agents? What brings you back? Yang Jun, sensing the guard's demeanor, retorted, We're on a mission. Do I need to show you my credentials again? He pretended to reach for his former federal officer ID. The guard rolled his eyes and activated the intercom. Captain, the male and female from this morning have returned with 3 additional people, claiming to be on a mission. A voice soon echoed back through the intercom, Let them in. The guard stepped out of the security booth and opened the electronic gate, granting them passage. Fong Lin felt a twinge of boredom. The monitor displayed the concluding scene of a game along with scrolling credits. He tossed the controller onto the bed, rolling onto his back and sprawling out. He had just completed the mission of Call of Duty for Shaojia. Such single-player games, where players challenge a program-controlled environment, were far too simplistic for him. Once he finished a single-player game, it typically marked the end of its appeal, and he seldom revisited it. Multiplayer games, however, retained their charm, as the battles between players never grew tedious. Even if one played the same hero on the same map, the opponents would invariably differ. Perhaps in the previous match, he had been utterly defeated as that hero, but in this round, facing the same adversary, he could turn the tide. The intellectual duel between players was inherently more engaging than battling a mere collection of code. Regrettably, he currently possessed only claws, devoid of fingers, rendering him unable to operate Xiao Jia's computer, which appeared to be quite well equipped. Fong Lin flipped over and deleted the save file from his recent victory. Oh no. He had forgotten to create an additional backup at the start. A wave of guilt washed over him as he closed the console. If Xiao Jia returned and discovered the file was missing, what would he think? After completing the game, Fong Lin glanced at the time. It was 10:20 in the morning. He had little desire to engage with another single-player game, so he exited the room and descended the stairs. Meow. Snowball lay on the cat tree, greeting him. Fong Lin acknowledged her with a brief response before stepping onto the balcony to sip some water. He hadn't drunk anything since breakfast, and his throat felt parched. After several refreshing gulps from the water purifier, he sauntered into the living room. Meow, you're back again. This time, Fong Lin ignored her, surveying the surroundings until his gaze landed on the cabinet in the corner of the dining area. The cabinet stood over a meter tall, cluttered with an assortment of beef jerky and similar snacks. It primarily stored food for both Fong Lin and Snowball, but it was usually locked to prevent Snowball from snacking and skipping meals. Only a few snacks were left on top. Suddenly feeling a pang of desire, Fong Lin approached the cabinet, summoned his ethereal energy, and leaped gracefully onto the surface. After selecting a bag of original flavored beef jerky, he prepared to jump back down to enjoy his treat. Snowball's eyes widened in astonishment as she hurriedly leapt from the cat tree to his side. Oh, woo? What are you doing? Meow, I want some food. Fong Lin glanced back at the cabinet. While cats possess remarkable jumping abilities, this height was still beyond Snowball's reach. Relenting, he tore open the bag of beef jerky and offered it to her, intending to leap back up for another pack. After all, She was his little sister. Meow? Not this one. You won't eat the beef jerky? Fong Lin gazed at Snowball with a hint of confusion. There she stood, her body upright, head slightly raised, her tongue flicking as if savoring something delightful. Are you craving cat treats? Is this a performance without props? Fong Lin mused. Snowball mimicked the manner in which Yang Ma typically fed her treats. After a moment, she glanced at Fong Lin, uncertain if he comprehended her intentions. With a sigh of resignation, Fong Lin leapt onto the counter and retrieved a treat. Meow? He tossed it down, and Snowball swiftly caught it, promptly tearing into the bag with her paws. However, her feline claws lacked finesse, causing a significant portion of the treat to spill out, while some stubbornly remained trapped inside. After several attempts, she ultimately conceded defeat and scampered back to her cat tower. Fong Lin surveyed the mess on the floor, a dark line forming on his forehead. Next time, I'll bring a dog instead. Yet, he could not ignore the chaos. Snowball's intelligence only allowed her to grasp simple concepts, and the notion of cleaning up was far beyond her capabilities. He discarded the packaging into the trash bin and retrieved a wet wipe from the coffee table to tidy up the scattered treats. There, all clean. Even if Yang Ma discovers the pilfered snacks, she won't be upset. Ah, ice cream. Fong Lin trotted eagerly to the refrigerator, using his paw to open the lower cabinet, selecting a chocolate-flavored treat. After closing the door, he bit into the box and settled by the floor-to-ceiling window, enjoying the scenery while indulging in his ice cream. What a delightful experience it was. The summer sky resembled a transparent silk handkerchief, with scattered wisps of clouds adorning the vast, cerulean expanse, akin to flowers embroidered upon a scarf. Gazing up at such a sky from the tranquil confines of the room, one could feel as if the heavens were a boundless, serene ocean, deeply blue, utterly calm, infinitely expansive. Fong Lin suddenly grasped the essence of serenity. After a while, Fong Lin's attention was drawn to the leaves outside, swaying gently in the breeze. One green leaf detached itself from its branch, twirling gracefully before drifting away. Ah, I wish to venture out as well. Once this thought emerged, it became impossible to suppress. He had always been taken out by others, but with no one home this time, it felt like a splendid opportunity. Fong Lin felt a surge of excitement coursing through him, an impulse he struggled to control. Calm down. How will I return? I don't have a key. Perhaps he could leave the door ajar. After all, the security in the neighborhood was excellent, and no strangers could enter. He could play in the community and return when he was done. Without further ado, Fong Lin dashed to the door, leaping to grasp the doorknob and pushing the door open. He slowly left it ajar, his mouth curling into a grin as he prepared to take the elevator. Just then, he noticed the door being nudged open, revealing a fluffy head peeking out from inside. Darn it, Snowball. Arg. Get back inside. Startled, Shueqiu retreated into the doorway, yet remained nearby, peering through the narrow crack at Fong Lin. Ow, ow. Do not come out, do you understand? He nearly forgot about Shueqiu, worrying that she might accidentally push the door open and run away. Fong Lin turned his head with each step, while Shueqiu obediently stayed in place. Ow, go back. This time, Fong Lin did not turn around but continued forward. After taking about 6 or 7 steps, he abruptly glanced back. Sure enough, Shueqiu had squeezed through the door crack, one paw already outside. Fong Lin felt on the verge of collapse. How could there be such a foolish cat? Was her curiosity so overwhelming that she yearned to escape through the tiniest gap? Fong Lin's plans were thwarted, and in frustration, he ushered Shueqiu back inside, closing the door behind him. How exasperating. He squatted at the threshold, locking eyes with Shueqiu. Had he truly left just then, this silly cat would undoubtedly have darted outside. He could take her along, but he simply did not wish to. Suddenly, he recalled how it resembled the times when his cousin stayed at his home, wanting to sneak out to the internet CAF, insisting on tagging along and threatening to tell if he was left behind. It was utterly annoying. His increasingly calm gaze bore down on Shueqiu, who, feeling the tension, scampered back to the cat tree. Yet, Fong Lin still yearned to venture outside. With a scornful glance at Shueqiu, he opened the door and kicked it shut with his hind leg. Thud! What a relief. Standing at the threshold, he gazed at the closed door, content in the knowledge that he had successfully slipped out. Yang Ma should return soon from her morning tea, right? To Fong Lin, morning tea was akin to breakfast. Therefore, he could play outside for a while and return with Yang Ma, not missing lunch in the process. At most, he might expose his ability to open doors, but what was so wrong with that? There were countless cats and dogs on Douyin capable of opening doors. As long as he refrained from running amok and played quietly downstairs, it would be fine. After a few more instances, Yang Ma would surely grow accustomed to it. Perhaps if he demonstrated knocking on the door upon returning home, he could eventually enjoy some leisure time outdoors. Humans are creatures of habit. If one constantly mingles with strange entities, they might even come to find humor in encounters that would once frighten them. Yang Ma would adapt in time. With his mind made up, Fong Lin joyfully leaped up and pressed the elevator button. Thud! With a slight jolt, the elevator began its descent. This was the air of freedom. Although he remained within the confines of the complex, this was his own choice to step outside, and subjectively, it felt entirely different, elevating his spirits in the process. The experience of voluntarily completing one's homework differs markedly from that of being compelled to do so. Fong Lin reclined languidly on a seat within a small pavilion, which was bordered by a narrow stream. This stream had recently been constructed by the property management, winding its way around the community before converging into a modest lake. Did Captain Deng mention why we are here? It might be due to the task at hand. Yifei strolled alongside Yang Zhen, engaged in conversation. Upon hearing Yang Zhen's response, Yifei expressed some confusion. Does this task truly necessitate his personal presence? The previous fluctuations of spiritual energy had been pinpointed near Yunting community, leading federal scientists to speculate that the next portal might open in that vicinity, reminiscent of the events in Shaolu village half a year prior. Moreover, this time it was situated in an upscale neighborhood, surrounded by urban development, in stark contrast to the rural setting of Shaolu village. Consequently, Yang Zhen and his companions were required to conduct a thorough investigation of the surrounding conditions of Yunting community, formulate a set of recommendations, and ultimately submit a comprehensive plan for review by headquarters. This would entail determining the necessary area to be cordoned off should the portal open, the number of military personnel required for deployment, and whether to relinquish control of the surrounding regions if the situation remained uncertain. Nonetheless, it seemed excessive for Captain Deng to make the trip. As one of humanity's foremost combatants, his involvement in preliminary investigations appeared unwarranted. Yang Zhen scratched his head, pondering. Oh right, there's another matter. Intelligence indicates that a class awakener from the Woken Nation has infiltrated Sioux City, and it's possible there might be accomplices involved. This could be the reason. What? The group reacted with astonishment. It is worth noting that a class awakener in ancient times was considered superhuman, impervious to weapons and capable of moving with ease, akin to the legendary heroes depicted in novels. If such an individual were intent on causing chaos, it could lead to significant disturbances. Yang Zhen waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for concern. The number of class awakeners in the Woku Nation is limited, and they are quite protective of their own lives. He must have a specific mission. Furthermore, with the pressure from the spirit realm, he is aware that he should refrain from overstepping boundaries. According to our Dragon Federation's customs, he won't be eliminated. Adjusting his sunglasses, Yang Zhen continued. I suspect old Deng. Yifei interjected. I suggest you start referring to him as Captain Deng from now on. Don't let it slip when he arrives, or you'll wish you could take it back. Yang Zhen was momentarily speechless, while the other members of the action team stifled their laughter. They recognized the profound bond between Yang Zhen and Captain Deng, akin to that of a mentor and a father. Yang Zhen wished to assert his independence by saying, why should it matter what I call him? Yet Yifei's words held significant weight, sending a shiver down his spine at the thought of having to retract his words. Chapter 48. Yang Zhen is a person of substance. If one enlists in the Dragon Federation, the most arduous and challenging period is during basic training. However, once assigned to various battalions, the experience becomes somewhat more manageable. Moreover, if one is placed in a logistical role such as the kitchen staff, physical training tends to rely heavily on personal initiative. If you are selected for certain special forces, you will inevitably undergo a harrowing training regimen. The Special Affairs Bureau represents the elite among these forces, where individual prowess serves as the primary criterion for advancement, seamlessly inheriting this commendable tradition. The intense training, both physically and psychologically demanding, is akin to a nightmare. Upon completion of this rigorous program, even those without a military background who awaken their powers typically become members of the Special Affairs Bureau, obedient to federal commands, capable of securing victories, and exhibiting commendable conduct. At this point, Yang Zhen chuckled, suggesting that perhaps Captain Deng personally oversees the situation to prevent any desperate measures. He added that it is likely they have their eyes on the treasures possessed by that particular individual, for the invaders would not go to such lengths to send someone merely for delivery purposes. The ability to evade our meticulous scrutiny suggests the presence of some concealed treasure. Lin Xiaohua, somewhat puzzled, inquired why they did not simply send the individual directly. Surely the treasure must be quite valuable? Yang Zhen and Yifei exchanged glances and replied with a smile. If you were a high-ranking individual among the invaders, why would you traverse oceans to deliver yourself up? Yifei elaborated. Moreover, This object can obscure the spiritual fluctuations of a high-level awakened being, yet it may not necessarily conceal their presence altogether. Currently, there are only 10 high-level awakened beings worldwide, each possessing a deterrent capability akin to a nuclear weapon, swift in action and devastating in impact. Although such beings cannot resonate with the heavens to fly or evade the earth like those of an even higher caliber, they can still project their spiritual energy, capable of cleaving a tank with a single strike. In many nations, high-level beings are regarded as the pinnacle of existence and have covertly engaged in political maneuvers, attempting to seize power. The Dragon Nation Federation is reluctant to intervene in these clandestine currents, as it pertains to domestic affairs. And it is not unusual for awakened individuals to harbor a degree of ambition, particularly when it does not involve their own nation. However, due to the pressures from the spiritual realm, the Dragon Nation Federation, having previously clashed with the spiritual world, absolutely forbids anyone from prematurely announcing their prowess on the global stage without the nation being adequately prepared. A declaration, I am an awakened being of high caliber, followed by a display of extraordinary abilities to gain admiration or power, or worse, colluding with terrorist organizations, would precipitate severe international upheaval and threaten the peace and stability of the Dragon Nation. Such actions are met with zero tolerance. This has not been the first instance of a foolhardy individual attempting such a stunt. The Dragon Nation Federation once dispatched a contingent of high-level beings, utilizing a global strategic deployment network to airdrop near that individual, apprehending him and bringing him back to the Federation's Department of Science and Technology. Following that incident, such Navi individuals have become scarce, aside from the fervently inquisitive scientists in the Dragon Nation eager to explore spiritual energy. No one desires the presence of a simple-minded, yet powerful individual. You may quietly maneuver through your own nation's political transitions to gain power while adhering to the rules of the game. Only then will the Dragon Nation remain indifferent. In essence, the message is clear. I do not wish to disclose. Whoever dares to publicize will be captured. The entire world is shrouded in a veil of secrecy, compounded by the exceedingly rare individuals endowed with spiritual talents. Consequently, this information has remained meticulously concealed from the public eye for several years. Lin Xiaohuan nodded thoughtfully. By the way, how much have you filled your first spiritual core? After 3 years, only about 20%? If you were to practice the martial arts from the Cultivation Bureau, it would take nearly half a day to deplete and replenish it. When Captain Deng arrives, you should seek his counsel. Do not squander this opportunity. In the pavilion, Fong Lin perked up his ears. Are they back again? Was my previous commotion so significant? Why are they incessantly pursuing this? The first spiritual core? Are they referring to the empty slots within me? Fong Lin surmised he was on the right track. It seemed that this was indeed called a spiritual core, a much more appealing term than an empty slot. Does it really take half a day to recover even 20% of the spiritual core? How come I can replenish mine in such a short span? Fong Lin sensed the spiritual core within him nearing its full capacity and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. So, I am a prodigious genius after all. The man in the hat I encountered in the park must be the so-called pirate-level individual they mentioned. Humph, daring to intimidate me. Once I break through, I shall seek retribution. Fong Lin wagged his tail, continuing to listen intently to the conversation among the group. He was self-taught. Even though his body instinctively accomplished many aspects of cultivation, he remained oblivious to much of the fundamental knowledge. Speak more, especially Yongzhen. Fong Lin felt this individual might be more forthcoming, perhaps revealing additional secrets. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation was being overheard quite clearly by a dog not far away. Oh, it's that dog from the other day. As Yongzhen and the others passed by the pavilion, his keen eyes immediately spotted Fong Lin lying quietly beneath it. Lin Xiaohua and his companions were puzzled, unsure why the director suddenly showed interest in a dog. Yifei was about to speak, but was interrupted by Yongzhen. Ahem. We encountered this dog during our previous mission here. He enthusiastically gestured towards Fong Lin, saying, Look, this purebred husky is a show-quality dog, its coat gleaming. And its proportions are simply perfect. But most importantly, do you see what lies beneath its fur? The others shook their heads. It's muscle. Truly, an impeccable dog. Though it seems huskies aren't known for their intelligence, otherwise, it would be an exceptional specimen. Yongzhen's face was etched with regret. Lin Xiaohua and his companions. Yifei had grown somewhat immune to his intermittent quirks, but Lin Xiaohua and the others had yet to acclimate. Logically, a military dog handler does not occupy a particularly esteemed position within the military hierarchy. Generally, special forces are at the pinnacle of this hierarchy, akin to theoretical disciplines such as mathematics and physics in the realm of science. However, The peculiar aspect of raising a dog lies in the fact that Yang Jun seems unperturbed, even eager, to regale others with tales of his former profession, passionately disseminating knowledge. Moreover, Yifei senses that following his rigorous training, Yang Jun has become even more fixated on this subject. Fong Lin, rendered speechless, initially found the conversation engaging, only for it to take an unexpected turn as Yang Jun began critiquing him, suggesting that his intellect was lacking. "Once I surpass my limits, you shall face the consequences," he warned. The pace of Fong Lin's cultivation has noticeably accelerated in recent days, perhaps due to the increasing density of spiritual energy in the world. Yet, he recalls Yang Jun mentioning the impending arrival of Captain Deng, deciding to let that matter slide. After all, what if Captain Deng were also an insatiable dog enthusiast? Being scrutinized would be undesirable. Yang Jun thoughtfully stroked his chin and murmured, "Let me think. Ah, yes, Kaka, that's his name." He then turned to Fong Lin with a smile, calling out, "Kaka, come here." Fong Lin stared at him in disbelief, feeling a chill run down his spine. Could he have possibly researched his background? How could he even ascertain his name? Oh, right, he had mentioned it while bathing at the pet grooming center. This was an abuse of power, who was overseeing the misuse of public resources to investigate an innocent dog's information. Fong Lin felt increasingly uneasy under Yang Jun's scrutinizing gaze and wished to avoid any further interaction. Yifei, noticing the disdainful expression on Fong Lin's canine face, found it amusing and chuckled softly. Feng Dong, grinning, remarked, "Director Yang, it seems your method is rather ineffective. Perhaps you've misidentified the name?" The suggestion that his expertise was being questioned left Yang Jun feeling somewhat embarrassed. A name mix-up? Unthinkable. The intelligence network of the Special Affairs Bureau could not possibly be erroneous. Even if the sun were to rise in the west, the Bureau's information would remain impeccable. Feng Dong, quick-witted, sought to alleviate Yang Jun's discomfort. Perhaps it's simply his introverted nature. Yang Jun waved his hand dismissively, instructing, "You all go observe the vicinity. Be thorough. We regroup here at 12. The group responded in unison, acknowledging the command before dispersing for their investigation. Fong Lin, observing Yang Jun approaching him with a gentle smile, felt a sense of unease. What was his intention? Did he desire a moment of intimacy between just the two of them? "Please, do not come any closer," Fong Lin thought, immediately attempting to rise and escape. However, upon noticing Fong Lin's movement, Yang Jun hastened towards him, accelerating to a sprinting pace, and swiftly seated himself before Fong Lin, grasping his two front paws. "Hee." Yang Jun chuckled triumphantly. "You just employed your spiritual energy, didn't you?" Fong Lin felt as though his paws were ensnared, leaving him quite flustered. Yet, he could sense that Yang Jun harbored no ill intentions. This seemed to stem from a natural ability, akin to the earlier sensation he experienced with the man in the trench coat. Moreover, it appeared that he could disregard a certain treasure on the man. Perceiving his spiritual energy fluctuations, Fong Lin assessed the strength of his own claws, struggled briefly, then relinquished the effort. "Very well, let us see what your intentions are." At this moment, engaging him in battle might not serve me well. Revealing too much could be detrimental. Yang Jun observed Fong Lin's calm demeanor, noting his lack of desire to flee, and thus gently patted Fong Lin's head, assuring him, "Do not worry, I harbor no ill will towards you." He then released Fong Lin. Yang Jun contemplated reaching for his own head, while Fong Lin internally resisted. However, both of his paws were firmly grasped in one hand, leaving him with no recourse. Once Yang Jun let go, he regarded Fong Lin with a peculiar gaze, one tinged with nostalgia, longing, and a hint of affection. Fong Lin shifted back slightly, fixating on him, eager to discern his next move. Yang Jun met Fong Lin's eyes, his gaze momentarily vacant, before he softly spoke. "I once had a dog that bore a striking resemblance to you." Fong Lin, observing Yang Jun lost in reminiscence, curled his lip in disdain. Humans are indeed curious beings. They often find it easier to converse with strangers or pets about thoughts they hesitate to share with those they hold dear. He was not particularly bright, much like yourself. Fong Lin was at a loss for words, perplexed as to why Yang Jun deemed him unintelligent. Was this a form of discrimination? He was, like you, remarkably agile and quite brave. At this point, Yang Jun's lips moved as if to continue, but he ultimately chose silence. Exhaling softly as he gazed up at the underside of the pavilion for a moment, then reached out to stroke Fong Lin's head once more. Yang Jun stared at Fong Lin for a while, and just as Fong Lin began to feel uneasy, he retrieved a small porcelain vial from his pocket. A flicker of discomfort crossed his face, yet he unscrewed the cap, pouring a black, pill-like object into his palm and extending it towards Fong Lin. Fong Lin felt a twinge of confusion, This man seemed quite peculiar, mumbling to himself, lost in thought, and now presenting him with a small black pill. Yet, an impulse surged within Fong Lin, urging him to swallow the pill immediately. He glanced up at Yang Zhen, who appeared somewhat pained, hesitating momentarily. This was indeed a valuable item. He could sense it. But are you certain you wish to give this to me? Will you not regret it? Noticing Fong Lin's reluctance and his unwavering gaze, Yang Zhen furrowed his brow and lightly tapped Fong Lin's forehead. What are you hesitating for? Do you not recognize the magnitude of the opportunity before you? Truly, you are a foolish dog. How dare you strike me? I graciously offered you the chance to reconsider, and you insult me as a fool? Very well, I shall consume it now. Fong Lin leaned forward and swallowed the pill whole. A look of relief washed over Yang Zhen's face, as if he had come to a realization. However, Fong Lin felt nothing at all. As Fong Lin was suddenly struck by this notion, he felt as if a surge of fire ascended from his abdomen, causing the spiritual energy within him to autonomously traverse an intricate path. It was an itch, a maddeningly prickly sensation. It was pain, a sharp, stinging ache. His entire body seemed to be ablaze, yet amidst this dual sensation of itchiness and pain, there was a hint of refreshing relief. Furthermore, a compressed mass of spiritual energy within Fong Lin gradually began to rupture, with the core of his internal energy voraciously absorbing it. 90%, 92%, 98%, 100%. The core, suddenly filled to capacity, appeared to be activated, emanating a radiant glow akin to a baptism of spiritual energy. The brilliance of the core intensified, growing ever brighter, until, accompanied by a series of rapid tremors, it abruptly surged in luminosity before slowly dimming. If previously, the 9 vacant slots within Fong Lin had resembled unlit lamps, now the first core of spiritual energy had been ignited. The resplendent core rotated gently, consuming and expelling the absorbed energy, intricate and obscure patterns manifesting upon it. Simultaneously, the core began to disperse transformed energy throughout Fong Lin's body, silently nurturing him just as before. A surge of joy welled within Fong Lin. Had he truly broken through? Moreover, would his body continue to strengthen? Before he could ponder further, a line of energy from the first core connected to the second, while the energy being drawn in began to fill the second core slowly. Oh, this must be the next phase of cultivation, he mused. Yet, why did this core appear significantly larger than the first? Fong Lin felt a slight headache. Previously, he had not observed closely enough, but now he noticed that each of the 9 cores was progressively larger. How long would it take to cultivate to completion? However, his spirits quickly lifted again. Yang Zhen was quite amiable, generous in his demeanor, and Fong Lin had inadvertently advanced to a new level. Reaching this new tier brought numerous changes to his body, yet with Yang Zhen nearby, he refrained from delving into a detailed examination and instead opened his eyes. Fong Lin smiled broadly at Yang Zhen, his fondness for him growing exponentially. What he had consumed earlier must have been akin to the elixirs described in novels, right? What fuels cultivation? Companions, resources, and wealth. Among these, resources are indeed wealth, and Yang Zhen appeared to be a veritable treasure trove. He resolved to cultivate a good rapport with him. Perhaps, one day, he would generously share with him. How slow would his own cultivation progress be? The thrill of consuming elixirs was far more exhilarating. Although Fong Lin was unaware that his cultivation speed would evoke envy from many if revealed, having tasted the sweetness of rapid advancement, he could not possibly turn away from such joy. Oh well, do you have any more? Upon seeing Fong Lin open his eyes and call out to him, Yang Zhen furrowed his brow. Is that all you've accomplished? Chapter 49. Yang Zhen's past. Is that all you've accomplished? Yang Zhen felt a twinge of confusion. This pill was hard-won, and when Deng Jiefu had given it to him, he had cautioned that its potency might be quite strong and required careful observation. How did it seem as effortless as consuming candy? With merely a moment of closed eyes before opening them again, hearing Yang Zhen's remarks, Fong Lin began to speculate whether this medicine might elicit some peculiar reaction in ordinary individuals or even dogs. This could not be revealed, he thought, as a wave of anxiety washed over him, hastily recalling instances from novels where protagonists experienced remarkable effects after consuming miraculous elixirs. Was it the essence cleansing pill? Detoxifying the entire body? Yet he had previously undergone a spiritual cleansing, so nothing had been expelled. As Fong Lin's thoughts spiraled, Yang Zhen spoke once more. He rubbed his chin, gazing at Fong Lin with a puzzled expression, muttering, wasn't it supposed to cause itching? Fong Lin quickly scratched his belly with a hind paw. Is this how it's done? He wondered. No, it should be both painful and itchy. Fong Lin rolled off the chair onto the ground, tumbling and scratching, writhing in a dramatic display while emitting pitiful howls. embodying the very image of suffering. Yang Zhen observed Fong Lin's performance with a bemused expression and remarked, "I've heard it also makes one particularly inclined to bite." "All right, biting it is," Fong Lin said, agilely flipping himself upright and charging towards Yang Zhen, sinking his teeth into the latter's calf. "Oh woo." Fong Lin tilted his head as he nibbled at Yang Zhen's leg, though he did so lightly, growling threateningly from his throat while glaring fiercely at Yang Zhen. "Enough, enough, stop the charade. If you truly bit me, you wouldn't be able to manage it." Yang Zhen noted, recognizing Fong Lin was merely acting. He nodded in satisfaction and continued, "It seems the Qi Awakening pill is indeed effective. It is worth the 6 months of persistence I spent trading for it from old Deng." However, he mused, while Fong Lin could understand human speech. His intellect appeared somewhat lacking. "It seems you are struggling with your intelligence, aren't you? You still can't bite effectively. Do you believe I could pierce you with a single bite?" "Humph, mere mortal." Seeing that Yang Zhen had caught on, Fong Lin decided to cease his antics. He flicked his tail and leaped onto the seat of the pavilion, lying down. In truth, Fong Lin had not deliberately sought to reveal his intelligence. Rather, upon consuming the Qi Awakening pill, he had indeed sensed a surge of power affecting his mind, invigorating him as if a brisk wind had swept through. Yet, this sensation was limited. Coupled with Yang Zhen's mention of the pill's name, the Qi Awakening pill, Fong Lin pondered whether it was specifically designed to awaken the intelligence of beasts, granting them the capacity for spiritual cultivation. However, perhaps due to Fong Lin's already exceptional cultivation aptitude and inherent wisdom, the effects of the pill were somewhat diminished. He felt that his spiritual talent had indeed been slightly enhanced. Nonetheless, one could not dismiss the value of this pill based on Fong Lin's unique circumstances. The creation of anything from nothing is an arduous journey, and the fact that this pill could elevate the wisdom of beasts is truly remarkable. Why, one might wonder, is such a precious pill designated for animals? The individuals I overheard earlier lamented their insufficient spiritual talents. Why then is there no production for human consumption? It is well known that the Dragon Kingdom Federation has always prioritized humanity. Perhaps the elixirs designed to enhance human abilities are either costlier or technologically more challenging to produce. Yang Zhen observed Fong Lin seated and turned slightly, clasping his hands behind his back, casting his gaze skyward at a 45-degree angle, a sense of profound nostalgia enveloping him. "You have just encountered the most significant opportunity of your life." He paused, glancing at Fong Lin before shifting his posture again. "From this moment forth, you are no longer an ordinary husky. In the days to come, you shall gradually discern the chasm that separates you from other pets. You will find yourself growing stronger and more intelligent, even perceiving things you once could not fathom. Should you be able to see twinkling points of light akin to stars in the night sky? Oh, pardon me, you may not know what stars are, but they are those luminous little entities you gaze upon when you look up at the sky at night. If you can perceive such scintillating lights drifting around you, congratulations. You have been bestowed with the chance to embark on an extraordinary path, a rare opportunity indeed. Strive to absorb them. Although I possess no suitable techniques for you, you must find a way to assimilate their essence. By the way, I can sense your happiness within your current household. I hope you learn to conceal your uniqueness and lead a life that is unremarkable yet joyful." Yang Zhen's voice resonated with depth and emotion, resembling a heartfelt address. Fong Lin, however, felt somewhat at a loss for words. He yearned to disclose that he too had attained a rank, and since his promotion, he sensed that Yang Zhen posed little threat to him, much like a target in a game marked in crimson to indicate its high level of danger. He perceived that he was not merely an ordinary creature of his rank. This realization was fitting, as Fong Lin had always measured himself against divine beasts. It was only natural to feel formidable. After listening for a while, Fong Lin sensed that Yang Zhen was inclined to continue his discourse. Feeling a pang of hunger after his recent breakthrough and noting that it was nearly noon, when his mother would soon return home, he glanced at Yang Zhen, who had his back turned, and discreetly summoned his spiritual energy to mask his footsteps, and slipped away. "You may not comprehend why I am bestowing upon you this invaluable spirit awakening pill. There exists but a single one in the entire southern province, and acquiring it was no easy feat. You might not grasp the vastness of the southern province. Suffice it to say, it is far larger than you can imagine." Yang Zhen sighed, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. "I've digressed. Do you know why I chose to give you this pill? It is because you resemble her so closely, those somewhat dazed eyes when you look at me, and your robust physique. I have been by her side since she first learned to walk. In the beginning, she would stumble as she ran. Gradually, I taught her to sit, to shake hands, and to execute tactical maneuvers. She may not possess great intelligence, yet her eyes are filled with me, and similarly, mine are filled with her. having grown up without parents. I consider her my kin, a divine gift bestowed upon me. In the end, she matured into a competent warrior, a striking German shepherd. Along the border, she safeguards me, just as I protect her. However, during one mission, she clamped her jaws around a grenade thrown in my direction. At that moment, I realized she was far from foolish. Indeed, she comprehended everything. As she leaped from the window with the grenade in her mouth, I glimpsed the look she cast upon me. From that instant, I awakened, feeling fortunate that the strongest awakener in the southern province was my master. He had distinguished himself in battles against the spirit realm, and the Federal Research Institute bestowed upon him a soul awakening pill, perhaps in hopes of cultivating a battle pet. Yet, he had no need for it. Ultimately, he gifted the pill to me, understanding my story, until I encountered you. However, I no longer wish for you to become a battle pet. As the situation is poised to grow increasingly complex, and the dangers I face will escalate, I cannot bear to lose my most cherished possession once more. Who would have thought my first heartfelt confession would be to a dog? No, you are no longer an ordinary dog. I mean no offense. After all I've said, I merely hope you can live on in peace. Yang Jun turned around, a sense of relief washing over him as his heart unknotted, only to be startled to find that Fong Lin had long since vanished. What the hell? Yang Jun struggled to articulate his feelings. He was oblivious to when Fong Lin had departed. The thought of standing there, pouring his heart out to the air and nearly moved to tears, left him feeling as if a thorn were lodged in his throat. Thank goodness no one witnessed it. Otherwise, Yang Jun shook his head and exited the pavilion. If no one heard, then so be it. Sometimes, certain words are not meant for others, but rather meant for oneself. What are you all doing crouched there? You gave me quite a fright. Just a few steps out of the pavilion, Yang Jun spotted 4 individuals neatly squatting by the verdant belt adorned with lush trees. Having listened intently for quite some time, the 4 suddenly realized the silence, yet they dared not look up, remaining stiffly crouched. Just as they were feeling tense, Yang Jun approached, startling Feng Dong. Feng Dong awkwardly began, "Director, your cultivation is impressive. You walk without making a sound. What nonsense is this? When did you all come to eavesdrop?" The 4 exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Yang Jun observed the greenery nearby, deducing that the 4 must have approached while concealed by the trees. And he had been so absorbed in gazing skyward that he hadn't noticed them eavesdropping from behind the overgrown shrubbery. This is a disaster. My reputation is ruined. Yang Jun felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, akin to discovering that a pair of unwashed underwear had been left out for a female classmate to find. He paused, wanting to say something, but the words failed to form. With a cold snort, he strode away, his only thought to leave this place. As Yifei observed Yang Jun swiftly departing ahead, her gaze shimmered with a distinct glimmer. The black SUV outside Yunting community surged away as if propelled by an unseen force, while Fong Lin squatted at his doorstep, ensnared in uncertainty. Moments ago, he had managed to hitch a ride in the elevator, courtesy of an upper-floor resident, a poised middle-aged woman with a short haircut, adorned with a badge of the ruling party of the Dragon Nation Federation. Recognizing Fong Lin, given his long-standing presence in the building, she greeted him and assisted in summoning the elevator to his floor. Although the journey to his front door was remarkably smooth, the ensuing moment proved to be quite vexing. He was hungry. His body, having undergone a significant metamorphosis, was now nourished by the ethereal energy of his breakthrough. Yet this came at the cost of energy depletion. With the clock inching toward midnight, mealtime was upon him, and his hunger was palpable. Fong Lin paced restlessly at his doorstep, pondering how events had unfolded this way. Wasn't Yang Ma supposed to be enjoying dim sum? Could it possibly take this long? Before leaving, Yang Ma had left him some food at home. Typically, once he was satiated, he wouldn't eat again, alleviating any concerns she had about leaving food behind for fear he might overindulge. However, she had not anticipated that he would venture out on his own, nor had he expected her to still be out at midnight, let alone his own breakthrough. As his hunger intensified, his body protested vehemently. Surely, with the awakening of his spiritual core, sustenance could not be lacking. He must hunt. Quickly, he demanded food, feeling as if his stomach were rebelling against him. Feeling increasingly lightheaded from hunger, Fong Lin resisted the impulse to smash down the door and instead dashed to the neighboring apartment, seeking Lu Jing's assistance. "Meow?" he called out, only to suddenly remember that Yang Ma had gone out to dine with Lu Jing. How foolish. Was he truly destined to be the first to perish from starvation? "Meow? Are you back?" he exclaimed, colliding with his door in his frenzy. Sensing the presence of Shueqiu behind the door, he stumbled back in surprise. She had been leaning against it. His heightened senses post-breakthrough rendered him acutely aware, yet this too drained his energy further. "Meow? Open the door," Shueqiao, let me in. He pleaded. What? She responded, seemingly bewildered. You silly creature. You don't even know how to open the door? Meow. Just like when I came out. Jump up and grab the doorknob. He instructed. Why should I jump? Shueqiao replied, looking up at the door with a hint of confusion after having jumped in place. Look up. The doorknob, the horizontal thing. He urged. The snowball leaped up and made a feeble attempt to grasp the doorknob, yet it slipped away, merely causing the handle to tremble slightly. Perceiving this, Fong Lin grew increasingly anxious, his hunger escalating to the point where he contemplated breaking through the door. Howl, 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 he exclaimed, preparing for another attempt to lift the snowball onto the knob. In Fong Lin's mind, a vivid image formed. The snowball, fixated on the doorknob, launched itself with determination, its resolute gaze reflecting an unwavering spirit, and its agile form seemed to herald a victorious outcome. With a soft click, the door swung open. Fong Lin let out a strange cry as he pushed through the door, his feet barely grazing the air behind him before it closed. With fervent licks, he expressed his gratitude to the snowball's fluffy head, before darting towards his food bowl. Meow. The snowball felt its freshly groomed fur become disheveled, nearly losing its composure. It quickly leapt onto the cat tree to groom itself anew. Fong Lin, resembling those impatient dogs from short videos eager for their meal, did not mind when his bowl toppled over, devouring the remnants that had fallen to the ground. Even after finishing the ample supply of dog food, his hunger remained unquenched, prompting him to approach the refrigerator. He climbed atop a stool to rummage through its contents. Oh, pig trotters! And stewed chicken! He exclaimed, extracting the plastic container and devouring its contents voraciously. The trotters were enormous, larger than the snowball's head, and Fong Lin gnawed on the bones until they were pulverized. The chicken, resembling a free-range bird, was also substantial. Fong Lin consumed every part except the backside. After indulging in this feast, Fong Lin finally felt rejuvenated, his stomach gradually digesting the bounty to replenish his energy. With his vitality restored, his core began to slowly circulate spiritual energy, enhancing his well-being. A warm sensation enveloped him, akin to soaking in a perfectly heated bath, accompanied by a wave of drowsiness. Struggling to keep his eyes open, he made his way to his nest, collapsing into slumber almost immediately. His final thought before drifting off was that the trotters and chicken had been rather bland, as if they had merely been boiled in water without any seasoning. Chapter 50. The most important task at this stage is learning at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun radiated a touch of laziness. The snowball had just descended from the cat tree and consumed the contents of its food bowl, or rather, its dish. Unlike Fong Lin's large bowl, the snowball's dish was a charming little white bowl adorned with strawberry motifs, personally selected by Lin Yuqing. Yang Ma had been contemplating upgrading Fong Lin's bowl to a larger size, as his appetite had been steadily increasing, without expanding the base. Simply piling more dog food would no longer suffice to satisfy his growing hunger. The room was quiet, sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the space. The snowball surveyed the living room, where only Fong Lin lay curled up in his dog bed, his body rising and falling with each breath. Snowball approached Fong Lin, who was peacefully asleep, feeling somewhat bored. Yang Ma and the frequent visitor were absent, and with Fong Lin once again lost in slumber, there was no glowing screen to entertain her. She stretched her back, extending her typically curled white front paws outward, and flicked her bushy tail before scampering to the small courtyard balcony for a sip of water. Yang Ma had set up a petite pink water purifier beside Fong Lin's drinking fountain for Snowball, yet she had never used it, always preferring to nuzzle against Fong Lin's purifier instead. Having feasted and quenched her thirst, Snowball lounged on the balcony's recliner for a while. Feeling restless, she padded over to Fong Lin's cozy nook. Upon entering, she glanced at the sleeping Fong Lin and gently prodded her with a paw. However, under the spell of slumber, Fong Lin remained unperturbed, as if cradled in her mother's embrace, enveloped in a delightful serenity. After a moment of silence, when Fong Lin still did not stir, Snowball sought refuge in the nooks and corners beside her. Fong Lin's warmth was inviting. Snowball adored warm places, and the softness of the dog bed, coupled with Fong Lin's pleasantly fragrant scent, convinced her to snuggle in closer for a midday nap. Yet, as a growing large cat, Snowball found the previously spacious dog bed somewhat constricted, with Fong Lin occupying most of it. Feeling the space was inadequate, she nudged further beneath Fong Lin, attempting to wedge herself in. Push, push, push. Suddenly, Fong Lin stirred in her dreams, her front legs lifting to envelop Snowball beneath her, gripping her neck tightly with her paws. Meow. Taken by surprise, Snowball squirmed, sensing the weight of Fong Lin's embrace. Yet, she soon realized escaping was futile. so she continued to wriggle deeper. With no room to maneuver above, she finally nestled into a comfortable position and closed her eyes. The room fell into tranquility once more, as sunlight streamed through the living room, casting shifting shadows that danced with the passage of time. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a soft click echoed as the door opened. Exhausted, Yang Ma stepped inside, her face etched with relief. Following her was Lu Jing, carrying a large refrigerated box resembling a basket with a black base and a handle for ease of lifting. I'm so tired. I nearly dozed off on the way back. After having dim sum, I'm truly drowsy, Lu Jing remarked as she placed the box on the floor, stretching her arms and arching her back, her proud posture unmistakable. Yang Ma, noticing the box on the ground, promptly urged, "Hey, don't leave it there. Take it to the kitchen." Lu Jing, pouting in mock frustration, replied, I know. As Yang Ma turned her back, she playfully stuck out her tongue at her. With a sigh, she grasped the handle of the box and made her way to the dining room. "Ah, Qian, come quickly," Lu Jing exclaimed upon discovering the refrigerator ajar, with 2 greasy, open plastic containers lying on the floor. Yang Ma, hearing the commotion, approached and, upon seeing the open refrigerator, went to investigate. She looked at the containers on the ground and chuckled in disbelief, saying, "The pig trotters and free-range chicken I had in the fridge are gone." Shaking her head, she returned the chair in front of the refrigerator to its rightful place, lamenting, "He must have pushed the chair over to reach for them. The troubling part is that I had merely cooked the pig trotters and chicken, planning to enjoy them later tonight. How could he possibly consume them all, especially considering how rich they are?" She glanced at the containers and noted, not a single bone left behind. At that moment, Fong Lin, feeling famished, had gorged himself and then suddenly succumbed to drowsiness, neglecting to tidy up the mess. Lu Jing, meanwhile, spotted Xueqiu nestled in Fong Lin's arms, both cat and dog sleeping soundly. She hurriedly intervened to prevent Yang Ma from cleaning up the containers. "Aren't you going to film this? What splendid material." Hearing this, Yang Ma paused, contemplating. "Indeed, you're right. Well then, let's record it. It has been a while since I last posted a video." Yang Ma's video uploads had indeed seen a hiatus, with many followers messaging her daily for updates. However, the focus of these requests had shifted to Kaka and Xueqiu, as admirers yearned to virtually raise a dog and indulge in feline charm. With a smile, Lu Jing returned the chair Yang Ma had just repositioned to its original place before seizing the cold storage box and tugging Yang Ma towards the door. "What are you doing? Just taking back the chair is enough? Why are we heading outside now?" Lu Jing replied matter-of-factly, "To film a video, of course. It needs a storyline. Come on, let us retrace our steps. I'll handle the filming." Volunteering, Lu Jing took her phone and stepped outside with Yang Ma. Standing at the door, Lu Jing activated the video recording feature on her phone, showcasing the cold storage box while saying, "Hee, we got a king crab from the restaurant. Let's show you all when we get home." She then turned the camera towards Yang Ma, signaling her to open the door. After waiting a moment, Lu Jing noticed Yang Ma had not opened the door and was struggling to contain her laughter, her cheeks flushed. Confused, she asked, "What's the matter? Open the door." Yang Ma, barely holding back her mirth, replied, "Well, Jing, don't you think this is a bit too?" Typically, Yang Ma filmed spontaneously, capturing whatever came to mind, but this was akin to shooting a movie, a first for her. "Oh come on, those short videos are scripted. Why are you so shy? Let's do it again," Lu Jing encouraged. All right, let us go." Lu Jing composed herself, preparing to deliver her lines with utmost seriousness. However, Yang Ma once again couldn't suppress her laughter. Lu Jing sighed, "Forget it. Let's just open the door. We can edit later." Finally, the two successfully entered the room, and Lu Jing, holding her phone, zoomed in on the dog bed next to the living room sofa. In a hushed tone, she narrated, "Look, Kaka and Xueqiu are sleeping. Hee, how adorable." Lu Jing set the box aside and gently scratched the little head of the snowball nestled in Fong Lin's embrace with a finger. The snowball instinctively curled inward. "Ah!" exclaimed Yang Ma in surprise. Lu Jing, seizing the moment, aimed her phone in that direction as Yang Ma theatrically declared, "Something I placed in the refrigerator has been pilfered." Her tone fluctuated as if reciting poetry. Lu Jing's expression drooped slightly as she waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Never mind. We just discovered that Kaka pushed a chair in front of the refrigerator and opened it to snatch some food. Look, it's these 2 boxes. They originally contained free-range chicken and pig trotters, and now there's nothing left." Lu Jing zoomed in on the 2 boxes. "We intended to step outside and re-enter while filming a video, but it seems that plan has faltered." Lu Jing pointed the camera at Yang Ma, who, dressed in an elegant black dress, shrugged gracefully at the lens. "Let us just capture our reactions at the door. It might yield unexpected results." Yang Ma picked up the box from the floor to investigate further, prompting Lu Jing to resume filming with her phone nearby. Wake up. Who has been stealing food? The cat and dog continued to sleep soundly, oblivious to the commotion. Yang Ma shook Fong Lin's body, but he remained asleep, inadvertently waking the snowball. The snowball frowned as it awoke, attempting to stretch its limbs, only to find itself restrained and growing anxious, trying to kick its legs without success. Meow? Help! Yang Ma noticed the snowball's desire to escape and promptly lifted Fong Lin's paw, allowing the snowball to slip away. However, despite the ruckus, Fong Lin remained undisturbed, prompting Yang Ma to furrow her brow. Were it not for the rhythmic rise and fall of Fong Lin's belly, she might have feared something was amiss. Suddenly, Lu Jing had an idea and hurried back home, swiftly returning with a portable speaker and directing the microphone towards Fong Lin's mouth. Huff huff. The steady sound of snoring emanated from the speaker. Haha, this will be perfect for editing, Lu Jing remarked, stifling a yawn. She was genuinely tired, having nearly dozed off while walking earlier, likely due to the starchy dim sum they had for breakfast. The two of them momentarily forgot their earlier intention to interrogate the matter, and seeing that Fong Lin was indeed fine, they both decided to return to sleep. At 6 in the evening, Fong Lin finally awoke, the enhancement from the spiritual energy having concluded. He felt as if he had been asleep for a century. As he stood up and stretched, a surge of power coursed through him, and he sensed that his physical prowess had ascended to a new level. Moreover, he noticed distinct differences after his upgrade. First and foremost, he could now effortlessly harness spiritual energy to amplify his movements. For instance, when Fong Lin wished to run, throw a punch, or strike, the energy within his core would instantaneously mobilize to enhance those actions, while simultaneously bolstering the defense of the corresponding body parts. Fong Lin has come to understand why he perceives Yang Jun as lacking in menace. It is because he has relied on the enhancement of his physical capabilities even prior to his advancement. Now that he has broken through, it is as though both his physical training and energy cultivation have ascended to a new echelon. Furthermore, his body can now be further fortified, impenetrable. Ah, you have finally awakened? Yang Ma remarked. Let us go together to fetch them home. Fong Lin donned his vest, secured the strings, and followed Yang Ma out to the parking garage. Yang Ma first picked up Lin Yuqing, who was waiting by the roadside. Upon seeing her, Yang Ma halted the car beside her. Lin Yuqing entered the vehicle with a heavy expression, exhaling a deep sigh as she collapsed into the back seat. Yang Ma glanced at her through the rearview mirror and shook her head. She understood all too well, Mondays were invariably like this, likely due to setbacks in her academic pursuits. Lin Yuqing sighed again, casting a furtive glance at Yang Ma, only to find that she remained silent, not inquiring about her troubles. Pouting, Lin Yuqing drew Fong Lin closer for solace. Fong Lin grasped her sentiments rather well. She merely wished for Yang Ma to ask her what was amiss, allowing her to vent her frustrations, and then receive some comfort in return. However, Yang Ma seemed disinclined to indulge her, leaving her to seek solace in Fong Lin, resting her head in his lap. Since Xiao Jie's school was nearby, it wasn't too long before he boarded the vehicle. The contrast between Xiao Jie and Lin Yuqing was stark. He entered the car with exuberance, playfully patting Fong Lin. Noticing his cheerful demeanor, Lin Yuqing couldn't help but inquire, what has got you in such high spirits? Did you win the yo-yo competition? Xiao Jie chuckled. No, we didn't get to compete. Yang Ma, intrigued, asked why not. Didn't you practice for 2 days? We had planned to compete during the big break. But then the principal arrived and confiscated our yo-yos, Xiao Jie replied, his face lighting up with delight at the recollection. Fong Lin pieced together the situation. It seemed the principal had intervened, sparing them from embarrassment before Chen. No wonder he was so jubilant. Yang Ma interjected, what was the reason for the confiscation? It poses no danger, does it? Should I call to retrieve them? I heard your father mention they cost over 2,000. Xiao Jie quickly waved his hands. No need. Our foremost task now is to study. Playing with yo-yos leads to distraction, which is undesirable. Lin Yuqing looked at him in confusion. Yang Ma chuckled. Your ideological awareness has reached such heights? Hee. Due to Fong Lin consuming the red-braised pig trotters Yang Ma had planned to prepare, time became of the essence, and thus, for dinner, she opted to fry steaks for a Western meal. Today, Lu Jing also joined them for dinner. At the table, Yang Ma curiously asked her, aren't you going back to cook? Lu Jing smiled. No, by the way, are we still going camping this weekend? Camping together as a family has become a fixed activity unless there are special circumstances. Yang Ma nodded and said, go ahead. The last time I mentioned that place, we couldn't make it. Lin Wenxiao also wishes to go there to fish. He hasn't had any luck at the reservoir. Lin Ba added. Lu Jing happily suggested, all right. Then I'll join you this weekend. It's a good opportunity to unwind. With that, She lowered her head to slice the steak. Yang Ma and Lin Ba exchanged a glance, silently choosing not to revisit the subject. After finishing her meal, Lu Jing assisted Yang Ma by placing the dishes into the dishwasher before returning home. Fong Lin sensed a subtle change in Lu Jing, though he couldn't quite articulate it. Ever since his recent promotion, his sensitivity to certain things, such as people's emotions, had heightened, allowing him to perceive nuances he hadn't seen before. However, he did not dwell on it, feeling elated from his advancement. He headed upstairs to play video games with Xiao Jia. At 9:30 in the evening, Rinda returned home later than usual, but this time he had not been drinking. With a soft click, he opened the door. In the spacious living room, Lu Jing was engrossed in a variety show, laughing heartily, and did not greet him at the door as she typically would. "I'm back," Rinda remarked upon noticing her lack of response. Hanging his coat on the rack and changing his shoes, Lu Jing remained absorbed in the television program, ignoring him. Puzzled, he approached her and sat down, saying, "I'm back." He then attempted to wrap his arm around her. Lu Jing shifted away, frowning, and retorted, "Don't touch me. You're back. Why do you keep shouting?" Rinda felt a surge of irritation. What kind of attitude is that? Lu Jing stared at him in silence, her cold gaze unsettling him. All right. I know I came back a bit late, but I truly had matters to attend to tonight. I didn't even have dinner. I was in meetings all evening." Lu Jing shot him a glance, quietly increasing the volume of the television. Chapter 51. The dark space. Lu Jing's current nonchalant demeanor starkly contrasted with her previous self, leaving Rinda feeling disconcerted. His expression betrayed a mix of confusion and frustration as he glanced at Lu Jing and waved his hand, saying, "Is there any dinner?" "I'm hungry." Lu Jing, her eyes fixed on the television, replied, "Do whatever you want, just don't bother me." Rinda was taken aback. "Aren't you my wife? Aren't you supposed to cook for me?" Lu Jing turned to stare at the man before her, memories flooding back of her once eagerly preparing dinner by 7 each night, waiting for him to return. She would joyfully cook, only to receive no calls or messages, and he would arrive home drunk at 9 or 10, leaving her to reheat the food and eat alone. This routine repeated itself day after day. Suddenly, Lu Jing found the man before her somewhat unfamiliar, and she felt a sense of estrangement from herself. Why was I so foolish before? Not necessarily. Not necessarily what? Not necessarily your wife anymore. Lu Jing, without waiting for Rinda to speak, retrieved the used condom packet discovered that day from beneath the coffee table, placing the empty wrapper upon the surface. Upon seeing this object, Rinda's mind went utterly blank. "This was found in the pocket of your coat last night. However, rest assured, I did iron your coat for you yesterday," Lu Jing reassured him. Rinda, feeling somewhat flustered, attempted to explain, but Lu Jing waved her hand to interrupt him. "There is no need for your explanations. I require some time alone to gather my thoughts." "No. Rinda intended to speak, but the eerie calmness in Lu Jing's gaze silenced him. He chose not to utter another word and ascended the stairs, burdened with his thoughts. At 10 o'clock that evening, the silver moon hung in the overcast sky, casting a hazy glow. This ought to have been Lin Yuqing's bedtime. Yet the atmosphere in her bedroom was notably solemn. Clad in Winnie the Pooh pajamas, she sat cross-legged at the head of her bed, her pajama hood adorned with charming golden bear ears. Fong Lin and Xueqiu sat side by side at the foot of the bed, attentively listening to Lin Yuqing's grievances. "This problem is too simple, so I shall not explain it. This one exceeds the syllabus. Discussing it would be futile since you wouldn't understand, so I won't elaborate. What are these teachers thinking? You neglect to explain the simple ones and avoid the difficult ones. Why assign such homework at all?" As Lin Yuqing spoke, tears welled in her eyes. "The most infuriating part is why they don't assign homework during class, waiting until we get home to post it in the group chat. Oh, how disheartening." "Meow? Oh, whoa." Fong Lin and Xueqiu exchanged glances, responding to Lin Yuqing. Fong Lin found it somewhat amusing. From the very first moment he laid eyes on her, she exuded an aura of tranquility. Her demeanor and voice conveyed that this little girl was a gentle and delightful soul, destined to become an educated and graceful woman. However, now she was on the brink of emotional collapse due to her math teacher's demands. After returning home and finishing dinner, Lin Yuqing indulged in watching dramas and variety shows. At 9 o'clock, she seized Fong Lin from Xiao Jia's company to accompany her in watching a horror film, shrieking and clinging to him so tightly that he could scarcely breathe, prompting him to summon his spiritual energy. As the clock approached 10, just when they were about to retire for the night, Lin Yuqing inexplicably opened her phone to check the class group chat, leading to the earlier scene. What could be more disheartening than discovering unfinished homework just as one is about to sleep? While Lin Yuqing struggled to hold back her tears, the phone screen, tossed onto the bed, lit up once more. Fong Lin quickly glanced at the notification on the floating window. Zhao Hanya. Ching Ching. How could the teacher possibly not assign homework? Oh no. Just as this thought crossed Fong Lin's mind, Lin Yuqing, with a look of utter grievance, picked up her phone to read the message. Lin Yuqing fell silent. After sitting in stillness for a moment, she rose from her bed, moved to her desk, and retrieved her math book and homework from her backpack. Surprisingly, no tears were shed. Fong Lin felt a flicker of curiosity. He had been on the verge of weeping moments ago, yet upon receiving the news, he fell into silence. It was already 10 o'clock, and Shueqiu began to feel drowsy. After calling out to Lin Yuqing twice and noticing her indifference to sleep, she curled up by the pillow and drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Fong Lin lay at the foot of the bed, guiding the flow of spiritual energy. Since his promotion earlier that day, he sensed that a particular aspect of his perception had become heightened. He had a premonition that he might achieve the ability to cultivate in his dreams that very night. He began to focus intently on absorbing the spiritual energy when, all of a sudden, he noticed the core of this energy emanating a brilliant light. Furthermore, he felt a connection forming between the core and some entity, prompting Fong Lin to attune his senses carefully. Oh, it was the moon. Even within the confines of his sealed room, he could perceive a bond with the celestial body suspended in the sky, some 380,000 kilometers away. An overwhelming sense of familiarity washed over him. It was an unparalleled warmth, as if this sentiment transcended the barriers of time and space. The blue spiritual energy swirling around him seemed to rejoice in unison. In the bedroom, Lin Yuqing, feeling a touch of grievance, was diligently completing her homework at the desk, while Shueqiu had already succumbed to a deep slumber. Had anyone glanced at Fong Lin's eyes at that moment, they would have seen his sapphire-like irises emanating a crystalline radiance, as if a lamp were glowing behind the gemstone. Fong Lin felt as though he had entered a certain realm, enveloped in darkness and silence, devoid of light and sound. As if time had relinquished its dominion and the concept of space had dissipated entirely. In this seemingly eternal obscurity, Fong Lin sensed that an age had passed, or perhaps only an instant. Then, a transformation occurred. It was the spiritual energy. Blue particles of energy began to emit a soft glow, appearing within the void. In that moment, Fong Lin felt a surge of emotion. One particle, two particles, countless particles. These luminescent specks dispelled the darkness, and the surrounding landscape materialized before him. He found himself amidst the remnants of shattered walls, surrounded by the ruins of collapsed structures, yet the grandeur of the past lingered faintly. As more and more points of spiritual light floated in the air, Fong Lin realized he was standing on four paws. Was the sensation this vivid? He tentatively took a few steps, and the glowing particles, akin to lively little beings, danced around him. One alighted on his nose, and with a puff of breath, he sent the luminescent speck soaring into the air. He surveyed his surroundings, though he was ensconced within an expanse of crumbling ruins. Not far from him stood a relatively intact stone wall. The entire wall exuded a pure blackness, adorned with intricate fissures. Fong Lin endeavored to explore further, but after a few steps, he discovered he had seemingly collided with an invisible barrier. Fong Lin retreated a few steps to observe, then approached again to extend his paw. This time, his claw truly pressed against an invisible wall, as if he were brushing against a transparent glass in the void. Is this an air wall? Fong Lin had experienced various games before, especially in massively multiplayer online role-playing games, and aside from those like World of Warcraft where the entire map is interconnected. Most of them featured some form of air walls. Peering through this unseen barrier, he glimpsed the clear remnants of decay and traces of history. Strangely, Fong Lin could even see the dust settling on the crumbling ruins outside. How astonishing! Such realism could exist alongside an air wall. With no other option, he continued his lateral exploration and ultimately deduced that his area of activity formed a square, 2020 in size, centered around the black stone wall. However, aside from the stone wall, there was nothing else of interest. Thus, Fong Lin approached the stone wall, and a voice deep within urged him to press his hand against it. Known for his adaptability, he hesitated not, placing his white paw upon the stone surface. Suddenly, a sharp sting. Ouch! Fong Lin quickly withdrew his paw, having felt something akin to a needle prick his pad. Inspecting his paw, he found no wound. A low hum resonated as the stone wall began to tremble, the entire space seemingly quaking. Countless azure spiritual energies surged into the stone wall, a multitude of luminous points cascading in like a waterfall. As the energy flooded in wildly, the surrounding space dimmed momentarily, but soon more luminous points appeared, gradually restoring the previous brightness. Finally, the wall ceased its trembling and began to emit a soft glow. Fong Lin quickly turned his gaze back to the stone wall. In the center of the black stone, a silver wolf with wings, composed of blue luminescence, emerged. This majestic creature, with its grand wings poised for attack, bore a fierce gaze that seemed to pierce through the void, as if confronting a formidable enemy. Observing this scene, an impulse surged within Fong Lin, and under the tremors of spiritual energy, he howled towards the sky. Awu! His resonant cry echoed solemnly amidst the desolate ruins. The image on the stone wall slowly dissipated, revealing a cloak symbol in the lower left corner. In an instant, Fong Lin understood it referred to the hidden aura talent he had acquired upon awakening his spiritual energy. Following the cloak, a new symbol began to take shape, depicting a full moon casting its glow. The information regarding this new talent gradually unfurled in Fong Lin's mind. How powerful is this? As the symbol materialized, an inexplicable sense of repulsion pervaded the space, and before he could comprehend it, he felt as if he were kicked from behind, propelling him out of the space. Thud! Fong Lin tumbled from his bed, landing sprawled on the floor. The commotion startled Lin Yuqing. Kaka, are you all right? Originally, Lin Yuqing was steeped in emotions filled with resentment, but she was suddenly startled into alertness. She hurried over from her desk to help Fong Lin to his feet. Awu! Fong Lin crawled up from the floor and licked Lin Yuqing's cheek to indicate he was fine. Goodness, he truly felt someone had kicked him in the backside. And even now, there was a lingering pain. He was determined to find out who it was that dared to kick him. Meow! Xueqiu was also awakened, grumbling at Fong Lin for disturbing her slumber, as she had been dreaming of nibbling on dried fish. Be careful, how could you roll off while sleeping? Awu! Lin Yuqing gently patted Fong Lin's head before dejectedly returning to her desk, propping her chin on one hand while twirling a pen with the other. Her mind still grappling with the problem she had been working on. It seemed she couldn't figure it out. She tapped her pen against her head. Suddenly, a phrase flashed in Fong Lin's mind. Brain overload. I apologize, Qing. I truly didn't mean to think that. He mused as he contemplated the newfound talent he had just acquired when there was a knock at the bedroom door. Knock, knock. Come in. Qing. Why are you still awake? It was Lin Dad, who, upon passing by the bedroom door, noticed a sliver of light seeping out from beneath it. Usually, Lin Yuqing went to bed early. Even if she were playing on her phone or watching a tablet, she wouldn't stay up late, as she cherished her sleep time. Thus, Lin Dad took the initiative to check on her. His gentle voice and caring gaze instantly shattered Lin Yuqing's emotional defenses. She pouted, her nose tinged with sorrow, and tears began to well up in her eyes. Woo-woo. Lin Yuqing, with tear-stained cheeks, recounted her experiences to Lin Dad, lamenting how she felt imprisoned during math class during the day, and how, after finally returning home to rest, she discovered that her teacher had assigned homework in the group chat before bedtime. Lin Dad comforted her by stroking her head, saying, "It's all right. This is the teacher's fault. Who assigns homework at home?" Lin Yuqing looked up at him with her swollen red eyes. Lin Dad continued, "Really? If I were to assign tasks to my subordinates at the end of the day, they would surely pretend not to see it." A glimmer of amusement flickered in Lin Yuqing's eyes. "Let us go to sleep. We want to do the homework. If the teacher calls your parents tomorrow, just let me know, and I want to inform your mother." "Really?" "Indeed," Lin Dad replied earnestly. Lin Yuqing found herself in a dilemma. She longed to sleep, having never stayed up late before. Ultimately, she sighed, "Forget it. I'll finish it before sleeping, Dad. You go to bed. Kaka will keep me company." "Awu." Fong Lin responded, lifting his head. Lin Dad came over to pat Fong Lin's head, nodded, and then left. After Lin Dad's comforting words, although her fate of staying up late to complete her homework remained unchanged, Lin Yuqing felt considerably less despondent. She clenched her fists to rally herself and resumed her battle against the math problems. Fong Lin gazed at the figure of this somewhat fragile girl, feeling a sense of admiration for her in his heart. Were it up to him, he would have undoubtedly succumbed to slumber, bolstered by the assurance of Lin's father, rendering any fear utterly inconsequential. However, Lin Yuqing chose to persevere in fulfilling her responsibilities, eschewing the option of surrender, which garnered her newfound respect from Fong Lin. Perhaps it was truly a manifestation of her upbringing. Lin Yuqing and Xiao Jie each possessed their unique characteristics and steadfastness, which was quite admirable. At midnight, Lin Yuqing finally completed her mathematics homework. Though there may have been concepts she struggled with and calculations that were slow, she diligently recorded everything she could. "Good night, Kaka." Upon finishing her assignments, a sense of accomplishment blossomed within her, and she happily nuzzled Fong Lin before resting beside the pillow with her sleeping snowball. In the darkness, Fong Lin's luminous eyes observed the slumbering Lin Yuqing, and a resolution formed within him. He summoned his spiritual energy, and the core of his inner essence gradually radiated a brilliant light, establishing a connection with the silvery moon above. Across the vast night sky, an unending cascade of moonlight traversed the void, settling upon the peacefully sleeping Lin Yuqing, with a gentle sheen enveloping her snowball as well. Chapter 52. The Celestial Bell. As Fong Lin guided the moonlight, he contemplated the space he had just encountered. The seemingly infinite ruins within evoked an inexplicable sense of panic and sorrow while he stood amidst them. The stone tablet had the astonishing ability to reveal the talents he possessed, indicating a profound connection between himself and that space. Furthermore, the silver wolf with colossal wings seemed to resonate with the roar he had heard during his spiritual awakening. Could it be that he shared this bloodline? It appeared rather impressive, and considering his extensive training thus far, his innate qualities were commendable. Was it possible that he had reincarnated like the protagonists in novels, burdened with some fateful destiny? Fong Lin speculated that during the phase of transformation from human to canine, his consciousness may have lingered in a certain realm. Perhaps it was then that he inherited this talent and bloodline, gradually revealing themselves over time. Otherwise, he had spent over 20 years as an ordinary person, and now his body was merely that of a husky. After pondering for a while, Fong Lin decided to shift his focus away from such musings. Realizing that indulging in speculation was futile, he turned his attention to his second talent. The moonlight he had just guided represented the second ability he had acquired. Primarily, in places illuminated by the moonlight at night, Fong Lin's spiritual energy restoration speed would reach its zenith, and his physical attributes would experience a notable enhancement, continuously replenishing his vigor. Previously, he had felt that his energy recovery rate was already rapid, but now, with this new talent, he felt akin to having activated an infinite energy cheat. However, this was not the most significant aspect. The true essence of this talent lay in its secondary ability, which was of paramount importance. It allowed him to channel moonlight onto living beings during the night, thereby enhancing their innate qualities. This capability bordered on the extraordinary, akin to holding the keys to nature itself. The reactions of the previous members of the Special Affairs Bureau clearly illustrate the profound significance of spiritual talent to them. The ability to soar through the skies, traverse the earth, and reshape mountains and seas, powers once confined to the realm of myth, have now become a tangible reality, heralding the dawn of an era that countless individuals have long aspired to. In this new world, the essence of one's aptitude holds paramount importance. How equitable the notion of aptitude is. Whether one is a billionaire basking in opulence, or a powerful official wielding authority, or even a homeless drifter or a laborer toiling under the stars, the measure of one's spiritual potential remains the same. Should you possess exceptional spiritual aptitude, the path of cultivation shall unfurl before you, allowing you to ascend effortlessly. Yet, this truth is equally harsh. Lacking aptitude signifies a stark absence of opportunity. As of now, Fong Lin has encountered no means to enhance one's aptitude. If others were to discover his unique ability, he would undoubtedly become the target of relentless pursuit. Given his current capabilities, it is not yet prudent to reveal such powers. Hence he refrains from their casual use. However, the existence of his initial talent alleviates his concerns about exposure when practicing at home. He has realized that the abilities manifesting on the stone tablet are truly remarkable. For instance, the radar he finds exceedingly practical is an amalgamation of his extraordinary sensory perceptions. Yet it fails to appear on the stone tablet. Perhaps it is deemed unworthy? Moreover, as long as the moon graces the heavens, he can channel its luminous essence across the void, serving as a conduit for his own benefit. This talent offers him certain advantages. While his current two talents may not showcase overwhelming combat prowess, he feels they are ideally suited to his nature. The first talent, needless to say, renders him unworthy of engaging in peaceful discourse with humans until he attains the strength to challenge the pinnacle of combat power. Having once been human, Fong Lin comprehends all too well the perceptions humans harbor towards extraordinary beasts. Are not the formidable creatures in various games often regarded as battle companions? The phrase cutting off one's own arm is but a metaphor for the sacrifice of these combat pets, let alone the myriad culinary uses of spiritual beasts. He does not wish to place his future in the hands of human conscience. The second talent is equally crucial. The augmentation of combat power during nighttime is significant. And when he eventually masters high consumption, high destructive spiritual abilities, this enhancement will secure his invincibility. The boost to his nighttime vitality has rendered sleep unnecessary. Yet even if slumber becomes merely a formality, he will continue to indulge in rest. From the moment he emerged from the void, he sensed that the cultivation of spiritual energy had been etched into his very memory. Thus, he now engages in automatic cultivation for 24 hours a day. Yet sleep remains a necessity. Observing Lin Yuqing and Snowball, both illuminated by the moonlight, Fong Lin's gaze softened with a hint of warmth. Those who are socially anxious and self-isolated are often most susceptible to the genuine kindness of others. This is a rather peculiar phenomenon. For instance, a very optimistic and extroverted individual may seem to be well-liked, appearing to be friends with everyone they encounter. Yet, do these individuals truly hold the status of close friends in their heart, or are they merely donning a mask that has become second nature? Much like the lyrics of a song, your smile does not reflect true joy. Perhaps they categorize their friends and family in tiers within their hearts. However, Fong Lin does not conform to this notion. The happiest moment of his life came when he was accepted into university at the age of 18, only to have it shadowed by the demise of his parents. His life thereafter was enveloped in darkness, confined to his dormitory, staring at a computer screen all day long, as those around him labeled him as socially withdrawn. In his new family, he initially established a so-called intimacy level, which was merely an emotional gauge. This, in truth, served as an excuse for Fong Lin to confront his new life. One cannot perpetually dwell in the shadows, especially considering the significant shift in his mindset after his rebirth. He yearned for a chance to live anew. Over this period of interaction, he subconsciously began to acknowledge Lin Dad, Yang Mom, Lin Yuqing, and Xiao Jie, finding himself unopposed to performing small acts of kindness for them. After all, isn't this what enhances one's qualifications, like the moonlight that graces the night? To him, these gestures were trivial, yet meaningful for those deserving of his efforts. In the dimly lit room, with curtains drawn tight, Fong Lin lay quietly at the foot of his bed, as the luminous moonlight appeared above Lin Yuqing, gently cascading down upon her in a continuous flow. As September approached, the dawns grew later. At 6 in the morning, the world was still shrouded in darkness, but soon the sun peeked over the horizon, painting the clouds in hues of peach. The sun's rays illuminated the earth, awakening all living things. Fong Lin opened his eyes and descended with Yang Mom, who was punctual as always, while Lu Jing awaited them downstairs. Upon exiting the corridor, Fong Lin inhaled the refreshing morning air, gazing at the fiery sunrise. A surge of vitality igniting within him. Such is the power of the morning sun, it invigorates all who rise early. Even if one has toiled late into the night or is in a sour mood, the sight of the dawn instills a sense of hope that wells up from within. This is nature's generous gift. Upon seeing Fong Lin and Yang Mom, Lu Jing's face radiated with a lively smile. Having experienced her most relaxed day in a long while yesterday, she lived entirely for herself, exercising in the morning, enjoying dim sum with Yang Mom, and later indulging in dramas while relishing the comfort of a whole bed to herself. All these elements contributed to her sense of ease. You woke up quite early. Are your legs sore from yesterday's workout? Lu Jing inquired, her sparkling eyes curving into crescent moons. Hee, a bit sore, but perseverance is key. Just a few more days, and it won't hurt anymore. Fong Lin, too, was swept up by her radiant smile and responded in kind. He noted that Lu Jing had indeed changed somewhat between yesterday and today. It felt as though her spirit had become rejuvenated. How fascinating. Kaka is becoming increasingly handsome. And has he truly grown this much? Upon hearing Lu Jing's words, Yang Ma glanced at Fong Lin and remarked, indeed, he has grown remarkably fast. If only Xiao Jie could grow at such a pace. Following a transformative experience, Fong Lin's physique and demeanor had undergone notable changes. Typically, a grown husky's wide-eyed gaze tends to convey a sense of endearing foolishness, yet now, when Fong Lin's eyes are tranquil, they increasingly exude an air of authority. Coupled with his comparatively smaller stature than an adult husky, he embodies the essence of a cool and aloof gentleman. Fong Lin, upon hearing these remarks, began to contemplate his own physique. A husky usually ceases to grow at around 10 months, yet he still has several months of growth potential left. He hoped he wouldn't end up as large as a lion or tiger. Nevertheless, he believed he would be able to control his size, much like the mythical beasts in novels that can effortlessly alter their dimensions, thus alleviating his concerns. After a brief exchange, the two commenced their morning exercise. Due to accumulated fatigue, Yang Ma led them at a slower pace today, yet Lu Jing persevered, ultimately finding herself too exhausted to converse. Having resolved matters with Ren the previous day, Lu Jing arrived at Yang Ma's home post-bath to assist with breakfast. Lin Ba and Yang Ma, though somewhat distracted at work, were both astute individuals. One was an employer, while the other was a graduate of a prestigious university, well-versed in the nuances of human interaction. They refrained from inquiring about Lu Jing's circumstances, recognizing that as adults, true friends would share when they felt ready. Little Jia descended the stairs with a cheerful demeanor. Having a favorable impression of Lu Jing, last year, She had gifted him an incredibly cool transformer for his birthday, and every time Lu Jing was present, Yang Ma's meals seemed to taste even better. Lin Yuqing also greeted Lu Jing with a bright spirit after completing her homework late into the night. Feeling a sense of accomplishment that made her feel almost invincible, eagerly anticipating the day's mathematics class. This morning, Yang Ma prepared a delectable congee with preserved eggs and lean meat, even frying shrimp balls. However, the shrimp balls were insufficient to satiate hunger. So Yang Ma fed Fong Lin 5 before serving him a piece of steak. Feeding him with shrimp balls alone would surely exhaust her. Shueqiu was also given 1 shrimp ball, primarily as his appetite was not as hearty as Fong Lin's. Recently, Fong Lin had been devouring everything in sight, leaving no remnants behind, whether it be the toughest bones, which he crushed and swallowed with ease, leaving Yang Ma unconcerned about his digestive abilities. However, given that the fried shrimp balls were coated in a layer of starch and deep-fried, Yang Ma deemed it sufficient to merely satisfy Shueqiu's cravings. Just as the family was enjoying their meal, a knock echoed through the house. Yang Ma, puzzled by who could be visiting at this hour, exchanged a glance with Lin Ba, urging him to answer the door. With a sigh, Lin Ba set aside the half-peeled tea egg and opened the door. "Ah, old run. Come in. Are you here to see Lu Jing? What performance are you putting on today?" Lin's father opened the door to find Renda, who appeared somewhat surprised, holding a plate with a fried egg. Renda, feeling a bit awkward, greeted Lin's father and walked over to the dining table, placing the fried egg in front of Lu Jing. Lu Jing cast a glance at the egg and asked Renda, "What does this mean?" Renda, nervously fidgeting with his pants, replied, "I got up and saw you weren't here, so I guessed you might come. I made you a fried egg to eat." With that, he left without waiting for a response. Lu Jing shook her head, not even looking at the plate of fried eggs. It was too late. Some boundaries should not be crossed. After seeing Renda off, Lin's father returned to his seat and resumed peeling a tea egg. Yang's mother quietly sipped her porridge, understanding the importance of giving others space. Lu Jing had chosen to have breakfast with them, certainly not for the sake of gossip. Xiao Jie glanced at the fried egg, licking his lips and said, "Auntie, why aren't you eating?" He noticed the chopped green onions sprinkled on the egg, making it look quite appetizing. "I want to eat it." "If you want it, go ahead," Lu Jing replied. "Okay." Xiao Jie happily took the plate and began to eat. Suddenly, Fong Lin, who was enjoying his meal, frowned as he saw Xiao Jie spit out a mouthful of egg. "It's too bland, not cooked." Xiao Jie grimaced, pushing the plate away. While some might relish a runny egg, it was not to his liking. Fong Lin shook his head inwardly. In his solitary days, he had cooked countless eggs for himself, finding it to be the simplest task. He glanced at Lu Jing sitting beside Yang's mother, sensing that something was amiss in her relationship, which he found rather troubling. "Everything's just fine," he mused. He had grown familiar with Lu Jing, appreciating her for never bringing negativity to others, not to mention her striking beauty and exceptional figure. Yet, her seemingly humble demeanor evoked in him a sense of frustration akin to watching a tiresome drama. "You must break free," he thought to himself. In the spirit realm, amidst a towering range of mountains shrouded in clouds, atop the highest peak lay a majestic palace. "Your Highness, there is still no news," a 3-meter-tall, jet-black thundercloud tiger, adorned with lightning patterns, said as it lay prostrate. Surprisingly, opposite it was a black cat, no larger than a typical domestic feline, with a small white crescent on its forehead, lazily resting on a jade chair. How is it that after all this time, nothing has been found?" The black cat opened its eyes, revealing a cold, indifferent gaze devoid of emotion. The thundercloud tiger clenched its teeth, its long fangs trembling slightly. "She possesses your sky-covering bell." Chapter 53. Earning one's own keep? After escorting Lin Yuqing and Xiao Jie to school, Fong Lin, Yang's mother, and Lu Jing settled down on the sofa in the living room to watch television. Lu Jing, feeling a touch of ennui, took out her phone and opened Douyin. "Wow, Qian, you've amassed 200,000 followers?" she exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing her voice, Fong Lin leaned over to join her in viewing the screen. Yang Ma shrugged, engrossed in the television drama Parents Love, displaying little reaction. For Yang Ma, posting a video was akin to sharing a moment on social media. It merely attracted a larger audience. Noticing Yang Ma's indifference, Lu Jing pouted slightly. She found this platform infinitely more engaging. The prospect of sharing videos of her life and receiving amusing comments from a myriad of viewers delighted her. Embracing the approaching Fong Lin, she scrolled through the comments on a video Yang Ma had uploaded the previous day, her face lighting up with silly smiles. "Is that indeed a king crab in that black box? I refuse to believe it, dog emoji. Oh my goodness. I am utterly enamored with Kaka and Shueqiu. Woo woo. Kaka sleeps like a god, such a sense of security. I wish I could cuddle with him while sleeping. Fong Lin chuckled at one comment. Not bad, not bad. It seems my brother's beauty cannot be concealed. Is this really a husky? I find myself questioning the intelligence of my own husky. If my dog were clever enough to stand on a chair and open the fridge, it would be chaos. Merely taking 2 boxes of food makes Kaka a model citizen in the canine world. Who is the photographer? Qian, your outfit is simply stunning. Could you share a link? Please post more videos of Kaka and Shueqiu. It has been so long since the last update. As Lu Jing liked the comments, one struck her with contemplation. She turned to Fong Lin, nestled her head against his, and gently swayed side to side. Why aren't you watching? She asked, suddenly tucking her phone away while embracing him. What does this mean? Lu Jing, with renewed energy, suggested to Yang Ma. Qian, why not create a dedicated account for posting videos of Kaka and Shueqiu? Everyone in the comments adores Kaka and Shueqiu. After scrolling through numerous pet videos, I can attest that they possess a unique charm. If you update regularly, you could easily attract millions of followers. Yang Ma reluctantly diverted her gaze from the television for a mere moment. Oh. Soon after, she turned back to the drama. Eager not to miss a second of an Xian's impending reunion with Jiang Difu on the island. What is this business of millions of followers? More videos? How exhausting that sounds. If Lu Jing hadn't insisted on supervising her video editing yesterday, she would never have discovered such potential to complete it in just 2 hours. Editing videos is akin to writing. One edits for a bit, then plays with the phone. Posting more videos would mean daily editing. It is merely a hobby. Akin to cooking, and she did not wish to let it consume too much of her time. Lu Jing discerned Yang Ma's lackadaisical demeanor and approached her, shaking her gently. Listen to me. Qian, 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 she exclaimed, giving her a little shake. Yang Ma, nearly dizzy from the motion, reluctantly paused the television series. Go on, I'm listening. Lu Jing, brimming with enthusiasm, remarked, pet videos are all the rage on Douyin. We should create an account and post more targeted content. Yet, she confessed her reluctance to edit so many videos. At last, Lu Jing unveiled her true intentions. I can edit them, and I can record too. You set up the account, and I'll assist you in managing it. Yang Ma appeared somewhat taken aback. Lu Jing continued, I've been cooped up at home for years, feeling stagnant. Now, I wish to transform myself, lest I find myself unable to cope alone in the future. Yang Ma felt invigorated. Although she had refrained from inquiring earlier, Lu Jing's initiative made it seem acceptable now. Wait a moment, Yang Ma exclaimed, rushing to the dining room's wine cabinet to fetch a bottle of red wine and 2 elegant glasses. With a pop, she uncorked the bottle, pouring a modest amount for both of them, before retrieving a plate of regular fried snacks. She gestured for Lu Jing to commence. Observing Yang Ma's eager expression, Lu Jing decided to lay bare her thoughts, sharing everything that had transpired recently. She had suppressed her feelings for far too long and craved an outlet, even if just for this one occasion. After a prolonged silence, she lamented, why does he treat me this way? Lu Jing buried her head in Yang Ma's embrace. Weeping uncontrollably, Yang Ma continuously handed her tissues, muttering imprecations against Ren de Fong Lin. Witnessing Lu Jing dissolve into tears within Yang Ma's comforting arms, felt a wave of realization wash over him. The concerns he had harbored had materialized. When one sacrifices their identity for another, often the outcome is far from favorable. Using romantic relationships as an analogy, the most ideal partnerships are those where both individuals possess sufficient understanding of one another, living vibrant lives independently while affording each other ample space. If one can thrive without the other, the relationship typically flourishes. Conversely, when one party insists, I cannot leave you. Without you, I am nothing. Such dynamics are prone to dissolution. Yet, despite the turmoil, Fong Lin mused that perhaps this was a positive turning point. The ability to cry signifies the commencement of healing. Lu Jing, in his eyes, truly deserved better. I agree, Lu Jing affirmed. Really? Oh, how wonderful, Qian. I promise I will put my heart into this. Her joy resembled that of a child. Yang Ma smiled and advised, just create your own account. Any profits can be split 50-50 between you and Kaka. Before Lu Jing could respond, Fong Lin stood in astonishment. What does this mean? Am I being paid? Does this imply I am about to earn money? Will I need a bank card? Will there be a retina scan, a voice verification, or a fingerprint required? Can I purchase a phone? However, as Fong Lin observed Yang Ma's cheerful demeanor, a sudden wave of dread washed over him. I won't have to rely on my own earnings for sustenance, will I? Have I drained the family finances? Contemplating the 9 steaks I had for breakfast, I pondered what level of internet celebrity one must attain to indulge in such luxury daily. Without mentioning the anxieties of Fong Lin, Lu Jing, upon hearing Yang Ma's offer of money, quickly waved her hand in refusal, asserting, No, 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 I do not require any money. She had not even considered the financial aspect. The mere mention of money by Yang Ma made Lu Jing recoil, as if confronted with something unsavory. Yang Ma, frowning, tapped her on the head and reproached her. What foolishness is this? Have you become so daft as a housewife? How will you manage alone without any money? After uttering these words, Yang Ma sighed, observing Lu Jing's somewhat aggrieved expression. If you truly decide to divorce in the near future, I can assist you in finding a lawyer. Given his infidelity, he can be made to leave empty-handed. The chilling undertone in Yang Ma's final words sent a shiver down Fong Lin's spine. Indeed, how could Yang Ma be easily underestimated? Though she rises early to exercise and cook, just like anyone else, and may even express frustration over her child's academic issues, this does not alter her societal standing. The value of the car parked outside alone is significant. If the little golden car beside it also belongs to their household, the total would exceed 1,000. A family with such wealth would hardly possess only their current residence. Perhaps the sole reason for choosing this location is its proximity to the school. Other properties within their garage harbor items that one should not dwell upon. Is a woman in such a household merely an ordinary housewife? At the very least, the wealth she encounters is distinctly different. Within the realm of societal norms, it seems Yang Ma possesses considerable influence. As Fong Lin pondered these thoughts, his throat felt parched. Surely, Yang Ma did not mean for him to toil for his sustenance, did she? Surely not. Would a reasonable person expect a dog to work for its food? And yet, here he was, a dog in a realm of extraordinary capabilities, yet still financially constrained. While he sought solace in his thoughts, Lu Jing's face contorted in distress upon hearing Yang Ma's words. I do not want his money. Both Fong Lin and Yang Ma were taken aback. How could there exist such a misguided individual? Would this not necessitate a legal battle? I do not wish to take this to court and become the subject of others' ridicule. Losing the last shred of dignity I possess, Lu Jing lamented, her eyes welling with tears once more. Yang Ma, comforting her as one would a child, replied, very well. If you do not wish to accept it, I recall there is a property for sale upstairs. I could purchase it and rent it to you. Fong Lin felt a sense of numbness. Yang Ma spoke so casually, as if discussing the purchase of a mere packet of instant noodles. He sensed that his extraordinary identity held little value within his own household. When would the world undergo a cataclysmic transformation, akin to the narratives of apocalyptic fiction, rendering money utterly worthless, even for mundane tasks? At that point, it would be his entire family who would face the consequences. Never mind. Let the world change as it may. After all, he is yet to fully savor his steak, and what if resources become scarce later on? To be honest, the tenderness and juiciness of this steak have transformed his favorite food from fried chicken to this exquisite beef. Status is irrelevant. What does a mere dog need for status? Enjoying life as a hidden mastermind is sufficient. Fong Lin was unaware of Lu Jing's family background. But having a good friend like Yang Ma was indeed a stroke of luck, effortlessly resolving challenges that seemed insurmountable. Lu Jing wiped her tears, eased her emotions, and turned to Fong Lin, her tear-filled eyes sparkling as she said, Kaka, I will make you look splendid. However, an uneasy feeling began to creep in. In Sioux City, at the Special Affairs Bureau, Team Leader Deng, I finally meet you. In Yang Zhen's office, as Deng Jiefu settled into his chair, Lin Xiaohua and the others rushed in upon hearing the news. Yang Zhen stood beside Deng Jiefu, furrowing his brow and remarking, what is this restlessness all about? The trio promptly tidied their attire and stood at attention. Deng Jiefu, seated in Yang Zhen's chair, found it amusing, saying, Yang Zhen, when did you start using the term restlessness? Yi Fei chuckled softly, covering her mouth, while Yang Zhen, somewhat helpless, replied, Team Leader Deng, could you refrain from undermining me by sitting in my chair? Deng Jiefu smiled gently, his eyes deep as the ocean. All right. He turned to the trio standing at attention and waved his hand. No need to be so formal. Relax a bit. Upon hearing this, they eased slightly but maintained a relatively standard posture. Yang Zhen's initiative to expand into Sioux City was my suggestion. He has been by my side for quite some time, and I believe he possesses the capability to shoulder this responsibility. After a brief pause, he continued, You three were personally selected by me. Some of you come from military backgrounds, while others are of ordinary origins, yet all have undergone training at the Special Affairs Bureau. I am confident you all possess the requisite abilities and intellectual reserves. The burden on the five of you is indeed substantial. Yang Zhen, curious, inquired, in what sense? Deng Jiefu waved his hand, and a layer of spiritual energy barrier quietly formed, rendering the office a completely enclosed space, devoid of any sound or signal transmission, even cutting off telephone lines. At 3 o'clock this morning, Sioux City detected another surge of spiritual energy, remarkably similar to the previous disturbances in Shaolu village. Deng Jiefu's calm words struck like a thunderclap in the hearts of the five. The Shaolu village incident was the first clash between the southern province and the spirit realm. Had it not been for Deng Jiefu's singular prowess in swiftly defeating a formidable beast and severely injuring two others, it is likely that the entire awakening community in the southern province would have perished. Yang Zhan, with a hint of concern, asked, "What is the exact location?" "Sioux City Federal Park," Deng Jiefu replied. Yang Zhan let out a sigh of relief. That's a relief. He once personally experienced a battle where, upon stepping into the passage, they found themselves encircled by an endless array of monstrous beasts. 6 formidable entities hovered menacingly in the air, while even more ferocious presences loomed at the periphery. Ordinary bullets proved ineffective against creatures of such caliber, prompting the Dragon Nation Federation to deploy tactical neutron bombs into the passage after a complete withdrawal. The passage was soon sealed. Although this was yet another temporary passage, thorough preparations were imperative. Forces from the southern province and neighboring regions would inevitably converge, and the military would be poised to intervene if necessary. Was there no support from the Magic City or the capital? None. Their resources were strained as well. The capital would not act lightly unless absolutely essential. And as for the Magic City, it was known that a passage had been maintained for quite some time, requiring constant vigilance day and night. Lu Xiaohua, perplexed, inquired about the situation. Are they guarding the passage? Deng Jiefu chuckled lightly. How could that be? Beyond the passage lies the spirit realm. Within a certain radius of entering the spirit realm, it seems that beasts of spirit realm level and above cannot enter. However, the number of beasts below that level is far superior to ours, making it difficult to establish a foothold there. Lu Xiaohua grew anxious. What if they attack? Deng Jiefu cleared his throat and replied, "This is a question that intrigues us as well, but they appear reluctant to enter the passage. Initially, our curiosity to explore arose from the delay in any creatures crossing over." Yang Zhen pondered for a moment and said, "Can we ascertain a specific time? We should preemptively secure the federal park. Its vast area could accommodate some troops. What pretext would we use? Urban assault drills, of course, given the recent disturbances caused by the invaders." Chapter 54. Filming at sea. Deng Jiefu, somewhat non-committal, leaned back in Yang Zhen's swivel chair and jested. "This chair is far more comfortable than mine. What shall we have for lunch?" Yang Zhen, exasperated, rolled his eyes and replied, "This is a chair left by the Archives Bureau." He then beckoned to Lin Xiaohua. "Please call the vendor across the street selling braised chicken and order 6 meals." Deng Jiefu expressed his discontent. "Am I to be treated to braised chicken simply because I came here? What else can we do? The foot traffic around this place is minimal. Having braised chicken is already a blessing." Deng Jiefu surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "It does seem rather desolate. But your intelligence team and logistics will be arriving shortly, bringing dozens of people, which should liven things up. Who did you assign as the head of the intelligence team?" "Li Mei." Upon hearing that name, Yang Zhen's expression soured as if he had stepped in something unpleasant after leaving in high spirits. The Fanglin family. Perhaps the unfolding drama was too captivating, for at mealtime, Yang's mother remained engrossed in her television series on the sofa, showing no inclination to prepare a meal. Meanwhile, Lu Jing sat beside her, engrossed in her phone, feverishly scrolling through videos. According to her, this was the critical stage of intelligence gathering. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. While you all have your affairs to attend to, I find myself rather famished. The clock has struck 12, and Fong Lin's stomach has begun to protest. Lately, his appetite and physique have burgeoned considerably. A bowl brimming to the brim with dog food must be accompanied by a generous portion of steak, a stark contrast to Shueqiu's meager cat food. Observing Fong Lin devour his meal with such vigor, Shueqiu seems to be stimulated, clamoring for Yang Ma to refill her small bowl. Yet, even a modest bowl leaves her feeling stuffed, prompting her to laze in the sun for half the day to digest. Fong Lin leapt from the sofa and approached the dining table, where he located his food bowl and promptly brought it to Yang Ma's feet. Thud! The bowl collided with the floor, producing a delightful sound. With his tongue lolling out, Fong Lin fixated on Yang Ma's reaction. However, she merely cast a sidelong glance before expertly feigning ignorance, crossing her legs and maintaining her gaze elsewhere. What does this mean? Is she denying the dog a meal? Woof! Woof! Fong Lin squatted before Yang Ma, voicing his discontent. At long last, in accordance with Fong Lin's expectations, Yang Ma shifted slightly forward. Alas! Within the scope of Fong Lin's widened eyes, she merely adjusted her seating for comfort, intensifying her focus on whatever she was engaged in. How infuriating! Fong Lin, unwilling to relent, began nudging Yang Ma's thigh with his head and pawing at her. Exasperated, Yang Ma pushed his head away and admonished him. I warn you. Don't disrupt me. This is quite captivating. Once I finish this, I'll prepare your meal, or you'll be stuck with dog food today. Fine, fine. You are indeed impressive. How has a remarkable dog like me fallen to such depths? Yet, Fong Lin found himself at an impasse. He could not resort to consuming raw food himself. He had no desire for uncooked meat, and surviving solely on dog food seemed excessively cruel. Although the dog food Yang Ma purchased was of premium quality, revered for its ingredients, nutrition, and taste, the adage rings true. Transitioning from frugality to luxury is simple, but the reverse is arduous. Accustomed to daily steak and supplementary meals, he could not revert. His heart had taken the shape of a steak. Fortunately, his objective was achieved, at the very least. Yang Ma had stated she would cook after finishing her current task, as long as she didn't become engrossed to the point of losing track of time. Fong Lin leaped onto the sofa beside Lu Jing, hesitant to approach Yang Ma for fear of her negligence. Lu Jing had been keenly capturing the moment on her phone. And now, with Fong Lin lying beside her, she continued to film. Fong Lin felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Wasn't he the leading star ready to make his debut? Shouldn't he, the director, be advocating for him? Woof. Shoo, don't howl. Yang Ma interjected, her voice light yet firm. Fong Lin's ears drooped as he observed Lu Jing still filming and stifling laughter. With a wide, toothy grin, he playfully nipped at her smooth, plump thigh, his teeth barely grazing her skin, warning her with his sideways glance. Did you hear me? Speak up for me. Then he withdrew his mouth. Who knows? Lu Jing is utterly unafraid, her laughter becoming even more exuberant. What does it mean? Is the husky devoid of intimidation? Fong Lin squinted, harnessing his aura as he gazed at Lu Jing, then opened his mouth to reveal his sharp teeth. Foolish mortal. Fear. Lu Jing suddenly struck with her left hand, inserting a finger into Fong Lin's mouth. Fong Lin, bewildered, found himself holding her finger, his sapphire-like eyes reflecting confusion, his brows furrowing in disbelief. Wow. Perfect. Lu Jing withdrew her finger, wiping it on her sports shorts, relishing the details of the moment she had just captured. Though her finger was gone, Fong Lin still felt a lingering foreign sensation in his mouth. After rolling his tongue around, he leapt off the sofa. He glanced back at Lu Jing, who was giggling at her phone, shaking his head internally. This woman must be a bit off. I should keep my distance from her. Returning to his own space, Fong Lin lay down, his fluffy tail coiling around his body, desperately suppressing the pangs of hunger that surged within him as he closed his eyes. Creatures, when faced with hunger, instinctively reduce their activity to withstand the deprivation. For instance, during famines, the most poignant dialogue among humans often is, "Mother, I'm hungry. Let's sleep for a while." When asleep, hunger fades. Similarly, in the course of evolution, animals have developed their own survival strategies, such as hibernation, to endure the harsh, food-scarce winters. Fong Lin felt as though he had slipped into such a foggy state, possibly dulled by hunger. Since his advancement, his physical capabilities had undergone a remarkable transformation, and he continued to enhance his physique further. Presently, he could withstand blades without drawing on spiritual energy. Invoking the patterns of spiritual energy within his body would amplify his defense considerably. However, he had yet to reach a level where he could sustain himself solely on dew in the morning and the evening breeze, relying on spiritual energy for nourishment. Thus, this formidable physicality necessitated substantial energy replenishment through food. Fortuitously, his significantly improved absorption capacity enabled him to fully assimilate the food he consumed. Otherwise, had he relied on the ordinary digestive capabilities of most beings, his food intake would need to be several times greater. Yet, a troubling issue arose. He discovered he could no longer relieve himself. Previously, Yang Ma had carried a bag to manage his waste, but upon realizing this today, he discreetly nestled into a greenery patch in the community for a while, later pretending he had used the restroom before returning. Thus, he was indeed hungry earlier. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered Yang Ma while she was engrossed in her drama. Fong Lin, groggily opening his eyes, realized it was already 12:30, and Yang Ma was still watching television. How captivating could this parent's love be? Or had Yang Ma never seen it before? Fong Lin, in a panic, grabbed the nearby rice bowl and rushed to Yang Ma's side. Oh woo. With a clatter, the food bowl was stomped back and forth. Stop, stop, stop. I'll go make it now. Didn't I just see you dozing off? Yang Ma could no longer tolerate Fong Lin's antics and swiftly paused the television, rising to head to the kitchen. Oh whoa. Fong Lin furiously criticized from behind upon hearing Yang Ma's words. Snowball, who had been sprawling lazily on a mat by the floor-to-ceiling window, soaking up the sun, saw Yang Ma moving toward the kitchen, rolled off the mat, and leisurely padded into the living room. Well, so you choose to enjoy the fruits without any struggle, do you? How delightful, Fong Lin exclaimed, seizing Snowball and playfully licking her neatly groomed fur, which promptly became disheveled. Meow? Snowball purred. Indeed, she looked splendid. Lu Jing, with hands on her hips, watched with delight as the cat and dog sat before a small white table, its height just reaching Fong Lin's neck, with Snowball resting on a round, low cushion beneath her. Both Fong Lin and Snowball donned white napkins around their necks, resembling two eager diners ready for a feast. Soon, Yang Ma returned with a generous bowl of dog food for Fong Lin, piling it high like a mountain, while Snowball's petite bowl contained a modest layer of cat food topped with a few slices of fresh salmon. What about my steak? Wu? Fong Lin queried, casting a puzzled glance at Yang Ma, sending her several question marks. Yang Ma, perceiving his confusion, replied curtly, just look at your bowl. Is there even room for more? Finish this first. Adjusting the camera, Lu Jing aimed it at Fong Lin and Snowball, preparing to capture their eating spectacle. For her new account's inaugural video, she decided to feature the earlier scene of Fong Lin urging Yang Ma to cook, followed by the eating broadcast, contemplating future ideas afterward. Snowball, captivated by the salmon and cat food before her, began to eat delicately, her dainty pink tongue occasionally tidying up around her mouth. Let the feast begin. Humph. Let me show you what a storm of consumption looks like. Fong Lin opened wide, devouring the food voraciously, the towering dog food collapsing like a mountain struck by a meteor. The sound of crunching filled the air as Fong Lin swiftly chewed and swallowed. Meanwhile, the leisurely Snowball was once again taken aback by the commotion. Her curiosity piqued as she eyed the scattered dog food on the table. Is the dog food really that delicious? Once a cat's curiosity ignites, it is hard to extinguish. Snowball shifted her gaze from her bowl to the scattered dog food on the table, stretching her neck to reach a piece that had rolled near her dish. Even with Fong Lin's face nearly buried in his bowl, he caught sight of Snowball attempting to sample his food. Swiftly lifting his head, he deftly licked up a piece of dog food, then playfully licked Snowball's head. Meow? Snowball sat beside Fong Lin, feeling somewhat aggrieved, longing to taste something delightful. She mewed insistently, attempting to negotiate with him. When Fong Lin remained unresponsive, she tentatively stretched her neck towards a scattered piece of dog food. Howl, do you wish to eat? Trade it for your salmon. Snowball's actions came to a halt as she began to weigh her options, caught in a dilemma. While Snowball was mired in her thoughts, Fong Lin had finished the dog food in his bowl and began to clear the remnants from the table, nearly consuming everything. Meow? Snowball, feeling anxious, consented to Fong Lin's proposal for a trade. Fong Lin promptly leaned over and snatched a piece of salmon from Snowball's bowl, swallowing it whole. Chew, chew. The flavor is mediocre, he mused. Snowball quickly grabbed a piece of dog food from the table and bit into it, only to wrinkle her face in disgust and spit it out. Meow, it tastes awful. Howl, but you didn't want it, Fong Lin retorted as he swiftly cleared the table, anticipating the steak that Yang Ma would serve him. Meanwhile, Snowball sat forlornly, having received merely 4 slices of salmon from Yang Ma, which she was reluctant to devour all at once, savoring one small piece at a time. Yet, she had just traded a delectable slice of salmon for an unappetizing piece of dog food. Unaware of the phrase a terrible loss, she simply felt disheartened and lowered her head, staring blankly into her bowl. Observing the entire scene, Lu Jing playfully tapped Fong Lin on the head, chiding him, naughty dog. Can you blame me? He replied. Before long, Yang Ma approached with a frying pan, placing the sizzling steak into Fong Lin's bowl. Eat slowly. Be careful not to burn yourself. I haven't eaten yet, after preparing this for you. However, Fong Lin paid little heed, channeling his energy and devouring the steak in large bites. He glanced at Snowball, who was still lost in thought, gazing at her little bowl adorned with strawberries. Enveloped in an aura of sadness, Fong Lin smacked his lips, realizing he may have indeed bullied Snowball. Consequently, he tore off a piece of steak and dropped it into her bowl. Meow? Howl. As Snowball caught the enticing aroma, she cautiously took a bite, finding it slightly hot. She then devoured the steak piece by piece before finally returning to her meal. Fong Lin had finished early and went to the balcony for a few sips of water. Reclining beside the floor-to-ceiling window to digest, he turned to observe Snowball, still consuming her meal, pondering the moonlight he had guided the previous night. Although his primary focus had been on Lin Yuqing, who had held Snowball in her arms, some of the moonlight must have scattered on his Snowball as well. However, it appeared that today there were no notable reactions. Yet, this was to be expected. If Snowball, having feasted on the scraps, displayed a significant response throughout the night, her talent would indeed be formidable. Lu Jing, after documenting the entirety of Snowball's meal, joined Yang Ma for dinner, discussing the details of their first video. Background music requires careful selection. The subtitle effects must also be striking. The snowball is consumed too slowly. Thus, I shall increase the speed. Should I accompany it with a narrative commentary on the interactions between Kaka and the snowball during mealtime? If I infuse my creativity into it, the outcome should be more effective. Yang Ma, noticing Lu Jing's engrossed interest, could only engage in polite conversation while eating. After our meal, will you teach me how to edit videos? I wish to take a nap. Oh, may I join you in slumber for an hour? I snore. It matters not. I prefer to sleep alone. I am quite soft to the touch, and embracing me is quite comfortable. Haha. Chapter 55. Words lead to trouble ultimately. Yang Ma was accompanied by Lu Jing as they walked into the bedroom, arms intertwined, though they intended to rest for an hour. Lu Jing's thoughts were entirely consumed by video editing. This was her first earnest endeavor in creating something for herself, or perhaps her inaugural venture into a career after many years. The past's sordidness is not worth lamenting. Today, one's liberated thoughts are boundless. Lying in bed, her emotions surged and ebbed like a tumultuous river, preoccupied with thoughts of how many viewers would watch, like, and comment once she completed and published her video. Unable to sleep, Lu Jing tossed and turned beside Yang Ma. After a while, she turned to embrace Yang Ma, pressing her thigh against her, entangling her like an octopus. The previous night, she had struggled to sleep while clutching a pillow. Yang Ma, exasperated, opened her eyes and playfully smacked Lu Jing's leg, saying, "Are you unaware of how heavy your legs are?" Lu Jing stuck out her tongue and withdrew her leg, lying flat and pretending to be asleep. Arms extended like a soldier at attention. Yang Ma sat up, shaking her head. "Forget it. With you beside me, sleep is a distant dream. Let us go. I'll take you to edit videos." Hooray! Editing can be both deceptively simple and dauntingly complex. It is challenging due to the unfamiliar tools involved, with interfaces, modules, and functions that remain entirely alien to you. Even downloading the editing software poses a challenge, requiring extensive research and grappling with the dilemma of choice. Which software shall I select? In such circumstances, transitioning from novice to adept necessitates seeking out numerous videos and learning gradually. This learning barrier, which extends beyond video editing to any field requiring self-directed research, often deters many from progressing, instilling a sense of dread. Therefore, those who excel in self-learning and dare to pursue knowledge, regardless of their field, be it video editing or computer science, are destined to shine. Even if their current brilliance may be faint and not particularly dazzling, it will ultimately radiate the most resplendent light. So, why is video editing deemed simple? To put it plainly, editing is merely the utilization of a tool, and self-learning necessitates one to seek out information and comprehend its operation. With Yang Ma present, the significant barriers to learning were effortlessly diminished. First, one must proceed in this manner, then click here. Do you understand? If you wish to add background music, click here. Lu Jing need not grasp the underlying principles of the software. She simply needs to remember the steps demonstrated by Yang Ma. Coupled with her fervent thirst for knowledge, she exhibits remarkable focus and comprehension. Now you give it a try. If you make a mistake or forget, I will guide you again. Yang Ma rose from her chair and exchanged seats with Lu Jing. "Oh, you are too kind, Qian." Lu Jing planted a fervent kiss on Yang Ma's cheek. During the ensuing moments, Lu Jing's eyes widened as she cautiously maneuvered the mouse. If she suddenly forgot the next step, she would glance nervously at Yang Ma beside her. Lu Jing felt a twinge of frustration. She had understood each step Yang Ma taught just moments ago and believed she had memorized them. Yet, when it was her turn, inexplicably, many details slipped her mind. Lu Jing's frequent lapses in memory left Yang Ma somewhat exasperated, as the knowledge imparted had not yet settled in her mind before it was forgotten. It was akin to teaching someone how to drive. They may grasp everything during the lesson, yet still struggle when it comes time to apply it themselves, which can be quite vexing. Yang Ma observed Lu Jing, who was slumped over the table, and felt an urge to give her a gentle tap, as if to see whether her thoughts had somehow become lodged there. Meanwhile, Fong Lin lounged in his cozy nook, digesting his meal. He longed to bask in the sunlight on the soft cushion by the floor-to-ceiling window, but it had been claimed by Xueqiu, perhaps due to the sun's less harsh rays. Xueqiu had taken a liking to sunbathing lately, particularly on the cushion where Fong Lin usually rested. The cushion was not particularly large, and Fong Lin's body nearly filled it completely. If his tail were to hang down, it would touch the floor, making it quite impossible for him to share the space with Xueqiu. Fong Lin glanced at Xueqiu, who lay sideways basking in the sunlight, the warm rays illuminating her pristine, fluffy coat. Perhaps due to her utter relaxation and comfort, Shueqiu rolled over, sprawling on the cushion, her little paws stretching in the air. This was a sleeping position she often adopted at night in Lin Yuqing's embrace, yet here in the living room, under the bright daylight, it seemed rather unbecoming for a young lady to sleep in such a manner. Fong Lin watched Shueqiu enjoying her repose so thoroughly that he felt a strong urge to nudge her aside in order to claim the sunlight for himself. However, he recalled having seen somewhere that such a sleeping posture in cats signifies complete security, indicating that they feel entirely safe from harm. Ah, never mind. I did share a piece of salmon with her for lunch. The cushion is hers. Fong Lin rose and nudged his dog bed to the vicinity of the floor-to-ceiling window, settling beside Shueqiu. As Shueqiu's drowsy eyes fluttered open a crack and recognized Fong Lin, its fluffy tail gave a gentle wag before it resumed its slumber. Fong Lin gazed out at the afternoon cityscape, his mind pondering a previous notion. Earlier, when he encountered the man in the hat at the park, the surge of energy from his core had momentarily overwhelmed him, channeling vitality throughout his body and enhancing his physical form. He had long wished to replicate that experience, but had yet to find the opportunity. Now that his body was primed for reinforcement, he could finally explore this idea. Fong Lin's physical enhancement was somewhat unique. The advancement of his energy core would elevate his fundamental physical attributes, a concept easily grasped. The same was true for Yang Zhen and his companions. By filling a core, they received positive feedback that fortified their bodies. However, this enhancement was not particularly dramatic. For instance, after Yang Zhen's upgrade, he needed to actively channel energy to withstand the cutting force of sharp blades, thus achieving the previously mentioned invulnerability on the battlefield. As long as his energy remained intact, he could strategically reinforce various parts of his body, attaining a superhuman state of both offense and defense. Nevertheless, their inherent physical strength was far from extraordinary. In contrast, Fong Lin possessed a distinct advantage due to his bloodline. In addition to the physical enhancements brought about by his upgrades, he could also disperse energy from his core throughout his body, reinforcing himself as he had done previously. Once the refinement was complete, he could manipulate the intricate energy patterns within him, akin to complex array formations, pushing his physicality to an astonishing level. This was quite understandable. After all, wasn't he that divine beast renowned for its resilience? In the game, battling dozens of foes required a careful and prolonged effort to defeat them, with the slightest misstep leading to instant demise from an unforeseen area attack. Now, the tables had turned, and Fong Lin found himself in a similar position, which was exhilarating. However, caution remained imperative. He could not fully unleash the energy core, as it would automatically compress when filled. The total amount and quality of his energy were no longer on the same level as before. He must avoid overexerting himself. Fong Lin centered his thoughts, meticulously seeking that sense of impending challenge he had previously experienced. He held his breath, cultivating his energy in the Dantian, searching diligently, suppressing distractions, gradually quieting his presence. In the tranquility of a restless summer afternoon, sunlight streamed through the glass, warming the pleasantly cool living room. By the floor-to-ceiling window, a dog and a cat displayed contrasting attitudes. The white cat lay on its back, its gently rising and falling belly and slightly twitching nostrils indicating a deep and contented slumber. Meanwhile, the black and white husky nestled in its bed, eyes tightly shut, wore a serious expression, as if engaged in a critical process. Suddenly, a sound erupted. Uffed. To Fong Lin's astonishment, he had inadvertently passed gas. Startled, Shueqiu jolted awake, its eyes opening in confusion, wondering what noise had disturbed its peaceful slumber. Fong Lin quickly froze in place, cursing inwardly. Fortunately, his digestive capabilities were exceptional, and there were no unpleasant odors from the gases he had just expelled. He had narrowly avoided embarrassment before Shueqiu, preserving his lifelong reputation. As Shueqiu wriggled a few times to find a comfortable position and resumed slumber, Fong Lin relaxed and began to ponder deeply. This approach was futile, was it not? He had been reflecting on the tension he had felt earlier, fully engrossed in thought, yet it seemed to bear no fruit. Frustratingly, Fong Lin recalled the recent incident that nearly caused him to lose face before Shueqiu. Was this concentration on suppressing his inner turmoil truly effective? Was he being deceived? With his dissatisfaction brewing, a trickle of spiritual energy began to flow within him. A sudden realization struck Fong Lin. It was restlessness. He recalled that every instance of spontaneous spiritual energy activation within his body stemmed from some underlying agitation, an agitation that awakened the hidden fervor and ferocity within his veins. Indeed, what divine beast remained placid? With tough skin and robust flesh, high attack and defense, invincible among peers. Surely such a creature would act out when faced with dissatisfaction. Who dared to provoke him? He would retaliate immediately, without delay. Upon grasping this essence, Fong Lin endeavored to harness his inner turbulence, yet the process proved less than smooth. Perhaps it was due to his incomplete awakening? He sensed that this restlessness resembled a protective mechanism of the body, autonomously assessing his current state. It would not simply manifest at will without provocation. What could incite such agitation? Ah, yes. Today, when Yang Ma was engrossed in her television drama and neglected to prepare his meal, he felt utterly vexed. However, upon careful reflection, he found this line of thought to be of little utility. Merely amplifying his inner voice would not conjure genuine annoyance. Dogs are known for their lack of grudges, particularly towards their families, and it seemed Fong Lin had inherited this trait. Besides, this hardly qualified as a grievance. It wasn't as if she had harmed him grievously. Feeling somewhat at a loss, Fong Lin recognized that his ultimate goal was to trigger the restlessness within his bloodline, yet this appeared to be a formidable task. Instead of attempting to rouse his own agitation, perhaps he could directly incite his bloodline's fervor? What could provoke such a response? What if he resorted to cursing it? He had begun to connect his bloodline to the colossal winged wolf he had seen that day, and perhaps berating that wolf in his mind would yield results. Previously, he had sensed its explosive temperament. Now, in a moment of hesitation, he thought that perhaps a few choice words might be effective. However, what should he say? It would be rather absurd to hurl insults at a bald wolf in his mind, wouldn't it? Surely that would lead to trouble. Well, perhaps it was worth a try. Fong Lin cleared his throat, addressing the core of his spiritual energy and tentatively uttering, "Big bad wolf, both ugly and fierce." Fong Lin felt a familiar sensation, as if something within his very blood were awakening. The flow of blood coursed through him, gradually increasing in speed, while the spiritual energy within him stirred to life. This is promising. Let us go all out. In his past, Fong Lin had been a reclusive gamer, never backing down in a verbal spar. He recalled the dilapidated scenes he had encountered on the stone slab in that space, along with the kick that had sent him reeling. That kick was undoubtedly linked to the silver wolf. He had no regrets about that insult. Wolves are typically pack animals, and the Wolf King must have those it seeks to protect. That day, Fong Lin had witnessed the ruins and the solitary figure facing overwhelming foes, prompting him to speak up. "You cowardly, timid, death-fearing bald wolf, how is it that you stand alone? Where are your kin? Your friends? What are the things you wish to protect? Have they all vanished? Did you retreat and abandon them? Did you seek to excuse your failures? In truth, what we deem as difficulties often stem from our own inadequacies. Sometimes, the first button is fastened incorrectly, and only at the very end do we realize that some matters were flawed from the outset, forcing us to confront that these missteps were indeed ours. It is your choices that have led to their demise, is it not?" As these words escaped Fong Lin's lips, he felt a pang of regret. Had he gone too far? Yet, the situation began to spiral beyond his control. His entire being ignited with fervent energy. The core of his spiritual essence radiated a blinding brilliance and surged with fervor, creating ripples within him. A series of desperate, mournful howls echoed in his heart, crashing into his mind. Suddenly, Fong Lin's body weakened, and he collapsed into the doghouse. Yet his consciousness was violently thrust into a series of vivid scenes. These images appeared to be from the perspective of the old Wolf King, transitioning rapidly and in a fragmented manner. A man, graceful and smiling beneath the sun, a gentle maiden, a bashful white she-wolf, and playful cubs. Along with a pack racing across the wilderness, this old wolf seemed to lead a charmed life, with a master and a mate. Wait, what is this? This is quite inappropriate. However, these vibrant and warm images swiftly vanished, existing for but a fleeting moment. Before long, the cheerful scenes faded, and the imagery before Fong Lin darkened. A black tide, boundless and relentless, bloodshed, devouring, annihilation. The man appeared to be a lord, standing atop a city wall, drawing his long sword to unleash a devastating arc of light that cleaved through the black tide. Counterattacks, aerial assaults, slaughter, the sword's brilliance rendered all opposition impotent. Howls of wolves surged forth, echoing in a chorus of fury, charging into the fray, battling fiercely to defend their own. The situation seemed to be improving, as faint hints of joy could be discerned from the howls of the wolves. However, this brief respite was soon overshadowed by the emergence of a formidable creature from the dark tide, one capable of standing against men, plunging the battle into a stalemate. The conflict raged on, marked by casualties, retreats, choices, abandonments, and sacrifices. Vivid yet harrowing scenes unfolded, culminating in a final image, a blood-soaked man with unwavering resolve, and a heavily wounded silver wolf with colossal wings, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Behind them lay the last vestige of hope, while before them loomed an inexorable black tide. The scene faded to black. Fong Lin felt a jarring kick to his rear, and his consciousness began to wane. He vaguely heard unfamiliar, yet eerily familiar words that pierced to the marrow. Well said, but do refrain from speaking next time. The time was 5:40 p.m. In the office of the chairman of Ruisi Technology, Lin's father, with a contented gaze, glanced at his Vacheron Constantine watch, eagerly awaiting the end of his workday in just 20 minutes. He opened his laptop to peruse a recently purchased fishing tutorial video, a spark of excitement igniting within him. Suddenly, the intercom rang. He paused the video to answer the call. Mr. Lin, the front desk says a Mr. Rinda is here to see you. He claims to be a good friend of yours and has no appointment, but he insists that I inquire about your availability. Rinda? What does he want? Please escort him to the reception room. Understood. Lin's father closed his laptop, adjusted his attire, and proceeded to the reception room. The atmosphere in his office was often too stifling for meetings. Typically, he refrained from conversing with visitors in such a setting. Upon entering the reception room, he did not have to wait long before his secretary ushered Rinda inside. After the secretary exchanged pleasantries and left, Rinda, wearing a troubled expression, addressed Lin's father. Old Lin, I really need your help this time. Chapter 56. The guarantee. Taken aback by Rinda's plea, Lin's father replied, Stay calm, please. Have a seat. After inviting Rinda to sit, he inquired with curiosity, Isn't your supermarket already part of Ruisi's by Ming program? I thought your sales had been quite satisfactory lately. Rinda wore a pained expression as he responded, I'm not talking about the supermarket. I'm referring to the situation with Lu Jing. Lu Jing? Lin's father poured tea for both of them from the kettle on the table, leaned back against the sofa, and remarked, I was wondering why she hasn't been cooking for you lately or joining us for meals. It seems you two have had a falling out. After sipping his tea, he leisurely added, Couples may quarrel at the bedside, but they reconcile by the morning. How can I meddle in your personal matters? If you need assistance, you should consult my wife. Hesitant, Rinda struggled to find his words. Lin's father offered him a reassuring glance, saying, I believe Lu Jing is quite understanding, far more gentle than Yang Yinxian. A simple apology from you will likely mend things. After all, a man should not shy away from soothing his wife. With a sigh, Rinda lamented, It might be a bit too late for that. Lin's father furrowed his brow, placing his teacup down on the table, and asked, What do you mean? What happened? Well, let me speak candidly. I made a mistake that night. What? Hold on, don't be hasty. I had been drinking. Lin's father chuckled in disbelief and interrupted, Is that your excuse? You come to me after doing such a thing? What will I do if Yang Yinxian finds out? Rinda was flustered, his complexion reddening as he exclaimed, You can't blame me entirely. It was that woman who tempted me. I was intoxicated and my judgment was clouded. In the end, she even slipped that item into my pocket, which Lu Jing discovered. What item? An empty condom wrapper. Lin's father shook his head and remarked, If you were truly inebriated, how could you even perform? What excuse is that? Left with no options, Rinda helplessly replied, I dismissed her the very next day. I genuinely love Lu Jing. She ignored me yesterday. This has never happened before. Today, my mind is in turmoil, filled with thoughts of her. Please, help me. I swear I will never err again. Lin's father sipped his tea, pondering for a moment before saying, There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has died. Lu Jing once devoted herself entirely to you. Yet you failed to cherish her. Now you regret it? A woman as steadfast as Lu Jing, who once cared for you without reservation, can just as easily sever ties without hesitation. I understand. Today I realized I was a fool. Truly, Lao Lin, I beseech you to assist me this one time. I have come to realize I cannot live without her. As Rinda spoke, tears streamed down his face, and he sobbed uncontrollably. Lin's father frowned and tossed a tissue toward him. After pacing for a moment, he turned and said, I still cannot help you. While Rinda was wiping his tears, he clenched the tissue in his hand and protested, Come on, everyone deserves a chance to amend their mistakes. Lu Jing has been away from society for so long. What will happen if she leaves me? Lin's father, visibly irritated, retorted, How can you even say that? Why didn't you allow her to manage the business with you? And on top of that, you restricted her from going out? Rinda was momentarily at a loss for words, then stomped his foot in frustration and declared, Fine. I admit it. I feel inferior. She is too beautiful, too perfect. You know our work requires us to run around negotiating partnerships. I didn't want her exposed. Besides, I was busy all day. She was better off at home. I feared she would stray if she ventured out. Is that so wrong? As he spoke, Rinda's emotions began to spiral out of control. He took a breath and implored, Please help me this time. I've bared my soul to you. I promise. I will never restrict her again. I will support whatever she wishes to pursue. Lin's father observed the man before him, his eyes red from tears, weighing the sincerity of his words. Rinda sat anxiously on the couch, awaiting Lin's father's decision. Lin's father rubbed his chin thoughtfully while crossing his arms, pacing back and forth. After a long silence, he sighed deeply and said, "Given your earnestness, I will give it a try." Rin was suddenly filled with excitement. Over the past few years, Lu Jing had frequently visited Lin's father's home, cultivating a bond with Yang's mother that could only be described as an unbreakable friendship. If Lin's father could lend a word of advice, perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope. Recently, Lu Jing's demeanor towards him, cold, indifferent, and distant, had caused him a deep ache in his heart. Where had the woman who once waited for him at the door gone? Ultimately, it was self-inflicted pain. However, before Rin could express his gratitude, Lin's father suddenly frowned and spoke. "Wait a moment, are you afraid of losing your assets in a divorce?" Rin's supermarket had joined a cooperative plan under Lin's father's company, and as a neighbor and chairman, he had gleaned some understanding of Rin's circumstances. Rin hailed from humble beginnings, while Lu Jing was undeniably from a cultured and well-educated family. In Lin's father's mind, Rin's earlier words indeed reflected the psychology of an ordinary, yet somewhat radical individual. However, it could not be ruled out that he feared losing his wealth and sought to manipulate Lu Jing with some distorted scheme. Lin's father had witnessed numerous such situations over the years. The business world was akin to a battlefield, fraught with deception and treachery. Lu Jing often visited Yang's mother, not only to alleviate her own loneliness, but also to provide companionship to Yang's mother, who, despite choosing to be a homemaker out of laziness, still experienced boredom at home. Otherwise, why would she desire a pet? Lin's father loved Yang's mother, and thus, he felt immense gratitude towards Lu Jing for her efforts. Between Rin and Lu Jing, he undoubtedly stood with Lu Jing. Rin was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Lin's father would pose such a question. After a moment, he felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. "Old Lin, I know I can be somewhat patriarchal and extreme, but you cannot insult me like this. I, Rin, would never stoop to such a level." Lin's father slightly shook his head. "Words alone are not sufficient proof. What do you want me to do then? Should I draft a letter of commitment? That would be acceptable." Lin's father nodded decisively and walked to the desk in the meeting room, dialing an internal line. "Xiaozhong, please contact the legal department and have someone come over immediately." "Understood." "Old Lin, are you serious about this?" Rin looked at Lin's father, who was calling for someone without hesitation, unsure of what to say. "What else should I do?" "Don't speak to me until the legal department arrives." Before long, a woman in high heels, clad in a white shirt with an ID badge hanging from her chest, entered the room with an air of efficiency. "Mr. Lin, you called for me?" "Yes, assist Mr. Rin in drafting a letter of commitment." "Certainly, with the support of the legal department." Rin meticulously pinned the letter of commitment on a blank sheet of paper, which essentially stated that he, Rin, promised that in the event of a divorce from Ms. Lu Jing, all properties, vehicles, and savings under his name would belong entirely to Lu Jing. The entire process was recorded, and Rin passionately recited the document before signing it and affixing his seal. In the end, a signature line was left for Lu Jing. Once she affixed her signature, this commitment letter would come into effect. Rinda retained the company for himself while bequeathing the real estate and savings to Lu Jing. The property was valued at approximately 10 million, and the savings amounted to several million. Upon reviewing the commitment letter, Lin's father nodded in approval. "Is this satisfactory? I genuinely love her. It's not merely a matter of money," Rinda expressed, feeling somewhat humiliated by the earlier events. But he was indeed relying on Lin's father to assist him. Lin's father responded noncommittally, "I will help you return and see. But ultimately, it depends on Lu Jing's own wishes. If she is unwilling, there is little anyone can do." I understand. She is surely at your place now." "Let me accompany you back," Rinda suggested. "All right." Meanwhile, at the Yunting community, in the Fong family residence, Lu Jing roused Fong Lin from his slumber, shaking him awake. For a moment, he felt disoriented, gazing out at the sunlight transitioning to a golden hue, overwhelmed by a profound sense of temporal dislocation, as if he had stepped into an entirely different realm. Yang Ma had also changed her clothes and descended the stairs, remarking, "Did he sleep the entire afternoon? I wish I could do the same." With a playful smile, Lu Jing chose not to engage with Yang Ma's comment, instead crouching down to gently rub Fong Lin's face. "Let us go. We are picking up Qingqing and Xiaojia," she announced, before affectionately tousling his hair and standing up. Fong Lin stood up from the mat after a brief pause, glancing at Lu Jing and Yang Ma waiting for him not far away. In the back seat, he pondered the visions that had flashed before him just before he lost consciousness. Though fragmented, those images were indelibly etched in his mind. Initially, He perceived them from a detached viewpoint, as an observer, but gradually, he began to sense that he was, in fact, part of those scenes. He was engaged in battle, in a struggle for survival, lamenting the extinction of his kin, harboring deep-seated hatred for the invaders, and suffering from his inability to protect those close to him. Being so deeply immersed in those emotions, when Lu Jing awakened him, he felt an unsettling sense of unreality. Now, as he meticulously reflected on the scenes, the attire, the language, and the monstrous entities amidst the surging tide of darkness all felt foreign to him. Although he had attended a reputable normal university, he possessed a decent amount of knowledge, and one of his roommates was also a history major, with whom he occasionally discussed historical figures and the fashions of various eras. However, he had never encountered clothing of this style, let alone such a language. Considering the fragmented hints the old Wolf King had shared with him, he surmised that the bloodline inheritance he had received likely belonged to a world entirely different from his own. Perhaps, during the wandering of his soul, he had accepted the inheritance and then found himself embodied in this husky? Or was it that he first inhabited the husky, receiving the inheritance while his consciousness remained dormant? However, Fong Lin did not overly dwell on these matters. He was aware of his own prowess, and just moments ago, he had absorbed a wealth of information. Although his bloodline heritage was formidable, it had not reached its current strength until a serendipitous event during his temporal traversal altered its nature. Originally, there lingered a faint remnant of the old Wolf King within his lineage, yet due to the frail constitution of his initially puny form, he had been suppressing his bloodline's potential. However, now that Fong Lin had advanced to the level of unlocking his spiritual core and had uttered those words of defiance, the old Wolf King relinquished all restraints on the heritage, imparting the final pieces of knowledge before dissipating into the ether. His ancestral clan had long since perished, and the Silver Wolf lineage had found continuity in another realm, leaving him with no regrets. Yet, it would have been nice to know the name of that world. Fong Lin mused, feeling somewhat exasperated as if he were engrossed in a captivating comic only to be jostled abruptly. Nevertheless, despite the 2 metaphorical kicks he had received, he had also been bestowed with a tremendous opportunity, akin to the benevolent elder in a novel. In such tales, the elder often faced perilous trials, rising with fervor to vanquish foes, ultimately rescuing those who had once aided him. Yet, this old wolf had simply vanished. Very well, old wolf, rest in peace. I shall endeavor to carry forth your legacy and become the new Wolf King in this world. Wait, does Wolf King not sound rather like a secondary character? Perhaps Wolf Emperor, Wolf Sovereign, or Wolf Overlord would be more fitting. Fong Lin instinctively dismissed the objective reality of his current canine form, but after his moment of reflection, he found himself engulfed in concern. The dark tide truly was intimidating, overwhelming in both quantity and quality. That man could cleave a chasm with a single sword, and there were those who could stand against him. However, from what he gathered in conversation with Yang Zhen and the others, there seemed to be no mention of anything comparable. Perhaps it was a world a great distance away from his own. The optimistic nature of a dog resurfaced, and Fong Lin soon found himself joyfully examining his body. He felt an unprecedented lightness throughout, and the flow of spiritual energy within him moved effortlessly. Exhilaration. It was invigorating. Fong Lin discovered that he could easily harness the explosive power he had previously felt, albeit he would wait until he returned home to fully explore it. Furthermore, the mutated bloodline heritage embraced him, revealing to him techniques for manipulating spiritual energy and experiences from his current phase of combat, along with some remarkably straightforward offensive maneuvers. This knowledge and experience seemed to be imprinted in his mind like a simple copy-paste, leaving him with the task of mastering and refining them. Why had such skills not been available during his school days? It felt akin to the memory bred from Doraemon, allowing one to swallow knowledge whole and retain it. Meanwhile, Yang Ma drove the car, engaging in conversation with Lu Jing, who sat in the passenger seat. After dinner, Qian continued to edit, eager to release her first video tonight. Yang Ma expressed her disbelief, questioning her lack of rest after hours of sitting at the computer. With a beaming smile, Lu Jing replied, "I am not tired." It appeared that her debut project would indeed be published that very night. Meanwhile, Fong Lin was engrossed in exploring his newly acquired abilities. Although the old Wolf King had lifted the bloodline suppression, Fong Lin still needed to unlock his powers step by step with each upgrade. The skills and combat experience he gained were confined to his current level. For instance, the technique of manipulating spiritual energy included the explosive surge he experienced with the Hat Man, a method to release a significant amount of spiritual power in a short span to enhance his physical form. It also encompassed subtle techniques for fine-tuning his energy, allowing him to deliver more powerful strikes with minimal exertion. However, Fong Lin felt somewhat unconcerned about these intricacies, as his reserves of spiritual energy were substantial and his recovery swift. Was the old Wolf King merely feigning caution? Did he truly need to conserve energy? His combat experience was etched in his mind like a film. Whenever he wished to visualize it, he could immerse himself in the first-person perspective of a battle-hardened wolf, experiencing various ferocious encounters. This was advantageous, as it provided him with a repertoire of attacks that, while seemingly primitive, bites, scratches, slaps, and tail whips, were exceptionally effective. Lacking the ability to project spiritual energy offensively, he relied on enhancing his physical form to augment his attacks and defenses. The inherited techniques resembled game skills. When employed, his spiritual energy would traverse unique pathways, allowing him to inflict multiplied damage with the same amount of energy. Striking at the physiological weaknesses of his foes would yield even more gratifying outcomes. However, Fong Lin pushed these thoughts aside, recognizing that there was no rush. He could take his time to practice and become familiar with his capabilities. Should the Hat Man appear before him now, he was confident that even a simple strike would suffice to shatter him. In the face of overwhelming power, all else becomes mere embellishment, with no immediate survival pressures. Fong Lin found greater allure in another aspect of his inheritance, the aura of authority. He had long coveted this, akin to the awe-inspiring presence of a dragon, which could dominate a battlefield with its mere appearance. Although he currently relied on his intimidating gaze, his lack of lethal experience left him devoid of a true killing intent. Now, however, the inherited knowledge revealed to him that he could harness his own aura. Any creature of equal or lesser rank, with a bloodline of inferior quality, would be subdued by his presence, instilling fear and retreat, potentially even leading to death in extreme cases. However, the old Wolf King also mentioned that in his original world, he was known as a being of sacred caliber, possessing an inherently high bloodline strength. Through serendipitous enhancements during his travels through time and space, his power has become even more extraordinary. Perhaps one day, he could engage in battles beyond his level? As Fong Lin pondered this, the vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of Lin Yuqing's school. This morning, Lin Yuqing, who had stayed up late to complete her homework and was excited about going to school, entered the car with a calm demeanor. Lu Jing, seated in the front passenger seat, turned around with a warm smile and inquired about Lin Yuqing's day. How was your day? I heard from your mother that you stayed up late to finish your assignments. That's impressive. Lin Yuqing set her backpack aside and, with a voice devoid of emotion, replied while petting Fong Lin's head. I believe my bond with the math teacher may have reached its limit. Chapter 57. Snowball, Transform. Fong Lin withdrew his head from Lin Yuqing's grasp, opening his mouth to stretch his cheeks that had been subjected to her relentless affection, feeling somewhat bewildered. How could she be so spirited in the morning and return in such a state by evening? Lin Yuqing paid no mind to Fong Lin's withdrawal, continuing to rest her hand on his back as she recounted. Today, the math teacher said she forgot to bring the test papers, and she actually came down to take mine for the answers. Upon hearing this, Fong Lin could hardly contain his amusement. It was simply too surreal. At first, she was praising me, saying, "Look at Lin Yuqing's test paper," shaking it for emphasis, setting aside whether the answers are correct. Just the neatness of this paper deserves a perfect score of 10. Clean and orderly. We should all learn from it. Lin Yuqing animatedly mimicked the teacher's gestures from the back seat, prompting Lu Jing to burst into laughter. Haha, isn't that wonderful? What happened next? Lin Yuqing sighed, saying, then the teacher began reading my answers aloud. For the first question, she asked if I got it right, and everyone shouted, wrong. The entire class laughed at me. After she stubbornly corrected 3 questions and realized I was wrong, she returned the paper to me. Haha. Lu Jing laughed uncontrollably, her entire being shaking with mirth. Aunt Lu. Lin Yuqing leaned back in resignation, thinking, let them laugh. After all, today she was the butt of the joke, her glorious image utterly shattered. With a face full of resentment, she stared blankly at the chair in front of her. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. But, you know, it doesn't seem like your teacher meant any harm. Why do you say that about her? Lin Yuqing straightened up, her tone filled with confusion. I just don't understand why she keeps fixating on me. Today after class, she even called me for a talk, and she used to call my name in every class. Lu Jing nodded in agreement. That makes sense. It is indeed rather strange. Fong Lin concurred, drawing from his experience. When a student struggles in a particular subject or fails to complete their homework satisfactorily, the last thing they desire is to draw attention to themselves in that subject. It would be ideal if the teacher could treat them as invisible, ensuring they are never called upon to answer questions. At this moment, Yang Ma, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Previously, Sioux City had an annual exemplary enterprise project aimed at giving back to society. And your father's company sponsored a batch of experimental equipment and computers for your school, along with notebooks for each teacher. Lin Yuqing found herself perplexed. Upon hearing this, she finally understood why the teachers had shown her such affection. Reflecting on it now, it seemed that all her subject teachers had indeed been rather attentive to her. It was merely that her proficiency in subjects like Chinese and English had rendered her unaware of their concern. Lin Yuqing's pupils trembled slightly. Could I possibly retrieve the notebook from the math teacher? Yang Ma glanced at Lin Yuqing through the rearview mirror, shaking her head. Then your teacher will no longer bring any assignments. Lin Yuqing slumped in her seat, her gaze vacant as she looked out the window, seemingly envisioning her dismal future in mathematics class. Fong Lin, playfully sticking out his tongue, placed his paws on Lin Yuqing's thigh, gazing at her with innocent eyes. Wu Kaka, you are the best. Lin Yuqing pulled Fong Lin's upper body into her embrace, rubbing her head against him. Oh, you smell rather nice. My classmate says their dog has a foul odor. Lin Yuqing's thoughts abruptly shifted to the scent of dogs. Fong Lin raised an eyebrow, observing Lin Yuqing curiously sniffing him. Shaking his head internally, he had initially worried that Lin Yuqing might develop some psychological issues due to these matters and intended to comfort her. For pets are often the finest emotional regulators. Statistically, pet owners are less likely to suffer from depression than those without pets. However, it seemed he had overthought it. Although girls tend to be more sensitive, Lin Yuqing's thought process did not seem to linger on sorrowful events for long. Even without him, she would likely find joy after dinner by watching a variety show. It was no wonder Yang Ma appeared so accustomed to the situation that she did not comfort her. While Fong Lin contemplated, the car had already come to a halt in front of Xiao Jie's school. Xiao Jie was chatting with a little girl at the school gate. After a moment of waiting and noticing that Xiao Jie had not entered the car, Yang Ma lowered the passenger window to call out to him, pressing the horn a few times. What is that child up to? Lin Yuqing and Fong Lin grew curious and also rolled down their windows, peering outside. The little girl, standing beside Xiao Jie with a large backpack, appeared somewhat shy as she looked at the BMW honking not far away. Along with the two inquisitive heads, a person and a dog, peering out of the back window. She gently nudged Xiao Jie, urging him to hurry over. Xiao Jie reluctantly bid her farewell while walking towards the BMW, glancing back to wave before getting in the car. The little girl noticed Fong Lin's head still looking at her and turned away, ignoring Xiao Jie. Xiao Jie frowned, asking Lin Yuqing and Fong Lin to shift inward a bit to make room for him. Then sulkily complained to Yang Ma, Mom, why did you come so early today? Yang Ma chuckled. Today is actually a bit late, you know? Oh, apart from gone. The 3 humans and 1 dog in the vehicle were secretly chuckling to themselves. Lin Yuqing had already resolved to interrogate her brother about that girl in his bedroom later that evening. Once they returned home, everyone busied themselves with their respective tasks. Having spent the entire afternoon under Lu Jing's persistent watch, Yang Ma had not yet begun preparing dinner. She hurried into the kitchen as soon as she arrived. Lu Jing ascended the stairs, determined to edit a video that she was eager to release, feeling an urgency that could not wait until tomorrow. If she did not finish editing today, she feared she would not be able to sleep. Lin Yuqing retreated to her bedroom to tackle her homework. After learning the truth from Yang Ma, she had abandoned any hope of being an invisible presence in math class. To avoid embarrassment in class the next day, she had to ensure her math assignment was completed to the highest standard. You can do it, Lin Yuqing. She encouraged herself as she placed her homework on her desk and turned on her desk lamp. She then immersed herself in the exhilarating world of mathematics. Fong Lin returned to the bedroom with Gon, having experienced a temporal journey today, and feeling an inexplicable urge to play video games. Upon seeing Fong Lin return, Shueqiu suddenly became quite affectionate, patting over to nuzzle against him before following him upstairs to Gon's room. However, upon entering his bedroom, Gon surprisingly did not dive into gaming. Instead, he opened his computer and logged into QQ to send a message. Fong Lin glanced at the screen and noticed the contact's name was Chen Chun. I'm home, Gon typed and sent the message. After waiting a moment, he fiddled with the small hourglass on the table, only to find that Chun Chun did not reply. Pondering for a moment, he sent another message. Are you home? Then, after much typing and deleting, he finally sent, let me know when you're home. Fong Lin felt increasingly uncomfortable watching this exchange. Why would she need to inform him that she was home? He then scanned the previous messages on the screen. This is so interesting. You should take a look. Are we going out this weekend? It's time for bed. Get some rest. Good night, sweet dreams. Stop being so clingy. There's no good ending for a simp. Let me save you. Fong Lin picked up the controller and leaped onto the bed, calling out to Gon, oh whoa. Isn't the game enticing? If you want to play, play. If not, then don't. It's always there for you. never betraying your trust. Xueqiu also jumped onto the bed, finding a cozy spot beside Fong Lin. Her fluffy white tail swaying gently in the air. Gon sighed as he looked at the chat box filled only with his own messages. He walked over, turned on the game console, and sat beside Fong Lin, taking the controller in hand, feeling slightly dejected as he aimlessly pressed buttons. What shall we play today? The cursor flitted between various games, searching for a choice. As Fong Lin contemplated the notion of bloodline evolution, a whimsical urge to indulge in Pokemon surged within him. With a delighted exclamation, he switched the console to Pokemon Sword and Shield. Upon hearing Fong Lin's enthusiastic call, Xiao Jia paused his actions, promptly opening the game. The pair, a boy and his dog, had developed a nascent understanding. It seemed that, at some point, Xiao Jia's gaming choices were no longer entirely his own. Whenever he played a game that Fong Lin found unappealing or one that would elevate his blood pressure, Fong Lin would protest vocally until Xiao Jia acquiesced and selected a game more to his liking. Thus, it had become customary for Xiao Jia to await Fong Lin's selection before commencing play. As to him, the games were largely interchangeable. Gazing at the enchanting Sylveon on the screen, Fong Lin couldn't help but marvel inwardly at its sheer adorableness. Such a delicate, pink creature tugged at his heartstrings. How delightful it would be to have one in reality. Settling into a comfortable position, Fong Lin continued to watch Xiao Jia play, while Xueqiu lay beside him, its fluffy tail swaying absent-mindedly, giving Fong Lin a gentle nudge. Turning to observe the dog, he was captivated by its soft, plush fur, gem-like eyes, and endearing face. Suddenly, an audacious thought struck him. His recent talent had enhanced the aptitude of living beings, which for humans translated to an affinity for spiritual energy. What if the same applied to animals? Could it lead to some form of bloodline evolution or ancestral return? In the tales he had read, divine beasts would undoubtedly undergo transformations at certain power thresholds, invariably accompanied by bloodline evolution. Rarely, if ever, did a story feature a humble guard dog ascending to divinity without a significant metamorphosis. Even if that were the case, such a creature would surely emerge transformed, bearing little resemblance to its original form. What of Xueqiu? Already so charming, what would it become with greater strength? Would it radiate with ethereal light? Sprout multiple tails? Perhaps even sprout wings? The thought of the timid and gentle Xueqiu one day unleashing a mighty howl filled Fong Lin with a thrill of excitement. Was this not akin to a real-life Pokemon adventure? Meow? What do you intend to do? Xueqiu noticed Fong Lin's gaze had shifted in an unusual manner and instinctively recoiled. Ignoring the dog's reaction, Fong Lin resumed pondering how much moonlight essence to share with Xueqiu that evening. Perhaps a half-and-half portion? Xueqiu cautiously peeked at Fong Lin, and upon realizing he was no longer regarding her with that odd expression, she quietly nestled back beside him. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Lin Ba entered with Rinda, the latter immediately surveying the room with a mischievous glint in his eye, searching for Lu Jing. Lin Ba frowned slightly and remarked, "Could you act a bit more normally?" Rinda chuckled awkwardly, straightening up. "You're back? Hurry and help out. Dinner is running a bit late tonight." Yang Ma, having heard the commotion, emerged from the kitchen with her apron still tied, and her expression darkened upon spotting Rinda next to Lin Ba. "Why have you brought him here?" Rinda opened his mouth to respond, but Lin Ba interrupted him, pulling out the commitment letter written by Rinda and presenting it to Yang Ma. "What does this mean?" "He wrote this letter asking for my help in persuading Lu Jing. You decide. After all, Lu Jing listens to you more than to me." Yang Ma cast a suspicious glance at Lin Ba, wiped her hands on her apron, and accepted the letter to peruse it. Once she finished reading, a smile broke on her face. "What purpose does this serve? What does it signify? Does my Lu Jing lack your apartment or your meager savings? Tomorrow, I shall purchase the vacant unit on the 5th floor for Lu Jing to reside in. You need not concern yourself with the savings." Yang Ma, momentarily calming her rising anger, continued, "Do you even comprehend your situation? Infidelity within marriage. If Lu Jing were willing, I would have already ensured you leave with nothing. Do you understand? I have long been displeased with you. Take this worthless piece of paper and leave." With a swift motion, she flung the commitment letter away, sending it fluttering to the ground. Rinda gazed at the letter on the floor, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. He dared not express anger towards Yang Ma. His supermarket had only flourished after joining Lin Ba's company as partnership program, and he was indeed in the wrong. He cast a resigned glance at Lin Ba before retrieving the commitment letter from the ground. Yang Ma glanced at him before turning back towards the kitchen, while Lin Ba shook his head, conveying an expression of helplessness. Rinda lingered for a moment, then pressed the retrieved letter into Lin Ba's hands. Lin Ba was reluctant to accept it, but Rinda, with hands clasped together and mouthing words, insisted, "Please talk to Lu Jing for me." After forcefully placing the commitment letter into Lin Ba's hands, he turned and exited the house, leaving Lin Ba in the living room, feeling as though he were holding a hot potato, troublesome beyond measure. With a sigh, Lin Ba inadvertently looked up and was startled to see 4 bright eyes peering at him from the second floor. It turned out that the door had not been securely shut, and Lin Yuqing had stealthily called Xiao Jie to witness the unfolding drama. How could Fong Lin possibly miss such an event? He had tagged along, with Xueqiu following closely behind. The two, along with a dog and a cat, lined up in descending order to secretly observe from the second floor. Chapter 58. The downpour. How imposing Yang Ma is. Meow. Upon hearing the sound, Fong Lin glanced sideways at Xueqiu, who was squatting beside him, her round little head peeking at the recent spectacle and seemingly responding to him. Do you comprehend such complex human ethics? Has the moonlight's spiritual effect been that profound tonight? Owl, you understand? Meow. Meaningless mutterings. Well, it seems I have overestimated things. Xueqiu's intelligence appears limited to understanding basic needs. She likely came merely to join the excitement. Gazing at the plump snowball, Fong Lin's mind once again conjured the delightful and playful figure of the fairy Evie. Alas, the path of evolution for the snowball remains a long and challenging journey. What are you looking at? Off you go, back to your rooms to play, Lin's father said, feeling a mild headache as he glanced upstairs at the 4 little ones, wishing to send them back to their rooms to avoid further chaos. Whose habit of seeking excitement did they inherit? He pondered silently. However, how could Lin Yuqing and the others possibly comply with Lin's father's wishes? In their household, it was a rarity for Lin's father and Yang's mother to quarrel. Even during disagreements, within a day, Lin's father would devise ways to cheer Yang's mother up, and with a little coaxing, she would forgive him. The 2 children had never witnessed such explosive drama in real life, especially when it concerned the familiar and well-liked Aunt Lu Jing. They felt compelled to stand up for her and voice their support. But first, they needed to grasp the situation, right? Thus, with a cheerful smile, Lin Yuqing took the lead and initiated their little adventure, and the 4 children continued to descend the stairs in a line, gathering around Lin's father. Just 20 minutes away from the end of his workday and the onset of a delightful evening of relaxation, Lin's father suddenly found himself embroiled in a most troublesome emotional dispute, which only added to his already troubled spirit. Now, seeing the anxious little ones clustering around him, his feelings became exceedingly complicated, even edging towards amusement. Lin's father shook his head, ultimately deciding to remain patient. Adjusting his glasses and gently massaging his nose, he inquired, "What do you intend to do by surrounding me?" Little Jia, brimming with curiosity, could no longer contain himself and boldly asked, "Dad, is it about Aunt Lu Jing's husband?" Before he could finish, Lin Yuqing playfully tapped him on the head. "Ouch, sis!" Little Jia exclaimed, his face a picture of confusion as he turned to question Lin Yuqing, only to have her cover his mouth with her small hand. She discreetly glanced upstairs and whispered, "Aunt Lu Jing is up there. Keep your voice down." Little Jia suddenly understood, and the 2 exchanged gestures like secret agents. Lin's father watched this chaotic scene with a bemused expression, thinking, "What on earth is going on? This matter does not concern you. Return to your rooms to complete your homework or play your games," he instructed, stretching his stiff neck. As Lin's father walked to the living room to place the promised note on the coffee table before heading to the kitchen to assist Yang's mother with dinner, he sensed something and turned his head suspiciously back towards the 4 little ones standing obediently in place. Feeling Lin's father's gaze upon her, Lin Yuqing beamed a pure and innocent smile, as if to convey, "Rest assured, I am the most well-behaved." Fong Lin squatted nearby, sticking out his tongue and looking at Lin's father with sincere eyes, his tail wagging enthusiastically behind him. Meanwhile, the snowball seemed to have discovered a tiny black dot on the ground, tilting its head in observation. Only little Jia remained oblivious, his eyes fixated on the written promise on the coffee table, while his right hand clutched at Lin Yuqing's school uniform skirt. As if to remind her of his significant discovery, Fong Lin discreetly nudged little Jia's foot beneath the table, prompting him to notice that Lin's father was observing him. Lin's father, with a hearty smile on his face, disregarded the seemingly innocent little Jia and directly walked into the living room, stuffing the promise into his pocket before heading to the kitchen. Fong Lin was at a loss for words, truly perplexed. He had never encountered such an official promise before. The most formal he had seen was his own declaration during school of never being late. He had hoped to catch a glimpse of what was written on it, wondering what could have incited such fury from Yang Ma. Now, it seemed everyone was deprived of that knowledge, leaving Fong Lin with an unsettling, clawing sensation in his heart. Ah, such a foolish boy. Lin Yuqing and Fong Lin gazed at little Jia together, who innocently shrugged, "I discovered it first. You truly are a talent. If you can win over Chen Shun, I will take your surname, Lin Yuqing teased, pulling little Jia onto the sofa for a scolding. Meanwhile, Fong Lin stood up, wagging his tail, and scampered towards the kitchen, eager to find out what was for dinner and to indulge in some gossip. He believed Lin's father and Yang Ma would undoubtedly continue discussing the matter. Surely, no one would whisper secrets while needing to guard against a dog. In the kitchen, Yang Ma was arranging the chopped bacon on the store-bought pizza crust, generously sprinkling a thick layer of cheese and some mushroom-like toppings. In truth, making pizza at home is remarkably simple if one purchases ready-made dough. By skipping the laborious rolling process, one merely needs to scatter their desired ingredients on the crust and place it in the oven. This method of making pizza could easily be considered one of the simplest forms of cooking. Cut that meat smaller, and we should prepare a few different flavors. Lin's father obediently picked up a knife to slice the chunks of meat. After a couple of cuts, he could not help but inquire, "What are your thoughts on this?" "What thoughts?" Yang Ma replied. "About Lu Jing and Rinda, what are you thinking?" Upon hearing this, Yang Ma's expression soured, her delicate features puffing up in frustration. She took a few steps outside to check on the two children, discovering them seated on the living room sofa, engrossed in animated projections. She returned, lowering her voice to scold Lin's father. "What is wrong with you? Why did you bring Rinda home? What is this promise about? Do you know what he has done? He cheated. Stay away from him, I tell you." Lin's father, slightly distressed by the barrage of complaints, paused his movements. "He came to my office this afternoon, tears streaming down his face. He then recounted the afternoon's conversation with Rinda to Yang Ma, and afterward, both fell into a contemplative silence as they continued with their tasks. Fong Lin, listening from the side, was left dumbfounded. Wow, what a scandal. Rinda is truly outrageous. With the cards of a high-level wife in hand, it is rather perplexing that one could be tempted by a green tea card from the outside, whose status remains uncertain. This green tea is rather insidious, surreptitiously placing the used ones into Rinda's pocket. How cunning. However, upon overhearing the discussion between Lin's father and Yang's mother, he, as a former male, could somewhat comprehend Rinda's motivations behind restricting Lu Jing. Insecure men are indeed prone to jealousy and suspicion, a common human tendency, yet Rinda's behavior seems excessively extreme. A reasonable man would not impose limitations on his wife's freedom during the day, nor require her to report her whereabouts. Such actions are rather excessive. Occasional jealousy within a relationship can sometimes enhance emotional intimacy and add zest to life. However, excessive jealousy and anxiety can suffocate the partner, making them feel constrained, potentially leading to dire consequences. Few would descend to the extremes exhibited by Rinda, and equally rare are those as resilient as Lu Jing. Yet, he had just overheard Rinda lamenting his insecurities and profound love for Lu Jing, and the image of Rinda despondently picking up the promise letter discarded by Yang's mother struck him deeply, evoking a sense of pity. Is this enduring humiliation? Alas, why did he not act sooner? Fong Lin believed there are certain boundaries that should never be crossed. They serve as a final bastion, safeguarding numerous aspects of life. Once such boundaries are breached and defenses shattered, the nature of many matters transforms irrevocably. Moreover, he felt that Lu Jing likely shared his perspective. After all, the depth of love once felt is directly proportional to the pain experienced upon betrayal. The collapse of something once held with unwavering faith, even against the world, must be profoundly distressing. Perhaps Lu Jing's relentless desire to film videos and her constant editing is a means of seeking another form of solace. The wounds within her soul remain unhealed, do they not? Even amidst such profound anguish, Lu Jing greets each day with a smile, bringing joy to everyone she encounters, while also comforting the disheartened Lin Yuqing. How remarkable! Foolish Rinda, one might wish to silence his folly. Fong Lin resolved to wholeheartedly support Lu Jing in her video endeavors. He would not hesitate to extend assistance to such a woman. Furthermore, considering Yang's mother mentioned that 50% of the profits would be his, should she become a prominent internet celebrity, he could indulge in a plethora of delectable treats daily. With this thought, he cast aside the weight of his earlier concerns and began to envision a bright future. Indeed, he would treat himself to a new phone. Yet, the screen seemed too small. Perhaps a tablet would suffice, allowing him to surf the web and engage with humorous online acquaintances. Perfect. Now, the crucial question arose. How could he persuade Yang's mother to purchase a tablet for him? Should he boldly stand before her and declare, "Madam, before you stands the future emperor of Ha, and I require a tablet. In return, I shall bestow upon you wealth and prosperity, ensuring your peace for a lifetime." Alas, such a notion seems rather impractical. Yang Ma furrowed her brow and asked, "What on earth are you howling about in broad daylight? Are you perhaps in heat? If you don't secure the tablet, you might lose your precious eggs as well. Life is tough, and being a husky is even tougher. While Fong Lin was lost in his thoughts, Yang Ma and Lin Ba had fallen into a contemplative silence. Lin Ba meticulously arranged the sliced ingredients and cheese atop the dough, while Yang Ma slid it into the oven, the two of them working in harmonious silence. After finishing their task, Yang Ma sighed inwardly and spoke. As the saying goes, one knows their own warmth and cold. Never mind. I shall show this paper to Lu Jing at dinner. Regardless of her decision, I will stand by her side. I must remind you, don't let your backside stray. All right, Lin Ba replied just as a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens. The sudden clap of thunder startled the entire family. Such is the capricious nature of summer weather. One moment it is clear and sunny, the next it could be a tempest of lightning and rain. Before long, the unmistakable sound of heavy raindrops began to patter against the windows. Yang Ma glanced outside, puzzled. Why has it started to rain so suddenly? Lin Ba, unfazed, replied. It's been ages since we last had rain. It was about time. Sensing the conversation had shifted away from idle gossip, Fong Lin, drawn by the torrential downpour, made his way to the balcony garden to gaze outside. The balcony garden was semi-open, devoid of windows, with the ceiling formed by the overhanging balcony above. As long as the wind didn't howl, all was well. Standing there, Fong Lin inhaled the fresh scent of rain rising all around him, feeling as though he was exposed to the gaze of nature itself. The torrential rain cascaded from the sky, creating an illusion of an immense beaded curtain between heaven and earth, shrouding the world in a gray mist. The sky was laden with dark clouds, and as dusk approached, the entire realm seemed enveloped in a somber haze, the ominous sky rolling as if on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of lightning streaked across the heavens, illuminating the darkened expanse. The delayed rumble of thunder followed, reverberating like a monstrous roar. The fierce lightning reflected in Fong Lin's deep blue eyes, and he stood there in tranquil stillness, feeling an unusual surge of energy in the air around him. The husky's handsome face took on a rare seriousness as he attuned himself to the atmosphere, sensing the vitality of the spiritual energy stirring within 100 meters. 500 meters, a kilometer away, as if the entire world's essence had come to life. Fong Lin continued to probe, seeking any hints from the peculiar energy. Yet after a while, he found nothing. Something feels off, he murmured. He raised his gaze once more to the ink-black sky before wagging his tail and returning home. In Sioux City, the Special Affairs Bureau, a black SUV led the way, accompanied by several transport vehicles. As they drove into the entrance of the former Archives Bureau in the Qingshui district, the obsidian bulletproof glass, shrouded in the curtain of rain, resembled a silent yet lethal warrior, reflecting not a glimmer of light. The swiftly rotating wheels of the vehicle cut through the puddles, splashing droplets and cascading arcs. The off-road vehicle executed a drift-like precision as it halted before the entrance of the Special Affairs Bureau. A woman, clad in military boots and standard attire that nonetheless failed to conceal her alluring curves, alighted from the car. Deng Jiefu and Yang Zhen, accompanied by 3 others, awaited on the steps, while Lin Xiaohua, having prepared in advance, hurriedly unfurled an umbrella and descended the steps to approach. As a lightning bolt streaked across the sky, he caught a glimpse of the woman's visage in the sudden illumination. Her lips were a vivid, luscious red, her nose elegantly sculpted, and a pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes cast a captivating gaze. Noticing Lin Xiaohua approaching with the umbrella, the woman's lips curled into a subtle smile, a hint of allure dancing in her expression as she extended her delicate hand to grasp his. "Thank you," she said, her voice melodious as she took the umbrella from him and ascended the steps with a gait full of charm. Lin Xiaohua stood there, transfixed in the downpour, oblivious to his own drenching. "Deng team, Li Mei sends her regards," a voice called out as Li Mei approached. Deng Jiefu replied warmly. "You must now be the director of the intelligence division at the Sioux City Special Affairs Bureau." He then turned to introduce Li Mei to Yang Zhen. "This is your future director, Yang Zhen. I believe you are already acquainted." With a subtle smile, Li Mei's beguiling eyes playfully blinked at Yang Zhen as she extended her right hand. "A pleasure to meet you, Director Yang." Yang Zhen maintained a stoic exterior, though internally he was in turmoil. Why had Deng Jiefu sent him such a prickly enchantress? Just a year prior, he had been a naive caretaker. But after a fateful incident at the border, he caught Deng Jiefu's attention, leading to an exhaustive scrutiny by the headquarters intelligence division. During the one-on-one inquiries, Li Mei had been his interrogator. In her presence, he had felt utterly exposed, devoid of any secrets. Now, observing Li Mei, who in the past could have rivaled the legendary Daji, he felt no flutter of attraction. Rather, he was filled with resistance. "A pleasure," he replied in a low voice, extending his hand to shake hers. As they released their grip, in a barely perceptible gesture, Li Mei's fingertip lightly grazed Yang Zhen's palm. He recoiled as if electrocuted, his face paling into a rigid mask, the moment stirring unwelcome memories. Nearby, Yi Fei, keenly observing the interaction, raised an eyebrow and stepped forward. "Hello, I'm Yi Fei, the assistant to the director." Li Mei chuckled softly, extending her hand in greeting. "Hello, Secretary Yi, I'm Li Mei. I've heard you are now Director Yang's capable aide, having previously been his mentor. I look forward to your guidance." Yi Fei furrowed her brows, finding the term secretary rather unappealing, imbued with negative connotations. Thus she preferred to refer to herself as an assistant. "This woman, how amusing." Deng Jiafu chuckled heartily and remarked. "It seems everyone is getting along splendidly, which puts my mind at ease. The Special Affairs Bureau in Sioux City is entrusted to you all." Yang Zhen cast a dark glance at Deng Jiafu, questioning whether he was genuinely oblivious or merely pretending. In the presence of others, he refrained from expressing his frustrations. At that moment, Lin Xiaohua, drenched and resembling a drowned rat, approached, joining Feng Dong and Ma Shangwu at the side. The two suppressed their laughter while observing him, and Lin Xiaohua wore a disgruntled expression. After all, he had once been part of the reconnaissance unit, making such a blunder seem improbable. Yang Zhen shot him a fierce glare, feeling utterly humiliated. Deng Jiafu once again introduced Yi Fei, stating, "These three are members of the action team, possessing commendable spiritual abilities and formidable strength." Li Mei, glancing at the trio with a smile, said, "I know you are Lin Xiaohua, Feng Dong, and Ma Shangwu, correct?" The three saluted. "Greetings, Director Li." Li Mei returned the gesture. At that moment, 3 military transport vehicles arrived at the entrance. Accompanying Li Mei were 8 personnel from the logistics department and 12 from the intelligence department, along with various electronic equipment brought by the latter. These devices had been carefully wrapped in thick oilcloth to mitigate the impact of extreme weather during transport. Upon disembarking, the head of the logistics department, Li Baojiang, greeted Deng Jiafu before rallying everyone to assist the intelligence department in moving the equipment into the pre-reserved room at the Special Affairs Bureau. "Captain Deng, the situation is somewhat dire. According to the Meteorological Bureau's predictions, today and in the coming days, we should expect continued clear skies. However, the recent downpour was rather unusual. Let us discuss this further as we proceed." In the Yunting community, at the Fong family's residence, Yang Ma had prepared dinner, presenting 3 different varieties of pizza on the table, accompanied by a vegetable soup, and, of course, the unchanging staples of Fong Lin's steak and Shueqiu's pan-fried fish. Yang Ma felt somewhat dissatisfied with the spread before her, as dinner was prepared a bit later than usual, resulting in a more modest selection compared to her usual offerings. Cooking was an activity she eagerly anticipated. During her leisure time, she often watched recommended culinary videos from various bloggers, finding them intriguing enough to practice on her family in the evenings. However, due to her extensive experience, the chances of failure were minimal, and her dishes typically turned out quite delectable. Yet today, circumstances were less than ideal. It was nearly 8 o'clock, and if dinner was not served soon, the household's little rascals would soon turn the place upside down. For instance, Xiao Jia, who was no longer captivated by the cartoon in front of him, lay sprawled on the sofa, alternating between urging and wailing. The primary issue lay in their exceedingly regular biological clock. Yang Ma had usually prepared the evening's ingredients well in advance before picking them up, with the time-consuming tasks largely completed ahead of time. Father Lin returned home from work punctually every day, never lingering at the office for even a second longer than necessary, ensuring that the children could enjoy their dinner shortly after arriving home. Fong Lin, feeling a pang of hunger himself, was naturally eager to prompt the meal. Squatting beside the sofa, when Xiao Jia let out a loud shout, he joined in, creating a duet of raucousness that made Lin Yuqing, sitting nearby, wish to silence them both. Fortunately, the cacophony did not persist for long. As soon as Yang Ma announced that dinner was served, Fong Lin sprang to his feet and dashed to the dining room, coming to an abrupt halt in front of his bowl. "Wow, time to eat," he exclaimed with anticipation as he watched Yang Ma place a sizzling steak, still glistening with oil, into his bowl, just as he was about to savor it. A whiff of fishy odor wafted his way. Surely, Yang Ma had not cooked his steak alongside the pan-fried fish for Shueqiu in an effort to save time. Nonetheless, his hunger dulled the concern of any mingled flavors. "Xiao Jia, go call Aunt Lu Jing down." "All right," came the reluctant reply, as Xiao Jia, already half-seated at the table, hopped back down from his chair. After arranging the cutlery, Yang Ma took her seat at the table, where Lin Yuqing and Father Lin were already settled. However, Father Lin appeared somewhat conflicted, pulling out a promise letter from his pocket and waving it at Yang Ma. Yang Ma frowned, brandishing her fork as if to strike, murmuring, "We'll discuss this after dinner. I'll show her privately." Father Lin shrugged and stuffed the letter back into his pocket. Before long, Xiao Jie bounced down the stairs and joined them at the table, followed closely by Lu Jing. "Wow, are we having pizza tonight? How lavish," Lu Jing praised, taking her place beside Yang Ma and playfully complaining about her sore back. "I'm starving. My stomach is growling." "Then let us start eating," Yang Ma urged. And the atmosphere at the dinner table began to shift into something peculiar. At least, it felt that way to Lu Jing, as Lin Yuqing occasionally stole glances in her direction. Initially, Lu Jing thought perhaps she had food on her face while devouring the pizza. After wiping her mouth with a napkin, she noticed that Xiao Jie, who had been focusing intently on his meal, was now frequently glancing her way as well. What was most perplexing to her was that Kaka, who usually devoured his food and then returned to his nest to languish, remained nearby, covertly observing her. "Do I look particularly good today, or have I eaten too much?" she pondered, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. Xiao Jie's blatant staring did not go unnoticed by Yang Ma. "Can you please eat properly? Is there something on Aunt Lu's face?" The subtle threat in her tone was perceptibly detected by Xiao Jie, who promptly buried his head in his plate. "And you, Fong Lin," who had been leaning to the side with his tongue out, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama, suddenly realized Yang Ma was addressing him. "Me?" he replied, puzzled, like a curious husky. "After finishing the meal, retreat to your nest and refrain from being an eyesore here. Look how well-behaved Snowball is, sitting gracefully on the sofa and tidying her fur." Fong Lin cast a glance at Snowball, feeling somewhat speechless. If she is not allowed to listen, so be it. I can still hear perfectly well from the living room. Thunder rumbled outside, and the sound of rain intensified. By 8 in the evening, the sun had already set, and the heavy clouds cast an even darker pall over the night. Lu Jing peered through the transparent sliding door of the balcony, observing the gray world where rain poured down in torrents. Visibility had dramatically decreased in the darkness, with the once clearly visible building across the street reduced to a mere shadow. The incessant sound of rain filled the silence at the dining table, drowning out all other noises from outside. What a downpour! She couldn't help but exclaim. To be honest, she was quite frightened of thunder, especially now as the dark and blurry scene outside instilled a sense of panic in her, as if only they existed in the entire world. Earlier, while she was engrossed in editing a video alone in her room, the sudden clap of thunder had startled her considerably. After a brief pause, Lin's father abruptly spoke up. "Yes, yes." After that, he fell silent again. His somewhat slow reaction perplexed Lu Jing even more, making her feel uneasy. What on earth is going on today? A massive lightning bolt streaked across the dark sky, exploding in front of her eyes. Boom! Lu Jing shuddered. The bizarre reactions of those at the dinner table, coupled with the unusual weather outside, evoked memories of horror films she had watched, sending chills down her spine. She shook her head, trying to dispel the frightening thoughts, and hurriedly took a few more bites before setting down her knife and fork. "I'm going up to edit the video." As Lu Jing took a couple of steps, she noticed Xiao Jie lifting his head from his plate, his gaze still fixed on her. The large, dark pupils of Xiao Jie caused a frenzy of horror movie scenes to surge in her mind. Rainy night, thunder, a little boy, a porcelain doll, big eyes, and silence. She trembled slightly and turned to Yang Ma, saying, "Qian, I'm a bit scared. Please come up with me." Yang Ma, who had been hoping for an opportunity to communicate with Lu Jing, quickly agreed. She instructed Lu Jing to go up first, and after Lu Jing ascended, she asked Lin's father for a promise letter before following upstairs and closing the door behind her. Fong Lin, trailing behind, pressed his dog's head against the door to listen for a moment, but suddenly felt it was somewhat inappropriate. Never mind. Eavesdropping on the girl's private matters is indeed not quite right. Yang Ma would surely manage it well. Just then, Xiao Jie also went upstairs, and Fong Lin cheerfully followed him back to the room. Xiao Jie patted Fong Lin's head, telling him to wait on the bed while he sat down at the computer to check messages. Is he going to chat with Qinshin? Then I certainly cannot leave. Fong Lin, wagging his tail, approached curiously. "Ah, I have arrived home." Upon seeing Qinshin reply, Xiao Jie felt a surge of excitement and quickly typed a message. "I just finished eating. Have you eaten yet?" This time, Qinshin responded promptly, "Yes." Feeling encouraged, Xiao Jie immediately typed, "What did you eat?" After sending the message, Xiao Jie, filled with delight, affectionately ruffled Fong Lin's head. Fong Lin shook his head, distancing himself slightly from the overly enthusiastic Xiao Jie. Xiao Jie paid no mind and continued to await Qinshin's reply. Unfortunately, this time there was no response, as if the message had vanished into the abyss. Growing anxious, Xiao Jie sent another message. "What are you up to? Are you doing your homework? I just saw an interesting news article. The rain today is so heavy. Do you think school will be cancelled tomorrow? Are you afraid of thunder? If you are, I can keep you company. After finishing his last sentence, Xiao Jie felt a blush creeping onto his cheeks. After a while, Qinshin replied, I'm going to take a shower. I'll chat with you after. Xiao Jie sprang from his chair, nearly stepping on Fong Lin's tail, which Fong Lin quickly moved aside, amused by Xiao Jie's exuberance. How naive. When a girl tells you she is going to take a shower, do you really believe she means just that? A devoted admirer has no future. Especially someone like Xiao Jie, who foolishly lavishes affection on a single person, with no hope of evolution into something greater. Howl. Fong Lin could hardly bear to watch, rushing to the bedside to urge Xiao Jie to start gaming. In the years following his parents' passing, he had become exceptionally sensitive. To what extent? He could not endure even the slightest tragedy. Any hint of suffering in a drama made him feel profoundly uncomfortable. He dared not touch acclaimed tearjerkers, for after attempting to watch one, he found himself plunged back into the darkest days of his life. Now, even watching Xiao Jie chat evoked similar feelings. How could his little brother be so unambitious? Handsome and from a good family, what girl would he ever struggle to find? Hurry and play games with me. Don't waste your energy on such trivial matters. Xiao Jie lingered at his chair for a moment, reluctantly closing the chat window before opening the computer's connected speakers, ensuring he would hear any incoming messages immediately. Fong Lin, growing impatient, howled twice more. Once Xiao Jie had everything set up, he finally settled beside Fong Lin, leaning slightly into him, resting his head against Fong Lin's side, his feet swinging in the air. What shall we play? He continued to switch between games, awaiting Fong Lin's cue. Before Fong Lin could call out, a loud sound erupted from the speakers at full volume. Beep. Little Jie hastily discarded the controller and dashed towards the computer desk, inadvertently kicking the chair in his fervor. Ouch! He inhaled sharply, stifling the pain as he glanced at the screen. It's just QQ news. Ouch, that hurts. Unable to endure the discomfort any longer, little Jie squatted down, cradling his foot. Fong Lin, Epilogue, Magic City, Villa District. A fluffy, pristine white ragdoll cat nestled on the sofa on the first floor, with a tablet before her playing Tom and Jerry. Curled up with her delicate pink paws tucked against her chest, her round head drooped over the sofa, prompting concern that she might suffocate. Suddenly, she stirred, her head bobbing as she lifted it to nibble on the dried fish placed beside her, then let her head droop once more. The morsel she swallowed transformed within her into a radiant beam of light, akin to the key that opens the door to time. Meow? Sensing something amiss, Snowball lifted her little head, only to be astonished by the glow emanating from her belly. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, the light surged, enveloping her entire form. The space around her rippled, and in an instant, Snowball vanished, leaving behind only a small indentation on the sofa and the tablet continuing to play its animation. Otherworld. After a dazzling array of colors, a sudden sensation of weightlessness struck her. Meow. Thud. Snowball landed on the ground with a thud. That hurts. Struggling to rise, she noticed her once sleek, shiny fur was now coated with a layer of dusty grime. A sense of grievance welled within her. Since her infancy, Fong Lin had provided her with unwavering protection. When had she ever encountered such a situation, her fur now sullied? After a brief pause to collect herself, Snowball began to survey her surroundings. She found herself standing on relatively soft earth, surrounded by towering trees that reached for the heavens. Is this a forest? A flicker of confusion danced in her sapphire-like eyes, recalling a similar scene from a family camping trip. The salty, earthy scent wafted into her delicate nose, and the unfamiliar environment instilled a sense of panic. Meow? Kaka? Meow? Are you there? Kaka? Anxiously, Snowball instinctively searched for Fong Lin's reassuring figure, but the familiar, imposing presence that once provided her with safety was nowhere to be found. What should I do? I want to go home. She found herself yearning for the unfinished morsels of dried fish. Suddenly, the urgent cries of monkeys and the clashing of weapons pierced her ears. Before she could react, a golden monkey wielding a stick swung down from a tree, carrying a smaller monkey on its back. Behind them, a group of 7 or 8 aggressive gray monkeys, also armed, pursued them relentlessly. The Snowball fortuitously obstructed the path of the monkeys, causing her fur to bristle, and her body to arch instinctively as she rapidly recalled the combat techniques once imparted to her by Fong Lin. However, having led a rather languid existence devoid of any combat experience, the sight of these menacing monkeys left Snowball's mind in disarray, rendering her unable to summon even a fragment of knowledge. Where are you, Kaka? Chapter 60. Retracting does not constitute spamming. Kaka, come here. Lin Yuqing pushed open the door to Xiao Jie's bedroom, leaning in halfway to beckon Fong Lin, who was lounging on the bed. Meow? Snowball, peering from beneath the door, also poked her round head through. What's the matter? It's not yet bedtime. Xiao Jia, who was lying on the bed with Fong Lin, set down the controller and wrapped his arm around Fong Lin, unwilling to let Lin Yuqing take him away. No one can take Kaka from me. Having faced setbacks in matters of the heart, Xiao Jia was now resolutely determined to safeguard the only companion he had left, Fong Lin. Fong Lin, observing Lin Yuqing, wagged his tail, acknowledging that it indeed was not yet time for slumber. Moreover, Xiao Jia appeared somewhat disheartened, and in this moment, he needed companionship. A true friend ought to stand by him. I'm scared of the rain and thunder outside. Xiao Jia expressed his dissatisfaction with her response. He queried, isn't Snowball beside you? She's scared too. After a brief silence, Xiao Jia asserted, in any case, Kaka will not go with you. Lin Yuqing wore a pitiful expression, her large eyes blinking as she squatted down to embrace the Snowball at her feet. Meow? The duo, a girl and her cat, stood at the door, looking forlorn. Kaka. With a sigh, Fong Lin slowly rose to his feet, extricating himself from Xiao Jia's embrace, much to the latter's disbelief. Oh well, I believe that a man must endure some setbacks to grow. Don't you agree? Fong Lin, unperturbed by whether Xiao Jia comprehended his words, nodded towards him before following Lin Yuqing into her bedroom. Snowball glanced back at Xiao Jia, who lay on the bed, seemingly lost in thought, before turning and hastily trotting to catch up with Fong Lin. Boom, boom. The thunder outside resonated within Xiao Jia's heart, and suddenly a thought emerged in his mind. No one can take Kaka from me, unless he chooses to leave on his own. Once Lin Yuqing closed the door behind the last entrant, Snowball, she settled at her desk. After taking her seat, she pointed to the space by her feet, saying, Come here, Kaka, you can rest here. The desk was spacious enough beneath, providing ample room. Oh woo. Fong Lin complied, moving to lie beside Lin Yuqing's feet. Snowball, eager to nestling next to Fong Lin, was instead scooped up by Lin Yuqing and placed on her lap. Thus, Lin Yuqing blissfully began to tackle her homework, occasionally pausing to affectionately stroke Snowball's head. Beneath the table, Fong Lin, feeling somewhat bored, suddenly recalled that he had some combat legacies to explore. He closed his eyes and began to visualize within his mind. The bloodline inheritance of the Old Wolf King had mutated during its trans-dimensional travels, resulting in a significant change in its potency across various aspects. It could be said to have evolved into an entirely new lineage. Nevertheless, the foundational functions of the original bloodline remained intact. The combat experiences contained within Fong Lin's inheritance resembled a series of films existing in the theater of his mind. Currently, he could only access the films of lower tiers, which pertained exclusively to battles at that level. Higher tiers, levels beyond, would likely remain inaccessible until he ascended to greater heights. It was as though, upon reaching each level, a complete suite of techniques, skills, and combat experiences would unfold before him. Upon consciously attuning himself, Fong Lin could immerse his consciousness into the battles of the Howling Moon Wolves. Although the Old Wolf King had never disclosed their name, he had gleaned it from the inheritance. Now, through a first-person perspective, he could experience the visceral bloodshed and ferocity of the combat. There were one-on-one duels, coordinated hunts among groups, and fierce skirmishes against multiple adversaries, encompassing nearly all extraordinary species. While the creatures in these experiences might differ somewhat from those in Fong Lin's current world, the essence of combat remained universal. Animal confrontations relied heavily on instinct, and the battles at this level were marked by lethal precision, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. Every action and every preparatory move ultimately converged on a singular objective, to decisively claim the life of the opponent. Vulnerable necks, abdomens, reproductive organs, and even the most intimate areas fell victim to savage bites, being crushed, torn apart, or obliterated one after another through Fong Lin's perspective. Initially, Fong Lin felt a wave of physiological discomfort at the gruesome displays, yet the primal instincts embedded within his own being gradually influenced him, aiding his adaptation. Unfortunately, he could only observe these battles from the vantage point of the Howling Moon Wolves, unable to manipulate their bodies. How magnificent it would be if it were akin to those virtual games depicted in novels, boasting a 99 realism. Such combat experiences would undoubtedly yield exponential growth. As if sensing Fong Lin's thoughts, a sudden force began to draw his consciousness. To him, it felt as though unseen hands were gently tugging at his awareness, urging him to surrender. What is this? Instinctively resisting, he struggled against this force. After a couple of impatient tugs, the force ceased its pull. Oh, still as formidable as ever. Just as Fong Lin was reveling in his perceived victory, he abruptly felt a heavy blow to his mind. As if struck by a massive hammer, and consciousness slipped away. In the realm of reality, the husky also closed its eyes, falling into a deep slumber. In the darkened expanse, he exclaimed, "Ouch. That hurts." As Fong Lin opened his eyes, he found himself once again in that familiar space, with the stone tablet before him and the remnants of ruins silently standing in the distance. He raised a paw to rub his head, attempting to alleviate the lingering pain, only to realize that the sensation of being struck by a heavy blow felt more like an illusion now. There was no pain at all. How peculiar it was. The old Wolf King had vanished, yet there seemed to be someone still striking him. At that moment, a surge of information flooded his mind, informing him that this space now wholly belonged to him, and he had the power to name it. Furthermore, the energy stored within could be utilized to construct a combat training room. Fong Lin was taken aback by this revelation. Such a function existed? A combat training room? Wasn't this akin to the real-life virtual game he had just envisioned? He felt that he lacked not strength, but rather combat experience. With such experience, he could fully unleash his potential. But what name should he bestow upon this space? Suddenly, a wave of unease washed over him. Why did this information seem to emerge directly from the depths of his heart? In the system novels he had read, there were always panels. Could it be that he had inherited some extraordinary power left behind by a great figure within this space, communicating with him from afar? Moreover, what was this energy mentioned? And how could he acquire it? He was entirely in the dark about these matters. Could he construct other things as well? Fong Lin voiced his thoughts aloud, repeating them in his mind, yet received no response. Very well, he decided to construct something first. Fong Lin felt fortunate in this life, having encountered individuals who could assist him along his journey. As the thought of construction arose, the entire space began to tremble once more. Previously invisible air walls manifested in the air, resembling transparent glass that could be discerned. These walls stretched skyward, piercing the dark, limitless void above. Subsequently, one edge of the square air wall extended outward, transforming into a rectangle that encompassed a section of the ruins. At that moment, the black stone wall began to emit light, and a white beam poured from it into the ruins, revealing various enigmatic images above the abandoned site. A message appeared in Fong Lin's mind: completion in one day. Well, he had expected to experience it right away. This construction speed was far inferior to that of the Dragon Kingdom Federation. Fong Lin shook his head and surveyed the desolation around him, feeling disinclined to linger any longer. After pondering for a moment, he silently intoned, "Exit space." Fong Lin waited for a while, but noticed no movement. Just as confusion began to set in, he felt a kick to his backside, and he was unceremoniously ejected from the space. That familiar sensation of being kicked. He had misjudged the old Wolf King. In reality, Fong Lin's body trembled slightly as he regained consciousness. As Lin Yuqing indulged in the delightful pastime of petting her cat, she suddenly perceived Fong Lin twitch slightly before he opened his eyes. The husky, lying on his side, lifted his head, appearing somewhat bewildered. "Did you have a nightmare?" Lin Yuqing chuckled at Fong Lin's response, assuming he must have been dreaming. She playfully placed her smooth, fair foot upon Fong Lin's warm, fluffy belly, gently pressing back and forth. "Your tummy is so warm. It can keep my feet cozy during winter," Lin Yuqing exclaimed, as if she had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. Her joy palpable. This is quite comfortable." Realizing the pleasantness of the moment, Fong Lin settled back down, closing his eyes to relish the massage on his belly. This sensation evoked fond memories of his grandmother, who possessed a unique technique for abdominal massage. Whenever he experienced bloating or digestive discomfort, she would have him lie on the bed and apply her special remedies. While Fong Lin enjoyed this moment of bliss, Lin Yuqing suddenly slipped on her shoes and vacated her seat. "Why did you stop?" Fong Lin opened his eyes to find Lin Yuqing climbing onto the bed with her tablet and a snowball. "Have you finished your homework? Are you taking a break already?" Regardless of Fong Lin's thoughts, the delightful massage had come to an end. He raised his front paw, affectionately rubbing his own belly, somewhat surprised by the lingering enjoyment. "How did I never realize that having my belly rubbed could feel this good? I think I might be getting addicted." Fong Lin then jumped onto the bed, lying beside Lin Yuqing and nudging her with his paw. Lin Yuqing, engrossed in messaging on her tablet, noticed Fong Lin lying next to her, exposing his belly and nudging her, instantly grasping his intentions. "Do you want a belly rub?" She freed one hand to gently knead his belly. The sensation was akin to the unbearable itch on one's back that one cannot reach, only to discover a scratcher. Fong Lin closed his eyes in bliss. However, after a few strokes, Lin Yuqing withdrew her hand to continue messaging. "Why did you stop again?" Fong Lin rolled over, bringing his head close to hers. Curious about whom she was messaging, feeling neglected as she did not scratch his belly. Oh, Lin Yuqing was in a group chat named Class 2 Anti-Betrayal Group, where an array of memes were exchanged. It is well known that since middle school, each class has a group chat devoid of teachers, often with several smaller subgroups. After sending a few memes in this group, Lin Yuqing exited and opened a group called Qingqing Protection Association, which comprised only 3 members, Lin Yuqing, Zhao Hanya, and Li Rui, with Zhao Hanya as the group leader and both Lin Yuqing and Li Rui serving as administrators. Fong Lin, observing from the side, felt a chuckle rising within him. Was this truly the Qingqing Protection Association? More likely it was a Single Dogs Protection Association or perhaps a Third Wheel Protection Association. Zhao Hanya was engaged in a discussion with Li Rui regarding an English problem when Lin Yuqing promptly sent a meme of Hermione raising her arm. Emblazoned with the words, "I know," Zhao Hanya replied, "Have you completed your math homework, Qingqing?" Lin Yuqing pouted and sent a meme of a small kitten covering its ears. "I can't hear. I can't hear." Who said tonight that if the math homework isn't finished, no one is allowed to spam the group. Upon reading this message, Lin Yuqing immediately retracted all her previous messages. If I retract them, it doesn't count as spamming the group, right? She mused. Seeing Zhao Hanya's reply, Lin Yuqing hastily withdrew that message as well. Hee. Retracted. I'm not spamming. Retracted. Hee. Retracted. Tomorrow's first class would still be math, and the teacher would undoubtedly pose questions to her. Lin Yuqing tossed her tablet aside and sprawled across her bed, her expression radiating disillusionment with the world. After a few moments of inertia, she finally mustered the energy to rise and sit at her desk to tackle her math assignments. Fong Lin observed Lin Yuqing's silhouette and shook his head. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the illuminated tablet, where Lin Yuqing's last 6 ellipses remained unretracted. Everything else has been retracted, yet this one sentence remains. That must be somewhat unsettling, he thought. Feeling a bit uneasy, Fong Lin discreetly extended his hand towards the tablet. Aligning the longest of his fingers with the message, he gently pressed down. After a few moments, a box appeared, and Fong Lin continued to place his finger on the retraction option. Done. Much better now. He leaped off the bed and lay beside Lin Yuqing, relishing the sensation of a stomach massage. In the Special Operations Conference Room of Sioux City, Team Leader Deng was informed. There will be a high-level federal online meeting shortly that requires your attendance, likely concerning the recent passage. Understood, Deng replied. Yang Jun and Deng Jiepu stood before an expansive map of Sioux City, engaged in conversation. Yang Jun glanced around, ensuring that only he and Deng Jiepu were present before voicing his complaint. Team Leader Deng, why did you assign Li Mei to me? Deng Jiepu raised an eyebrow and turned to Yang Jun. Stop looking like a jilted lover. Li Mei is quite capable. I know, but no buts. Wasn't it the intelligence department that insisted on Li Mei conducting an assessment on you when I initially wanted you by my side? Yang Jun fell silent, his face still clouded with frustration. Deng Jiepu observed him and chuckled. The intelligence department reported to me. What is the issue? It's not as if they stripped you bare and tied you to a chair. You're a grown man. You're not at a disadvantage, and besides, they left you a pair of underwear. Yang Jun, flustered, glanced around nervously and exclaimed, Keep your voice down. How do you know that? I would like to remind you that I am the director of the Special Affairs Processing Bureau of the Southern Province, one of the 5 awakened individuals of the Dragon Kingdom Federation, and a recipient of the Shield of the Federation Medal. Deng Jiefu sighed and patted Yang Jun's shoulder. Speaking earnestly, Yi Fei and Li Mei are both exceptionally thoughtful individuals, specifically selected to help you grasp the overarching situation. The Federation currently faces a severe shortage of high-level awakened beings, and as you are one of them, your presence in Sioux City is vital. However, high combat prowess does not equate to strong managerial skills. Seize this opportunity. It will serve as an invaluable asset for your future. The circumstances ahead will be quite intricate. As I have previously mentioned, Yang Jun, upon hearing these words, felt a mix of emotions, both touched and slightly unsettled. Was this not a subtle way of implying that he lacked intelligence? Nonchalantly, he replied, So what? At worst, I'll just continue to follow you around. A brief spoiler. A complete revival will take a considerable amount of time, and even when the Dragon Kingdom Federation is revived, it will encounter no obstacles. The protagonist currently has support and is formidable in his own right. Therefore, readers should simply enjoy this lighthearted narrative. After this segment, the world line will not progress too rapidly, so there is no need for anyone to feel psychological pressure about the protagonist's strength being insufficient. Chapter 61. The little fairy whose feet smell divine. Look at your lack of ambition. You haven't made any progress. Deng Jiefu observed Yang Jun, who still appeared somewhat carefree, and couldn't help but shake his head. When Yang Jin first arrived by his side, he exhibited a similar demeanor, acting impulsively without much thought. How could the vast Southern Province Special Affairs Bureau be merely a straightforward entity? When Yifei faced difficulties at work, Yang Jun had the audacity to storm into the deputy director's office during working hours, creating a scene. Had it not been for Deng Jiefu's reputation, Yang Jun would have found himself cleaning toilets the very next day. Reflecting on that incident still caused Deng Jiefu discomfort, and seeing Yang Jun standing beside him, pretending to study the map, ignited his irritation. What shall we have for a midnight snack? He pondered. A chuckle escaped Yang Jun's lips, and he instantly felt a twinge of embarrassment, akin to a child caught playing on their phone while supposedly doing homework. You must remember, you are the director now. I understand. I was managing just fine in your absence. Is that so? Yang Jun discerned Deng Jiefu's intent to reprimand him and quickly added, but you were not here, were you? When Deng Jiefu was away, Yang Jun felt a constant tension, fearing any issues that might arise. He was acutely aware that his position had been orchestrated by Deng Jiefu, and he dreaded disappointing his trust, potentially causing him to lose face before others. Now that Deng Jiefu was present, he felt like a spring released from tension, his mind unwilling to engage. Oomph! Deng Jiefu snorted dismissively, turning his attention back to the map. Standing beside him, Yang Jun gazed at the broad and imposing figure of Deng Jiefu, feeling an overwhelming sense of tranquility and reassurance. He instinctively shifted back slightly, wishing to stand in the shadow of his presence. The room once again succumbed to silence, the relentless downpour outside flaunting its presence. Yang Jun. Deng Jiefu's sudden voice shattered Yang Jun's reverie. I heard you gave a spirit awakening pill to a dog. Yang Jun, this is bad. The Spirit Awakening Pill is the most significant research product of the Federal Academy of Sciences, and upon successful development, there were only enough materials to create 3. Distributing 1 to each of the 5 Level 1 members of the Federation is insufficient. Xia Chunglin personally captured a golden eagle in an attempt to make it a battle pet. The golden eagle, with its imposing appearance and formidable attacking power, is exceptionally fierce. If successful, it would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous asset in the future. Parallel Universe. Deng Jiefu, knowing Yang Jun's thoughts, deliberately showcased the Spirit Awakening Pill before him. After symbolically refusing him a few times, Deng Jiefu handed it over directly, hoping to convey the item's preciousness. He feared that Yang Jun, in a moment of fervor, might carelessly feed it to a dog. Yang Jun's mind raced as he tried to concoct an excuse, but he found himself at a loss. Thus, he resorted to his usual tactic of deflecting the topic. It was Yifei, right? It must have been her who reported me. I knew she was your spy placed beside me. Upon hearing this, Deng Jiefu could no longer contain himself and playfully kicked Yang Jun's backside. Stop spouting such nonsense. Heh. After being kicked, Yang Jun, still grinning, sidled up to Deng Jiefu. After this matter passes, I'll go check on it. Yang Jun felt a surge of impatience but was unsure of what to say next. After a moment of contemplation, he said, It's a good dog. Please don't harm it. Deng Jiefu, weary of the conversation, replied, Why would I harm it? It's a local creature, not a spirit world anomaly. Yang Jun scratched his head and said, I know, I just mean don't bring it back. I want it to live peacefully. Let me observe it personally first. I might not have clearly explained the effects of that pill. Perhaps the dog has already begun to absorb spiritual energy. Once the interference between the spirit world and ours stabilizes completely, it is bound to follow this path under the ebb and flow of spiritual energy. If its owner awakens as well, then it becomes someone else's battle pet. I wonder how you would feel about that. Someone else's battle pet, someone else's treasure. Hearing this, Yang Jun felt a pang of bitterness, as if he were being betrayed himself. Yet, he defiantly retorted, I'm willing. That's acceptable, right? If I insert an emoji here, would they love it even more? In the bedroom, Lu Jing was editing a video while conversing with Yang Ma beside her. Yes, that works. Yang Ma responded dismissively, yet in her heart, she pondered how to show Lu Jing the letter of commitment. She had already sat there for over half an hour, but seeing Lu Jing's serious and focused expression, she hesitated to interrupt her. It appears that she truly regards this endeavor as her career, aspiring to realize her own worth. However, some matters ultimately must reach a conclusion, regardless of whether the outcome is favorable or not. In any case, Yang Ma is determined that Lu Jing shall not endure any further indignities. Thus she boldly interjected, Well, Jing, let me show you something. Oh, what is it? After a prolonged moment, Lu Jing reluctantly shifted her gaze from the monitor, akin to a husband engrossed in a video game when prompted to view an article of clothing. This, Yang Ma handed Lu Jing a guarantee document. Observing Yang Ma's serious demeanor, Lu Jing received it with surprise, quickly falling into silence as she read. Yang Ma remained quietly beside Lu Jing, understanding that at this moment, her presence alone sufficed. Lu Jing did not require words or comfort. After a considerable pause, Lu Jing chuckled softly. I never intended to have this. Once Lu Jing affixed her signature, it would transform into a legally binding document, securing a guarantee of 20 million. Just discard it. Yang Ma took the guarantee back from her, hesitating momentarily before inquiring, what are your thoughts? Lu Jing flashed a radiant smile and responded, what do you think, Qian? Yang Ma paused, then smiled in return. All right, I'll go shred it. Hurry back. Meanwhile, in Lin Yuqing's bedroom, Feng Lin found himself in a state of sheer comfort, having stumbled upon a hidden treasure. Was it truly so delightful to have one's belly rubbed? No wonder, during his childhood, when he would pet dogs, they often exposed their bellies willingly. 1 foot was not enough for Feng Lin. Now, Lin Yuqing's tiny feet were gently pressing against his belly, leaving her somewhat speechless. After crawling beneath the table, Feng Lin had soon wrapped his paws around her feet, placing them on his own belly. Lin Yuqing felt as though she were sewing fabric on a sewing machine, her hands busy with homework while her feet moved rhythmically. Under normal circumstances, she did not mind giving Kako a massage. In fact, she relished it. However, the predicament lay in the fact that she was currently engrossed in her math assignment, which required her full concentration. Now, with the dual task of massaging and writing, her progress had nearly ground to a halt. Kaka, I need to finish my homework first, so I won't move for now. Awoof, he obediently responded. Be good, let's talk after I finish. All right. Feng Lin sprawled on the ground, continuing to rest, while Lin Yuqing's feet rested gently upon his fluffy belly, as if pressing on a pedal. In truth, Feng Lin found that excessive rubbing had diminished its initial pleasure, yet he had little else to occupy his time. The training room would not be completed until tomorrow, and his daily cultivation was now an uninterrupted 24-hour cycle. The new spirit core was large and round, and at the current pace, it would take a considerable time to fill. Reflecting on this, Feng Lin found himself reminiscing about the Qi Ling Dan that Yang Zhen had gifted him. It not only offers him a source of spiritual energy to enhance his cultivation progress, but also invigorates the mind like peppermint. Indeed, he felt a surge of vitality at that moment, a delightful experience to be sure. Perhaps next time he might request a small amount from Yang Zhen, as he always sensed that the lad was quite affluent, and there might be an opportunity to gain something worthwhile. With this thought, Feng Lin felt a thrill of excitement, his tail wagging beneath the table as he pondered what else he might pursue. Strengthening his physique as he had in the past was certainly an option. However, now that the old Wolf King no longer restrained him, Feng Lin could effortlessly operate his spiritual core at high power. Consequently, he could efficiently reinforce his body, akin to his previous experience in the Federal Park. It is worth noting that the ability to forge mysterious spiritual patterns during this enhancement was absent from the original legacy of the old Wolf King. Previously, the augmentation of his physical form was merely substantial with each upgrade. This perfectly complemented the high-power explosive technique from the legacy, yielding astonishing efficiency. Feng Lin felt somewhat disinclined to engage in the slow process of enhancement as before, especially now that he lay beneath Lin Yuqing's feet. He was reluctant to employ the explosive technique for fear of accidentally harming her. After all, he had yet to test it, and the current quantity and quality of his spiritual core were significantly greater than before. Justifying his inaction to himself, Feng Lin remained blissfully sprawled beneath the table, devoid of guilt. He was merely an adorable little cultivator after all. Without the weight of pressure, Feng Lin reverted to his usual languid demeanor. Oh, he was starting to sweat a bit. September in the southern province still carried a hint of warmth, despite Lin Yuqing's air conditioning maintaining a comfortable temperature around the clock. However, nestled in her arms was Snowball, and her feet rested upon Feng Lin's fluffy, warm belly, akin to stepping on a pair of self-heating slippers. Thus, Lin Yuqing lifted her feet to rub them against Feng Lin before shifting to a drier spot to continue her indulgent rest. Feng Lin felt all of this without a hint of reaction. So what if the girl's feet were sweaty? Even a fairy's foot sweat must be fragrant. Could it be certain that the impending opening of a passageway was the cause of this anomaly? Might it be a relic? No. The spiritual energy fluctuations did not suggest it was a relic. In the multifunctional conference room of the Sioux City Special Affairs Bureau, Deng Jiefu sat calmly in his chair, his gaze fixed on the large screen before him, with Yang Zhen and Li Mei standing behind. Among those displayed on the screen were several prominent figures frequently seen in the late broadcasts of the Federation's highest echelons. Such high-level meetings were beyond Yifei's purview, while Li Mei was present to serve as a facilitator to clarify the situation. When might the passageway open? Deng Jiafu glanced at Li Mei, who understood and respectfully addressed the large screen, stating, "Currently, the concentration of spiritual energy continues to rise, and it is expected to reach the threshold for the opening of the passageway by noon tomorrow. It could open at any moment thereafter." A brief silence enveloped the conference room before a voice from the lower right corner inquired, "Will the ongoing torrential rain affect the normal lives of the residents?" Li Mei promptly responded, stating that the torrential rain currently engulfing the 4 cities centered around Sioux City is particularly severe, with an estimated 24-hour rainfall of 334 millimeters based on the present intensity. Given that 3 years ago, the southern province issued the emergency plan for special major disasters, the various metrics across the province, including flood prevention, have seen significant improvement. Even a rainfall of 668 millimeters would not cause excessive disruption. A brief silence enveloped the room after Li Mei's statement, until Deng Jiapu cleared his throat and remarked, "Such remarks should not be made in the future." Indeed. The elderly gentleman at the heart of the screen interjected gently, "Jiapu, let us not be so stringent with the young girl. I find her quite earnest." As soon as the elder spoke, a lighter atmosphere pervaded the conference room. Once the chatter subsided, he pondered and inquired, "At present, is the situation under control?" This was a question that the others on the screen had been hesitant to voice. Unlike the remote Shaolu village, Sioux City is a hub of economic and cultural significance, where even minor issues can provoke considerable public outcry. Everyone awaited Deng Jiapu's response in silence. "As long as I am alive, Sioux City will face no issues." Deng Jiapu's calm and steady voice resonated throughout the conference room, and upon hearing this, Yang Zhen straightened his posture further. A speaker on the screen posed the question, "Is there a need for military deployment?" Immediately, someone retorted, "How could we possibly send troops into the city? That would incite turmoil." "Huh, did we not previously transit through coastal cities?" The response was quite fervent. Due to the influence of spiritual energy, the global situation began to shift subtly 5 years ago. The Dragon Country Federation, possessing 5 levels of strength, stood unrivaled among global powers, leading to nuanced changes in various potential rules. For instance, upon understanding the deterrent power of the 2-level White Eagle Nation, it became clear what the Dragon Country Federation's current worth entailed. This also elucidates why Lin's father's internet company could achieve such magnitude. It was the continual supply from local chip companies that enabled his firm to transcend mere software, boldly venturing into diverse industries. "Everyone, there is no need for such tension." A notably youthful figure on the screen spoke up. "Xia Chenglin, speak your mind directly." "Huh. Through the blood-soaked endeavors of the Special Affairs Bureau, we have acquired some crucial information. After establishing a passage with the spiritual realm, no entities of level can enter within a 10-kilometer radius there. Moreover, the strength of beings from the spiritual realm that traverse the passage diminishes by 1 tier." Upon hearing this, a flicker of change appeared in Deng Jiapu's gaze. "How do you know this?" Chapter 62, Truly a Foolish Dog. "How do you know this?" inquired an official whose portrait occupied a corner of the screen, his tone tinged with skepticism. Xia Chenglin had long accustomed himself to such remarks directed at him, and he did not shy away from responding. "We have already submitted the specific circumstances to number 1. Some individuals present lack the requisite rank." "Yes, I am referring to you," he teased with a playful grin, deliberately pointing his finger at the camera and tilting his head in a mockingly exaggerated manner. The sudden confrontation intensified the atmosphere in the meeting room. An official in the corner, interrupted mid-sentence, was silenced by the elder at the center of the screen. "All right, Chenglin, please maintain your composure. How can I entrust you with more responsibilities in the future if you continue like this?" The elder's gentle words reverberated within the conference room. Upon hearing the elder speak, Xia Chenglin subdued his expression, adopting a solemn demeanor as he replied, "Number 1, this is what I call a childlike heart." The elder, bemused, could only shake his head. Deng Jiapu, who had remained silent for quite some time, chuckled and added, "He seems to have picked up a new term from somewhere and is eager to apply it to himself." After this, Xia Chenglin discreetly rolled his eyes and refrained from further comment. The atmosphere grew lighter as the party members began to chuckle, easing the tension. "Now, back to the matter at hand, Jiapu. Please, go ahead. Considering the situation that Chenglin just described, do you still believe it is necessary to deploy troops into the city to stabilize the situation? Securing the federal park is sufficient with my presence here." A subtle yet palpable authority emanated from his words. Based on the information Xia Chenglin had received, entities from the spirit realm could not approach within 10 kilometers of the passage, meaning only those of lower ranks could draw near. Furthermore, upon crossing the passage, the creatures from the spirit realm would be suppressed by 1 rank. given that the formidable beasts of that level could be considered as semi-high-tier forces within the spirit realm. They possessed certain unique abilities. However, Deng Jiepu was no longer the individual he once was. He no longer regarded those of lower rank with concern. Alas, Yang Jin thought to himself, stealing a glance at the composed Deng Jiepu seated before him, internally lamenting, how is it that I cannot grasp the essence of his bravado? Reflecting on his own signature pose of gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, which appeared impressively stylish, he felt there was still much he needed to learn. With your assurance, I am at ease. Now, you can discuss the remaining specific matters with Yin Pei. The meeting is adjourned. As the elder's words concluded, the attendees exchanged farewells and swiftly closed their communications, leaving only two faces on the screen. Governor Yin Pei of the southern province offered a wry smile as he spoke. Old Deng, I am already en route. Let us discuss this in person when I arrive in Sioux City. With that, he too ended the communication, leaving only Xia Chenglin's beaming visage on the screen. Deng Jiepu, my little golden beast has been preliminarily tamed and will soon be ready to consume the spirit awakening pill, Xia Chenglin boasted about his progress. Hearing this, Yang Jun instinctively glanced at Deng Jiepu once more. Xia Chenglin found it hard to believe that Deng Jiepu's response was merely a non-committal surely. He must be envious of my achievements. When the time comes for my little Jean to carry me aloft, do not harbor any jealousy. Deng Jiepu merely smiled faintly, choosing to disregard the comment. After a moment of silence, he spoke, saying, do not overstep your bounds. What? Deng Jiepu did not elaborate, but continued, there is no need to provide them with such leverage. On the screen, Xia Chenglin casually adjusted his thumb against his nose, unconcerned, and remarked, they are simply envious of my youth. Haha. Engaging in banter with them is rather amusing, as long as they do not overreach. Enough. I am too lazy to continue this conversation with you. You are always chattering away. The situation in Magic City has stabilized recently, and I will visit you when I have the time. As Xia Chenglin spoke, he prepared to terminate the communication. Xia Chenglin. Noticing that Deng Jiepu had called him again, Xia Chenglin appeared puzzled. Has anyone ever told you that your name is truly unappealing? TCH. Xia Chenglin raised his middle finger at Deng Jiepu and closed the communication, plunging the conference room into silence. With the meeting concluded, Deng Jiepu leaned back slightly in his chair. As spiritual energy revitalizes, the significance of individual power increasingly becomes apparent. As a pillar of the southern province, he must consistently maintain his composure and tranquility, remaining unflinching even when faced with calamity. This is a test of his spirit. Li Mei let out a sigh of relief. In the recent meeting, she had felt like the smallest shrimp. After a moment, she addressed Deng Jiepu and Yang Jun. The late-night snacks from the logistics department should be ready. Do you need me to fetch some for you? Upon hearing her words, Yang Jun's face brightened. Finally, he would not have to order the braised chicken rice from the opposite side, especially since the proprietor had raised the price by 2 yuan today, truly treating him like a fool. Are the chefs here? Yes, for chefs. Deng Jiepu smiled, the slight upturn of his lips exuding a unique sense of approachability, his gentle gaze reminiscent of the care from an elder, bringing comfort. He said, you may go ahead and attend to your tasks. We shall descend for dinner shortly. Yes. Li Mei saluted before exiting the room. Only Deng Jiepu and Yang Jun remained in the conference room. Deng Jiepu rose from his chair and slowly strolled to the window. Drawing back the curtains and opening the window, the sounds from the outside world became unmistakably clear, the raindrops pattering against the ground incessantly. Thunder. The lightning streaked across the pitch-black curtain of rain, catching the attention of both men. Deng Jiepu gazed out the window, momentarily lost in thought, his profound eyes seemingly holding the weight of the entire world. Captain Deng. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Jun softly inquired, are you worried about Xia Chenglin? Deng Jiepu, taken aback by the question, realized he was increasingly unable to comprehend Yang Jun's thought process. Why would I be concerned for him? Did you not advise him to refrain from overstepping, fearing he might encounter trouble? Deng Jiepu shook his head. I am worried about those people causing trouble, urging him not to go too far. Yang Jun felt a sense of confusion. As he gazed out into the enveloping darkness, Deng Jiepu spoke softly, Yang Jun, continue to strive. Your level remains too feeble. The great power that stems from one's own being is on the horizon. Fortunately, the other 4 members of the Federation share a profound sense of patriotism, yet one cannot dismiss the possibility of ulterior motives from others. Yang Jun scratched his head and stood behind Deng Jiepu, both of them watching the rain, which was now intensifying. Attempting to emulate Deng Jiepu, Yang Jun soon realized that visibility was severely hindered by the combination of night and torrential rain. He cast a somewhat envious glance at Deng Jiapu's eyes, which glimmered with a faint golden light, and remarked, "How I wish I could possess your extraordinary abilities." "Every individual will attain their level in due course," Deng Jiapu replied. "Ah, that still seems a long way off." Not for long. Yang Jun had the nagging feeling that their conversation was somewhat disjointed. Otherwise, why would he find himself uttering things he could not comprehend? It had taken him a full year to advance to his current level. After a moment, curiosity overtook him, and he asked, "Have you ascended yet?" "Not so easily. To advance requires sensing a new spiritual core. However, I have already made that connection." In Deng Jiapu's perception, the 6 increasingly vast spiritual cores within him radiated a brilliant light according to a certain pattern. Beyond these 6 cores, another core, faintly discernible, gradually revealed itself. This, he understood, was the path that lay ahead. Boom, boom. Lu Jing's body jolted at the sound, yet she remained concentrated on the computer screen. "What is the status?" Almost there, almost there. I can't wait to see their reactions." "Do you think they will find it intriguing?" "Certainly." Yang Ma leaned in to check the progress, shaking her head. At this rate, it won't be finished by midnight. Lu Jing was still unfamiliar with the operational processes, and the essence of video editing lay in the conceptualization, the ideas behind the cuts. As she frantically edited, she also needed to contemplate the presentation, which indeed hampered her efficiency. Thus, Yang Ma had strongly suggested enlisting Lin Ba's help with the editing, since he was idly watching a football match in the living room. However, Lu Jing was quite obstinate, insisting on doing it herself. Yang Ma glanced out at the rain and surmised that tomorrow's morning exercise would likely be a wash. "Oh well, let us just keep editing then," she resigned. "I'm all in for the task at hand." The computer in the bedroom had been arranged according to Lin Ba's preferences. Aside from the multiple monitors that bewildered Yang Ma, it was a programmer's necessity to have a coffee machine beside the desk. Originally, Lin Ba intended to place his computer in the study for occasional work, but Yang Ma believed he merely sought an excuse to sleep in the study, and promptly vetoed the idea. Yang Ma approached the coffee machine, retrieving a jar of coffee beans from the cupboard below, and poured an appropriate amount into the grinder. As the gentle hum of the machine filled the air, the coffee beans were ground into a fine powder. Yang Ma carefully placed the freshly ground coffee into the coffee machine's handle, awaiting the illuminating signal before pressing the button. Gradually, the machine filtered a rich and aromatic brew into the cup below. Instantly, the room was enveloped in the delightful fragrance of coffee. Yang Ma then retrieved a frothing pitcher, poured in an appropriate amount of milk, and positioned it beneath the steam nozzle of the coffee machine to create froth. Once the milk transformed into delicate foam, she gracefully poured it into the freshly brewed coffee, resulting in a lovely white heart atop the steaming cup. Yang Ma presented the prepared coffee to Lu Jing. "Wow, it's beautiful." "Thank you, Qian," exclaimed Lu Jing. "What are you saying?" "Just drink it," Yang Ma replied. Could you add some sugar?" "I'm afraid it might be bitter." In Lin Yuqing's bedroom, it is well known that solving mathematical problems can accelerate one's heartbeat, increase blood flow, and induce a sense of warmth throughout the body. Lin Yuqing found herself in such a predicament, feeling restless as she pushed Xueqiu and Fong Lin aside. Undeterred by the thunder outside, she picked up her pen, determined to tackle the math problems amidst the storm. After a moment of wide-eyed staring at one another, Fong Lin suddenly had a brilliant idea. Although Xueqiu couldn't transform right at that moment, he could certainly practice his fierce demeanor. Thus, Fong Lin leaned over to face Xueqiu, opening his mouth and putting on a fierce expression. Stealing a glance at Lin Yuqing, he discreetly encouraged Xueqiu to imitate him. "Oh well." Xueqiu pondered for a moment before mimicking Fong Lin, opening his little mouth to reveal his tiny white teeth and soft pink tongue. His sapphire-like bright and adorable eyes strained to convey a menacing gaze, while his little whiskers trembled. "What is this?" "There's no intimidation whatsoever. It looks utterly adorable," Fong Lin mused, tilting his head in contemplation. He envisioned a scene in his mind, bathed in the silvery moonlight. A valiant heavenly emperor stood at the edge of a cliff, howling at the somber sky. "Oh whoa." Fong Lin couldn't help but let out a classic husky howl. "Meow?" Xueqiu mimicked, raising his round furry head to join in. Not bad, Fong Lin grinned, reminiscent of the playful antics he used to engage in with relatives' children during the New Year celebrations. "Ka. Xueqiu, no more howling. Woo-woo." Fong Lin and Xueqiu both shrank their heads, their bright eyes innocently gazing at Lin Yuqing. Looking at Fong Lin and Xueqiu, Lin Yuqing found it impossible to remain angry. She promptly abandoned her math homework and leaped onto the bed, lying back beside the cat and dog, gently stroking them both. Snowball nuzzled his little head against Lin Yuqing's face and then extended his tiny tongue to lick her cheek. Ah, hey Snowball, stop licking. Could Fong Lin concede defeat? He immediately leaned in to lick Lin Yuqing's cheek as well. Haha, that tickles. No licking. Haha. After a playful bout, Lin Yuqing lay on her stomach on the bed with her legs raised in the air, gazing at her tablet, while the two furry companions nestled beside her. Yaya, could you send me your math homework so I can check the answers? She pouted. Is it really just for checking the answers? Woo-woo, there are some I don't understand. And the teacher will definitely review my paper tomorrow. You wouldn't want me to be the laughingstock of the class, would you? Then come ask me about the ones you don't understand after class tomorrow. Okay, Yaya, you're the best. Upon receiving the answers, Lin Yuqing sprang up from the bed and sat at her desk to compare them. Fong Lin watched her write fervently and couldn't help but reminisce about his own middle school days. It seemed he hardly ever did his homework back then. He either looked straight at the answers or checked with classmates early the next morning. In the winter mornings, a few students would brave the cold, arriving at school under the stars, exchanging homework and writing furiously. If a teacher arrived early, they would surely catch someone. Unfortunately, such scenes had vanished after he entered a prestigious high school, which was entirely closed off, where assignments poured in like mountains, all with answers provided, relying solely on self-discipline. University was even more so. Youth was truly wonderful. After becoming a dog, one becomes more sentimental. The busyness and harshness of high school. The solitude of nursing wounds in university. He realized that the most cherished memories in his heart were indeed those innocent, youthful days of middle school. Alas, they could never return. Fong Lin suddenly felt a whimsical urge to revive the intimacy he had once playfully planned, realizing that human emotions are complex, far beyond the cold evaluation of mere numbers. Yet, he still wished to ponder and come up with a figure, one that would reassure him that this new life was genuinely splendid. The experiences of this period flashed through Fong Lin's mind like a film. 80 points. 100 ensures your safety for life. As this thought emerged, Fong Lin suddenly felt a bit juvenile. Indeed, lonely individuals are more easily moved, more inclined to give for others. Silly dog. Chapter 63. The bright moon sends affection at 1 o'clock in the morning. The torrential rain showed no signs of abating. In the bedroom, Yang Ma dozed in an ergonomic chair, her well-maintained features taking on a youthful sweetness, her head nodding as she battled the pull of sleep. The crisp sounds of the keyboard and mouse echoed incessantly in the room. Alas, it's done. Before the computer desk, Lu Jing, with her large eyes now tinged with a hint of bloodshot, sprang to her feet in jubilation. The sudden outburst startled Yang Ma, who was dozing beside her, causing her to blink awake in a state of confusion. Two somewhat magnificent peaks swayed before her, making her momentarily dizzy. Have you finished? Yang Ma stretched her stiff body from prolonged sitting and yawned. I have completed it. This was her very first creation, both a commemoration and a new beginning. In Lu Jing's bloodshot eyes, a flicker of brilliance shone forth, as if a different future, a more splendid world, was gracefully approaching her. Her worth no longer relied on others. What had emerged was a refreshing and independent persona. Lu Jing, unable to contain her excitement, enveloped Yang Ma in a warm embrace. Yang Ma felt the soft touch on her face and suddenly found it hard to breathe. She stood up, gently pushing Lu Jing away, and said, Did you post it? After posting, let us go to sleep. As she spoke, Yang Ma began to tidy the bed, preparing for rest. Staying up until 1 o'clock was a bit much for her. Typically, her biological clock was quite strict, and by 10 o'clock, she would be all set and lying in bed. Unless there was an exceptional circumstance, she would usually fall asleep by 10:30. If there was one, she could still drift off by 11:30. This impeccable biological rhythm was the reason Yang Ma could rise early for her morning exercises daily. One can often gauge a person's character through their habits and lifestyle. Every remarkable individual from various professions possesses distinct traits. They may be sociable or quick-witted. However, they invariably share a common characteristic: self-discipline. Exceptional individuals consistently manage their lives with order rather than chaos. Take Yang Ma, for instance. How many can rise at 6 every morning for exercise? How many can consistently adhere to a bedtime? If one desires change, perhaps it is prudent to start with simple lifestyle habits. At present, the bedroom was occupied solely by Yang Ma and Lu Jing. After finishing the game, Lin Ba entered, greeted Yang Ma, and then dutifully retreated to the study for sleep. All right, I will post it now. However, after a brief flurry of activity on the webpage, Lu Jing paused, her expression wavering. Yang Ma, already reclined against the headboard, noticed her hesitation and inquired, What's wrong? Are Kaka and Shuecho sleeping in Qingqing's room tonight? I wish for them to witness my posting together. Upon hearing this, Yang Ma was momentarily taken aback, observing Lu Jing's endearing demeanor, and felt a pang of nostalgia. This familiar sense of ritual was unmistakably that of her dear friend. All right, let us fetch them. Wait, will it disturb Xingxing? No, she sleeps like a log. I call Kaka to run every morning. Thus, the two swiftly made their way to Lin Yuqing's bedroom door, where Yang Ma gently opened the door. Click. A pair of piercing eyes, glimmering with a hint of silver, abruptly opened in the darkness, only to soon soften, the silvery sheen gradually fading away. Fong Lin had just been resting with his eyes closed at the head of the bed, guiding the moonlight to gently cascade over Lin Yuqing and the snowball cat. In the dead of night, the sudden creaking of the door startled Fong Lin, as he had not fully activated his sensory system at home. However, upon realizing it was Yang Ma and Lu Jing, he relaxed. Rising from his bed, he regarded the two women sneaking in with a puzzled expression, wondering what they were up to at such an hour. As Yang Ma opened the door, she seemed to catch a fleeting glimpse of silver in Fong Lin's eyes. But it vanished almost instantly, leaving only the sapphire-like glimmer of his eyes reflecting light in the dark. Yang Ma dismissed it as a trick of the light. She tiptoed inside, first glancing at the bed where she found the snowball cat tightly cuddling Lin Yuqing's neck, both of them peacefully asleep. Fong Lin's moonlight also had a soothing effect on sleep, a delightful byproduct of his ability. After contemplating, Yang Ma realized there was no way to extract the snowball cat from Lin Yuqing's embrace, so she discreetly signaled to Fong Lin to follow her outside. Receiving the cue, Fong Lin silently leapt from the bed and trailed behind Yang Ma. This silent understanding had formed during their morning exercises, a simple exchange of intent. Let us go, all right. Following Lu Jing into the study, Fong Lin pondered their purpose. With Lin Ba absent, did these two women dare not sleep soundly? Were they seeking his company? In his curiosity, he was guided by Lu Jing to the computer desk. As she settled into the chair, she worried that Fong Lin might not see the screen from below and thus lifted him into her lap. You've grown, Kaka. Lu Jing affectionately ruffled Fong Lin's hair, her excitement palpable as she pointed at the screen. Kaka, we're about to publish our first video on our new account. After speaking, Lu Jing locked eyes with Fong Lin, who gazed back. No further words were necessary. The emotions were conveyed through her expressive eyes. So that was it. Fong Lin understood Lu Jing's feelings. There are those who can transform life into poetry and art, regardless of the circumstances. This was indeed a positive endeavor. Life can often be mundane and monotonous, lacking the ability to find beauty in the dreariness, even if it is merely for self-amusement. This explains the fervor surrounding the concept of ritual. Oh whoa. Fong Lin playfully licked Lu Jing's chin. All right, let us begin. Lu Jing took a deep breath, reached for the mouse, and clicked the vibrant red publish button. In less than half a second, the web page responded, displaying a message of successful publication. So fast. Lu Jing felt a fleeting sense of loss wash over her. All right, the video has been sent. Stop worrying about it and go to sleep. Yang Ma yawned again, took Fong Lin back, and then returned to Lu Jing to turn off the lights and lie down in bed. It seemed that Yang Ma was indeed exhausted. Her head barely touched the pillow before she succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Lu Jing blinked in the darkness, silently praying for a moment, and soon curled up beside her, drifting into dreams. Outside, the rain continued to fall, heavy clouds obscuring the sky. Yet above this veil of darkness, the moon hung high, eternally casting its serene light. In this shared world, on this same night, beneath the same moon, lay different hopes and aspirations within each person's heart. Chapter 64. The human sleep server is full at 6 in the morning. Daylight poured in through the window, yet the rain showed no signs of abating. This torrential rain, which had begun last evening at dusk, had quietly trended on social media, as the volume of rainfall was unprecedented in a decade, causing many workers to worry about their ability to commute the following day. However, residents of Sioux City and the rain-drenched areas were astonished to find that not a single location had succumbed to flooding. There were no puddles, no casualties. It was as if the heavens, in a fit of rage, had poured a vast basin of water onto the ground, only for it to vanish into the ocean without a ripple. The rainwater that reached the earth was effortlessly managed by the remarkably efficient drainage system that had been revamped in recent years. It was at this moment that the residents recalled that there had been no news of flooding in those areas for several years. Consequently, the keyword Sioux City drainage system also trended, with experts and netizens praising the urban planning of several cities. Experts earnestly analyzed the causes of the rain, tossing around technical terms like temperature differences, cumulonimbus clouds, warm moist airflow, and subtropical high pressure, all articulated with precision. In summary, it was declared that this torrential rain was a normal natural phenomenon. Meanwhile, in her bedroom, Yang Ma was troubled. After tossing and turning until 2 in the morning, She was relieved that the rain outside meant she didn't have to rise early for her run. Yet, she found herself unable to sleep. Yang Ma turned over in bed, closing her eyes and desperately urging herself to sleep, but to no avail. Her steadfast biological clock played a crucial role. Despite feeling utterly fatigued, an insistent force lingered in her mind, keeping her awake. This paradoxical state of being both weary and alert left Yang Ma feeling irritable. Awakened by Yang Ma's movements, Lu Jing groggily murmured, turned over, and clung to Yang Ma like an octopus, slipping back into slumber in less than a second. Sighing internally, Yang Ma gently lifted Lu Jing's leg and got out of bed, a feeling of unease lingering within her, an ordinary response to a disrupted biological clock. Thus, Yang Ma entered Lin Yuqing's bedroom and roused Fong Lin, an action that bewildered him greatly. Although he did not require sleep and could simply rest with his eyes closed until around 5 in the morning. Today's heavy rain provided the perfect excuse to indulge in the pleasure of sleeping in. He had only just drifted off for half an hour when he was summoned. Groggily, Fong Lin shook his body and followed Yang Ma to the study. Due to the absence of a computer desk, a space was left vacant in the study where Yang Ma had placed an elliptical machine at the entrance, hoping that Lin Ba might engage in some exercise during his free time. The elliptical machine, designed to mimic the motion of walking, allows for varying intensities of workouts by adjusting the resistance. Unfortunately, Lin Ba had yet to use it even once. Upon entering the study, Fong Lin noticed that Lin Ba was still fast asleep and also caught sight of the elliptical machine at the doorway. However, since Lin Ba was still in slumber, it seemed that the morning exercise session had come to an end, allowing Fong Lin to continue his own indulgence in sleep. Yet, this thought barely took root in his mind before it was swiftly extinguished. Yang Ma, seemingly unfazed by Lin Ba's slumber, walked directly to the elliptical machine, adjusted the resistance, and began her workout with a determined expression, her gaze fixed ahead. Fong Lin was taken aback. When does a woman become truly fearsome? The answers are manifold. When her monthly cycle arrives, when her favorite character meets an untimely end, or when she accidentally spills her freshly purchased cosmetics. All these moments converge into one singular truth. They manifest during her unhappiness. At such times, her mind is devoid of logic and reason, often leading her to undertake actions that will also render men unhappy. Fong Lin dared not inquire about his purpose for being there while Yang Ma exercised, so he obediently squatted beside her, awaiting the breakfast he hoped would be worthwhile. The elliptical machine, designed for home use, produces minimal noise. However, this minimality is relative, as it should be sufficient to rouse even light sleepers. Today, however, was an exception. The white noise from the rain outside acted as if it were a pair of earplugs for Lin Ba. Despite Yang Ma's vigorous efforts on the elliptical, Lin Ba remained oblivious, even as she intensified her breathing. Suddenly, a sound broke the stillness. Fong Lin, who had been squatting beside her, felt puzzled and then noticed Yang Ma directing a glance his way. What was the meaning of this? Did she want him to call out? A large question mark loomed in Fong Lin's mind, wondering if she intended to drag him into some mischief. Yet, faced with Yang Ma's intense gaze, he chose to yield. Forgive me, Lin Ba. With a tentative howl, Fong Lin attempted to make a sound, earning a look of approval from Yang Ma. Today will be your turn. How could he endure this? Lin Ba, oh Lin Ba. It was not a matter of wavering resolve. It was simply that Yang Ma's demands were too overwhelming. Thus, he found himself in a most embarrassing predicament. A howl escaped Fong Lin, perfectly modulated to blend with the torrential rain, ensuring that his volume would not disturb those above him, especially given the impressive soundproofing of the yunting community. However, if there were other pets with particularly keen hearing, he could not be held accountable. Encouraged by the presence of 12 and Neo, Fong Lin fully liberated himself. Gradually, Lin Dad began to awaken, and upon sensing the commotion, Fong Lin quickly silenced himself. As Lin Dad opened his eyes, his first sight was of the innocent-looking husky squatting beside Yang Ma, followed by Yang Ma herself, clad in athletic attire and walking on the elliptical machine. "Qian, what are you doing?" he inquired. "Morning exercise," Yang Ma replied, her voice tinged with confusion. Lin Dad rubbed his eyes and donned his glasses, glancing at the time, 6:10 a.m. Realizing he could no longer sleep, he rose from the bed, still in his pajamas. After neatly folding the thin blanket and placing it in a nearby cabinet, he elevated the bed, transforming it into a small sofa. Pouring himself a glass of water, Lin Dad pondered for a moment before initiating conversation with the expressionless Yang Ma, who was still pedaling away on the elliptical. "Did you not sleep well last night? What time did you go to bed?" His soft, gentle voice elicited an unthinking response from her. 2 o'clock. "And you woke up at 6? Emichum." Lin Dad glanced at the rain still pouring outside and raised an eyebrow, continuing, couldn't he sleep after that? Fong Lin noticed that Yang Ma, now turned towards Lin Dad, had begun to change her tone slightly. Do you know why you couldn't he sleep? Why? Because the human sleep server is full. Huh. Once you wake up, someone else takes your spot, and you can't squeeze back in. That is quite mean. Indeed. I can't get back in either. Humph. Chapter 65. A small goal following what seemed to Lin Dad to be a rather mundane exchange. Yang Ma's irritation had dissipated significantly, and she no longer targeted Lin Dad with her vexation. Thus, Lin Dad and Yang Ma sat in harmony, one on the sofa engrossed in his phone while the other exercised. Fong Lin couldn't help but admire Lin Dad's skill. His high emotional intelligence was indeed remarkable for a science-minded individual. Unfortunately, such talents would not benefit him. Today, due to the heavy rain, Qingqing and Xiao Jia would not need to attend school. The Education Bureau just sent a message. It's quite good news. Fong Lin wagged his tail and leaned closer to Lin Dad to view the screen. The message read, Dear parents, due to the torrential rain that began at 8 p.m. yesterday in Sioux City, the Education Bureau has decided to grant a day off for all primary and secondary school students throughout the city. Please share this information. In a short while, the teachers would likely notify everyone in the group chat. Fortunately, thanks to an efficient drainage system, Sioux City had avoided flooding that would disrupt the roads. However, the astonishing precipitation within a mere 24 hours compelled the Education Bureau to convene an urgent meeting, ultimately deciding on a day off. For this was undeniably the most prudent course of action. Yang's mother, invigorated by her exercise, descended from the elliptical machine, her complexion slightly flushed with a hint of rosy hue. As she removed the hair tie that bound her ponytail, her long, silky hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. What a nuisance. Now I have to endure you at home all day, she lamented, glancing at the time, 6:24. Having not rested well, her mood was somewhat irritable, and she soon lost the desire to continue her workout. Slightly perspiring, she stole a glance at Lin's father, who was lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed, and then checked the time once more. After a moment of contemplation, she expelled Fong Lin from the study. What is the meaning of this? You summoned me only to dismiss me? Lin's father suddenly sensed something amiss. Setting his phone aside and adjusting his posture on the sofa, as if preparing for battle, Fong Lin pushed out of the room, caught sight of this peculiar scene through the closing door, and an epiphany dawned upon him. Ugh, how shameless to behave like this so early in the morning. Not wishing to eavesdrop, he descended the stairs and lay in the doghouse, awaiting his mother's return to prepare breakfast. He recalled the promised Wagyu beef. And during this period of exposure, he had transitioned from being a Navi country bumpkin to a more discerning individual. He now understood that this pertained to the grade of Wagyu beef, with higher grades exhibiting more marbling. Contemplating this, Fong Lin couldn't help but marvel at the plethora of delectable delights in the world. Previously, he had believed that street food was the pinnacle of culinary excellence, only to now grasp the concept of premium ingredients, which, even without an array of seasonings, offered an exquisite taste. A newfound aspiration emerged within him, to sample various exquisite ingredients and savor them all, for he had yet to experience truffles or caviar. When the time came, should he film his culinary adventures and earn some income, he envisioned indulging in delicacies like squab and abalone as everyday delights. Lu Jing, rest assured, for the sake of our dreams, I shall become a remarkable actor. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Jia and Lin Yuqing awoke, their eyes still heavy with sleep, and began their morning routines in a state of semi-consciousness. It was only when they sat at the dining table that their minds truly awakened. Following Lin Yuqing down the stairs, Xueqiu stretched lazily and climbed onto the cat tree, grooming its fur while anticipating its breakfast. Where are Mom and Dad? Lin Yuqing wondered. This was unusual. Typically, by 7 o'clock, Yang's mother would have breakfast prepared punctually. As she glanced out at the torrential rain, a flicker of concern crossed her mind. Will we be late today? Last night, she had meticulously reviewed Zhao Hanya's answers, eagerly anticipating her first math class of the day. Today promised to be a day of brilliance, with a high rate of correctness that would astonish all. Upon contemplating this, Lin Yuqing couldn't help but call out anxiously to the second floor, Mom, Mother. Her loud voice roused Fong Lin, who had been dozing in his nest. Stretching his body, he lazily extended his doggy head forward, his pair of azure eyes scanning the surroundings. Shortly after hearing her call, Yang Ma, her complexion rosy, emerged from the study and descended the stairs. With a refreshed demeanor, she tossed her hair and casually tied it back with a scrunchie as she entered the kitchen. Mom, I'm going to be late. It might rain and cause traffic, Lin Yuqing exclaimed. Yang Ma glanced at her and replied, It's pouring today. The school has notified you both of a day off. Yay. Two distinctly contrasting exclamations escaped the lips of Lin Yuqing and Xiao Jia. Why do you look so unhappy? Yang Ma was somewhat taken aback by Lin Yuqing's response. It's nothing. Fong Lin approached the dining table. Secretly amused by Lin Yuqing's forlorn expression, probably pondering why it hadn't rained yesterday instead. With the children free from school, Lin Ba had decided to take the day off as well, allowing Yang Ma to leisurely prepare breakfast. Half an hour later, Fong Lin, eyeing the steak adorned with a flurry of snowflakes, wasted no time in devouring it ravenously. The texture of the steak pleasantly surprised him. The beef melted in his mouth, and with his sharp teeth, he swallowed it with minimal chewing. In no time, Fong Lin finished the entire steak. Though he felt a preference for the one he had enjoyed previously, its texture appealed to him more. Yang Ma, observing Fong Lin's voracious consumption, inquired, was it delicious? Arf. The sound was slightly subdued, and as he leaned back a bit, Yang Ma immediately grasped his meaning. Hee, I won't give you any next time. It's priced by weight and you don't even like it. Fong Lin merely pouted in response. Well, that suits me just fine. Lin Ba, somewhat listless, was peeling an egg while sighing at the nourishing porridge Yang Ma had painstakingly prepared for him. Meanwhile, Xiao Jia happily munched on the sandwiches made by Yang Ma, his joy evident as he danced in his seat, thrilled by the unexpected day off. At that moment, Lu Jing, her hair slightly tousled, descended the stairs with her phone in hand, sporting an ambiguous grin. Yang Ma, observing her take a seat at the dining table, asked, Are you awake? I thought you would sleep in. She then stood up to fetch Lu Jing a portion of breakfast from the kitchen. Lu Jing, brimming with excitement, announced, The first video I posted at 2 last night has already garnered 37 likes. So soon? Yes, it seems a popular blogger who also owns a husky recommended it. Fong Lin, intrigued, moved closer to Lu Jing's chair, resting his paws on its edge to peer at her. Lu Jing shifted her body slightly towards him. The account Lu Jing had named Kaka and Shueqiu was reasonably engaging from a captivating standpoint. However, Fong Lin felt a fondness for it, as it bore his own name. Then Fong Lin resumed watching the video, eager to discern the quality of the editing. He had not seen the finished product yesterday, as this represented the inception of his dream to pursue culinary delights. Simultaneously, he was curious about who had stayed up late to assist in drawing attention to it. Chapter 66. What does it have to do with me? The video's narrative is roughly divided into 2 segments. The first segment features Fong Lin urging Yang Ma, who is preoccupied with watching television, to prepare a meal. The second segment showcases close-up shots of Fong Lin dining with Shueqiu. The humor and charm in this video are quite abundant. Whether it's the clever banter between Fong Lin and Yang Ma or the amusing exchange of lunch between Fong Lin and Shueqiu, it all proves entertaining. The promotion was handled by a male influencer who owns a destructive female husky, boasting a significant following. He even created a video to serve as a portal for promotion. However, Fong Lin couldn't shake the feeling that the influencer harbored ulterior motives, particularly evident in his peculiar gaze while introducing Fong Lin's video. Could he possibly have taken a liking to him? Was that female dog not spayed? It seemed rather inappropriate. True affection would necessitate spaying her. He hoped this individual would refrain from discussing breeding with Lu Jing, as that would be excessively dramatic. Shaking his head to dispel the unsettling thought, Fong Lin resumed perusing the comments. Kaka is a bit too timid, lacking the spirit of a husky doghead. If I dared to neglect feeding my husky at mealtime, I'd probably find my house in shambles. Hurry and feed Kaka. Let him eat. Fong Lin smirked at these comments, recognizing that only the wise can discern the currents of circumstance. Indeed, a dog that understands the situation is a clever one. Regardless, he had no intention of provoking Yang Ma. Lu Jing chuckled as she watched, having yet to take a bite of the sandwich on her plate. Fong Lin nudged her hand, encouraging her to scroll further. This steak, this marbling, I can't believe I'm beginning to envy a dog. Shueqiu is too adorable. Kaka tricked Shueqiu into eating. What a naughty dog. Ladies, let us form a team to steal a cat. 1100. Didn't I return her a piece of steak later? Women on the internet are truly formidable. The subsequent comments were largely variations of the same sentiments. The video had only been released for a few hours, and its potential had yet to be fully realized. Growing weary of the comments, Fong Lin retreated to the cushion by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the scenery. Truth be told, the view on a rainy day is quite beautiful. Fong Lin particularly relished the sensation and sound of raindrops hitting the ground. However, appreciating the scenery is one thing, and venturing outdoors in the rain is quite another. One moment, he might post a picture on social media accompanied by the caption, "Rainy day, hot tea, people on the terrace," and the next, step outside only to splash into a puddle and curse the wretched rain. The white noise of the rain, after a while, resembles a lullaby, prompting Fong Lin to decide to take a nap. Upon waking, he would begin experimenting with new methods to refine his physique. This time, he vowed not to procrastinate. Moreover, the celestial chamber in the space would be completed tonight. Excellent. Upon awakening, the first order of business was to hone the body. Once the virtual reality chamber was completed, the prospect of engaging in virtual games, nay, accumulating combat experience, beckoned enticingly. With this thought in mind, Fong Lin felt an invigorating sense of fulfillment for the day ahead, rendering the notion of a brief return to slumber entirely justifiable. With a final glance at the torrential rain outside, he stifled a long yawn and closed his eyes. In such weather, even dogs would shy away from venturing outside. At 9 o'clock in the morning, within the Federal Park of Sioux City, the temporary operational command center buzzed with activity. Deng Jiepu and Governor Yen Pei of the southern province, armed with umbrellas, entered side by side, followed closely by Yang Zhen. The Lord of Sioux City lacked the clearance to discern the unfolding events. He was merely privy to a directive from the upper echelons of the Longwa Federation, mandating cooperation with all operations. As the two officials made their entrance, two men engaged in discussion by the sand table promptly approached them. Captain Deng, this is Tong Wanfu from the Special Affairs Bureau of Sioux City reporting. Li Yao from the 301st Special Forces Brigade reporting. There were 23 personnel in the External Operations Unit, who, due to the need for weapon transport, had arrived half a day later than the Intelligence and Logistics divisions. Deng Jiepu nodded at Tong Wanfu, then turned to Li Yao with a smile. It's good to see you all dispatched here. Reporting, sir. All 323 members of the 301st Special Forces Brigade have completed their last wills and confidentiality agreements. In our first battle, we shall prevail. Deng Jiepu stepped forward, patting Li Yao on the shoulder. I know you. Your nickname is Swallow, right? Indeed. There's no need to be so tense. Look, even the governor of the southern province is here. If there were real danger, would he have come? Oh Deng, you're not speaking human language again. Li Yao managed a strained smile. He understood the intent behind Deng Jiepu's jest, but chose to feign ignorance, deeming it prudent. Now, let us discuss the situation. At these words, Li Yao felt a wave of relief. After exchanging glances with Tong Wanfu, he led Deng Jiepu and Yen Pei to the sand table to begin the briefing. Federal Park spans approximately 97 square kilometers, with 4 entrances located in the east, south, west, and north. Our forces arrived at 5:45 this morning and immediately commenced comprehensive control of the entire area, executing a thorough sweep. Due to the inclement weather, only a handful of staff remained in the park, making the cleanup exceptionally smooth and already completed. Deng Jiepu nodded. As long as no civilians were left in the park, there would be no untoward incidents with him present. Yen Pei interjected. Have all 4 entrances been sealed? They have been secured. The Sioux City Broadcasting Bureau has also sent out notifications to citizens regarding the park's lockdown for drills, and all communications within the area have been regulated, with a no-fly zone established. Additionally, although we do not require it, the Lord of Sioux City has been exceedingly cooperative, dispatching police forces to assist with the outer perimeter lockdown. Excellent. After a nod of approval, Deng Jiepu gazed at the sand table in contemplative silence. Yang Zhen leaned closer to Deng Jiepu and quietly inquired, what do we do next? We wait. According to predictions, the concentration of spiritual energy will reach its threshold by noon. Soon, the passage will likely open. Damn, I want to see the bears. In the living room, Xiao Jia earnestly made a request to Yang Ma, who was seated on the sofa, engrossed in a television drama, while Lu Jing sat beside her, fervently refreshing her phone. Stop looking for trouble. Go watch in your own room, Yang Ma retorted. Fong Lin, who had just woken up and was lazily lying beside Lu Jing, was taken aback. Had Xiao Jia lost his mind to make such an outrageous request at this moment? Yet, Xiao Jia remained resolute, insisting, the screen in the living room is large. I want to watch here. Go back to your room and watch, Yang Ma commanded, emphasizing each word. Xiao Jia swallowed hard, mustering his courage to continue. Then you should install a large projector in my bedroom. Yang Ma, interrupted yet again, paused the show and began to search for something around her. Mom. Xiao Jia hurried over and hugged Yang Ma, saying, I don't want the projector anymore. Please buy me a backpack. What? Yang Ma, momentarily lost in Xiao Jia's train of thought, looked puzzled. A backpack? Seeing that Yang Ma seemed to have calmed down, Xiao Jia stepped back. You just bought me a new backpack for school. Why do you want another one? The one I have is worn out. I want a new one. Lu Jing, who had been engrossed in her phone, suddenly chimed in. I know which one you mean. You're talking about that Han's domestic backpack, right? Yes, yes. Xiao Jia nodded vigorously from the side. Lu Jing smiled and said, Andy will get it for you. Come on, Let us pick one together. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jia's face lit up with joy as he bypassed Yang Ma and joined Lu Jing, watching her search for the backpack. What on earth is this? Do backpacks come in brands now? Fong Lin wondered, recalling his childhood when he had accompanied his parents to department stores to haggle over prices. His mother often employed the formidable countdown method, threatening the seller, "This is my price. If you want to sell, I'll leave." As she walked away, she would count down from 3, 2, 1, prompting the seller to graciously relent. All right, I'll sell it to you." This tactic had once amazed Fong Lin, and as he grew older and went to university, he had transitioned to online shopping for products adorned with popular brand logos. However, he had never encountered the Han's domestic backpack that Xiao Jia was now excitedly referring to. Intrigued, he leaned in to see what this backpack looked like. Thanks to the resurgence of spiritual energy in recent years, the Buying Nation had vividly demonstrated what it meant to be a man capable of both strength and flexibility in various aspects. This was quite normal. They had long desired comprehensive cooperation, who wouldn't understand the logic of making money together. Thus, many overseas brand official stores had launched on shopping platforms in the Longwa Federation, offering numerous discounts. Currently, Lu Jing and Xiao Jia were perusing the official store of that brand on a certain platform. Yes, it's this model. As Lu Jing pulled down, Xiao Jia swiftly selected the style he desired. It was a seemingly oversized backpack, adorned in vibrant colors with several letters emblazoned upon it. Why did this backpack seem so familiar? Fong Lin recalled that just yesterday, when he went to pick up Xiao Jia, the little girl had been carrying the very same backpack. I've caught on to you, after all this time. You wish to carry a couple's bag to impress girls. Fong Lin glanced at the price, which was $12.28, and silently calculated that this amount exceeded the total cost of every backpack he had owned since childhood. Fine, Annie will buy it for you. What are you buying? Don't waste your money. Do you even have enough? I do, it's fine. Although Rinda had previously kept her at home, he still provided her with a substantial monthly allowance for household expenses, which often exceeded her needs, allowing her to save a considerable sum over the years. Jing, that backpack was just bought. I am serious. Don't buy it for him. It's all right. It's definitely this model, right, Xiao Jia? Andy has placed the order. Lin Jijia. How dare you? Xiao Jia, standing beside Lu Jing, trembled slightly at the mention of his full name, but thinking of Chen Chun. He gritted his teeth and nodded at Lu Jing. After completing the payment, Lu Jing smiled at Xiao Jia, saying, "It will be air freighted and should arrive within a week." "Thank you, Auntie." Xiao Jia politely expressed his gratitude, and Lu Jing affectionately ruffled his hair, creating a touching atmosphere. However, on the other side, Yang Ma resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. She had already labeled Xiao Jia as ungrateful, misguided, and deserving of a good thrashing. Yang Ma, hailing from the northeastern region of the Dragon Kingdom Federation, had grown up with the belief that filial piety is forged under discipline. Even she had faced punishment as a child. Initially, she had opposed such harsh methods of discipline, opting instead for an education-focused approach that allowed her children ample personal development. Yet at this moment, she felt her educational philosophy had failed. Knowing Lu Jing's recent circumstances, she struggled to comprehend Xiao Jia's desire for an expensive backpack. She believed he was on the verge of making poor choices, standing at a critical crossroads. In that instant, the saying about filial piety born from discipline resurfaced in her mind. Perhaps there was truth to it. After all, it was how she had been raised. Determined, Yang Ma went to the kitchen to fetch a rolling pin, returning to the living room with an imposing demeanor, ready to discipline Xiao Jia. "Ah, no, Mom." Upon seeing Yang Ma brandishing the hefty rolling pin, Xiao Jia, who had never encountered such a scene, was utterly petrified. He screamed, leaping onto the sofa without even removing his slippers, seeking refuge behind Lu Jing. "Come here. I'll show you what happens when you misbehave, you little rascal. Calm down. Qian, please, calm down." Lu Jing felt a surge of panic, yet she instinctively raised her arm to shield Yang Ma. Such a hefty rolling pin could indeed be lethal. "Lu Jing, get out of my way. No, I was wrong. Mother, I truly regret it." Xiao Jia was so frightened that he burst into tears, nearly soiling himself in the process. He hurriedly confessed his mistakes to Yang Ma, hoping to awaken the last remnants of maternal affection within her. Alas, his cries only served to exacerbate her fury, as she grasped the rolling pin with one hand while attempting to pull Lu Jing aside with the other. In terms of strength, Lu Jing stood no chance against the physically robust Yang Ma, who was accustomed to morning exercises. She was gradually losing her ground, on the verge of being dragged away. "Dad! Help! Father! Sister! Woo! Meow!" Snowball was startled by the commotion. leaping from the cat tree and scurrying to the top of the stairs, seeking a safe vantage point from which to observe the unfolding drama. What in the world was happening? Fong Lin was bewildered. How had the scene escalated into chaos so swiftly? Just moments ago, it had been a picture of familial harmony. Yet, he could not stand idly by while Xiao Jie faced such a perilous situation with that formidable rolling pin. Thus, Fong Lin leaped off the sofa, positioning himself between Lu Jing and Yang Ma. He was particularly cautious, as Yang Ma was wearing tight-fitting pants in the summer, fearing that if he bit her pant leg, it might cause her injury. Yang Ma attempted to shove him aside, but Fong Lin had already summoned his inner energy, rendering her efforts futile. Kaka, move aside, or I'll strike you too. Woo-woo. Fong Lin turned his back to Yang Ma, wagging his tail vigorously in an attempt to appease her. Yet he remained steadfastly blocking the two. Presenting his rear to her was a deliberate act to alleviate any pressure, ensuring she did not feel a closer bond to Xiao Jie. Go ahead, strike me. After all, I am protected by spiritual energy. Xiao Jie. Today I am truly sacrificing for you. Humans are curious beings. The more one intervenes, the more heated the conflict becomes. Very well, I shall include you in this lesson, so that you brothers may learn from today's experience. Yang Ma thought this, yet reason prevailed in her mind, prompting her to relinquish the rolling pin. She removed her slipper, raising it to deliver a sharp blow to Fong Lin's rear. Ow! Woo-woo kaka. Chapter 67. Family meeting. Xiao Jie cowered behind Lu Jing, his face a mask of terror, and gasped upon witnessing Fong Lin receive a smack from the slipper. Will you move aside or not? Yang Ma demanded, standing on one bare foot against the floor. Her demeanor fierce as she resolved to reclaim Xiao Jie from his misguided path. It seemed he had indeed been spoiled. Due to Lin Ba's influence, as a housewife, she often interacted with other affluent mothers, discussing various aspects of child-rearing during their conversations. There are, more or less, a few children who cause their parents considerable concern, primarily due to having been excessively pampered since childhood. In such instances, Yang Ma often finds herself comforting others while secretly feeling grateful that her own two children have grown up relatively well. However, she now senses that matters may be taking a turn for the worse. Xiao Jie's behavior evokes memories of tales shared by several mothers, recounting how once children learn to misbehave, they resort to appealing to their grandparents for items their parents refuse to buy. Unfortunately, the grandparents invariably oblige, leading the children to develop a habit of being self-centered and willful. Today, Yang Yinxian is determined to administer a lesson to Lin Jijia, ensuring he comprehends the gravity of his mistakes. Even if he fails to grasp the lesson, he must remember the sting of consequence. At this moment, Fong Lin perceives Yang Ma's intention to take action and, with a pitiful cry, contemplates whether to intervene. After all, the slipper hitting him is neither painful nor bothersome. Yet his cries resonate with a certain tragic elegance. Knowing the pain, he ought to rise promptly. A flicker of concern crosses Yang Ma's eyes as she begins to question whether her reprimand was too harsh. When the slipper strikes Fong Lin's rear, his canine form quivers in response, and his cries echo through the room. It is at this juncture that Lin Ba finally makes his entrance. Having heard the commotion from the second floor, he hastens down, followed closely by Lin Yuqing. What is going on here? Lin Ba approaches, confiscating the rolling pin from Yang Ma's grasp. Surveying the chaotic scene, he feels a headache coming on. He observes the tear-streaked face of Xiao Jie, who appears frightened. Yang Ma, with a hint of grievance in her eyes. Lu Jing and Lin Yuqing, seemingly at a loss. And lastly, Fong Lin's expression of fear and concern. Everyone, take a seat. 5 minutes later, in the living room, the seating arrangement comprises two small sofas on either side, with a continuous sofa in the center. Encircling the coffee table, Yang Ma and Xiao Jie sit opposite each other on the small sofas, while Lu Jing, Lin Yuqing, Fong Lin, and Xueqiu sit together on the central couch, with Lin Ba standing behind the coffee table. Fong Lin, sprawled on the sofa, suddenly feels a thrill. Is this what a family meeting entails? Quite formal, indeed. He casts a glance at Xiao Jie, who, sitting across from Yang Ma, avoids her gaze. Inwardly, he shakes his head, sensing that this dispute may be over before it truly begins. Meanwhile, Xueqiu, not fully grasping the situation, feels an inexplicable joy at seeing the family gathered, nuzzling against Fong Lin. Lin Ba clears his throat, and, noticing Yang Ma signaling him, begins, "Mother will speak first." Taking a deep breath, Yang Ma recounts the events that transpired. Just over a week before Lin Jijia's school commenced, I purchased him a new backpack, one whose design he personally approved. Yet, moments ago, as I was engrossed in a television drama, Lin Jijia incessantly interrupted me, employing every tactic imaginable to persuade me to buy him a new backpack worth over 1,000. Hearing this, Lin Yuqing couldn't help but widen her eyes, gazing at Xiao Jie with an expression of disbelief. Has Xiao Jie truly become this brave? I momentarily declined his unreasonable request. As I was engrossed in a television drama that was at a particularly thrilling juncture, I preferred not to engage with him at that moment. Surely, that was acceptable? At this point, Yang Ma surveyed the room, seeking the family's opinion. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Upon hearing Yang Ma's inquiry, Lin Yuqing quickly aligned herself with the consensus, and Fong Lin hastily expressed his agreement as well, while Xueqiu merely joined in for the amusement. However, in that instant, Lu Jing informed Xiao Jie that she intended to gift him a backpack. I distinctly stated that Xiao Jie was not permitted to request items from Andy. Yet he disregarded my caution and conveyed his desired style to Lu Jing. After issuing my final warning, he remained obstinate, prompting Lu Jing to confirm the order and make the payment. I found Lin Jijie's behavior exceedingly impolite and selfish, as he only considered his own desires without any regard for Aunt Lu Jing's current situation. This caused me great distress. I felt that my previous attempts at education had failed, and thus I wished for him to experience the lessons imparted to me by his grandparents during my own childhood. Consequently, I retrieved a rolling pin from the kitchen with the intention of administering a spanking, but Lu Jing and Kaka intervened, leading me, in my frustration, to lightly strike Kaka on the backside with a slipper. I acknowledge my error in harming the innocent and have since apologized to Kaka, promising to compensate for my mistake through his meals. Upon hearing Yang Ma's words, Fong Lin excitedly wagged his tail, seemingly thrilled by his own performance, nearly convincing himself that he had indeed felt pain. Could such a minor reprimand lead to delectable treats? Fong Lin found himself rather intrigued. At that moment, Linba nodded and said, Xiao Jie, please, go ahead. The pressure now shifted to Xiao Jie. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, he was already reduced to tears. Lamenting, I was wrong, Wawa. Linba posed a crucial question. Then why did you want to buy a new backpack? Xiao Jie began to stammer his explanation, saying it was because he wished to have the same backpack as a female classmate. Fong Lin was taken aback. This child was indeed quite sincere. Linba inquired if he was speaking truthfully. Upon hearing Xiao Jie's reasoning, the adults could hardly suppress their laughter. You must also consider other circumstances, rather than solely focusing on your own desires. In response to Yang Ma's words, Lu Jing hesitated before interjecting. Actually, I do have more money. Please, don't interrupt, she said. Lu Jing exchanged a resigned glance with Lin Yuqing beside her. Linba then commenced his final summation. Xiao Jie, I have no other expectations of you. I merely hope you can be a person of integrity. You should now recognize that our family's circumstances are more fortunate than those of some other children, and thus you ought to consider others more in your daily life. With a heavy heart, I acknowledge my mistakes. Little Jie wiped away his tears, while Lin Yuqing, noticing his runny nose, tossed him a tissue from the coffee table. Given the circumstances, it is understandable that your mother wanted to administer a light reprimand. However, she refrained from doing so, and it seems that Kaka bore the brunt of it for you. I hope this scene lingers in your mind before you embark on any future endeavors. As for your backpack, since you have recognized your error, I shall procure one for you. I will transfer the funds to Aunt Lu Jing on your behalf. Now, let us conclude this meeting. In the realm of the spirit world, within the domain of the 9 Nether Mystic Cat clan, beside an uncharted brook, a snow-white cat adorned with a small bell perched majestically upon the back of an imposing rhinoceros. The rhinoceros's singular horn appeared to be encircled by a shimmering galaxy. Your Highness, there is truly nothing of interest in the passage to the ancestral land. If the Emperor were to catch wind of it, we could face grave consequences. The great rhinoceros rumbled, conversing with the serene feline upon its back. The cat, exhibiting a flicker of human-like impatience, admired its dainty paws and replied, There is no chance of discovery. The most perilous places often serve as the safest havens. They believe I have escaped, and thus would never suspect my presence within the territory, especially with my celestial bell at hand. As the rhinoceros exhaled a few puffs of breath, attempting to interject, the white cat interrupted, Enough of that. Do you still desire the nebula fruit? If so, assist me properly, sense where the passage opens and guide me there. I merely wish to observe from a distance. But your Highness, you must promise not to venture inside. The ancestral land is exceedingly wild and perilous, and its inhabitants are notoriously fierce. Should you encounter trouble, the Emperor would not spare me. If the denizens of the ancestral land are indeed as menacing as you claim, why then does my father show such indifference towards the forthcoming passage within our domain? We have yet to fully connect with the ancestral land, and thus its spiritual energy is insufficient to produce a sovereign. Moreover, the Emperor is not particularly averse to the people of the ancestral land. Enough with the prattle. Rest assured, I shall remain at a distance. Very well, I shall first secure you within. The rhinoceros's horn radiated a brilliant light, and a portal resembling a star cluster opened before them. The cat leaped from the rhinoceros's back and entered the portal. No sooner had the cat crossed the threshold than a pitch-black feline emerged from the shadows, blocking the rhinoceros's path. Star Spirit Rhinoceros King, what brings you here? The sleek black cat, of similar stature to the earlier white cat, paced before the great rhinoceros. I am merely wandering, came the reply. The black cat paused momentarily, a hint of exasperation evident as it inquired, have you seen our clan's royal? I am merely wandering. As the words escaped, 2 puffs of breath issued forth from the rhinoceros's nostrils, brushing against the black cat. The black cat furrowed its brow and sidestepped. Should you encounter our royal, please inform me at once. With that, its form gradually melded back into the shadows, disappearing from sight. Bah, what are you even worth? The great rhinoceros, after a while, opened the portal to the spatial realm, releasing the white feline, who had just arrived. It was a shadow sentinel from your clan. Oh. Under the influence of a remarkably high concentration of spiritual energy, the natural environment of the spirit realm was exquisite, teeming with a variety of flora thriving in abundance. Even the breeze felt refreshingly invigorating. Thus, the great rhinoceros ambled leisurely along the brook, leaving behind a sizable footprint with each step. Meanwhile, the white cat reclined upon the rhinoceros's back, its gaze casually surveying the surroundings. The 2 beasts remained silent, accompanied only by the flowing waters of the stream and the sounds of various animals in the woods that had yet to awaken their intellect. After a moment, the great rhinoceros inquired in its customary deep tone, Your Highness, why do you always wish to venture out? Do you perceive me as akin to them? Indeed. In what way are we alike? Even the color of our fur differs. I am white, while my father and other kin are black. That is because your mother was also a magnificent queen. But where is she now? The great rhinoceros abruptly fell silent. Humph. The atmosphere once again descended into silence as the great rhinoceros continued its steady march forward. At noon, in the Federal Park. It's nearly time. Deng Jiepu stood at the entrance of the temporary command center, watching the torrential rain outside, his eyes faintly illuminated with a golden network. Team Leader Deng. The concentration of spiritual energy has reached the threshold. The passage may open at any moment. Li Mei, with a serious expression, approached Deng Jiepu to report the situation. I understand. The golden light in Deng Jiepu's eyes faded as he approached Yin Pei, saying, Old Yin, you should return. Your presence is not required here. Yin Pei, already over 50 years old, had traveled overnight to Sioux City and had not closed his eyes since, feeling somewhat fatigued as he had not awakened his spiritual energy, and was currently resting in a chair. Upon hearing Deng Jiepu's words, Yin Pei shook his head. I cannot be a coward. Deng Jiepu, bemused, replied, This isn't cowardice. You should return to rest quickly, lest you collapse before the passage even opens. Yin Pei looked at Deng Jiepu's calm and reassuring face and shook his head. I often call you old Deng, yet I mustn't forget that you are only in your 30s. Do not persuade me. I shall not leave. Deng Jiepu leaned closer, lowering his voice to adopt a different approach. You are of no use here. Should the passage open and beasts from the spirit realm invade, we would need to allocate personnel to protect you. All right, I see now. You wish to send me away. Haha, Yangzhen, please see Governor Yin off. Very well. In the spirit realm, within the territory of the 9 nether mystic cats, the great rhinoceros carried the white cat, moving at a leisurely pace, though the rhythm appeared slow. They had already traversed a significant distance. The great rhinoceros was the king of the star spirit rhinoceros clan, subordinate to the ruler of the 9 nether mystic cats, representing a governance pattern commonly observed throughout the spirit realm. The spirit realm was inhabited entirely by beasts, which could be broadly classified into those without awakened intellect and those with. In the eyes of the inhabitants of the spirit realm, beasts devoid of awakened intelligence are merely seen as sustenance, at most refraining from preying upon their own kind. The brutality and savagery among these creatures is stark. Driven by an innate propensity for conflict and territoriality, each tribe reigns over its domain, akin to independent nations. Those possessing sovereign rulers resemble states armed with nuclear capabilities in the material world. Unlike the restrained usage of such weapons in reality, these monarchs wield their power with abandon, leading tribes without a ruler to often become vassals of those who possess one, reminiscent of a feudal system. After the star spirit rhinoceros king once again enveloped the white cat within his mystical space, he ventured into a valley, which he sensed to be the most probable site for the opening of a passage. Upon his arrival, several black cats emerged from the shadows. Star spirit rhinoceros king, what brings you here? This is a place where the passage is soon to be unveiled. The sovereign has established rules against arbitrary entry into the ancestral grounds. One of them cautioned. The Star Spirit Rhinoceros King chuckled heartily, responding in a deep voice. "Oh, it's nothing. Continue with your affairs. I merely came to witness the commotion, having never seen such things before." Chapter 68. The intelligence of the Husky shall be my charge, as the Star Spirit Rhinoceros King surveyed the aura within the valley. He noted the remarkably heightened levels of spiritual energy, with the entire area exuding a subtle yet formidable presence. This influence was conjured by the Shadow Guards, imbued with the unique essence of the 9 nether mysterious cats. Its purpose was to deter unintelligent animals from wandering in and to signal to other beasts that the area was sealed off from intrusions. However, the Star Spirit Rhinoceros King paid little heed to these precautions. Although he was a vassal of the 9 nether mysterious cat tribe, he was nonetheless a king in his own right. Should the sovereign arrive, he would undoubtedly command respect. Yet, he felt no fear towards these shadow guards. He exhaled 2 puffs of breath through his nostrils, contemplating that once this matter concluded, he ought to return home and lay low for a while, lest the sovereign find an opportunity to undermine him. Alas, it is primarily because the prince has bestowed upon us too much. The star cloud fruit is exceedingly rare. Its significance and worth not merely in elevating their ranks, but in enhancing the innate talents of beastly offspring. The similarity between the fruit's name and that of the Star Spirit Rhinoceros underscores its profound importance. While many perceive the wealth disparity in modern society to be egregious, it is even more pronounced in feudal societies, especially within the semi-feudal system governed by individual might in the spirit realm. Truly, it is a case of drought leading to famine and floods leading to devastation. The Star Spirit Rhinoceros King dared not express his vexation towards the prince. Yet the presence of these black cats irked him. Star Spirit Rhinoceros King, if there is nothing further, kindly take your leave. I merely came to join the festivity and assist you in maintaining order. What if you find yourselves unable to manage? The black cats exchanged glances, bemused, for they had never encountered a situation where the dominion of the 9 nether mysterious cats was incapable of maintaining control. However, they found themselves at a loss when confronted with the obviously stubborn giant rhinoceros. Once the passage opened, only beasts of the beast sovereign level were permitted to enter within a 10-kilometer radius. While beast kings could technically enter, their powers would be comprehensively suppressed to that of a beast sovereign, and any mishap could lead to a feudal demise. The thought of such a frustrating outcome deterred any kings from joining the fray. Consequently, the highest rank among them remained that of beast sovereigns, as there were no kings capable of grasping the laws of the universe and forming their own domains. In the spirit realm, the beast tribe revered strength above all. Despite being members of the 9 nether mystic cat clan, they bore little tolerance for the audacity of the kings. It was hardly prudent to call for reinforcements from within the clan to confront their allies, for they would likely meet an untimely end themselves. The leading black cat, feeling somewhat helpless, continued to advise, Star Spirit Rhinoceros, enough already. You may carry on with your affairs as if I were non-existent. After offering a perfunctory response to their inquiries, the Star Spirit Rhinoceros disregarded them and began to meander through the valley, searching for a relatively clean pool to luxuriate in. He even conjured a selection of fruits from his spatial realm, allowing them to float on the water's surface, ready to be devoured as they drifted within reach. Every beast in the spirit realm awakens a unique racial talent upon ascending to the sovereign level, and the Star Spirit Rhinoceros's ability was space-related. Consequently, he keenly sensed that the conditions for the passage to open were now entirely met. He hummed a cheerful tune, contemplating the prospect of allowing His Highness a glance when the passage opened, before departing with the star cloud fruit, vowing to remain within for several years. Yet, his elation was short-lived as a distortion flickered in front of him, revealing a black cat draped in a white cloak, adorned with a white ribbon around its neck. Upon seeing this figure, the Star Spirit Rhinoceros' expression turned serious. The elegant black cat squatted before him, its dark eyes gazing deeply as it spoke. Star Source, why are you wandering here instead of watching over your precious little ones in your territory? The giant rhinoceros replied with a hearty laugh, Jiang Yuan. Do I need to report my every action to you? Huh. The black cat slowly rose, its cloak billowing as if caught by an unseen breeze. Exuding an air of nonchalance as it spoke with a slight smirk, let me take a wild guess. I recently received news that a batch of treasures was missing from the royal treasury, among which was a star cloud fruit. You, who usually cannot bear to take your eyes off your clan's little ones, even following them secretly during their training. How is it that you have suddenly appeared here to witness the impending opening of the passage? What do you say, Star Source? Unfazed by the black cat's remarks, The giant rhinoceros, with his large, expressive eyes, curiously inquired about the cat's floating cloak. There's hardly any wind here. Why does your cloak keep fluttering? The black cat felt somewhat exasperated, finally understanding why the giant rhinoceros was often described as brazen. Xing Yuan refrained from diverting the topic. You must comprehend the gravity of the situation. His Highness is of paramount importance to our clan, and should any issue arise due to your negligence, you shall bear the weight of that responsibility. The great rhinoceros scoffed internally, thinking, His Highness has merely consented to a brief excursion outside. Yet, Jiang Yuan seems intent on instilling fear in me. Am I a child to be frightened? Just as the great rhinoceros prepared to jest further, he suddenly sensed the presence of the white cat in his spatial realm. With a resigned sigh, he released the white cat. The great rhinoceros was seated in a pond, his massive head the only part visible above the water. Upon emerging, the white cat perched atop the great rhinoceros's head, gazing at the black cat before him. Your Highness. Jiang Yuan raised his right paw, suspended before his chest, and bowed to the white cat. You need not have come out. I could easily manage him. The great rhinoceros rumbled, casting a glance upward. Haha. Jiang Yuan could not fathom why Xing Yuan was so confident in his intellect. Uncle Yuan, there is no need for such formality. There are no outsiders here. Upon hearing this, the great rhinoceros felt his pride swell. Listen, there are no outsiders here. What a considerate child. If only the other young ones in our clan were as understanding and charming as His Highness. Jiang Yuan, somewhat exasperated, looked at the white cat, now comfortably seated on the great rhinoceros's head, and said, Bye-bye. If you wish to play, simply inform your father or me. There is no need to sneak out and pilfer so many items from the storage. Those treasures will one day belong to you. Just express your desires. And there is no need to take them without permission. Fortunately, you sought out this foolish rhinoceros within our clan's territory. What if you had ventured outside and lost wealth? The spirit realm is rife with desperate rogues willing to take risks. The black cat's elegance and nonchalance vanished, replaced by a tone reminiscent of the bumbling great rhinoceros. Understood. Uncle Yuan. Hearing Jiang Baibai's habitual dismissive tone, Jiang Yuan sighed inwardly. Since the birth of Jiang Baibai a century ago, the entire Jiuyuxian cat clan has regarded this cherished jewel with utmost reverence. However, due to the formidable genes of Jiang Baibai's mother, the clan was graced with a snow-white princess amidst the otherwise jet-black Jiuyuxian cats. From a young age, Jiang Baibai grew up without her mother, and the clan, in an effort to nurture her emotions, began to introduce white into their upper echelons. The higher the status of a clan member, the more white garments they adorned. It is worth noting that prior to Jiang Baibai's arrival, white was the most despised color within the clan. Now, aside from Jiang Baibai's father, the sovereign of the Jiuyuxian cats, who refrained from donning white attire for the sake of the clan's reputation, white has gradually become a fashionable hue. Those of insufficient status were prohibited from wearing pure white garments. Thus, many clan members opted for white with black spots. Yet, despite being special, Jiang Baibai still felt a sense of alienation and longed for the outside world, often yearning to venture out for a glimpse beyond her sheltered existence. The spirit realm is fraught with peril and complexity, with numerous hostile factions, and even Jiang Baibai's mother fell victim to an ambush, sustaining grave injuries that ultimately led to her demise after giving birth to her. I am merely curious to behold the passage to the ancestral land. Once I have satisfied my curiosity, I shall return with you. Jiang Baibai's amber-like eyes, one golden and the other blue, brimmed with sincerity. Very well. I shall remain here with you. With a sudden rush, a jet of water gushed from the great rhinoceros's mouth towards Jiang Yuan. However, as the water approached him, it inexplicably halted mid-air and then abruptly dissipated into nothingness. How childish, Jiang Yuan thought, rolling his eyes at the rhinoceros. After a hearty lunch, Fong Lin was preparing to indulge in a delightful afternoon nap, planning to awaken refreshed for further cultivation. Yet, once Yang Ma had finished tidying the kitchen, she ventured into the living room, scribbling something on several sheets of paper before calling out to Fong Lin. Kaka, come here. Hearing the commotion, Fong Lin reluctantly crawled out of his cozy nook and hopped onto the sofa at Yang Ma's gesture. Yang Ma embraced Kaka, tenderly ruffling his rear. Does it still hurt? I may have been a bit too heavy-handed earlier. She examined the spot on Fong Lin's backside where he had been struck, finding no lasting harm, and continued to affectionately pet him. A woo, Fong Lin licked the palm of Yang Ma's hand. This minor discomfort was inconsequential. As long as there was food, everything was negotiable. As if sensing his thoughts, Yang Ma laid several sheets of white paper before Fong Lin on the coffee table. One bore the inscription lobster, another abalone, a third roast whole lamb, a fourth squid, and the last pork chop. It is pouring outside. Once you make your choice, I shall procure it for you when the rain ceases. Decide. Please. Fong Lin was taken aback. How was he to choose? The lobster that Yang Ma spoke of was surely not the ordinary kind. Perhaps it was the Boston lobster he had seen in videos, renowned for its succulent meat. He had never tasted roast whole lamb either. The visual allure alone was likely to be overwhelming. However, that would certainly be a family feast. As for abalone, Fong Lin felt conflicted. He had never tried it and only knew it as a round, plump delicacy. What if it lacked the savory appeal of meat? His preferences leaned heavily towards flesh. Squid and pork chop. He was practically drooling. How could he possibly choose? Suddenly, an idea struck Fong Lin. He was a dog, after all. Could he not feign ignorance? Thus, he playfully stuck out his tongue and innocently pawed at the sheets, gathering them all together. Kaka, this is not for you to play with. You need to place your paw on one of them, just like this. Yang Ma repositioned the papers to demonstrate, placing her hand atop the sheet labeled roast whole lamb. What does this mean? I cannot comprehend, Lu Jing remarked, having appeared by their side, raising her phone to capture the moment with a playful smile. The snowball hopped onto the coffee table, intrigued by Yang Ma's demonstration, and imitated her by extending its little paw to press down on the squid. Yes, just like that. Kaka, your turn, Yang Ma said, nudging Fong Lin's paw. Fong Lin frowned as he glanced at the disruptive snowball, and, aiming for the slippers on the floor, gently nudged it aside. The coffee table was not very high, and with the slippers providing a cushion, the snowball rolled a bit, shook its head, and leapt onto the sofa, licking its paw beside Fong Lin. Oh, don't push the snowball, hurry and choose. Yang Ma gently tapped the back of Fong Lin's hand. Fong Lin, continuing to feign ignorance, gathered the white paper into a pile again and pressed his paw on top. Yang Ma eyed him with suspicion. Feeling her gaze, Fong Lin inexplicably felt guilty, sticking out his tongue and turning his head to avoid her sight. Let's do it again. Yang Ma calmly scattered the papers again, her eyes fixed on Fong Lin. He secretly glanced at her, their eyes locking momentarily. Still pretending? After a moment of inner turmoil, Fong Lin bit the bullet and made up his mind. Why not pretend? Even if Yang Ma discovered he might understand her, it wouldn't matter. Modern people watch so many videos. Isn't he just a husky that might comprehend human speech? What is the big deal? There are already so many cats and border collies that understand humans. Surely, there could be a clever one among us huskies. I shall safeguard the intelligence of my breed. Fong Lin extended his paw again to press on the edge of the white paper. And under Yang Ma's watchful gaze and the camera's recording, he slowly gathered the paper together and pressed his paw on top. Kaka means I want it all, Lu Jing chimed in with a grin, holding her phone. Humph, this silly dog is quite clever, Yang Ma remarked, casting a glance at Fong Lin as she cleared the papers from the table. All right, then I want it all. Kaka, when we go to the market, you'll carry everything for me. I can't manage all this. Fong Lin's heart soared with joy. I'll carry it. Besides, that whole roasted lamb must be pre-ordered. How heavy can the rest be? Even if I really had to carry a sheep, I wouldn't be afraid. As long as Yang Ma dares to let me, I'll show her what husky strength truly means. Meow. The snowball, licking its fur nearby, called out. Humph, silly cat. You almost caused a ruckus. You should be grateful to enjoy so much delicious food because of me. TSK, let us extend the moonlight tonight, if necessary. I won't sleep at all. Snowball, come on, transform for me. After the earlier commotion, Fong Lin lost his drowsiness, jumped off the sofa, and nestled by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the scenery outside. Outside, the rain continued to pour torrentially, showing no signs of abating. Summer storms are indeed common. But can they last this long? The rain posed a challenge to his more than 20 years of life experience. At a loss for any resolution, Fong Lin turned to survey the living room. After finishing lunch, it was time for a respite. The entire family had retreated to their respective rooms for slumber. Lu Jing, still cradling Yang Ma, returned to the bedroom, evidently reluctant to return to her own home in the near future. The living room now held only Su Qi and himself. Thus, he resolved to attempt to replicate that experience of heightened physical enhancement. Fong Lin slowly closed his eyes, and the core of spiritual energy within him suddenly radiated a brilliant light.